What the actual fuck am I reading? The thought never came out of his mouth, but somewhere in the corner of his mind, a polite voice suggested he close the laptop and yeet it out of his window. Luckily, he didn't, because that would cost him a lot of money. He needed to be careful as he was closer to being broke. Lamenting the idiocy of the sentence structure, he scrolled back and reread it again. The hero glared heroically into the heroic sunset. He tentatively muttered aloud. The man blinked a few times. What's with this heroic redundancy? No, wait, what the heck is heroic sunset supposed to mean? Giving the page another look, he read another sentence, determined to make sure he wasn't the crazy one while reading the manuscript. His eyes were as blue as the bluest ocean. He took a deep breath, then he exhaled a long, suffering sigh. Cursed. All right, what's next? His sword was as a sharp sword. Got him at this is I can feel it clogging my brain. What was she thinking while writing this blasphemous sentence? I told her to keep it simple, but not like this. Damn it, my head hurts. The story is good, but the writing is shit. Shaking his head, the man turned his head and stared at the far wall where a corkboard leaned. It was covered in layers of paper clippings, screenshots, and segments of text printed out, dissected with obsessive care. Red threads crisscrossed the corkboard, veins binding his obsession in place. It was his investigation into one specific criminal that he had managed to solve a few weeks ago. Solving a criminal case is more tolerable than proofreading this damnable novel. Ding! His monitor lit up with a new notification. This will be the last chapter, another chapter. So 8 chapters for today. What kind of lunatic writes at that pace? But what did she mean by this is the last chapter? The novel isn't even finished yet. A dry chuckle escaped him. Don't tell me. She's dropping the story. Was I that harsh with the previous feedback? Damn it. She'd better not drop the story. He leaned back in his chair, letting his spine protest the hours spent hunched over the desk. When he looked away, the monitor's glow still lingered in his vision. Outside the window, he watched the sluggish line of cars crawl along, their headlights crawling like tired beetles. Neon lights blinked in restless color. The stars hung clear for once, distant shiny points on a night. Meanwhile, the moon was swollen and watchful, presiding over it all. The moon is beautiful tonight. In its pale light, a reflection waited for him in the glass. The same weary eyes, the same expressionless face. But then a devious smile grew wider. Maybe I'm the mad one, he thought serenely, examining his own absurdity. She should have let me be the co-author at this point. I genuinely want to know more about the drafts. His fingers instinctively found their way back to the keyboard. All right, one more chapter and I'm done for tonight. Click-clack. After a long while of editing, his gaze drifted to the bottom corner of the monitor. 1027 p.m. April 1, 2029. His hands had gone still, resting on the keyboard. The words on the screen suddenly swam, their once sharp edges softening. And then, only for a fraction of a second, he saw it. A few letters seemed to slip out of the paragraph's rhythm, rearranging themselves into something else. Yuzuki, he blinked. What the hell? The second word lingered less than the first, dissolving before his mind could fully register it. He leaned forward, searching the lines, but the text was normal, utterly, stubbornly normal, as though it had never been anything else. He sat back. Did I drink too much caffeine for tonight? That seemed like a reasonable excuse for him. The thought should have been amusing, but he wasn't sure whether to laugh or worry, because whatever it had felt real. And his body at this hour had far simpler priorities. I need to sleep. Then his phone rang. The sudden sound cut cleanly through the silence. He blinked, pulling himself back from whatever odd hallucination he had been drifting in, and turned toward the noise. Shindo, shit. Him again. The phone buzzed across the desk, its movement small but insistent. Yuzuki stared at it, face devoid of emotion. He considered letting it ring itself into silence. That would have been easy. But he had his small, petty habit that had long since become part of his personal life. So he waited until the third ring. Only then did he pick up the call. Yes, Yuzuki-san. Shindo's voice exploded through the speaker, cheerful and far too loud for this hour. Yuzuki was feeling a bit of regret now. Got a sec, I need your insight on a case. Leaning back in his chair, he brought the phone closer to his ear. Judging by his tone, probably nothing urgent. Go on, he said. You know the convenience store burglary last night? Security footage caught the guy on camera, but the mask makes hiding him a pain. We got nothing, no fingerprints, no distinct features. Just a black hoodie, dark jeans, and gloves. The guy's careful. Yuzuki let the words pass over him, his eyes resting on the shadows stretching across the far wall. What? They haven't figured it out yet. The footage, Yuzuki said finally, his voice impassive. Did you check the timestamp? When he entered. Yeah, around 2:13 a.m. And when he left, 2:18. Why, too fast. Hush, Shindo's voice wavered. The register was emptied, shelves ransacked. 5 minutes inside a store full of cameras, alarms, and things that make noise when they break. Do you really believe someone just strolled in and managed to speedrun the whole thing completely alone? The line went quiet for a moment. Then Shindo's voice came back a little too loud. Wait, so you're saying he wasn't working alone? Yuzuki grimaced and pulled the phone away. Yes, he had an accomplice Somyon on the inside, Yuzuki said, almost disinterested. Remember the rear camera? It conveniently went offline just before the break-in. The report said it was malfunctioning, right? Why yeah, but Shindo hesitated, his voice uncertain. If someone tampered with the footage, why leave the thief visible on the front camera? Yuzuki sighed. If you're staging a cover-up, you don't wipe everything. That's what amateurs do. No, what they did was smarter. They left just enough for everyone to chase something messy, unplanned, believable, a distraction. Meanwhile, the real culprit was much closer than anyone realized. The line stayed quiet for another moment. Wait, Shindo said slowly. So the footage wasn't a mistake? Yes, it was a bait, Yuzuki replied, which means the real variable here isn't the thief. Yuzuki let the words settle. It's whoever was working the counter. Check the shift schedule. If this was orchestrated from within, then the break-in was timed to the second. Someone made sure the right person was behind that register when it happened. Got it, I knew you'd figure it out in under a minute. Shindo burst out laughing, practically vibrating through the speaker. That old geezer said you're always freakishly lucky or something, but I know it's just that you're. Shindo's voice faltered. Awkward throat clear followed. My bad. Sorry, Yuzuki-san, I forgot you don't like being praised. Yuzuki blinked a few times, his head tilted slightly. Behind the calm mask, his mind stalled. He replayed the sentence in his head, and yet the words remained nonsensical. Since when did I say I hated praise, and which old geezer? Since no answer came to his mind, he didn't say anything. Anyway, Shindo continued, recovering with enthusiasm. Don't bother, Yuzuki quickly replied. People always wanted to believe in clean trades. The idea of favors for favors, kindness repaid with gratitude. But the universe didn't even keep receipts, so why should he? So Yuzuki never asked for anything in return. He simply did what he did. He helped because it made sense, and that was enough. Without waiting for a reply, Yuzuki ended the call. Silence rushed back in, pressing on him the moment the call ended. The screen still lit up to the homepage of his nightly ritual. All right, time to send this to her. The hero who left the academy. With a small click that barely made a sound, he saved the file, then opened disk box. The thread was already there, second from the top. 3 people marked as online, including himself, with a tiny green circle glowing quietly beside their name. He didn't hesitate to type the words. Spicy steroids finished the chapter. Feedback attached. Casually, he pressed the enter button. Then a jolt, very sudden and uninvited, tore through his right hand like static given malice. The laptop slipped off the desk with a dull thud on the carpet. Yuzuki just stared, fingers still twitching from the jolt, too sluggish to react. He stared at his palm, then at the device on the floor. What was that? He kneeled slowly next to the corpse of his laptop and stared at the black screen. In the glossy surface, his own distorted reflection stared back at him. His face was tired and slightly disgusted. Yuzuki reached his finger out and pressed the power button. The device did not respond. Whether it was dead or only pretending, he couldn't tell, and honestly, he wasn't sure the difference mattered anymore. Yuzuki let out a casual sigh. His mind felt heavier than usual. He was really tired and sleepy. The thought of repair drifted through his mind and settled quietly there. If the laptop were broken, he would deal with it tomorrow. Because honestly, it didn't feel urgent enough for him to care. Yeah, I should just sleep and call it a day. He went to the bathroom to clean himself up before he climbed into his bed. His gaze wandered to the laptop on the floor, lingering there without much concern. But why would it suddenly snap like that? He stared at it longer than he meant to. Shit, I need to buy a new one. But I don't have enough money for that now. Should I do a part-time job then? No, what am I thinking? That's some crazy thought. His hand reached toward the switch beside the bed and turned off the light. The room became dark. He pulled the blanket up to his shoulders and shut his eyes. Suddenly, just as the world began to fade at the edges, something happened. On the carpet where his attention had been moments before, the laptop sparked back to life. A violent bloom of garbled text, glitching and twitching across the monitor. File name, the hero who left the academy. And then below it, another line followed. It was never meant to end like this. In an instant, the screen blinked out and the light died. For a while, silence returned, but above the bed, in that thick dark of his room, a second figure was rising slowly. It had his shape, his face, his exact sleeping posture. It hovered weightless and translucent like a reflection peeling itself free from the glass, and all around the room began to fracture. The edges of his desk wavered, bleeding into flickering pixels. Corners of the room peeled apart as if reality itself was corrupting. And then it wasn't the same world he knew anymore. It entirely became something out of a fictional story. Write a new ending or be consumed with it. Pale morning light leaked through the curtains, scratching thin scars of brightness across the walls as Yuzuki blinked against it, his body slow to admit that the day had started. The mattress sagged beneath him, pressing around his body as if convincing him to stay put, but the air in the room carried a crispness that felt suspiciously invigorating, unlike his apartment. That should have raised more questions than it did, but his brain was still waiting for the rest of him to clock in. Knock, knock. The knock came again, polite and soft, drumming against his half-conscious thoughts. Who knocks at this hour? The door creaked open before he could process anything further. Graceful footsteps followed, and yet he stayed wrapped in the blanket, its warmth betraying him with enough comfort. Then fingers combed gently through his hair. They were careful. The touch wasn't harsh, but there was a false familiarity in it. He felt the instinct to question its rise and immediately fade, buried under sleep's gentle bribe. "Wake up, sweetie," came the voice, melodic and dangerously kind. "The world awaits, you sleepyhead." Then he realized that something was wrong. His eyes opened with urgency and met the morning sunlight. He flinched a bit. Then he turned his head slowly and found her. Seated beside him on the edge of the bed was a woman, dressed in deep green wool. Embroidered vines curled along her cuffs and hem. Her hair, dark and pinned, framed her face slightly. Her face bore the serene, beautiful expression that one might expect from a goddess in a children's book. She was pretty, but the kind of pretty that made him think of flowers he knew better than to touch. Yuzuki's brain, with admirable speed for this hour, immediately filed her under danger. Women equal danger, especially the beautiful ones. It's not just a simple hunch, but a well-established law of reality, confirmed through repeated and painful personal experience. Who? No, why is there a woman in my room? No, wait, where am I? This isn't my room. His body moved before thought could catch up, throwing itself instinctively toward the headboard. Ouch, a slight wince told him how real everything felt. The woman blinked, her composure didn't crack, and it was immediately replaced by a smile that suggested she had seen this exact scenario 1,000 times before. "Oh my," she said with a soft voice. "Did you have a nightmare, dear?" Her gentle laughter followed. "Dear, don't dear me, who the hell are you?" His eyes swept across the room with cautious disorientation. Everything around him felt toed neat to belong to his messy life. "As I thought, this isn't my apartment." His unease deepened, confusion eating him up as he sat there in disbelief. Where was he? Who was she? But he simply continued to observe and let the details float by without effort. Anyway, why does my body feel light? His weight and his proportions, none of it matched the person he remembered being. And why weaker? Then, just as he opened his mouth to say something logical or accusatory, his voice betrayed him. "Mom." The word slipped out before his mind could slap a hand over it. His smaller hand immediately lurched upward, pressing hard against his mouth. Why the hell did I say that? Even if he dug far enough through his dusty memories, Yuzuki didn't have a mother like her. This woman, none of it belonged to any fragment of time he could claim. Wait, why do I look like a teenager? What kind of sadistic dream is this? The woman's smile deepened as she brushed a strand of hair from his forehead again. Yuzuki felt the unease stronger now because whatever affection she offered, she felt belonged, and it managed to trick him into accepting it. Yuzuki felt the urge to push away her hand, but her next words stopped him from doing so. "Anyway, if you're awake enough to be surprised by your beautiful mother, then you're certainly awake enough to get moving." She stood as she spoke. "Wash up now, Ruvian. Breakfast is getting cold, and you know how dramatic Ciela becomes when she has to wait for you." Then she turned and left. The door clicked shut behind her, and the silence returned undisturbed. The boy on the bed, whom she had called Ruvian, remained silent in his sheets. His expression had changed from mild confusion to disbelief. "Ruvian, huh? I don't understand. Who the hell is that? Where am I? Cause this isn't even my blanket or the stiff pillow I hate." His eyes moved again, scanning the room, trying to locate some kind of anchor, something familiar or stupid enough to make this entire dream sequence collapse. The room struck him with its rustic order, everything in place, but nothing familiar. An oak wardrobe stood in the corner, half open to reveal rows of clothes. The whole place looked staged, like he'd woken on the set of some medieval drama. It was all painfully like a fiction. His jaw tensed. Am I inside a generic fantasy setting? No, did I die? A slow exhale escaped him. For real, he murmured to himself, testing his voice. It sounded different. Nah, this can't be real. Smack. Slapping his face, he realized that everything was fundamentally, intrinsically wrong. Buried in his chest, the sensation of mismatch deepened, like two puzzle pieces forced into union. His thoughts, or what used to pass for thoughts, felt frayed at the edges. Familiar memories began to reshape themselves into things he couldn't quite tell the difference between which one belonged to him and which had been borrowed. Then it came, threaded itself in his head like it had always been there. Ruvian Casteller. The name didn't belong to him, he was almost certain of that, but the way it rang in his mind felt disturbingly true to him. His lips parted. "Ruvian," he said quietly, testing it like a foreign magic word. "Ruvian, Ruvian." The sound twisted the air around him, and worse, it twisted something inside him too. That wasn't his name. He knew that. But then why, with every repetition, did it start to sound more natural than his actual name? Why did it feel like the syllables had lived somewhere in him long before he ever spoke them aloud? Panic began to creep in. His name was Yuzuki. Yuzuki Nozomi. Not Ruvian for sure. Then the flood came. Memories surged through him with sharp, unpredictable rhythm. Flash after flash, images of unfamiliar people, buildings that didn't exist, voices that spoke his name like they had always known him. His chest constricted as the blitz of two lives clashed inside his skull, fighting over space that wasn't built to contain both. God damn it. Then he sat perfectly still on the edge of the bed for several minutes, eyes shut, forcing his breathing to slow as he held to the fragments of his real identity. Yeah, something is definitely wrong here. I don't feel really good. Eventually, the static quieted, and then the words Velthia Academy rose to the forefront of his mind. Some part of his soul had recognized the name long before his consciousness caught up. Where did I hear that weird-ass name before? Wait, don't tell me that. He stumbled back, feet tangling in the edge of the mattress, nearly sending him crashing onto the wooden floor, his head spiraling as his equilibrium faltered under the weight of a single, horrific truth: Velthia Academy, one of the top 3 magical institutions in the kingdom of Avarenthia, a nation that gave birth to heroes, scholars, tyrants, and monsters alike. The name alone carried respect and fear across the entire continent, this world and that treacherous academy. And the storm of events that is about to unfold. He knew them, but they were not from this boy's memories. It was from Yuzuki Nozomi's memories, his real memories. Damn it. How did I end up inside that damnable novel, The Hero That Left the Academy? He had read it, proofread it, actually skimming through late-night chapters, begrudgingly enduring the protagonist's infuriatingly righteous ideals and the endless tragedies that piled up around him. It had all been just fiction for him, words on a screen and stories to pass the time. The polished wood creaked under his bare feet as he shifted, grounding him in how real this all felt. Fuck, this is bad. No, it's even worse. No, no, no. He stood still, utterly still, as though movement might wake something worse. His name wasn't Yuzuki anymore, not in this world. It was Ruvian now, Ruvian Casteller. His mind was racing to comprehend the weight pressing down on him. He was inside the damnable novel, and if the fragmented timeline in these foreign memories held any truth. He exhaled and spoke, the 472nd year of the Neskra calendar. So it's late winter, just 2 weeks left before the start of Neskra's first month, which is the equivalent of January in this world. And in 2 weeks, this body, this Ruvian Casteller, will enter Velthia Academy. His view lowered to the floor, but he wasn't seeing the worn planks. His thoughts had pulled far away. No, calm down, you're overreacting. This could still be a dream. Some twisted, lucid nightmare your brain cooked up to punish you. He clenched his jaw. However, if this is my reality now, then I am fated to die. If the plot followed its course, death would come swiftly to anyone unlucky enough to be nothing more than a background figure in this world. And judging from both of their memories, Ruvian Casteller was one of the nameless extras who didn't get big, tragic deaths. One that just stopped existing somewhere off-page, swept into the gutters of the story without so much as a paragraph. He was extremely sure that the name didn't register in any of the written passages he had read or edited. The floor groaned under his weight, then fell still. A shadow stretched across the doorway, and when he looked up, she was their high so-called mother framed in the battered wood. Her eyes shone with a warmth that only made him more uneasy. "Still in bed, Ruvian?" she asked, her voice sweet. "Aren't you coming down for breakfast?" What was the thing that he usually said to his mother again at this moment? Ruvian's face flushed as he realized how he must look disheveled, wrapped in blankets like a sickly child. "Ah, I'll get ready soon, Mom." The bathroom barely fit him, the walls pressed too close, the air carrying a plain, practical chill that seeped into his skin. Cold tiles bit at his feet, their uneven edges jabbing him with small, needling stings. A wooden tub sat against the far wall, its surface blackened with age, the rim smooth under his fingers as if worn down by years of use. Warm water filled the tub, steam brushing against his face and curling toward the low ceiling. The mist carried the faint iron tang of well water, sharp enough that he almost tasted it. Ruvian unbuttoned his linen shirt and let it slip from his fingers, crumpling in a lifeless heap beside the tub. Then he stepped in, slow enough to avoid splashing. The heat wrapped around his legs, climbed to his waist, and settled there. For a while he just sat there, elbows resting on the rim, listening to the faint creak of the wooden boards. If I remember correctly, this world should already have proper shower systems due to magical advancement. Yet this household never did, judging from my memory. They probably couldn't afford one. That only means one thing: I'm broke, he sighed. Definitely not a good starter pack. Through the narrow window, a stripe of daylight cut across the room and stabbed into his eyes when he glanced up. In the warped shimmer of the water's surface, a stranger's face wavered where his own should have been. So he took the chance to analyze his new body. 15 maybe, or younger, if judged by the way his cheeks still held a trace of softness. But there was more to the shape of his body than youth. There was discipline etched into the line of his shoulders that was born from repetition of stacking firewood, hauling grain, and carrying water. He studied his limbs, pale skin flushed from the bath. His hair was wet and dark, clinging to his forehead in messy strands, and when he reached up to brush it aside, it was strangely soft. Then his gaze locked with the eyes in the reflection. Those eyes didn't belong to Yuzuki Nozomi. They were darker, slightly blue, and terrifying. There was no kindness in them, no warm light or boyish charm. He somehow liked it, and so he dragged a hand over his face. There was no point in denying it anymore. The name had begun to settle in his mouth, no longer foreign and no longer borrowed. Ruvian Casteller. Leaning back, he rested his head against the rim of the tub. His thoughts began to settle around him. The fragments of memory slowly stitched themselves into coherence. He knew what was coming. The first big arc of this novel. Zion Herga, the bright-eyed, hopelessly idealistic and cursed with a hero-complex protagonist, was about to get chewed up and spat out by fate. By the second semester at Velthia Academy, the kid would be framed and tossed out of the academy. After that incident, he'd head back to his village thinking the worst was over, but it wasn't. The place that he called home would be gone, burned to cinders. The bodies of his family were left scattered among the ruins. A cruel turning point. What a classic setup for a power fantasy, he muttered under his breath. It all happened because he was still weak during the first big arc. Somewhere in that wreckage, Zion would fall to his knees and swear to get stronger to never, ever be powerless again. And the universe answered him somehow. The system descends, voice of the strong. From then on, Zion Herga would stop being just another unlucky kid and start turning into an impenetrable fortress. Monsters would crumble easily. Villains would be destroyed with a single slash of his sword. Ruvian leaned forward, letting the water trail from his chin. His gaze was far away, buried in pages he had once scrolled through. He had read the damnable novel until chapter 1602. Although he doesn't know how the novel ended, the first stage of calamity was already brutal enough. He had seen the slow erosion of the hero's resolve, the flickers of doubt, and the inescapable realization that raw power meant nothing when the world insisted on breaking faster than the protagonist could mend it. In the end, Zion had failed to save his people during the early stages of the calamity, not just because he lacked any strength, but because fate was never fair to him. The beasts at the border grew too many. The calamity that swirled around the continent's skin refused to wait for him to be ready. His people died not from weakness, but from timing, from his absence, him being in the wrong place while they all stood somewhere else. One man, no matter how strong, could not be everywhere at once. And now, Yuzuki Nazamino, Ruvian Castellar, found himself dragged into that very same story. Even worse, not as the hero or as a supporting cast member. Just an extra character in the current of a much larger story, but the story was his to know. Should I change it? Should I intervene? Help that naive loser? The thought bloomed something in his gut, an uneasy sickness. A single careless move and everything could fall apart. He'd seen it happen before in another novel, people thinking they could change their fate. No, obviously, why would I gamble my life on some self-righteous fool who's just doomed to fall? There was no logic in throwing himself onto someone else's path, especially when that path was already painted in failure. So instead, he would forge his own. If the world insisted on heading toward ruin, then he would face it as a wall. The water had gone cold, but he barely felt the chill seeping into his skin. When he rose from the tub, the ache in his muscles was dull. He wrapped himself in the coarse towel, the fabric rough against his damp skin, and stood quietly in the room for a moment longer. 2 weeks, that was all the time left before Velthia Academy opened its gates. Ruvian didn't feel ready, not for the world before him, nor for the dangers that hovered at the edges of his thoughts. Forget it, let's survive first. Everything else can burn for all I care. It was the only truth he could hold on to. He dressed quietly, and the gentle scent of rosemary remained on his skin. Ruvian sighed, rubbing his face as if to wipe away the weight of the future. Ruvian pulled the tunic across his shoulders, the stitching scratched faintly against his skin. The seams are a little tight, as though tailored for his body. A memory not his own surfaced. Ruvian's mother bent over the fabric late into the night, but the memory made his skin itch more than the fabric. Somehow, he felt uncomfortable with the affection from the memory. Strange, how a scrap of cloth can drag your mind halfway across time. I don't even know if I should be calling her my mother. This isn't really my memory. To him, affection is fine when it's yours, but when it's borrowed, it feels invasive. He can't even decide if he should honor it or throw it away. What's the point of clinging to something that never belonged to him in the first place? Well, it's not like he can wipe off those memories. He let the thought slide from his mind, pushed it away, and made his way down the staircase. The kitchen smelled faintly of honey and smoke. The table was small, but the sight of it eased something in his chest. A bowl of porridge steamed in front of his seat, the honey melting into slow spirals he could almost trace with his eyes, chopped nuts dotting the surface. Across from him, a small figure hunched over her bowl, legs swinging beneath the bench. She gripped her spoon with both hands, half asleep, her messy black hair spilling over her face in every direction. So that's her, my little sister, or well, his little sister, Ciela Castellar. 5 years old, maybe a little less. She was small enough that his chest tensed with the instinct to shield her, yet her restless, twitching energy seemed to spill into every corner of the kitchen. She wasn't spoiled with toys or luxuries, but there was softness around her. She looked up now, catching Ruvian in the act of staring with her mouth full. Something warm grew in his chest. The warmth wasn't fully his, but he couldn't shake it. Just watching her chew with puffed cheeks steadied him more than the food in front of him. "Where are you looking at me like that?" she mumbled, cheeks full like a chipmunk mid-heist. Ruvian blinked, caught off guard. "Had I been staring that long? You look like a squirrel," Ruvian said flatly. Her face scrunched, offended, until a smile broke through. "Why, no, I don't." And squirrels don't eat porridge, she declared, full of absolute certainty and none of the logic to back it up. The warmth of her childishness spread through him, filling his hollow. Ruvian sighed, spooning another bite into his mouth. Ah, whatever. Normally, their father would have already been at the head of the table, halfway through his breakfast, preparing for another long day of work. Their father was a wheelwright. The smell of fresh sawdust and scorched iron always clung to him when he came home. He didn't speak much, but when he did, it was for necessity. He left early, their mother had said when Ruvian came downstairs. His gaze deviated to Ciela again. Still kicking her legs and chewing like breakfast was the most important mission of her life. It was a small life, tucked away from the chaos that ruled elsewhere, for now at least. He set his spoon down. Throughout the meal, or what passed for one, he tried to piece together the original boy whose body he now inhabited. There was no mystery to him. The memories painted Ruvian as a quiet child, dutiful to a fault, the type who never raised his voice and never caused trouble. At least he's not a troublemaker, so it wouldn't be a problem to impersonate his character. He can easily imitate that, but with his sister, a totally different story. The original Ruvian spoiled her rotten. That is something he couldn't afford to be. What kind of siscon does that? A brother's job is to keep a child grounded, not feed every ridiculous whim like a personal servant. Piggyback rides included. Even now, halfway through her porridge, she kept sneaking glances at him. No surprise this chipmunk stuck to him like a limpet. Then a thought fitted briefly across his mind, and a deeper question lingered. What had happened to this family when the world collapsed? Did they survive? Even so, he already knew. The answer sat in the back of his mind. He pushed the thought aside and reached for his spoon again. Eat slower, he said. Ciela just grinned, honey on her face and zero intention of listening. Ruvian returned to his room. It's been 2 hours and 9 minutes since I've been here. What a shame. This has the potential to be my greatest nightmare. The moment he realized he was inside the damnable novel, he immediately tracked the time as he always did out of habit. No, since this is now my reality, the worst is yet to come. Breakfast had done its job, as his stomach no longer protested with the sounds of a dying beast, but it had done very little to quiet the deeper hunger clawing at the edges of his thoughts. If I want to survive, I need to plan. The room he stepped into carried no surprise, just the same familiar press of wood and dust he had grown used to. It was home, or at least it had been for the other him. A plain wooden desk waited beneath the window. When his fingers brushed across it, he felt the uneven scuffs, as if someone had once tried to polish them smooth. To the right of the wardrobe, a stack of boxes pressed neatly against the wall, their edges rough beneath his palm when he checked them. Inside lay everything for his departure: the stiff fabric of academy-issued clothing, notebooks that still smelled of ink, a pair of boots worn soft at the heel, and a leather pouch that gave a reassuring jingle when he lifted it. The original Ruvian had packed and bought them. Ruvian's gaze lingered on the boxes until his eyes began to sting, as if staring could change what they meant. Shaking off the weight of it, he moved toward the desk, pulling the chair back with the finality of someone about to start a contingency plan. Stray papers littered the desk: study notes, practice schedules, even a half-written letter to the academy. He brushed them aside, the dry edges scratching against his skin. None of them mattered now. Ruvian found a fresh sheet. The quill in his hand felt foreign and awkward. He hesitated before finally setting the tip of the quill to the paper. First, the story must progress as it should. Zion, the protagonist of the hero left the academy, had to be expelled. It was cruel but necessary. Without that fall, he would never gain the system, the voice of the strong. Ruvian's quill stopped moving. But if things follow the script, the system's flaws will deteriorate him. At first glance, the voice of the strong was everything a power fantasy demanded. It rewarded perseverance, grew in tandem with the wielder's will, mirroring their strength. Zion would grow stronger each time he refused to fall, each time he stood again when the world tried to bury him. It was beautiful in its simplicity, but hidden in that loop was the rot. The stronger the will, the stronger the system. That much everyone saw, but what they didn't see was what the author had buried, which was the inverse. When Zion faltered, when grief or despair cracked his resolve, the system faltered too. The author had clearly meant it that way. A neat little trick to rein in an overpowered main character and keep the story interesting. Ruvian sighed and leaned back in his chair. If he did nothing, Zion would receive the system as intended and the flaw would claim him when it mattered most. But if Zion never got the system at all, if someone interfered with that critical moment, no, that was worse, infinitely worse. Without the voice of the strong, Zion wouldn't survive the next major arc. He wouldn't make it to the calamity. He wouldn't become the hero this world needed, let alone the symbol it was promised. He must get the system, but the flaw has to be managed. I need to contribute in that part then. That was the only path forward. He couldn't derail the story too much. The world had a way of fighting back against anything that strayed too far from the path. But small changes, tiny ripples instead of tidal waves, maybe that was survivable. Ruvian remained still for what felt like hours, his gaze fixed on the ink that slowly dried on the page before him. His thoughts pressed down on him, but he folded the paper carefully and slipped it into his satchel. He couldn't say whether his plan would succeed, but he could only try. He was uncertain, but it wasn't enough to paralyze him. He had other matters to confirm first. Which version of the draft this world is? Was it the first draft, or the second, or the latest one? I need to know it. There was no more time for passivity. He had to test his own abilities too, to grasp what had transferred with him into this world and what hadn't, to feel out the boundaries of his potential and map the fault lines of his weaknesses as well. In the novel, it had always been conveniently simple. Every character could summon their own status window with a flicker of thought, a glowing pane of readable data detailing their stats, affinities, and potential, all laid bare in neat, digestible columns. He shut out the noise, reaching deeper into his own world of awareness. Then they took shape. The dead runes, ancient symbols glowing like they'd just woken up from a nap, were floating lazily in front of his eyes. Their meaning, who even knows? Maybe even the author didn't. Ruvian stared at them for a long moment, a crooked smirk brushing on his face. So this is what they looked like. The runes were beautiful in that abstract, haunting way that ancient things often were. The author had never described them in any useful detail, always hinting, dancing around their purpose like it would ruin the mystique if she just said what they actually did. His memory tugged at him. Hey, you'll ruin the fun if you ask too much. What's the point of you being a proofreader if I spoil everything for you? That's not proofreading, that's proof listening. Why didn't I press her for more answers back then? At least she did tell me a few things. The dead runes were remnants of the lost Namav, a civilization buried so far in time it might as well have existed in metaphor. The first to discover mana, the first to bend it, and the first to craft it into meaning. Rune crafting was their legacy, and magic was their language. Most scholars spent their entire lives trying to reconstruct even a fragment of Namav's knowledge. And the important part was that these runes made up his status window, and luckily, his body's memories allowed him to understand them. Not fully or perfectly, most of it was rough guesswork, half-deciphered meanings pieced together from the knowledge of this body's previous owner, but it was enough. Hopefully, Ruvian shifted his focus, forcing the ancient symbols into some semblance of order. Their patterns began to align slowly. Words surfaced. Incomplete, scattered, not as fluent as he would have liked, but coherent enough to read now. Ruvian sat there, staring at the glowing ancient symbols. This was his status window. Pathetic is an understatement. My stats are downright disgraceful. He shook his head, refocusing his attention. His eyes remained fixed on the letters suspended in the air before him. They glistened with a soft golden hue, hovering like fireflies trapped in invisible glass. With an ability assessment like this, the chance of him becoming significantly stronger anytime soon was virtually non-existent. I only knew basic mana manipulation from Ruvian's memory. This won't do as well. The most mundane of mana cultivation. He vaguely remembered the written theory from Ruvian's memory too, but no amount of theoretical knowledge would make up for his complete lack of experience, though he was pretty much confident with his martial arts knowledge and muscle memory that he had honed since Yuzuki's childhood and his work as a detective. Even so, this Ruvian's current strength was still non-existent. If his mind and body were not aligned, it would be useless, which meant he sighed. The breeze brushed across his cheek, slipping through the window's iron frame. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing it to wash over him. If I can't grow strong fast enough to survive what is coming, then I need to make sure the ones around me can. For the time being, that was the only real option, especially Zion Herga, the so-called protagonist of this world, bearer of fate's chosen sword and all the destiny-related baggage that came with it. But Ruvian wasn't naive enough to rely on just that. After all, certain stories didn't always follow the narrative, especially when someone like him had already torn the margins apart. Also, the same goes for other characters who would normally never make it past the first arc. The side notes. He knew their potential, down to the last stat window, who would shatter under pressure, and who could become something far greater if given the right push. We'll sharpen them whether they like it or not, hone them like blades forgotten in a dusty forge. If he could guide even a handful, then perhaps he could shape a future where the dead weren't just footnotes in someone else's storybook. He had proofread and edited this world after all, not just skimmed it or just read it for fun. He had combed through every line, every chapter, and every throwaway scene. He had shaped their dialogue, motives, and weaknesses, filling in the blanks the author left behind. And now, with all that knowledge branded into the back of his mind, he had the chance to change everything. But of course there was a price. With every push, every shift in trajectory, he was altering the story piece by piece, and the danger wasn't just theoretical. His fingers tapped rhythmically against his arm to slow the swirl of thoughts running through his head. I couldn't afford to misstep. Changing too much or too quickly could unravel everything, but sticking to the original, that meant death. For him, Zion, and also for every single nameless character in this world as well. He'd seen their ends and he wasn't planning to sit back. The solution was as clear as it was dangerous and arduous. He would need to reinforce the foundation before the storm arrived. And if that meant the story he knew started to become something else entirely later, then so be it. After all, rewriting the future was a small price compared to facing the end of the world. He rose from his chair, the decision settling into his spine. Ruvian's gaze swept toward the sky through the window. The wind continued to blow softly against the world beyond. All right then, let's get to work. Ruvian knelt by the doorway, fingers deftly slipping his feet into the plain shoes by the mat. At first, he was more bewildered than panicked. These were the circumstances which he never expected to be in. However, handling it with a calm mind was always the right approach. That was why he decided to get some fresh air and confirm a few things. "I'm going out to the plaza for a bit," he called over his shoulder, voice just loud enough to reach the kitchen. From the other room, the rhythmic sound of a knife against the cutting board didn't stutter. "Don't go picking fights or girls or worse, both. Anyway, just be back before sunset." The voice came from his mother, Avana Casteller. Ruvian blinked repeatedly. I've got no time for that, and not that I'm going to, of course. The very idea sounded exhausting, pointlessly chaotic and probably expensive. Whatever. He finished tying his shoes and walked out, ignoring the absurdity of it all. Without further comment, he stepped outside. The moment he crossed out of the door, the breeze greeted him, carrying the scent of freshness. Afternoon light stretched lazily across the stone path. This world really doesn't feel like it's on the verge of collapse. How many years do I have again? 3 or 4? Well, it was between those. This peaceful feeling is a beautiful, almost believable lie. A pleasant, convincing one, but a lie nonetheless. He knew it better. Sooner or later, everything would break. His home wasn't extravagant by any measure. A modest house nestled at the edge of the Valtherus district. Evidence of a home, not a fancy building. The Valtherus district was the outermost ring of Avaranthia's capital, comfortably far from the polished political games of the inner city, yet still closed that ambition could drift on the wind. A neighborhood of tradesmen, retired adventurers, and a few gossiping aunties to form a shadow intelligence network. But Ruvian wasn't planning on testing the aunties' reach, though. Today's goal was deceptively simple. He was leaving and on his way to his first destination in this damnable world, Evermere Plaza. He'd proofread about it countless times. Descriptions scattered across a dozen chapters, each one painting it as the bustling, beating heart of Valtherus. Ruvian's footsteps echoed against the cobbled path as the road began to widen. Ahead at the corner of a road, a bard's fingers swept over the strings of a lute, weaving a gentle tune that tangled itself with overlapping conversation. As Ruvian turned the final corner, the space before him opened, and he stopped without meaning to. The sight that greeted him was something out of a fevered dream, as if a painting comes to life with too many stories moving all at once. He saw the stalls stretched across the square, tucked so closely together. Cloth canopies flapped gently in the breeze, and merchants called out in a few different accents, selling everything from spice-dusted fruits to tiny bottled storms sealed with wax and thread. It was chaotic but structured. Ruvian calmly reacted. He let his gaze move slowly, capturing detail without committing emotion. So this was it, her world-building. He'd known about the plaza, memorized its map, and annotated the footnotes. He knew where each key location was and where the narrative-relevant people would gather, but knowledge on paper had nothing on this. This wasn't a page but a world in motion, overflowing with detail the author might not even bother to describe. It was overwhelming in the best, most exhausting way. Still, he didn't let it keep him. The pause was brief, and the awe filed neatly into a back corner of his mind for later analysis. Get it together. You're not here for sightseeing. There were three very specific flags from the early chapters that had brought him here. The plaza, a person, and a modest shop between two larger stalls, mentioned so briefly in the novel. His objective today was straightforward. Verify those three elements, confirm their existence, determine their placement, and test their alignment with the original narrative. If they lined up with the novel, he could start preparing better. If not, well, he'd cross that narrative disaster bridge when he got to it. The crowd swelled around him, bodies pressing and shifting, but somehow parting just enough for him to pass without effort. Then a voice pierced through the noise. "Here, a special offer today only." The words reached him first, sharp and bright. Then came the impact. A crumpled piece of parchment struck his chest with urgency, delivered by a blur of motion that vanished into the crowd before he could so much as lift a brow in protest. What a pain. The flyer itself was a sorry thing. The ink had bled in places, smudged into clouds of gray. The handwriting was enthusiastic but desperate. Bold letters screamed across the top with confidence, limited-time magical deal. Near the bottom, a rough sketch of what might have been an animal doll figure or a stone with a stamp of 40 off, in bright red ink. Ruvian folded the flyer and slid it into the inner lining of his coat. Oh well, I've seen worse flyers before. His attention returned to the plaza. Ruvian's gaze flicked across the familiar landmarks. If memory serves, then the blacksmith's shop should be just beyond the row of talisman vendors. Then, just as his eyes were adjusting to the midday blur of color and motion of the crowds, his gaze instinctively locked toward a figure. The figure appeared white from head to toe, cloaked in a pale robe that flowed unnaturally without wind, standing still among the moving crowd. At first, he thought it was merely some priest or a performer in ceremonial garb, but the way the crowd parted around the figure, yet refused to acknowledge her at all, made his stomach tight. The figure wore a blindfold, and there was no mistaking the curve of her lips. A sinister smile, stretched too wide and held too long, belonged to someone who knew something he didn't. Her figure was obscured by the shifting distance, tension pulled between them. He didn't know why a subtle dread had bloomed in his chest. Then he heard a cracked whisper, "Found you." Just as instinct began to pull something from the depths of his memory, a group of townsfolk passed in front of him, laughing, bartering, and in that second the connection snapped. When the path cleared again, the figure was gone. Ruvian blinked a few times, slowly letting the moment pass over him. He did not ask if what he saw was real, since some things just don't explain themselves, and trying to figure them out only wastes his time. He sighed. The fuck was that? In any web novels he used to read, the mystery always offered a hand first, then dragged them by the throat. He wasn't about to let this world do the same to him, so he turned away without hesitation, posture as relaxed as before, expression neutral. Wait, what am I trying to do again? Suddenly he felt a void in his memories. Ah yeah, I need to go to the blacksmith. He adjusted his coat and resumed his path through the plaza, but before going to that blacksmith's shop, he stopped before a modest stall that gleamed with a soft menace. The knives gleamed, dozens of them, each one aligned in the military formation, pairing knives, cleavers, long blades that whispered of expert craftsmanship. The merchant was hunched behind the display, eyes like a hawk's, polishing a curved blade that reflected the sunlight. Ruvian tilted his head slightly, studying the set. He wasn't here to buy them for combat, but only for the context, taking note of a few things before meeting that person. I need to learn a few things about knife crafting. A good first impression is very important. After a minor detour, Ruvian finally returned to his original path. Nestled shyly between two oversized buildings stood the place. It was easy to miss. A small, unimposing structure slouched in the shadows of its grander neighbors. The wooden sign above the door swung gently with each breeze, creaking. Ruvian stopped in front of it and gave it a long, unimpressed look. This should be the place. Ruvian pushed open the door. The hinges voiced their protest in a long, dramatic groan. Inside, the light dimmed, and the light outside faded behind him. Ruvian took one step forward, and that's when he heard it. Clang, clang, the sharp, intermittent rhythm of a hammer striking iron echoed from within the heart of the shop, slicing through the silence with an almost ritualistic weight. That sounded like real work. He let the moment breathe, standing by the entrance as the clangs rang through the air. Casually, he asked, "Is anyone here?" The hammering stopped instantly. A few seconds passed. Finally, the curtain behind the counter rustled. A figure stepped through. It was a boy. No, a young man would have been more accurate, but his face still carried the lingering sharpness of youth. He was taller than Ruvian by a few fingers, with a frame that had already begun to solidify into muscle. Ruvian's gaze narrowed just a little. He's got quite the build. Even so, Ruvian definitely won in terms of looks. The novel had mentioned the blacksmith's son, but it hadn't bothered to give him a clear description. Dane Forgewell wasn't a name that found itself etched into the margins of history books. He didn't forge mythical blades destined for chosen heroes, nor did he bless his work with high-grade metal. In a world obsessed with creation, Dane Forgewell specialized in something most smiths considered mundane. Dane Forgewell didn't make weapons. He saved them. Rust-eaten swords, cracked shields, shattered breastplates, or pieces others discarded, Dane restored them determinedly. It wasn't glamorous, but adventurers, mercenaries, knights on shoestring budgets, they all came to him when their gear was broken. A man who wasn't known as the hero of the forge, but as the unsung healer of steel. And now, standing before him, was most likely his heir. Guard Forgewell, the young man watched him with a composed stare that was just a shade too cold to be welcoming. His stance was confident but not boastful, posture upright. He looked like he belonged here, as if the forge wasn't just a workplace but was part of his spine. Then Guard spoke. "What business do you have here?" A long silence stretched between them. "I've come to make a request." Ruvian put up a benevolent smile. "A custom-made craft, so tell me, this is the place for such a thing, isn't it?" Guard shook his head with a sigh. "You've probably got the wrong place. We don't take orders for custom-made equipment." Ruvian lifted a brow. "Is that so?" he replied, voice cool. "But I've heard there's only one blacksmith shop in this plaza." The moment the words left his lips, he caught it. Guard's shoulders tensed just slightly. A muscle near his jaw tightened before he crossed his arms over his chest. He sighed. "There's another one," the young boy said stiffly. "A new smith just opened up. They take requests for personal crafts. If you're looking for something like that, head east past the tailor's shop, then left at the apothecary." It was said with the professionalism of someone who had repeated that line a few too many times. Ruvian gave a nod to acknowledge the direction he provided. He turned deliberately, cloak swaying softly behind him, fingers curled around the old iron handle of the door. But then, wait, the voice cut through the silence. Guard paused, glancing back over his shoulder. His eyes didn't match his voice this time, as if they were inquisitive, almost conflicted. But what kind of equipment are you trying to craft? That hesitation of his said everything. There it is. Ruvian turned slightly, and a courteous smile grew wider on his face. With a voice that could sweet-talk a god, he said, "Oh, it's just a kitchen knife." The silence that followed was profound. Guard blinked. What? Ruvian let the silence hover, savoring it. It was also the first time Guard had ever heard such a request. Then the heavy curtain behind the counter swayed, dragged aside by a hand that had surely bent iron to its will. From the dim forge beyond, a broad-shouldered figure stepped forward, thick with muscle, wrapped in the earthy scent of ash and sweat-earned steel. The man's apron was stained with soot and scorch marks. His arms, crossed over his chest, looked less like limbs and more like blunt instruments of justice. His eyes landed on Ruvian. The gaze of someone who could tell the weight of a blade just by how it breathed in fire. Why does he seem so pissed? Just from his face alone, it looks like I'm a nuisance to him. Perfect. So it's definitely him, the blacksmith with a legendary disinterest in customer service. Ruvian felt happy about it, a tiny bit. Dane exhaled, a sound more like a growl than a breath, and finally spoke. A kitchen knife. His deep, gravel-laced voice scraped the room. Kid, you could get one from any stall in the plaza. No need to come all the way here for something like that. Ruvian sighed, trying to figure out what to say here. Well, he wasn't wrong. I would have said the same thing if I were in his place. There were plenty of vendors selling all manner of kitchenware in the bustling marketplace. Hence, Ruvian approached this situation calmly, because he hadn't just come for any knife. Ruvian let out an exaggerated sigh. Then, with a look of resigned, theatrical frustration, he began his acting. But please, it's for my mother, he began, voice softening. My mother loves cooking and has a real soft spot for flowers too. She talks to them like they're her kids rather than her actual kids. That last line was not what I intended to say. Anyway, I thought it'd be nice to give her a knife engraved with something delicate like floral. Why, you know. He paused, watching his expressions carefully. Did I overdo it? It doesn't sound that bad, actually. A little sentimental, but still believable. He should buy it. Anyone would buy it. Dane's face didn't change immediately. He just stared at Ruvian for a long time, then lifted one hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. A low sigh rumbled from his chest. Still, there was something different in the silence that followed. The irritation dulled behind his eyes, replaced by something else. What struck him wasn't recognition of Ruvian himself, but of the motive. Because Dane Forgewell, beneath the layers of soot and stoicism, was still a father, and no father could entirely ignore the sincerity in a son trying to honor his mother. Ruvian knew this side of Dane accurately from the novel. Finally, the old blacksmith shook his head. All right, fine, he muttered. That's easier than I thought. Ruvian followed, allowing himself the smallest, happiest smirk. Unknowingly to him, Guard was watching him with a frown before following them from behind. Ruvian was sweating. He could feel the forge radiating heat as coal smoke clung to everything. At the far end of the room, the forge blazed fiercely, casting an orange glow that danced over the stone walls. Scattered about the space were metal scraps, abandoned projects, and shattered blade saw resting on weathered workbenches. Though the workshop might have seemed chaotic to him, there was an undeniable order here, where every piece and every tool had its reason for being. Dane pulled out a chair and gestured for Ruvian to sit as he reached for a thick, well-used notebook resting beside his desk. When Dane took a request to heart, he made sure to capture every detail himself, and now Ruvian had his full attention. Dane flipped open the notebook, his fingers brushing the pages before he grabbed a charcoal pencil. All right, kid, if you want a custom knife, I need to know it all. Size, balance, light or weighted. What kind of steel do you want? Handle material. Practical or just for show? He paused for a moment, then his gaze sharpened. Heh, don't worry, kid, anything, even if it's some half-hearted answer. You tell me. Ruvian, who had been idly scanning the workshop, finally returned his gaze to Dane. The blacksmith stood poised, expecting the typical vague request from a young boy. But when Ruvian spoke, his words were clear and precise. 8-inch blade, full tang construction. High carbon steel, preferably folded to enhance durability and edge retention. Spine thickness around 2.5 millimeters, sturdy, yet not overly heavy. A distal taper towards the tip for control. Dane's pencil, which had been steadily moving across the page, faltered. Handles should be stabilized wood, ironwood, if you have it, if not something dense, resistant to moisture. An ergonomic grip with a slight contour to fit the hand, balanced so it sits perfectly at the pinch grip. Dane's hand froze, the pencil suspended above the page. Ruvian's voice continued, as though the request were simple to him. As for the engraving on the opposite edge, a floral pattern, not deep enough to affect the blade's integrity, just something that enhances the knife's beauty without compromising its function. Room fell silent. Guard was speechless, and Dane stared down at his notes, his thick brows drawn in thought. To him, this wasn't some child's fleeting whim. No, this was a craftsman's ideal client. Dane exhaled through his nose again. He had pegged this boy as someone simply thoughtful, an adolescent trying to impress his mother with a special knife. but this was something else entirely. Dane leaned back, a hand rubbing thoughtfully at his chin, his sharp gaze still fixed on Ruvian. Whoa, 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 hey, you're insane. Ruvian blinked in surprise, his head tilted slightly, with a hint of pride creeping into his usually flat expression. Did I speak too fast? You want me to say it again? Honestly, he didn't think he'd get much of a response. For a brief moment, the workshop buzzed with quietness. Then, Piwahaha! Dane burst into laughter, a belly laugh that resonated through the room's very walls. Dane hadn't seen this coming at all. The boy in front of him, calm and collected, was far more amusing than he thought. Dane leaned in, thick arms landing hard on the worn desk, sending a puff of sawdust floating up. I like you, kid. What's your name? Ruvian looked straight at him, showing little emotion. Ruvian Casteller. Dane nodded slowly, the grin around his mouth softening. Well, Ruvian, no need to say that again. It's all up here. He tapped his forehead with a grin, a request like this, forgetting it would be impossible. Ruvian's lips twitched a bit, but his silence said a lot. Dane watched him for a moment before asking softly, almost curiously, You interested in smithing, kid? Guard was shocked to hear his father ask this of a stranger. Ruvian's gaze swept past unfinished weapons and messy tools, none keeping his attention for long. Then he saw it. A long black sword hung on the wall, its form shattered but still somewhat dignified. Ruvian stared at it. His gaze held a quiet power, before shifting back to Dane, looking distant. To be honest, I don't know much about smithing. Ruvian spoke softly, almost humbly. But that sword over there. He pointed to the broken blade. Even in its ruined condition, it was a well-made one. Time almost stopped around Dane. Ruvian noticed that Dane's gaze unintentionally found the broken sword. It wasn't positioned to catch attention in the way polished antiques or heirlooms were meant to glow under curated lighting. This one just sat there, a little too purposeful in its neglect. Ruvian hadn't meant to direct the conversation there. Well, he had, but not this soon. Can't help it. This is my chance to confirm what I wanted to know. Ruvian's words seemed to awaken a buried feeling inside Dane's heart. His eyes, once glimmering with laughter, dimmed. He was recalling a memory that he had hidden away long ago. A blanket of silence fell between them. Then Ruvian spoke calmly, breaking the quiet. So was it for a client? Are you fixing it for someone? Dane replied to him. No, it's not a client's request. I just put it on display. His words were like a half-truth, and at the same time he was holding on not to falter. Ruvian tilted his head, pretending to think about the honesty in those words. Then he stepped closer. Can I get a better look at it? Dane hesitated for a moment, glancing at the sword, then nodded reluctantly. Guard sent a warning look at him, but Ruvian filed it under, expected response, and moved on. Dane lifted the weapon from the wall with a care that bordered on reverence and set it gently on the long table, then stood with arms crossed. It's heavy, he muttered, sounding protective. Not something for a kid like you to mess with. Ruvian gazed at the sword, quietly curious about its shape, weight, and craft. Memories hit him. This sword sparked the first few brainstorming talks he had with the author, a sword that held deep meaning for Dane. Ruvian then spoke. This wasn't made for just anyone. Dane's frown deepened, yet Ruvian's words struck harder than the blacksmith was willing to face. And Dane, for reasons he couldn't quite place, found himself listening. Ruvian's fingers hovered over the blade. The edges used to be sharp, they've been tempered in a way that resists chipping, designed for prolonged combat. This sword was exactly how Yuzuki had envisioned it, the design, and the purpose behind every detail, down to the last line in her footnotes. She'd been annoyingly precise with my suggestion. Apparently the author had taken his ideas seriously. Ruvian's eyes flicked back to Dane, his usually guarded expression faltering. Only slightly, but Ruvian had long since learned how to read people in increments. You were the one who crafted this, weren't you? Ruvian asked. Dane's throat moved, but no words came. Ruvian didn't push. Instead, he added the next piece gradually. Were you also the one who enchanted it? This time, Dane hadn't prepped for the question. Can you read enchantments? Dane asked. Ruvian shook his head, the corners of his mouth pulling into a knowing smirk. No, he paused, then added almost teasingly. I was just guessing it. Well, I'm the one who nagged the author to add some enchantments to this sword in the first place. This sword belonged to someone special to you, didn't it? Ruvian continued, Dane's fingers brushing lightly over the blade. It did. His grip on the sword tightened. Then he sighed dejectedly. Elfred Dane's broad frame rose. The forge's fire threw his shadowy outline across the table. I had a younger brother, Elfred, that was his name. Guard simply remained silent and listened to his father's story, even though he had already learned about it. That boy forever chasing the horizon, hungry for something greater than the life he was born into, while I remained shackled to this forge, hammering steel into shape day after day. He had taken a different life. Dane spoke with deep melancholy. Alfred's stories were packed with lost ruins and voidspawn's hunting. He used to say a sword was a promise, a pledge to never fail its lord. Dane let out a sour, hollow scoff. What did you know? I had reminded him countless times to be careful, but that brat, he thought he was invincible. Dane's fingers traced the jagged edge where the blade had shattered. And yet this broken sword before them was all the proof they needed that invincibility was an illusion. Still, it wasn't the sword that failed him. No matter how meticulously forged, no matter the strength poured into it, it had broken, and in its fall it had claimed the life of the one who had trusted it. Dane had forged many weapons in his years, countless blades, each with its own purpose, but this one would forever haunt him. Ruvian said nothing. Some grief isn't meant to be interrupted. Dane exhaled as if shaking off the heavy pressure that had settled over them. With careful hands, he returned the broken sword to its display, its presence once again relegated to the wall. He turned back to Ruvian, his gruff voice returning as though nothing had changed. "You've got a good eye for smithing," he said, the words rough but honest. "Not something you find every day. If you're interested, you could work here." "Me work here?" Ruvian raised an eyebrow, a moment of surprise crossing his face. Dane gave a simple nod. "Tempting, but I'll be heading to the academy in 2 weeks." Dane snorted, a dry laugh escaping him. "Heh, a scholar, huh?" Ruvian paused, then spoke, the words slipping out almost effortlessly. "But if one day I ever need a weapon, I'll come here." "Ha, I don't make weapons anymore, kid." Ruvian moved to the exit way, his figure framed in the threshold. He glanced over his shoulder, his lips pulling up into a smirk. "Well, I'll just have to wait for you to remember what it means to forge one again." The words that came out were casual, almost careless. No deeper meaning behind them, just something that fits the moment, or perhaps the result of too much fiction read. Yet the instant the words left his mouth, Ruvian felt a sharp sting of regret. Why did I say that? He secretly cringed. Instead of clearing his throat, he casually tilted his head as though nothing had happened. "Oh, by the way, how much for the knife? And when should I come pick it up?" Dane blinked, the words seeming to snap him out of his daze. He rubbed the back of his neck with a sigh before he answered with a resigned tone. 10 silver, come back in 5 days. Oh, a low price. Ruvian, always keen, noticed it immediately. He didn't press the matter. Instead, he nodded and turned to leave. But behind him, Dane stood still, watching him walk out of the store. The kitchen knife had never been the true purpose of his visit. It was but an excuse, a small errand wrapped around something far weightier. Dane Forgewell. A name that had not existed in the original draft of the novel. A nameless blacksmith, briefly mentioned only to repair Zion's sword. A footnote in a story that once had no depth. But Yuzuki remembered. I had been the one to suggest expanding on him. A character to give the world more substance. And now here Dane was, real and exactly as he had imagined. A confirmation that he needed. His knowledge of this world wasn't just useful, it was accurate now. And with that knowledge came power. Information is a weapon, and people should wield it with ease. Of course, he wasn't here to fix Dane's broken soul. The man had long abandoned the forge, and Ruvian had no interest in becoming some kind of savior who mended shattered spirits with a few well-chosen words. People didn't change unless they wanted to, and Ruvian didn't care enough to make them. But at this moment, one thing was certain. This isn't the first draft of the novel. This was the post-feedback version, the one shaped by his own hand. The streets of Evermere did not sleep. Even as dusk drained the color from crumbling brick and shuttered glass, the city lingered in a restless half-light. Street lamps guttered in defiance, their pale glow stuttering against the deepening dark. Shadows stretched long, clinging to the corners of abandoned stalls and broken cobblestones. Ruvian walked the narrow path home. His echoed steps were swallowed by the hollow rhythm of the city's weary heart. Then, soft and fragile, almost unwilling, the first notes of a melody wandered along the empty alleys. Music, at this hour, faint at first, almost beautiful if one didn't listen too closely. It didn't sound like the usual music that came from taverns. Instead, it was laced with a tune that made the back of his neck feel cold. He couldn't tell where it came from, only that it was near. And before he could ask himself why he was even paying attention to it, his legs were already moving. The thought of turning back crossed his mind, but just once, then disappeared before he could grasp it. Everything else dulled. The footsteps of others around him, the distant chatter and the cold breeze brushing against his coat. Even his own heartbeat felt quieter. His head felt lighter. A part of his mind had slipped away, watching from somewhere above, while the rest of him moved forward without command. Why is this music so enchanting? Strangely, he was aware, fully aware, but not in control. Something is wrong here. He was walking, but without any clear destination. When he finally stopped, he had already arrived. A different section of the plaza. A wide and open place he hadn't meant to go, but here he was. The sun was nearly gone. Only a sliver of red clung to the far horizon, bleeding into the deepening sky. Street lamps flickered awake one by one, throwing pale yellow circles onto the stones. Their weak light could not push back the darkness that gathered in every corner. In the center of the plaza stood a fountain. Its stone was cracked, its basin long dry, stained with rust and time. It should have been the most lifeless thing here, but it wasn't. The crowd were. They filled the plaza in uneven rows, standing shoulder to shoulder, facing the fountain. Their stillness was not peace but paralysis, as if someone had drained the urgency from their veins and left them to wait. Ruvian couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No one spoke, shifted their feet, or glanced around like people normally did when gathering in public. They all stared forward, focused, but empty in a way that made it hard to tell if they were watching by choice or because something wouldn't let them look away. His gaze drifted toward the center, toward the dry fountain. That's when he found out a woman was sitting alone there. She didn't rise and didn't acknowledge the crowd's presence. She simply played her instrument, resting it across her lap, a nickel harpa. She was blindfolded, a single strip of cloth tied firmly across her eyes. Her fingers didn't hesitate. They moved with a clarity that unsettled him, like she had no need for vision. Her hair was pale and long, strands of silver catching the glow of the dimmed streetlights. The music spilt out of her without strain, and it had slipped into him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being pulled under? He took a slow breath, grounding himself. Then the final notes lingered and gradually slipped away, and into that silence came the clapping. A few scattered slaps of flesh, slow, off-tempo, and dissonant, but it grew quickly, spreading through the crowd in eerie synchronization, not joyous or spontaneous, but mechanical. Ruvian's body, without his permission, began to join them. The clapping movement made his skin crawl. He felt trapped inside his own body, a silent observer while his limbs obeyed something else entirely. He clenched his jaw and tried to force a stop, but his muscles kept going, bound to a rhythm that did not belong to him. Why the hell am I clapping with them? His thoughts became more alert with calculation. This is so wrong. Deeply, irreparably wrong. Who's this woman? Was there any important scene that happened in Evermere Plaza during the early stage of the story that I didn't know about? Damn it. I need to get out of here. The applause echoed around him like static, rising in waves from a crowd that didn't feel human anymore. Their faces remained blank, their eyes glassy, their smiles too faint or too wide. The blind songstress hadn't moved much, but when she finally turned to face them fully, it was with the quiet confidence of a god addressing ants. She lifted her head, her expression somehow conveying fondness and loathing at once. I don't like one bit of where this is going. Ruvian's stomach turned the moment he saw it. That woman's smile wasn't warm. Ruvian can easily tell that was the smile of something that had been pretending to be human. The blind songstress raised her chin slightly, inhaled the air, and then she began to speak. She turned slightly, blindfold still fixed over her eyes, and yet every movement carried an uncanny precision. By the way, do you want to know my little secret? She asked, lowering her head, her tone light, playful, almost affectionate. The crowd nodded in unison. Good, I used to cry over death, you know. Isn't that silly? I used to mourn and think it meant something. Hee, but then I realized it's all the same in the end. Whether they burn or drown or bleed out in their sleep, they all make the same sound when they go. She laughed again, a bit louder, and then it hit harder, high-pitched that cracked at the edges. It's adorable, really, don't you think? The way you all cling to life like it loves you back. As if it won't slit your throat the second you look away. The crowd nodded and a few giggled. Some clapped again, unprompted, quick and eager, like pets that wanted to be praised for recognizing the joke. What the actual fuck is wrong with them? But don't worry, she said, and this time her voice was almost warm. I'm here now to show you the truth, to help you realize that you are nothing more than a human living on borrowed time. She tilted her head sharply and grinned even more than her face could handle. And when the clock strikes the final note, oh, you'll be so beautiful. Another laugh escaped her, and she didn't even try to hold it back. Ruvian stood defiantly, jaw locked, resisting the compulsion that threatened to drag him under, refusing to become another pair of hands in the chorus of the mindless. Almost there, I need to run away from here immediately. It wasn't easy. Whatever influence was in the music, it didn't just coax obedience, but it dug, pressing against his mind. But still, he held his ground and planted his awareness. His heart beat a little too fast, but now he managed to force his hands to stay still. But that's when she stopped laughing. Her hysterical laughter stopped midway, and in the silence that followed, the sound of clapping also halted. Ruvian froze. The songstress's head tilted slightly to the side, and though the blindfold covered her eyes, her smile curled in amusement as she spoke. Oye, she said, her voice slow. There's a rebellious one among us. Her tone wasn't angry. It was delighted and amused. And then without signal, without sound, without warning, the crowd moved. Every person in the plaza began to turn their head at once. Their necks creaked wrongly with the motion, twisted with a mechanical grace that abandoned all pretenses of human spontaneity. From every row, every corner, every silent figure, dozens of faces shifted in unison. All eyes followed the blindfolded woman as she inclined her chin. A chill slid down Ruvian's spine, their gazes pressed against him. Those eyes did not burn with hatred, nor with confusion. They carried a simpler message, one that left no room for doubt. We have been told to notice you. Ruvian's mouth twitched. He wanted to say a word, but his thoughts, as always, did it first. Yeah, wonderful and bullshit. Out of all the clapping corpses in this parade of lunatics, I'm the only one left with a working brain cell. No, wait, perhaps for a moment, he didn't move. Then calmly, carefully, mechanically, he turned his head over his shoulder and looked behind him. There was no one there, just the empty stone of the plaza behind him. And when he turned forward again, the faint scent of dried lavender and putridly odor swept into his nostrils. The blind songstress was already right in front of his face. Ruvian's breath stopped for a second, a tense pause the body makes when the mind registers a threat too close for comfort. He hadn't heard a step. She had simply appeared there, her blindfold inches from his face, her smile unchanged. Ruvian's fingers curled reflexively. He tried to move, to step back, but his body didn't listen. For a moment the blind songstress had been at the fountain, and the next she was directly in front of him, close enough that the crooked grin seemed carved solely for him. Her face lingered just inches away, suspended in that intolerable distance. Ruvian felt a bit strange to feel so powerless while simply standing still. When the distance between them vanished, his composure went with it. Facing death was difficult enough, but facing it while still breathing was somehow worse. It seems like I will never get used to this feeling. A strip of cloth hid her eyes, but he felt them pressing down on him anyway. Ruvian had told himself not to flinch when her fingers descended to the nyckelharpa, but he accidentally did it anyway. And then she broke her own silence. Oh well, your time's over anyway. For a second, Ruvian tried to wrestle sense out of her words. Time's over, what the hell does that mean? That was the kind of nonsense villains like to spit right before killing someone. He would have asked what she meant, but the luxury of conversation vanished the moment the bow scraped across the strings. The music answered in her place. No gentle lull this time. The notes tore in the air, harsh, dissonant, and yet beautiful in the same way a blade was already pressed against your throat. He only watched, eyes locked to her blindfolded face, heart thudding behind a wall of ribs, and tried to brace himself against the unknown. One thing is for sure, this time the song wasn't pulling him forward. It was coming for him. The bow moved faster now, guided by hands that blurred into motion, no longer human. The sound came fast, almost percussive in how quickly it hit the space. It no longer sounded like a song, or even anything that deserved to be called music. What poured from the nyckelharpa now was something altogether different, stranger, vibrating against a place deep inside Ruvian that had no name. It felt like standing too close to a sound not meant for human ears, a resonance that bypassed flesh and bone entirely and scraped at the soul directly, trying to unmake it note by note. He squinted slightly, breath shallow, and took a step back without realizing he'd moved, a reflex more than a decision. And then, as soon as he halted, something burst. The man in the front row, his head burst like it had caved inward, folding in on itself with an awful softness. There was no sound from him, only the dull, fleshy thump of a body collapsing, and the gentle, almost polite sound of blood spreading across old stone. Ruvian stood frozen. What the fuck just? Every instinct screamed at him to do something, but he was no longer in the part of the world where instincts mattered. He turned his head slowly, like a puppet on strings that didn't belong to him, and watched another fall. Next was a woman. Her face remained calm, almost peaceful, right up until the top of her skull exploded. Her knees folded and she collapsed inward like a dying insect. Her body twitched a few times before falling still in a puddle of herself. The tempo of the music increased. The blind songstress's movements quickened again. She wasn't smiling wider or laughing now. She was entirely and perfectly focused for a performance. The crowd began to drop, one by one at first, then two at once, then more. The sound of bodies hitting the ground began to outpace the music itself. No one attempted to run away, but falling and painting the ground red, note after note. Fuck, 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 what the hell is going on here? He tried to run, but his body didn't listen to him. And he couldn't even tell if she was killing them deliberately, or if the music itself had taken on a will of its own. Some corpses slumped with faces turned toward him, mouths slightly open, as if waiting for his turn. Ruvian stood in the middle of it, unmoving, too alert to collapse and too uncertain to act. He was still trying to understand the logic behind it all. Was it a spell, a cursed frequency, a forbidden technique tied to auditory suggestion? He didn't know how many seconds had passed, but finally there were only a few more heads to burst. But a sea of red stillness already soaked his shoes. Ruvian didn't breathe for several seconds. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to. Then she stopped playing. It seemed she'd reached the end of the notes, or perhaps was taunting the remaining survivors. Her blindfold still covered her eyes, but Ruvian knew she was looking at him. Hey, there are still a lot of you who survived the first wave. How wonderful. No, I can't let it end just like this. Ruvian stood still amid the wreckage of what had once been a crowd, his eyes scanning the field of fallen bodies without allowing emotion to reach the surface. His breathing had settled into something measured and controlled, because every second he bought was another inch of ground he could use to think. He forced himself to remember, not just what had happened, but how it had unfolded, the sequence, the rhythm, and the placement of each death. Recalling the memories only took him a few seconds. There had been a first. He could picture the first man even now, a lanky figure near the eastern edge of the gathering, standing beside a broken lamppost, clapping just before his head had gone first, a sudden burst that dropped him. He traced the position in his mind, then the second, then the third. He drew an imaginary line between them, but the pattern didn't hold. They hadn't fallen from the front row, or the back, or in a circle that suggested proximity to the woman. It hadn't been a spreading force or an expanding wave, so it had been chosen. No, rather, it was triggered. That was when the question sharpened at the center of his thoughts. Should we move on to the next phase? The mysterious woman giggled, but Ruvian ignored her as he was locked deep in his thoughts. Wait, why wasn't I among them? He had been close enough, near enough to hear every note. He'd even been clapping at one point earlier, though not of his own will. He hadn't moved far from where he arrived, hadn't hidden behind anything. So why him? Why was he still breathing? He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the blindfolded woman. Her face was undetectable beneath the mask of calm. She hadn't spoken since calling him out. She hadn't made a move toward him or against him as if she was recharging. Why did she stop playing the music? Wait, she was playing a different tune before. The first one was soft and gentle. The second one was harder with killing intent. He remembered how the first melody made his steps float forward without instruction, how his body had moved before his thoughts caught up, and how the moment of arrival hadn't felt wrong until it already was. That first melody hadn't been an attack. It had been an opening door right, it brought us here, drew us in and lowered our guard. His thoughts continued to untangle her magic spell. Meanwhile, the second melody was an attack. The moment she shifted the rhythm, when it grew louder, more complex, more aggressive, that's when they started dying. So there were two songs. No, rather, it was two stages of the same spell. The first one dulled the will, blurred thought, removed resistance by degrees so slow no one realized they had become hollow, a gentle sedative for the soul. And the second was an execution. She only played the final notes when she was sure her victims were already empty. It explained why the others died and he didn't. Why hadn't she struck him down yet? Why had she not needed to rush? They had nothing left inside them to resist, but I still had my consciousness. But why? Why was I able to stay conscious even while the others had been hollowed out? He hadn't been immune, his body had responded. The song had gotten in and that much he couldn't deny, but it hadn't gone all the way. Again, Ruvian forced himself to rewind, to mentally walk backwards through those first moments. He remembered something. He had been thinking actively. His mind had been buried, tangled in something entirely separate. After meeting with Dane, he had been reconstructing narrative arcs, reordering events in his head and retracing the scenario's placement in the post-feedback timeline of the manuscript he once knew. That was it. He'd been mentally ranting. Even as the melody had slipped into his ears, his focus had been chewing through the logistics of this world's internal story structure. And during all that obsessive mental sifting, his body hadn't moved yet. But the moment his thoughts stopped, really stopped, was when he gave up on the story logic and started listening fully to the music. That was when he felt his limbs begin to drift out of his control. That was when the fog started to settle. So the answer is never about resistance. It is mental fortitude or willpower, or any distraction can also work. And now, with that understanding, the conclusion landed smoothly. The spell didn't just need ears, but it needed focus to break free from its chains. After a minute had passed, the woman lifted her bow again. Ruvian knew that her spell wasn't a weapon that tore through flesh indiscriminately, but a hook that embedded itself in silence, which meant the only real defense against her spell was noise, an internal one. He almost laughed, not aloud, just bitterly inside. Who would have guessed that thinking about this damnable novel is the only thing that keeps me alive? Such irony. Still, his deduction was not 100% clean, but it was the only theory he could hold on to now. And if surviving meant being the dissonant chord in her perfect composition. Fine, I'll play that role. Ruvian didn't wait for the next note to land, as he couldn't afford to sink again, not now when he had already pieced together the rules of her performance and the verses of her song attack. He drew in a deep breath, then bit first on the inside of his cheek, then again on his lower lip, driving pressure until he tasted iron and warmth blooming across his tongue. With that taste came pain, and with that pain came clarity. The sting wasn't strong enough to cripple him, but he needed something to keep his awareness spiked high, to force his mind to stay above the waterline where the song couldn't drag him down. He kept thinking, kept forcing thought to churn even as the pain lingered at the edges of his jaw. His breathing was uneven but not uncontrolled now, his vision clearer. He flexed his fingers and felt the tremble in his knuckles fade, good enough to tell him he had reclaimed control of the upper half of his body. Though his legs still felt distant, weak and slow to respond, she hadn't played yet, but when his gaze locked once more onto the woman who stood at the center of it all, he saw that something had changed. She was genuinely smiling at him. Interesting, but what a shame that won't be enough, she said playfully, and without a warning she began to play again. Ruvian's jaw clenched, blood still staining his teeth, thoughts still grinding against themselves as he braced to hold the line. Strings cried, the melody sharpened, darker and more violent than the previous one, and the bodies responded. Ruvian could see them all clearly from where he stood, could count how many had remained upright after the first massacre. He winced, then snarled, pulling his hands up to his ears, pressing them hard, trying to muffle the sound. Move, damn it, but he couldn't run. His legs have been uncooperative since the beginning. Another body collapsed behind him, then two more. He didn't look anymore. He could feel it. He was one of the last few. In the end, was my effort futile? And then his hands began to slip from exhaustion. His mind, once so sharp, now wandered between stuttering memories and broken strands of fragments of this damned story he had once read. God damn it, was there something I didn't know about this woman? Was I careless and so full of myself? Suddenly, the woman laughed, twisting upward into that strange, high-pitched laugh. Her blindfolded face tilted slightly, still smiling with the casual joy, and Ruvian he also smirked. There was no clever ploy waiting behind the curve of his lips. It was instinct, raw, sour defiance. He refused to give her the satisfaction even if he couldn't fight back anymore. A final thought rose in his skull, fierce and burning through the fog of collapse, was the last coherent thing he managed to hold on to. Since he couldn't move his legs, his hand could still perform what his thoughts intended. He slowly raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. Want to know something? You and this novel are so fucked up. The nyckelharpa gave a final sound and the blind songstress, glowing now in her ecstasy, tilted her head forward and giggled in a sweet voice. True, this world is truly fucked up. Huh, I suppose, she whispered, tapping one blood-slicked key on her nyckelharpa. That's exactly why she brought you here. She paused. Then she leaned in slightly, full of reverence, and addressed him. Bearer of the first fable. Ruvian stood there, his body held together by tension and spite, blood still drying on his lips, fingers twitching slightly at his sides. He tried to recall the sensation of movement. Bearer of the first fable. What the hell was that supposed to mean? His eyes narrowed instinctively, and he managed to calm down. What did you just call me? His voice was hoarse, dry, but steady, or at least he hoped it sounded that way. The blindfolded woman only tilted her head again, as if his confusion delighted her even more than his resistance had. Ah, right, she said suddenly, clapping her hands once with a theatrical little flick of her wrists. I've done my part now. My task has been completed. I just did what she had instructed me to do. She leaned forward slightly, and though the blindfold still covered her eyes, Ruvian felt her gaze pierce through him. Oh, and she added with a giggle that betrayed nothing but mischief, she left a little message for you, said to tell you this when it was all done. She paused, letting the silence dangle for a beat. Then in a sing-song voice that mimicked teasing familiarity a little too well, she said, I hope you like the welcome, Yuzuki-kun. His breath stopped halfway through a swallow and his body tensed. His eyes widened slightly. That was his name, but not in this world. What did you just say? His question was ignored because in the next instant, her hand dropped to her instrument again, just a single sound, and the world shattered. Like glass cracking across invisible seams, the air fractured with lines of white, reality splitting outward as if a broken mirror and Ruvian's senses reeled. The plaza vanished, the bodies disappeared, and the blood, the stench, the screams, all erased in an instant. The gentle evening light returned, and when Ruvian blinked continuously, forcing his mind to reattach to the moment, he found himself standing again at the same center of Evermere Plaza, standing in the same place where the tragedy happened. But this time the fountain was full. Water gurgled softly from its peak. People walked past him, chatting casually, laughing even, some glancing at him only in passing like he was just another lost teen. There were no headless corpses anymore, nor a crimson pool on the ground, but the taste of blood was still in his mouth. His cheek throbbed where he had bitten it. Ruvian's hand slowly lifted to his mouth, touched the warm slick at the corner of his lips, and stared at the red stain on his fingers. Then her voice returned calmly. You hurt yourself quite a bit, she said from a few paces away, no longer standing ominously close. Even while trapped in an illusion that strong, most would have lost themselves after the first verse, but you tore through it. I was planning to make the welcoming short and simple, but it ended up longer than what I'd planned. She raised a hand lazily, a brief glow dancing at her fingertips. The light simply spread, warmth moving beneath the skin, sealing his wounds and knitting the pain away. This is my token of apology. The blood dried, the ache dulled. His head cleared just a little more, but still the questions mounted. Who are you? Ruvian asked quietly, the tremor in his voice now replaced with something colder, sharper. And what is this? Why me? Why was I summoned to this damned world? He didn't raise his voice, screaming wouldn't bring answers any faster. The blindfolded woman smiled again. You won't gain anything from learning about me. I've just been created for this moment. After I'm done with greeting you, this body will disappear, she said, almost casually. The moment settled deep. The blindfolded figure took a single, unhurried step forward. Her hands came together in a gentle clap. Then the world responded instantly, not with sound but with stillness. Everything suddenly stopped. Breeze that had been rustling through the plaza fell silent mid-motion. The crowd, once bustling around the fountain, froze where they stood. Even birds stopped mid-flight, their wings frozen in wide arcs. Ruvian turned in place slowly, taking it in. Only he and the blindfolded woman moved now. Her voice lowered, not in threat but in reverence. From this moment onward, this world will no longer remain hidden in its misery. The curator of dreams will open this world for the eyes who watch from beyond. They will feast upon your story. She turned her head slightly, as if listening to something only she could hear. Watch closely then, for you are no longer alone. Ruvian could feel that the weight of her words wasn't just exposition. The watchers of good endings have arrived in this world. From here on, the world is theirs to witness, and they will watch as they please. Your story has been marked and serialized. Entertain your readers, bearer of the first fable. Ruvian bolted a few questions. All right, you have not answered my second question. Why me? Why was I summoned into this damned world? And now I have even more questions. Who the hell is the curator of dreams? What about the messages? Who are they? I mean the watchers of something. He took a deep breath then added, no, I think I understand a bit. The creator of this place is the curator of dreams, right? She's the author, right? So why couldn't she just rewrite the ending? Why not change it like she changed everything else? The blindfolded woman didn't answer at first until at last, her head tilted slightly toward him. I didn't know either. I was not created for that, she said after a long pause, her voice lacking any theatrical weight now, quieter, more human. She never told me, so I didn't pry. Ruvian nodded with a sigh, more out of reflex than understanding. He let the silence draw out for a few more seconds before speaking again, his voice steady but no less sharp for its calm. Then let me ask you this, if even she couldn't stop it, if the author of this world, the one who literally created it from scratch, couldn't prevent this so-called calamity, he narrowed his eyes, then what the hell makes you think I can? The blindfolded woman smiled, not the coy smile from before but more oddly soft. Because she said, the woman answered, that you would know this world better than she does. Huh, Ruvian tried to parse the statement. Is the author out of her mind? Ruvian sighed dejectedly. Listen carefully, I was not the creator. I wasn't even a reader who had finished the damn thing. I had only made it through half, maybe less than that. I'd read early arcs, well that's true. I had opinions about pacing and plot holes and character deaths that didn't land right, but that was it. He hadn't even seen the ending. I don't get it, he said finally, dragging a hand through his hair and letting out a breath of frustration. So what did she mean by that? I know this world better than her. I'm not the goddamn writer. Hell, I never even finished the damn thing. How the hell am I supposed to know anything about what comes next? The blindfolded woman raised her hand slowly in a simple gesture, like someone offering something invisible between two fingers. You don't need to worry about that. She brought you a gift to help you create a good ending for this story, she said gently with a lyrical voice. The world turned bright for a moment. The air shimmered around Ruvian, swirling in coils of unreadable runes and fragmented sentences. Ding, a melodic chime rang in the air. System booting. Synchronization with the host. You have received a gift, editorial system. Welcome, bearer of the first fable, to this humble, damnable world. Before his eyes, a hologram appeared, a book made of sapphire light, levitating before him like a massive grimoire. The spine glowed faintly, etched with moving runes that rearranged themselves based on his thoughts. The moment his gaze landed on the open page, the text unfurled on its own. Editorial system interface. Name: Ruvian Casteller, Yuzuki Nozomi. Designation: bearer of the first fable. Relevance tier: stage I, footnote of fate. Plot points: 0 pps. Current arc: Arc 1, the prologue. Editorial skills: tap here for more info. Ruvian stared at the interface. Designation: bearer of the first fable. A rare and anomalous title granted to one who has witnessed the world from within and is more than just a reader. This designation is bestowed upon an outsider who possesses foreknowledge of the original narrative, including key characters, foundational events, and discarded plotlines from the story's earliest incarnation. As the bearer of the first fable, you're both bound and burdened by a story that was never finished. Then slowly he looked toward the blindfolded woman who had somehow stepped back just enough to gesture toward the system. Oi, what the hell is this? He asked, voice dry. She smiled wider, as if this was the part she had been waiting for the whole time, something she crafted herself. A divine system gifted to the only person she trusted and hoped to rewrite this dying world. He frowned. Hey, I'm not even a fan of her writing. I only skimmed through half of it. Well, you would know it better than I am about that. She stepped forward and gently tapped the glowing book once. It rippled in the air and turned a page on its own, displaying a new screen. Relevance to narrative thread. Footnote of fate, you are here wandering, annotation drafted, catalyst pivotal rewrite core canon. She said sweetly, anyway, right now, you're basically a background prop, a misplaced scribble on the edge of someone else's story. But this system, it's yours now, and she's giving you a chance to rewrite everything, from your relevance to the very climax of this world. Ruvian clenched his jaw, eyes flicking across the system's interface. No more point in arguing anymore. Relevance to the story, he muttered under his breath, the words tasting half sarcastic, half exhausted. So what if I climb this weird narrative ladder? The world suddenly cares more about me. Yes, but the relevance tier isn't just a number, and it's not just about vanity or screen time. It is the world's recognition of you, or rather, how deeply the story begins to revolve around your presence. Her fingers moved in a slow circle through the air, and the system's page shifted again, revealing a breakdown of the 5 narrative tiers. She pointed lazily at the first stage. At stage 1, footnote of fate. You're little more than background noise. The story barely notices you. Quest options are fewer and the rewards are pitiful. She waved her hand and the glowing bar shifted to the second tier. But once you reach stage 2, wandering annotation. The world starts to whisper about you. Side characters will remember you. Minor events might bend slightly to accommodate your choices. You may even start seeing optional story branches, and more importantly, her voice lowered, the rewards for any completed narrative tasks will begin to double. Oh, you will unlock some of the editorial tools as you go up too. Ruvian glanced back at the system window, watching those 5 titles hover. He sighed dryly, dragging a hand to his chin. Wait, so in short, he muttered, level up the meter, unlock broken tools, get stronger rewards, and slowly turn into the main character of a story I never agreed to finish. Exactly, she said triumphantly. Isn't that what readers always wanted? Fuck that. Ruvian didn't curse it aloud, only in his head and slightly with his face. His eyes were still fixed on the system window, the weight of everything she had just explained folding itself around him. Then, finally, he let out a breath. Listen. I don't want to be the main character of this damnable story. The words didn't come from defiance and not from fear either. They came out raw and honest. The blindfolded woman's head twitched slightly, not in offense but in quiet surprise. That was unexpected. However, then she gestured toward the frozen plaza, still bathed in eerie, unmoving light. You won't get anywhere by staying as a bystander in this world. Passive pieces won't stay alive for too long. You should know it better, right? Ruvian fell silent again, but this time the quiet was different. Because as much as he wanted to reject it, to deny the cliché and absurdity of it all, part of him recognized the truth in her words. This world didn't play fair. He had already watched its cruelty firsthand, and that was just during an illusion. So maybe refusing the role wasn't brave. Maybe it was just irresponsible. She clicked his tongue. The woman responded with a nod. Ruvian's gaze drifted back to the glowing interface again, this time landing on the 2 features, plot points and editorial skills. Fine then, explain these, he said at last, gesturing slightly toward them with 2 fingers. The woman gave a small, sheepish smile, as if remembering something obvious only now. Or I forgot about that. She lifted her hand and made a single fluid snap of her fingers, the holographic book interface glowing brighter in response, revealing faded icons beside the still locked functions. My apologies, bearer of the first fable, she said in a sing-song voice once more, reverting slightly to her old rhythm. Let me explain that properly. Let me explain that properly. The moment her fingers snapped, the floating interface reacted once more, its sapphire light shifting subtly into a richer hue, and then with a gentle flick of her wrist, the woman flipped the invisible page. The editorial skills tab unfolded like a holographic book, weaving itself into headings and submenus as 3 sections revealed themselves. Let's begin with this skill, she said, pointing delicately to the top panel. Skill, editorial preview. Description, a passive narrative tool that grants the bearer limited insight into a character's projected role in the upcoming arc. Rather than depicting scenes or detailed outcomes, this feature reveals a single editorial ambiguous tagline that summarizes the current trajectory of a person's narrative relevance. The previewed line reflects the system's best approximation based on plot momentum, character actions, and authorial inertia. These projections are not absolute, but they carry some validity. Sometimes fate is already sealed. Other times it can still be rewritten. This is called editorial preview. It's one of the more passive tools in your arsenal, and though it sounds flashy, it's actually quite limited, at least in its current form. It doesn't show you the future, not really. You won't see events or story beats. What it gives you is a snapshot, a single distilled tagline summarizing a character's projected narrative position in the next arc. She waved her hand and a glowing silhouette appeared on top of a random civilian's head from the plaza, frozen mid-stride, their name grayed out but visible. A line hovered like an epitaph carved into data, will remain uninvolved in the coming arc. You'll see fates like this, taglines, status blurbs, a few words but enough to spark understanding. Sometimes it will read alive, other times fated to die or cursed. It doesn't tell you how or why, but it gives you the thematic trajectory of that person's role in the next phase of the story. Ruvian studied the floating words, tension creeping into his brow. So it's a one-line forecast, sort of, not a prophecy but just a prompt. You'll have to read between the lines, consider your knowledge of the character, and decide how or whether to act on it. And this one is more straightforward. Skill, character sheets. Description, an active tool that allows the bearer to inspect a character's current state as interpreted by the narrative framework. Upon activation, a personalized character sheet will be generated, presenting a compiled dossier based on the story's ongoing perception of the target. The information revealed includes basic identifiers: name, age, affiliation, current mental and emotional state, personality alignment, major likes and dislikes, as well as any skills or stats, talents, or narrative traits previously established or foreshadowed. While it does not expose private memories or inner thoughts, the sheet often reflects what the story believes to be true about them in that moment, sometimes more honest than the characters themselves. Requirements: the bearer must know the target's full name as recognized by the story. The blind songstress gestured to the interface again, and a faint lock icon pulsed over several names in gray. To unlock a character's sheet, the system requires you to know that individual's name. She tilted her head with a smile. Ruvian remained silent for a long moment, but his eyes narrowed slightly. So let me get this straight. If I want to learn anything useful, I've got to go around socializing with the cast. The woman only chuckled, unfazed by his tone, her fingers still resting lightly against the hovering interface. Yes, you can interpret it that way, but getting to know their name is already enough to activate the skill. Ruvian didn't press further, the complaint had already left his lips. He understood the system was nudging him toward engagement. Still, that didn't mean he had to like it. And this last one, skill, editorial pen. Description, a specialized narrative tool that allows the bearer to edit the descriptive layer of items and artifacts. This skill manipulates the flavor text of the world. By altering that descriptive layer, the item's perceived role in the narrative can shift, leading to subtle or even functional changes over time. The more drastic or disruptive the rewrite, the higher the plot point's PP cost becomes. Minor edits may simply repaint the surface, but deeper alterations can ripple into the object's properties or unlock latent potential. You can use it to edit item descriptions, shift the way they behave, and alter small functions. A minor edit like rewriting rusted dagger into dull ceremonial blade costs little, but changing useless heirloom into sealed artifact of war might burn half your reserve. Oh, and only you can see the change. Only me? Ruvian asked. Yes, she confirmed. Ruvian stared at the floating tabs. All three glowed faintly, alive yet dormant. These are your initial tools, the woman said, stepping back with reverent grace. The others are locked. You won't even see their names until your narrative relevance grows stronger. Right now, you're still classified as. He turned toward the top of the interface where the status blinked quietly, narrative relevance, footnote of fate. Her voice followed a breath behind it. The further you rise through the 5 stages, the more the story acknowledges you, the more features you unlock. Better system synergy, higher quest rewards, and stronger editorial tools. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added lightly, eventually, you might even rewrite your own fate. Ruvian's eyes contracted as his gaze drifted to the top left corner of the interface, a modest row of glowing numbers beside the label, plot points 0. He tapped a finger in the air toward it, pointing at a suspicious glitch on a screen only he could see. Hey, how do I even earn these? He asked, his tone dry but laced with a tired curiosity. The blindfolded woman chuckled softly, not mocking but amused as though she'd been waiting for that question. I was wondering when you'd ask that, she said, and with a lazy wave of her hand, the system interface shifted again. The plot points line expanded, unfurling like parchment midair into a glowing, minimalist breakdown beneath the main menu. There are several ways. First, the most basic way is by completing quests issued by the system. Most of these are adaptive narrative linked. In other words, the system creates them as the story branches around you. She let that sink in for a breath before continuing. Second, you gain points by changing the story. That means actions that ripple out, saving someone who was meant to die, killing someone who wasn't supposed to, creating tension, altering relationships, or exposing hidden truths. Minor shifts give you minor points. Major shifts give more. Ruvian raised an eyebrow but said nothing, letting her continue. Third, your presence alone can generate points if it becomes meaningful. When the narrative starts bending toward you, if your name enters more dialogues, if subplots spiral around your actions, if choices become more centered on you, the system recognizes that and will reward you. She gestured again, and a soft ripple passed over the projection. Fourth, unpredictable decisions. If you break from what the world expects, even what the curator of dreams expected, you'll earn points. The story reacts more when it can't see you coming. Now Ruvian frowned, not in anger but in reluctant understanding. It sounded exactly like something that damn author would cook up. Sounds like I'm being bribed to be the author's slave, Ruvian muttered under his breath. The blindfolded woman smiled wider at that, but didn't deny it. Basically, the harder I fight to stay relevant, the more the story throws bones at me. Incentives, she corrected lightly, hands clasped, not bones. The story does not owe you anything, but if you become part of its fabric, it will acknowledge you. He stared at the now illuminated tab for a moment longer, then let out a slow exhale and muttered beneath his breath. Guess being a passive reader's no longer an option, huh? The woman's smile turned knowing with a playful chuckle. It never was. Then the blind songstress played another note of a song. The only counsel I can leave with you is this: always beware. The greetings I offered were but a glimpse, a mirror held up to show you the nature of this world, and a reminder of the perils that linger. This world is far from gentle, and danger walks quietly beside every step you take. She smiled benevolently, her form slowly dissolving into a cascade of glowing particles. Walk with care, bearer of the first fable, for shadows lie where you least expect them. And as she vanished, her voice lingered like the final notes of a melody. May your story flourish, and may the voids you've carried be gently filled. The roasted chicken skin crisped to a golden perfection and was glazed with herbs that stayed in the dining room. Steam drifted from each dish in gentle spirals, softening the edges of the timber wall. Nothing lavish or fancy, as his mother had always favored meals that felt lived in, comfort over ceremony. For all the effort people put into grand dinners, nothing ever quite smelled like home the way a simple dinner did, so the Casteller household ate in a quiet rhythm. The occasional clink of spoon against ceramic marked time more gently than any clock. Then his mother's voice slipped in, smooth and deceptively idle. "You were in the plaza today, weren't you?" Ruvian didn't respond, not because he didn't hear her, but because his mind had drifted far beyond the oil-lit dining room, faded into the afterimage of the plaza, where a single blindfolded woman spoke with the voice of someone far too close to godhood. Even now, seated safely at the table, the memory of her voice still threaded through his thoughts, refused to quiet. Ruvian, his mother, called again, voice warmer this time, slightly amused. Still no answer. Across from him, Avana leaned forward slightly, observing the way her son stared blankly at his bowl without so much as lifting a fork. So with all the gentle wickedness of a mother who had learned precisely how to deal with her son's bouts of brooding, she tore a small piece from the crust of fresh bread. And with careful aim and not an ounce of remorse, she flicked it directly at his hand. PFT. The bread bounced harmlessly off him and plopped unceremoniously into his untouched stew, sending a small splash against the rim of his bowl. Ruvian blinked, slowly returning to reality. "You're doing that thing again," she said with a smug little smile, resting her cheek against her knuckles. "You stare into the distance like a man who just got heartbroken, except you are not in any relationship." "Unless I missed something while seasoning the soup. No, it's nothing." She glanced up at him from across the table, elbow resting lightly near the bread knife, her spoon pausing halfway to her mouth. "So tell me, were you out shopping, or was there someone cute looking in the plaza today?" she asked, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Why is it always about some girl? Can't she ask about, I don't know, literally anything else?" he thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Nothing much, I was just wandering around," he said after a soft sip of water and a glance at the bread that had gone untouched. "Just something useful for my enrollment later. Picked up a flyer in some forms, that sort of thing." He finished his bite, unrushed, casual, perfectly normal. The longer he chewed, the less time he had to talk. Avana smiled, the usual smile that meant she wouldn't push the matter anymore, which, as far as Ruvian was concerned, was good enough. Because he wasn't sure he could lie to her twice, not without slipping or guilt. He couldn't involve them. That thought returned now with the same cold certainty it had struck him with back in the plaza. This family wasn't his. This warmth, this house, this meal, these people, they weren't his, not really, but he was in the body of their son. And if he couldn't return to that life, if he couldn't give Ruvian Casteller back his place when all of this was over, then the least he could do was protect what he left behind. He glanced sideways at Ciela, too caught up in arguing about who got more carrots to notice the heavy silence hanging from their brother's spoon. They were safe now. But stories had a habit of pulling in anything that lingered too close to the protagonist, and Ruvian knew, without a doubt, that the system wouldn't stop at just him if he wasn't careful, so he needs to be careful. He lifted another spoonful of stew to his lips, took a slow bite, and said nothing else. Then came the voice. "Look, look," across the table. Ciela Casteller beamed, her excitement barely contained as she balanced a spoonful of stew, a feat worthy of triumph. And then, plop, the spoon slipped, vanishing into the bowl with a splash. Tiny droplets of broth freckled her sleeve. She stilled. Wide-eyed, she turned to Ruvian, awaiting judgment. He sighed, reached for a clean spoon, and handed it to her. Ciela blinked, then grinned, undeterred by her little disaster. At the head of the table, Diran Casteller remained as silent as ever. He hadn't said much since the meal started, his presence calm, almost detached. He was the type who didn't waste words, always observing, listening, and yet. After a long pause, he broke the silence. "Do you need money?" Ruvian's hand hovered over his spoon, the question catching him off guard. Diran wasn't one to engage in casual conversation, especially not with a direct question like that in the middle of a meal. Diran's face remained unchanged, as if asking about money was no different than asking if it might rain tomorrow. It was simply a question, and if Ruvian needed it, his father would give it without hesitation, no further discussion necessary. "No. Manage with my savings. You have been awarded plus 10 plot points, huh? Why did it suddenly reward me for saying that? Was that really significant to the plot?" Diran's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than usual. There was something in it, something more than the usual unreadable mask, maybe concern or something else. After a beat, his father nodded, slow and decisive. No words needed to be exchanged. The understanding was mutual, clear, without a single verbal acknowledgement. Ruvian, however, found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Come to think of it, through the remnants of the previous Ruvian Casteller's memories, he recalled the quiet tension that had once filled this house. A few weeks ago, his family hadn't opposed his decision to enroll in Velthia Academy out of doubt in his abilities, but out of concern for the cost. It wasn't a baseless worry. and the previous Ruvian had assured them he would manage. Scholarships, part-time work, anything that would let him study without becoming a financial burden. He had been determined. Fortunately for him, the academy's delayed payment system meant students weren't required to pay tuition until after graduation. Even so, the price was nothing to scoff at. Currency: bronze, silver, gold. 1 gold coin equal 10 silver coins. 1 silver coin equal 10 bronze coins. Yearly tuition equal 100 gold coins. Total cost for full course, 4 years, equal 400 gold coins. It was a significant sum for a commoner family, even a slightly wealthy one. Well, at least I wasn't planning on paying it the normal way. After dinner and a swift bath, Ruvian collapsed onto his bed, dragging a towel through his damp hair. Weariness settled over him like a heavy cloak, seeping into his bones, pressing him deep into the mattress. It had been a long day, too long. He couldn't remember the last time his mind had worked this hard, turning endlessly from dawn to dusk. He needs to learn more about the system. And now that he had that system, he had to rebuild his plans, but not tonight. Sleep pulled at him, insistent, inevitable. Even so, before surrendering to the dark, he carved a final thought into his mind. First, Zion's expulsion needs to come faster. If that reckless fool lingers too long, his family will crumble. And I also need to accompany his journey of dropping out of the academy. Second, he needed people. Side characters, nameless extras, the ones whose potential had been left to wither. He could guide them toward their rightful paths. They would become weapons in his hands. Third, I need to grow stronger. It was the hardest of the three. Ruvian was not a mage, just an ordinary boy. His knowledge of this world is not enough. But the academy's structure, its tangled web of power and magic, he had helped shape it. That gave him an edge. Probably. His thoughts blurred, the weight of exhaustion finally dragging him under. And yet just before his consciousness slipped away, one last thought flickered. That damn author, why the hell did I end up inside her novel? Why can't she stop the calamity? That doesn't make sense. I should charge her once I get back, or arrest her if I can even go back. The thought wavered, a dying ember before fading into the hush of night. Sometime past midnight, the door eased open with a whisper of wood against its frame. A shadow slipped inside, moving with grace. The blanket had slipped halfway off, tangled in the restless sprawl of sleep. His posture was anything but proper, an arm flung out. A faint sigh stirred the still air. You've been working so hard again, you precious boy. Gentle hands moved with practiced care, adjusting his position, pulling the blanket back up, tucking it in place as if warding off the chill of the night. For a long moment she simply stood there, watching her son. You always give it your all, don't you? In the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, the lines of exhaustion on his face seemed softer, the weight he carried in waking hours momentarily eased by sleep. Then, in a voice no louder than a breath, woven with warmth only a mother could offer. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving nothing behind but the steady rhythm of her son's breathing. Warning: inconceivable deviation to the story has occurred. You have been rewarded plus 2,000 plot points. The morning light crept in through the high window, slanting across the modest wooden floorboards. It caught the thin steam still rising from Ruvian's skin, tracing his collarbone, gliding over his bare neck. His damp, tousled hair swept casually to the side, holding the remaining traces of freshness from the wooden bathtub. It was a quiet hour, early before the rooster called. He had bathed alone, as most did at this hour. Now dressed and toweling his hair absent-mindedly, Ruvian stood by the window of his small, neat room. He looked toward the floating sapphire grimoire that still hung before his iced editorial system interface, faintly translucent. Weird, what with the sudden spike? Why did my plot points suddenly reach plus 2010 pp? Then, he mumbled under his breath, more to himself than to the system. Maybe it's a starter pack or something anyway. The blindfolded woman said the quest functions would activate immediately. His fingers tapped once in the air near the quest tab, but no new notification had appeared. Then why have I not received anything yet? He murmured, brows faintly drawn as he studied the dormant text. Was it because I was still too far removed from the main narrative? He sighed, running a hand through his damp hair, watching as a single droplet fell and darkened the wooden floor beneath him. And then, as though summoned not by intention but sheer frustration, the interface glowed. A low, calm chime echoed in the space between silence and thought, and the system awakened. Ding! A new window emerged, clean and simple, floating just above eye level. Initialization, strategic alignment. Query: what is your plan for the calamity to come? Please, share it with me. Ruvian blinked, taken aback. He frowned slightly, though his reaction wasn't annoyance, more a quiet readiness. Note: quests will be generated in alignment with your intended strategy. The clearer your direction, the more efficient the guidance. Ruvian let out a breath through his nose, not quite a laugh, but something close to it. All right then, his voice was low, and his eyes locked on the interface. I want to stay in the background, not as a spectator, but a quiet hand guiding things forward. I want to push the protagonist, elevate the side characters, shape the cast from the shadows, but all while keeping myself relevant. not center stage but close enough to turn things around when it matters. There was a pause, a processing delay that made the air feel heavier, calculating trajectory. Analyzing relational threads, measuring arc significance, tracing protagonist influence cross-referencing past, present, and potential interactions, projecting viable pathway. And then came the result, stark, almost insulting in its finality. Projected success probability, 26. Ruvian stared at the number. 26, he said at last, slowly, as if the number might change if he said it aloud. That's generous. His voice was full of sarcasm and a weary surprise. He exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Then finally, with a tone more resigned than frustrated, he asked quietly, fine. Then tell me. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when they opened, his gaze was clear and sharp. What's the pathway with the highest success rate? The system responded instantly. Query accepted. Compiling optimal narrative alignment. And then with mechanical calm, the numbers solidified. Highest calculated success probability, 49. That's it, he murmured, eyes narrowing at the modest glow of the number above. All that processing, and the best you've got is 49. The number pulsed faintly, unwavering. Still, the system wasn't finished. Optimal pathway identified. Proactive catalyst integration with primary protagonist arc. Selective empowerment of chosen side characters. Top priority equal Kalira, Arcani's Rosalind Ver. Direct engagement with central conflicts. Ruvian frowned deeper, reading the phrasing twice, then a third time. So basically, he muttered, tapping the floating text with a dry expression, I need to stay near the protagonist, meddle with the story's key events, and help the two characters grow stronger. The system responded, perhaps too cheerfully. Interpretation acceptable. Ruvian let out a sigh, dragging his hand across his face. Of course, that was the most effective method. He understood why this was the best chance, because the system believed in the protagonist's strength. It was because the protagonist was already inside the flow of fate, already woven into the arc structure of the world. But that bastard didn't manage to save anyone due to his naive thinking. Wait, was this the same pathway as the original story that the author had written? It could be, since Kalira and Rosalind were also the main heroines in the novel. His fingers twitched as the system window hovered closer, awaiting his decision. Only a 49 chance of success. But in this world, that was the closest thing to hope he was ever going to get. Ruvian's gaze lingered on the glowing words for a few more seconds. But then, without so much as a sigh, he sat on the bed and muttered, quiet but absolute. No. He stared at the system. The soft glow of its hovering glyphs caught the early morning light. No, I'll do it my own way. Ruvian then explained to the system what his plan was. The system merely dimmed briefly. He turned his back on it, walking toward the chair where his clothes were folded neatly over its backrest. The moment he adjusted the cuffs on his collar, the system chimed faintly behind him. Independent narrative pathway chosen. Calculating new success probability. Projected pathway viability, 21. Ruvian glanced over his shoulder at the number, unmoved. It should have sounded damning, foolish, even when compared to the previous 49, the result born from cooperating directly with the protagonist's arc. But instead, he found himself nodding slightly in recognition, as if this was the number he had expected all along, because it made sense. This was a harder path, no doubt about it, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, he preferred it. Not because he wanted the odds stacked against him, but because the system's numbers didn't measure everything. They measured probability, not potential, and that was the distinction. 49 was the system's safe route. He paused, then stared toward the light filtering in across the wooden floorboards, his mind returning to something the blindfolded woman had never said aloud, but something that had been written clearly enough in the silence between her words. It was never about strength alone. Because Zion, the actual protagonist of this damnable novel, had strength, and still he failed, not because he wasn't powerful enough, but because he couldn't be everywhere at once. The calamity didn't arrive as a single monster to be defeated in a single battle. It was a storm made of many falling pieces, collapsing across multiple fronts at once, an unraveling of order, of lives, of places where the story simply broke beyond what a lone hero could patch. Even if Zion survived, even if he killed the final enemy, it would still be counted as a failure if too much was lost along the way, and that was exactly what happened. So no, Ruvian wasn't going to make the same mistake. He wasn't going to stake everything on one hero. This world needs more than one hero. He turned back toward the interface. Ruvian's job wasn't to become the next protagonist, or even to stand beside him as his moral compass. His job was to expand the board. That's what he told the system. The system's probability wasn't just a measure of how likely he was to survive the calamity. It was a measure of how likely he was to succeed at his own insane blueprint. A 21 chance didn't mean failure. It meant the scale of his plan was simply far bigger, the moving parts far more delicate, the risks far more difficult to manage. After all, raising one character was easy. Raising dozens or hundreds with all their conflicting personalities, secrets, weaknesses, and arcs, that was a monster of a task. But if he pulled it off, if he really pushed the cast forward, inspired relevance in even the most forgotten fragments of the story, then the impact wouldn't just match the original protagonists. It would surpass it. He would become the system's outlier. The moment the system accepted his chosen path, a soft chime rang out. A blue translucent page slid into place before his eyes. New quest generated. Quest kindling the thread. Objective Master Mana Control Foundation. Requirement, sense, gather and circulate raw mana essence through the body. Reward, plus 50 plot points. Note, completion will establish baseline magical potential and unlock and improve further combat or utility spells. Let's give it a try. Ruvian dismissed the interface with a lazy wave, sending it drifting to the periphery of his vision. He stepped toward the center of his room. He drew in a long breath, slowly, allowing it to settle low in his chest before exhaling with equal patience. His fingers came together. The status screen had already offered its generous verdict, every magical stat slapped with the merciless F, as if the system itself had graded him with a shrug, and his so-called mana essence, laughable. Mana essence, 150/150. He had seen better numbers on beginner NPCs. Still, there had been a reason the system granted him this particular quest. Not to humiliate, though it certainly could have. Next to the quest marker, a panel unfolded with a soft glow, revealing a simple human silhouette marked by a curling spiral, the lines etched like a slow-moving current across the spine, limbs, and core. 8 subtle channels, sketched like cartography for an organ he hadn't known he owned. System guide to draw essence, slow your breath. Anchor your awareness to your spell core. Do not force. Ruvian obeyed without a word, dropping into a low kneel on the wooden floor, palms resting on his knees. His thoughts quieted, but they did not empty. He was not the type to silence his mind. Instead, he turned every thought into focus. It took him longer than most, perhaps, not due to lack of talent, but lack of instinct. He had no natural affinity for this. But what he lacked in instinct, he replaced with logic. Air is drawn with breath, sound with vibration, and mana, too, must have a resonance. That's how it was described in the novel. And then, just as his breath fell into a perfectly even pattern, the world behind his eyes moved. A warmth stirred deep in his diaphragm, not in the stomach, but somewhere between, in that invisible place the system had called the spell core. It was subtle at first, like mist curling behind the ribs. Then he felt the smallest tremor, a thread, a twitch, a reaction. Mana essence, 149/150. His eyes snapped open in satisfaction. He repeated the process, this time slower, more precise. He visualized the core as a cup with invisible water sloshing inside and imagined gently tilting it, coaxing a drop to the edge. Mana essence, 148/150. He wanted to understand the limit, how many failed attempts he could make before depletion. If the essence replenished slowly, if it fluctuated with stress, what were the signs of fatigue? Mana essence, 147/150. Mana essence, 145/150. Mana essence, 140/150. The rate of depletion increases with each successive attempt, he murmured to himself. Either mental fatigue builds internal resistance, or my channels are inefficient and the leak is too high. There was a moment, somewhere between his 20th and 25th attempt, a faint tether wrapped around the stillness behind his sternum. And as he exhaled, he couldn't help but glance at the upper corner of the system's overlay once again. Mana essence, 130/150. He paused, brows furrowed, and muttered aloud, if only to document his own frustration. Ah, right, there's no passive regeneration. The system responded. Observation correct. Passive regeneration is locked until a spellcore tier 2 is achieved. Current spellcore tier 1. Ruvian's lips parted, then closed again, pressed into a thin line of quiet thought. So you're telling me I'm working with a fixed tank, he muttered, more to himself than the system, and every mistake costs me. Correct. He paused for a moment, then glanced sideways at the softly glowing guide tab still open in his periphery. Then, show me how to gather mana properly. It was slow, maddeningly slow, the process less like pulling and more like breathing in mist that refused to come when called, a delay between desire and action that made even successful moments feel accidental. But after what felt like 20-30 slow repetitions, there came a shift, faint and feather light. Mana essence, 150/150. It took him more than 10 minutes to raise plus 20 mana essence. Trial after trial, adjustment after adjustment, each breath a miniature experiment, each pulse of recovery a footnote in his growing ledger of understanding. Notice foundational training complete. You have successfully gathered and cycled raw mana essence into your core at least 5 consecutive times. System evaluation. Basic competency in mana control achieved. Quest complete, kindling the thread. Rewards granted, plus 50 plot points plus 10 maximum mana essence. Updated status, mana essence 160-160. While others might have felt a spark of triumph at the sight of the glowing message suspended in front of them, to him it was nothing more than an expected result. He read the notification once, let the numbers imprint themselves into memory, and dismissed them with a subtle blink. He had already begun estimating how many repetitions it would take to raise his mana absorption rate to something practicalviable under pressure and combat. That's something I need to be worried about. I'm damn weak. His current total was now 160 out of 160 mana essence, a marginal increase, but still comically low by the standards of any real mage within the academy he was soon to enter. And yet he found no despair in that realization, because Ruvian had long since stopped comparing himself to others in terms of raw numbers. What mattered was not how much mana one could hold, but how efficiently it could be directed, compressed, and applied. 5 days had passed. The forge was just as hot, the air thick with the scent of metal and burning coal. Sparks flared from the anvil as hammers struck steel, the rhythmic clanging filling the workshop with a familiar melody. Ruvian stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the workspace before landing on the man behind the counter. Dane Forgewell looked up from his work, wiping the sweat from his brow as a knowing grin spread across his face. "Don't worry, kid, I have completed your request." The blacksmith chuckled, reaching under the counter, but Ruvian's attention was already elsewhere. The space before him glowed for a breath, and with a practiced motion of thought and will, the interface responded, activating skill character sheet. Lines of glowing pages unfolded in the air before him. Character sheet. Name Dane Forgewell. Age 47. Occupation Master Blacksmith. Temperament gruff, loyal, principled. Current mood amused, focused. Status healthy. Relationship status acquaintance stable. Traits veteran of the anvil, keeps promises, once made dislikes, nobles secretly, follows artisan philosophy. He studied the data carefully, eyes lingering on the traits section. With a small inhale, he slid his fingers again across the glowing air, activating skill editorial preview. Character sheet condensed. The interface gleamed for a moment before shifting form, collapsing into a singular line of glowing text that floated directly beneath Dane Forgewell's name. Alive, Ruvian's gaze sharpened. No imminent fate or danger, but the system had given him a glimpse into this man's future in the next arc. He closed the sheet, the glowing page dissolving into the ambient air. "Something on your mind, boy?" Dane asked, arms crossed now, eyeing him with a mix of suspicion and amusement. "You're staring at me like you've seen a ghost, or worse, a noble tax collector." Ruvian smiled, then offered a calm shake of his head. Dane pulled out a neatly wrapped package and set it on the table. The weight was solid but not excessive. Ruvian pulled away the cloth, revealing the custom-made kitchen knife. The blade gleamed under the dim light of the forge, its edge polished to perfection. The handle, carved from dark wood, fit comfortably in his grip, its surface designed with an intricate engraving of a blooming flower, a subtle, elegant detail. Ruvian traced it with his thumb. Dane smirked, watching his reaction. "Ha, ain't she a beauty? Sharp enough to cut through meat and bone like butter. Hell, I'd bet you could shave with it if you were crazy enough." Ruvian didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small, folded slip of paper and tossed it into the air. Dane's grin stiffened, his brow twitched. "Oi, don't." SHFFFT, the blade moved in a single, fluid motion. The paper caught mid-fall, split cleanly in two. Both halves fluttered to the ground, severed with such precision that the edges barely curled. Ruvian examined the knife in his hand, his expression indifferent. "It's sharp. You have been rewarded plus 20 plots points." Dane snorted, shaking his head as if offended. "You didn't believe me." Ruvian didn't answer. He simply placed the knife back into its sheath and tucked it away. Dane was still watching the sliced paper on the floor. Then a satisfied smirk crept onto Dane's face. He said, "Damn right, of course, it's sharp." Ruvian reached into his coat and pulled out 10 silver coins, placing them onto the counter. Dane's eyes darted to the coins before turning to his son, who had been watching from the side. "Guard," he called out, "take it and put it in the chest." Guard then quickly moved to collect the coins. Meanwhile, Ruvian adjusted his coat, slipping the knife into his belongings before turning toward the door. "You're leaving already?" Dane's voice followed him, carrying an edge of amusement. Ruvian stopped just before stepping out, casting a glance over his shoulder. "I have preparations to make for my enrollment." Dane let out a loud laugh, shaking his head. "Ha, you're busier than the damn Count himself." Ruvian merely shrugged, offering a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Then, without another word, he stepped out of the workshop and disappeared into the bustling streets. The forge was silent for a moment. Then Guard approached, his arms weighed down by a bundle of weapons that had been left for repair. He adjusted his grip before looking at his father with a furrowed brow. "Father, why have you been rejecting so many repair requests these last few days?" Dane exhaled through his nose, wiping his hands on his apron. He cast a glance at the weapons guard carried, the last of their pending work, because after we finish these repairs, we're shutting the shop down for a while. He said, voice calm but carrying something heavier beneath it. Guard froze. His grip on the weapons tightened. "What?" His father didn't elaborate further. Instead, he reached forward, placing a strong hand on the boy's shoulder. His grip was warm, a reassurance and a promise. "Get ready," Dane said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I'm going to teach you how to make weapons like a real blacksmith." Guard's breath hitched. For a long time, those were words he thought he'd never hear again. His father, once a proud craftsman, had abandoned forging long ago, resigning himself to repairs and maintenance. Guard had always wanted to learn to follow in his father's footsteps, but he had long since given up hope, and yet his father was looking at him now, waiting for his response. Guard's eyes burned with something fierce, something unspoken. Then finally, his lips stretched into a wide, uncontainable smile. "Yes, father." Without another word, he turned and rushed inside the workshop, his excitement practically radiating off of him as he carefully placed the last batch of weapons onto the workbench. His hands, which had only ever held tools for repairs, itched to grab the hammer. Dane let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head as he watched Ruvian disappear into the crowds. Who would have thought that crafting a kitchen knife would be more satisfying than hammering dents out of broken weapons? He hadn't expected much from that simple request, but somewhere between shaping the steel and engraving the delicate flower patterns, something had moved him. A flame long thought extinguished had sparked back to life. The joy of crafting. Dane exhaled, his calloused fingers running over the rough surface of his apron. His gaze drifted to the forge, where embers still smoldered beneath the blackened coals. The smirk on his face deepened. The forge would burn brighter soon. "You have been rewarded, plus 100 plot points." "Whoa, that's a big one. What did I do this time to get that big amount of points?" Ruvian wandered through the plaza, weaving between bustling stalls filled with artifacts and trinkets. He scanned each item with keen eyes, searching for anything of value. Yet no matter how much he observed, it was too early for him. Too early because he lacked the means to discern what was real and what was mere deception. His knowledge of this world was vast, but knowledge alone wasn't enough. Counterfeit artifacts, mislabeled relics, and items whose true worth was obscured by layers of misinformation without a way to identify them. Everything blended together in uncertainty. And when faced with the unknown, even his memories were of little use. In the end, he opened the cramped parchment that he had received the other day. From this memory, it's a traditional custom to buy gifts or leave something behind for the family whenever you're leaving them for a long time. So Ruvian decided to buy another 2 items for his father and his little sister. After that, there was nothing left other than practicing his mana control before the enrollment. After claiming his custom forged knife and securing the last of his preparations, Ruvian found no reason to linger in the plaza's restless tide. For the remaining days, he withdrew into quiet discipline, tempering his body through relentless exertion and exercise, refining his mana with control and weaving the threads of his future with carefulness. Runehat. Name Ruvian Casteller. Age 16. Spellcore Tier 1. Relevance Tier, Stage I. Footnote of Fate. Plot points 2180 pp's. Current Arc 1 The Prologue. Mana Resonance 0-100 == General Attributes == Strength F. Agility F. Endurance F. Vitality F+. Perception E == Mage. Attributes == Mana Control F+. Casting Speed F. Magic Power F. Mana Sensitivity E. Mana Essence 170-170 == Innate Blessings == Ana == Magic Affinity == Len A. And then the day arrived. 2 weeks have passed, the day of his enrollment. He managed to increase his mana essence by +10 within 2 weeks, which was slow progress even with the help of the system. But at least in terms of controlling his mana, Ruvian felt that he had become more adapted to freely weaving them at his will compared to his early days. Now, bathed in the pale gold of morning, Ruvian stood clad in the uniform of Velthia Academy, its fabric whispering against the breeze. A mark of distinction, the deep navy blue coat fit snugly against his frame. Beneath it, a high-collared white undershirt peeked through. His trousers, black and impeccably fitted, bore the resilience of fine craftsmanship. A sturdy leather belt cinched the coat in place. At his feet, boots of rich black leather rose to his calves, made for those who walked paths paved in discipline. Draped over his shoulders, a dark blue cloak lined with silver accents shifted with the wind. Unlike the grand capes of nobility, it was meant not for vanity, but for movement. Though not ostentatious, the uniform carried an undeniable presence. It was the attire of an academy student, one who had earned the right to stand among the best. Even in my past life, I had never worn anything like this. A lone carriage stood at the edge of the dirt road, its horses shifting impatiently. Ruvian adjusted the strap of his travel pack, his fingers cool against the rough fabric. His expression was calm, almost indifferent, but beneath it lay a heavy pressing against his chest. Was this sadness? The feeling sat deep, persistent, like a dull ache that refused to fade. It wasn't as if he was the type to be sentimental, nor did he have a history of emotional farewells. And yet something about this moment unsettled him. The remnants of the original Ruvian, the boy who had grown up in this quiet home, who had been raised by this family, still lingered somewhere within him. A faint echo of emotions, memories, and attachments that weren't originally his but had long since intertwined with his own. Did it matter that he was not truly their son, not truly her brother? He had lived under this roof, heard their voices every morning, watched his mother cook, listened to his sister's endless chatter, and worked under his father's quiet, steady guidance. At some point, their warmth had become home. A soft sigh left him. He didn't know what to make of this feeling. It was complex, tangled between the past and present, between what was his and what wasn't. But one thing was certain. Even if he never spoke the words aloud, even if he struggled to show it. They were his family now, and if he had taken over this life, then it was his responsibility to protect them. Perhaps that was what this body had wanted too. It was an irony that Ruvian could not easily dismiss. He lived among people who loved him, yet the one they loved was not him at all. Their affection, their trust, their small habits of care were directed toward a boy who no longer existed. From a logical standpoint, the situation was almost absurdly simple. Human bonds are built less on objective truth and more on continuity of presence. If he woke up under the same roof, if he spoke in familiar tones, if he mirrored the daily rituals they expected, then their emotions adapted to the continuity rather than the reality. To them, he was the son and brother. But to him, were they his parents and younger siblings? Ruvian doesn't know how to answer that yet. Memory and identity are not static constructs, but fluid, constantly reinforced through shared experience. By participating in their lives, he effectively became the very thing he claimed he was not. So what was there to conclude? That he was both a fraud and a family member, a liar and a loved one, that he could dislike the falseness of it and yet still like the comfort it gave him. In the end, it was laughably human, to resent the lie but cling to the warmth it provided anyway. He let out a humorless chuckle, eyes tracing the walls of his house that wasn't really his. What a joke stealing someone's life, and somehow ending up caring about it more than my own. Even so, this is my reality now. His mother stood before him, her eyes watering with unshed tears. Don't you think you've grown too fast? Ruvian looked into her dark blue eyes, the same as his. Guilt, it seemed, had the effect of sneaking in between cracks, but why should he feel guilty? He had done nothing wrong. Logically, guilt was a useless emotion, a parasite of the mind, so he should easily dispose of the emotion. However, humans weren't wired for cold detachment, no matter how much they pretended otherwise. If someone looked at you with unguarded love, you either broke under it or bent to meet it. Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't me who wanted to be transmigrated into this damnable world. Ruvian nodded and replied. Yes, time flew fast. He lowered his gaze and sighed reluctantly. She huffed softly with a pout, a familiar exasperation laced with warmth. HMPH, like a father, like a son. Then promise me you'll eat properly. You always forget when you're too caught up in something. I promise, Ruvian said with a soft smile. He did not dwell on her words this time. Instead, he reached into his bag, fingers closing around a carefully wrapped bundle. Without a word, he placed it in her hands. She unwrapped it slowly, cautiously, until the gleam of polished steel caught the morning light. A kitchen knife. Her breath hitched. Ruvian, this. You always complained about your old one. His voice was calm, as if the gesture was of no consequence. This one will serve you better, Mom. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, with a shake of her head, she reached out, her fingers brushing lightly against his cheek, lingering just long enough to speak what words could not. A sharp tug at his sleeve shattered the moment's stillness. Ruvian looked down. Ciela clung to him, tiny hands grasping at the fabric as if letting go would make him disappear. Her lower lip trembled. He had never known what it was like to have a younger sibling, never understood what it meant to have someone look up to him, to cling to him without hesitation. Ciela was small, unafraid to demand his attention, unashamed of her reliance on him, and the strangest thing, he gradually didn't mind it. There was no irritation, no impatience anymore, only the unspoken instinct to steady her, to reassure her. Was this really him? Or was it this body's lingering emotions, weaving themselves into his own? I wasn't sure either. But as he gently placed a hand atop her head, fingers threading through her soft hair, he realized. Maybe it didn't matter, I always wanted a younger sibling too, I guess. Ciela's grip on his sleeve tightened, small fingers curling desperately into the fabric. You're leaving, I don't like it. Her voice was quiet, but stubborn, laced with the kind of sadness that only a child could express so freely. Ruvian exhaled slowly. Don't start crying. I'm not. A blatant lie, one undone by the way she furiously rubbed at her dampening eyes. Ruvian reached into his bag, pulling out a carefully chosen gift a stuffed chipmunk doll. Ciela gasped, her sadness momentarily forgotten as she clutched it tightly to her chest. It's supposed to help you sleep, he murmured, voice steady. So stop sneaking into Mother's bed. She pouted but held the doll even closer, nuzzling into its fur. I'll name him Ruvian Jr. Ruvian, what? That's unnecessary. But despite his words, he didn't pry the doll from her arms. She looked up at him, eyes still wet but brimming with something lighter. His father, who had been silent this whole time, let out a low chuckle. Let her have it. Ruvian turned to the man. He reached into his bag one last time and held out a simple, well-crafted hand plania tool used to smooth wood. His father accepted it, running a calloused hand along the polished surface. His sharp eyes studied the craftsmanship, and then slowly he nodded. Then, after a pause, he placed a firm hand on Ruvian's shoulder. Make something of yourself out there, son. Ruvian gave a single nod. The carriage driver called out, his voice gruff yet indifferent. Time to go, lad. Ruvian exhaled before stepping onto the carriage without looking back. The wheels groaned against the dirt road, the gentle sway of movement beginning to pull him forward, away. Come back soon, okay? Ciela's voice, small yet insistent, cut through the morning air. Ruvian turned his head towards them. They were waving at him, activating editorial preview. Then he glanced at the top of their heads. Alive. 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 He felt a sense of reassurance. He had checked it countless times, worried that it might suddenly change or that he might overlook it. Then Ruvian did not hesitate to answer. He finally allowed himself a genuine smile. I will, a simple and unadorned promise. Silence settled in the wake of his words, broken only by the rhythmic creak of wheels against the earth. Ruvian let out a slow breath, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, yet his thoughts trailed behind, lingering in the place he had left. You had a nice family. I'm envious of you. The words were meant for the original Ruvian who had once lived in this body. He closed his eyes, letting the thought rest, and when he opened them again, the hesitation had faded. His expression was calm, but his resolve was set. The academy awaited. The carriage rolled to a stop. The gentle sway that had accompanied Ruvian throughout the journey vanished, replaced by an expectant atmosphere. He stepped out. The first thing that struck him was the sheer magnitude of the place. Velthir Academy's walls towered before him, a colossus of black iron and ancient stone, its presence as heavy as the history it carried. And then the gates of the academy came into view. They loomed over the procession, an immense structure of magic-reinforced stone, standing as both a threshold and a warning. Above, an arch bore the academy's name in bold, silver lettering, Velthia Academy. The academy itself stretched beyond the gate, its spires piercing the sky. Ruvian wasn't alone in his arrival. All around him, other carriages pulled up, their crests bearing symbols of noble houses, prestigious guilds, and even far-off academies that had sent their finest to study here. He watched as students disembarked, some with the practiced grace of aristocrats, others moving with barely contained excitement or anxious stiffness. He adjusted the strap of his travel pack, feeling the weight settle against his back. The uniform, still somewhat stiff and unfamiliar on his skin, marked him as one of them. Yet unlike some of these scholars, he had no family name to flaunt, no servants to shadow his steps. He exhaled, turning his gaze toward the gates. The line moved steadily, a procession of new students arriving one after another before the towering gates of Velthia Academy. Ruvian stood in the queue, his presence unassuming among the mixed students waiting for their turn. Ahead, a student dressed in fine noble attire confidently presented a sealed letter bearing an intricate crest. The official, a stern-looking man with a monocle, barely glanced at it before giving a nod. House Avalmont, verified, please proceed. The young noble strode through without a second glance. One by one, students stepped forward, their names checked against the records before they were granted entry. Some had documents handed over by their retainers, while others, especially commoners, produced parchment carefully sealed with wax, signs of their hard-earned acceptance. Then it was Ruvian's turn. He stepped forward, presenting the letter he had carried since his departure. The official took it, adjusting his monocle as he studied the seal before unfolding the parchment. Ruvian Casteller, the man read aloud, his tone neutral. He paused briefly, eyes flicking over the details. The moment stretched slightly longer than necessary. There was no outright disdain in the official's expression, but Ruvian could sense the subtle evaluation in the man's gaze. The official cleared his throat and stamped the parchment with an enchanted sigil, causing a faint golden glow to flicker across its surface. Verified. You may proceed. Ruvian accepted the document and stepped forward through the massive iron gates, feeling the subtle hum of mana as he passed beneath the arch. Immediately, an attendant in the academy's uniform approached. A young man, perhaps a senior student assigned to assist newcomers. New enrollment, the attendant asked briskly. Ruvian gave a slight nod. I'll escort you. Your belongings will be taken to your assigned dormitory, the attendant continued, gesturing toward another assistant who was already reaching for Ruvian's travel bag. Ruvian's fingers twitched slightly before he let go. He wasn't used to someone else handling his things. A habit from his previous life, the attendant didn't seem to notice. Ruvian fell into step behind him, taking in his surroundings as they moved deeper into the academy grounds. Marble pathways stretched ahead, lined with statues of past scholars and legendary figures who had once walked these halls. The air itself felt different here. Then, just as the sunlight pierced the colonnade to his right, the system appeared with a familiar sound of a sapphire page turning to a new one. The prologue has reached its conclusion. Bearer of the first fable, from this moment onwards, make sure your footnote ends here. Entering Arc I, beneath the banner of enrollment. Entering Arc I, beneath the banner of enrollment. You have endured the prologue. Reward granted, plus 200 plot points. Ruvian exhaled through his nose, so the prologue has ended. Ruvian adjusted his collar, his gaze remained sharp and observant. The administrative hall stood in its grandeur, the towering marble pillars supporting a vaulted ceiling. Despite its grand size, the hall was filled with a steady noise, new students murmuring among themselves and the occasional rustling of parchment as faculty members processed countless registrations. Ruvian stepped inside without hesitation. His gaze swept across the room, taking in everything at a glance. 5 registration counters, each manned by instructors dressed in academy robes. A few robed disciplinary officers stood nearby, ensuring order. It was exactly as the novel had described. The air moved with faint mana fluctuations. Beneath the surface, magic formations lay embedded into the floor, designed to verify identities and detect fraudulent attempts, a necessary security measure. Please infuse your mana into the artifact, the instructor at the front instructed a nervous-looking boy. The student placed his hand over the crystal orb embedded in the desk, his fingers trembling slightly. Mana pulsed, weak and unstable. A flicker of light confirmed his registration, but the delay was obvious. A sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Next, Ruvian stepped forward. It was a sharp-eyed woman with silver-rimmed glasses who barely looked up from her records. Name, Ruvian Casteller. She adjusted her glasses. Casteller, you are listed under general admission, correct? Yes. She marked something on the parchment with a disgusted expression before motioning to the mana registration device. Proceed with imprinting. Ruvian placed his hand on the artifact, allowing a controlled stream of mana to flow into the orb. The artifact pulsed with light. The inscription process had worked flawlessly. If there was any issue, it was undetectable. Confirmed, the instructor said, handing him a small, insignia-shaped badge and a booklet. This will serve as your identification within the academy. Do not lose it. The insignia was sleek and inscribed with mana circuits. At a glance, it was just a badge, but he knew it had multiple functions. Identity verification within academy grounds and access restriction certain areas required different insignia levels to enter. His gaze lingered on it for only a second before tucking it away. Next. The instructor had already moved on to the next student. As expected, everything was proceeding as he already knew it would. The escort guided him through grand double doors, their gilded edges parting to unveil an expansive hall, its air alive with the glow of chandeliers hanging above. The light danced across the polished marble floors, sending ripples of reflection to the high ceiling, where golden filigree traced patterns. Banners from noble houses and influential factions swayed gently from the arches, their sigils telling stories of legacies both old and emerging. Rows of students freshly enrolled, brimming with ambition, filled the grand chamber, their expressions a delicate balance of awe, nerves, and pride. Ruvian's gaze swept over them, searching, assessing. Names from the memory surfaced, drawn from his laptop screen. Kalira Arcanis, Rosalind Varian, Sylvina Delvoire, Loden Armand. And at the heart of it all, Julian Rosenberg, the early antagonist, the one who would orchestrate Zion Herga's downfall. Yet Zion was nowhere to be seen. Is he late? Sir Casteller, your seat is over there. The escort's voice cut through his thoughts. He followed the subtle gesture to a row near the center, where those of a certain standing had been placed. Without a word, he made his way forward, settling into his assigned place. He took his seat, silent and watchful, as the academy's story arc began to unfold around him. A hush fell over the hall, the murmurs of gathered students dissolving into expectant silence. Then, after a few minutes that was closer to an hour, chime, a sharp, resonant note rang through the air, reverberating against the marble columns and settling deep into the bones of those who heard it. It was no ordinary bell. The sound came from an artifact and ancient relic, older than the academy itself, a chime that marked the beginning of eras and the turning of fates. Velthia Academy's opening ceremony had begun. Ruvian lifted his gaze as the stillness parted to make way for a single figure. She ascended the stage with a measured grace, her steps deliberate, unhurried. Power clung to her like a second skinfar from the garish spectacle of lesser nobles, but more like the effortless strength of absolute authority. Dylora Viohart, the name echoed through history, a former Grand Magus, a scholar whose strategies had shaped the tides of war, a woman whose intellect had once dictated the course of empires. Now she ruled Velthia Academy with the same adamant hand that had once commanded legions. Her robes, a deep indigo embroidered with golden sigils of dominion, caught the soft glow of the floating chandeliers. The fabric did not billow, it commanded the air around it, settling only where she willed. She came to a halt at the center of the podium. For a moment she did nothing. No sweeping gestures, no grand theatrics. Only a gaze cool, violet, sharpened to the precision of a blade. It passed over the students like the weight of judgment itself, measuring and determining. Was the steel before her strong enough to be forged, or would it shatter under the first strike of the hammer? Then she spoke. Aspiring scholars, knights, and mages, heirs of lineage, bearers of talent. Her voice, smooth as tempered steel, rang through the hall, each syllable laced with unshakable command. Today you stand at the gates of Velthia Academy. From this moment forward, your titles, your heritage, your past glories. She paused, letting the silence press against them. Mean nothing, a ripple of unease traveled around the stillness. Velthia Academy did not bow to bloodlines. It did not shelter the weak beneath gilded names. The weight of a noble crest meant little if the hands that bore it could not wield strength. Within the academy, competence reigned supreme. Many of you have been cradled in praise, told since childhood that you were destined for greatness, that the stars had aligned in your favor, but Velthia does not deal in empty destiny. Ruvian, seated in the middle rows, merely watched in silence. She hasn't changed. From what he remembered in the novel, Dylora Viohart was not a woman who entertained mediocrity. She raised her hand. The atmosphere trembled. A pull of raw mana unfurled from her palm, silent yet immense, a force that did not roar but pressed upon the hall. Above the stage, reality wavered. Space itself yielded to her command, and in its place an arcane projection bloomed. It displayed the Academy groundscran libraries that housed centuries of knowledge, sprawling sparring arenas where warriors would be honed, towering spell chambers, and more. As the projection shifted, 3 runes words blazed into view, glowing with ethereal light. These are the pillars upon which Velthia stands: mastery of the mind and the body, the wisdom to wield power, and the strength to leave behind something greater than yourself. With a flick of her wrist, the vision shattered into shining fragments, dissolving into the ether. Her gaze hardened. Then, with a graceful motion, she turned slightly and gestured toward the side of the podium. Now, in accordance with tradition, the highest-ranking student in the admissions exam shall now address the academy. The air volatiled as the hall came alive in a heartbeat, whispers erupting like sparks from flint. Excitement, tension, and certainty. The nobles straightened in their seats, already preparing for the name that would follow. Surely it would be one of them, a scion of an esteemed house, the heir of a long-standing bloodline, a noble whose name commanded respect the moment it was uttered. Well, the next words will shatter all expectations. Ruvian thought lightly, because the highest-ranking student in the admissions exam would be Zion Herga. Ruvian relaxed his posture as he already knew who would be called on the stage. And then Dylora announced, "We recognize." Let's get over this quickly. Julian Rosenberg as the top scholar of this year's admissions. The hall erupted with thunderous applause, cheers that rang like the fanfare of a coronation. The swell of voices, unrestrained in their approval, filled the vast chamber as nobles straightened in their seats, their world neatly aligned once more. But Ruvian was stupefied. His breath was sharp and sudden. His hands had curled into fists before he even realized it. The heck, but the reality before him was undeniable. Julian Rosenberg, a noble, the son of an influential house. The white-haired scholar rose from his seat and walked toward the stage with effortless grace, as if the title had always belonged to him. Ruvian's mind reeled as his thoughts lurched, scrambling for an answer. No, wait, this is not how it was supposed to go. Zion was the protagonist of this world. His name should have been called. He should have been the one walking toward the stage, bearing the weight of countless judging gazes. But he wasn't, and that was when Ruvian realized he couldn't find him. His head snapped toward the sea of students. Where is that bastard? His eyes darted from face to face, scanning the rows of uniforms, but there was no sign of Zion Herga anywhere. A chill spread down his spine. The worst possible outcome, one possibility he had never considered, slammed into him like a physical force. Shit, don't tell me that he doesn't exist. The thought sent a surge of panic through him, cold and suffocating. This was a familiar scenario, something he had once read in another novella world where the protagonist was missing, erased, or had never been born at all. But that wasn't supposed to happen here, yet it had. Ruvian forced himself to breathe, his mind racing. He had to stay calm. What has changed? Was this some kind of deviation, a result of my own presence? Around him, the celebration continued. The nobles basked in Julian's triumph, the hierarchy restored to its rightful order. But Ruvian sat in silence, the lone, unmoving figure in a sea of joy. Because while they all saw a victory, he saw a catastrophe, as expected of House Rosenberg. Was there ever any doubt? I heard he's a genius and elite among elites. This year's competition was never even close. Murmurs rippled through the hall, a chorus of admiration and certainty. Elite my ass, this is the worst possible outcome. Ruvian clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain composed. The academy was supposed to be shifting, slowly breaking free from the chains of status and bloodline. Zion Herga's presence should have been the catalyst for that change, proving that power and talent were not dictated by noble birth. But now his absence hung heavy, and in his place Julian Rosenberg stood as the representative. The implications were devastating. With Julian at the top, the academy would never embrace true meritocracy. Strength would remain synonymous with status. Power would continue to rest in the hands of nobility, and worse, Dylora would see to it that it stayed that way. She had always believed that strength dictated hierarchy. Zion's presence should have challenged her belief, forcing her to acknowledge a world beyond bloodline superiority. But now, with him erased from the picture, Julian's authority would become absolute, and it wouldn't stop there. Other key figureisher actors who, in the original course of events, would have sided with Zion, would now fall under Julian's influence instead. Ruvian's carefully crafted plan was unraveling before his eyes, and the entire academy was already rallying behind him. Ruvian focused on the young man with crimson eyes who now walked toward the stage, Julian Rosenberg. The weight of thousands of gazes bore down on him, yet he carried himself with effortless grace. Unlike what should have been, a lone commoner standing in defiance of the academy's rigid hierarchy, Julian was nobility through and through. His uniform bore the crest of House Rosenberg, its embroidered silver trim glinting under the grand chandeliers. His every step was measured, refined, exuding the natural confidence of one born to rule. Ruvian felt his stomach twist. Julian climbed the steps, his movements smooth and unhurried, the picture of aristocratic poise. Every motion was admired, praised, celebrated, and worst of all, welcomed. The highest admission score of this year's enrollment batch. No one questioned it or doubted it. Ruvian could see it in their face-sprite approval and for some, smug satisfaction. The balance of power remained untouched. Nobility still reigned supreme. The Chancellor regarded Julian with a nod, stepping aside as he took his place at the podium. This was now his moment. A deep breath. Then Julian spoke. I am honored to stand here today. His voice was smooth. Not a trace of uncertainty marred his tone. Though this result may not be surprising to some, I do not take it for granted. His gaze swept over the hall, meeting those who watched him with admiration, respect, and unfaltering loyalty. Julian did not need to win them over. They were already his. Velthia Academy has long been the cradle of the exceptional, a place where the most elite minds and talents gather, not just to prove themselves, but to lead. Strength, wisdom, and bloodline have shaped the history of this academy, and I intend to uphold that legacy. Ruvian's lips pressed as the nobles nodded in satisfaction. The academy was sending a message today, but it was not the one that should have been delivered. Julian's final words sealed it. I do not seek to change the course of this institution. I will only prove why I was always meant to stand here. A declaration of authority. Ruvian leaned forward, fingers digging into his sleeves. His chest felt tight. What a damn mess. Ruvian let out a slow, measured breath. Unlike the grand halls where the highest-ranking students resided, this place was even lower than the lowest. Velthia Academy had always prided itself on its meritocratic system. Status did not determine privilege, ability did. That was supposed to be an unshakable truth, but things had changed. The dormitories were still divided by admission rankings. However, with Julian Rosenberg declared as the top student, a shift would occur later, a divide deeper than ever. The dormitories were divided based on admission rankings, which meant one thing. He was at the bottom of the bottom. The highest-ranked students were placed in Celestia Hall, a symbol of prestige where only the most exceptional resided. Meanwhile, those at the very bottom, like Ruvian, were assigned to Obsidian Hall, the lowest-ranked dormitory. The moment Ruvian stepped through the entrance of Obsidian Hall, he was met with polished floors, well-maintained furnishings, and private quarters for each student, a far cry from the rundown conditions one might expect from the lowest rank. He traced a finger along the smooth wooden railing of the staircase as he made his way to his assigned room. The academy didn't neglect too much its students, even those at the bottom, but that didn't change the reality of hierarchy. Reaching his door, he eyed the brass nameplate engraved with his name and ranking. Ruvian Casteller ranked 384. Pushing open the door, he found a neatly arranged space. A bed, a study desk, bookshelves, and even a small window overlooking the training grounds. It was more than enough. Ruvian reached into his uniform's inner pocket, pulling out a neatly folded orientation booklet provided during registration as he sat at the edge of his bed. Academy, First-Year Orientation Guide. The cover bore the Academy's emblem. He flipped it open. The first few pages were filled with formalities, history, regulations, and the Academy's guiding principles. He skimmed through until he reached the section that actually mattered. Velthia Academy was massive, practically a city within itself. The campus was divided into key areas: main academy building, where most lectures and theoretical classes were held; combat training grounds for practical lessons, duels, and combat assessments. Velthia Arena, a coliseum used for larger-scale examinations and tournaments. Faculty Tower, where the professors and academy staff resided. And of course, the 4 dormitory halls, Celestia Hall rank 1100. Vermilion Hall rank 101,200. Azure Hall rank 201,300. Obsidian Hall rank 301 and below. Velthia Academy divided first-year students into 5 class sections, each containing around 70-80 students. Class A top-ranked, the Academy's elite. Class B high-performing students, still exceptional. Class C average ranking, competent but not outstanding. Class D below average, struggling students. Class E the bottom ranks, barely scraping by. Ruvian's eyes immediately dropped to the bottom of the page. Assigned class, Class E. Of course, it wasn't surprising. He ranked 384 out of 400 students, meaning he was firmly placed in Class E, the lowest section. Not only would he be surrounded by the weakest students, but he'd also receive the least amount of attention from the instructors. The academy wasn't cruel, but they weren't going to waste resources on those deemed unlikely to excel. At least I won't have to deal with Julian, for now. He clicked his tongue, shutting the booklet. He stood, grabbing his uniform coat and slinging it over his shoulders. The air in the dormitory felt stifling. He needed to step outside. More than anything, he needed to think. Velthia Academy was vast, with an intricate layout that would take time to memorize. He'd use the excuse of familiarizing himself with the grounds, but in truth, he simply needed a moment to clear his head. And now since it comes to this, it seemed he had to execute his backup plan. And with everything already diverging from what he knew, he had no idea what to expect. He exited the Obsidian Hall and began to walk aimlessly across the academy grounds, not having any real destination in mind, as he was trying to remove the crawling discomfort that wouldn't leave him alone no matter how many deep breaths he took. Zion Herga is gone, he muttered under his breath. That name wasn't supposed to be gone. He was the protagonist, the one who stood at the center of the story, the radiant sword that cleaved through darkness. So where the hell was he? Ruvian had already asked the system, multiple times, about anything related to Zion's disappearance, hoping for even a sliver of information, a warning, or at the very least a vague notification of deviation. But the system remained silent. The only messages that bothered him was just the anonymous entity that kept announcing useless information that he already knew. The Watchers of Good Endings were surprised with how the story has progressed. Is this one of the author doing? What the hell was she thinking? Why remove the protagonist? Extras are the grease that keep the machinery of narrative running, disposable, interchangeable, useful only insofar as they make the real character shine brighter. But what happens when the protagonist vanishes? There is no elegant way to put it. It is an act of narrative malpractice, an author's equivalent of building a bridge halfway across a river and then shrugging. Removing the protagonist is like ripping out the spine of a book and pretending the pages will hold themselves together. Ridiculous, Ruvian sighed. What a freaking joke. A doomed world, a calamity already set in motion, and the one person with any hope of fighting it has been deleted. Meanwhile, the rest of the cast, extras, side characters, comic reliefs, and canon fodder are now suddenly expected to carry the load. Let's try and look for him around the academy. He might have zero sense of direction. The academy grounds stretched wide before him, a maze of cobbled paths and towering buildings that gleamed under the afternoon light, yet their grandeur offered no comfort to him. He passed the combat training grounds, where a few upperclassmen were engaged in sparring matches, blades clashing with the rhythmic sharpness of iron discipline. He barely spared them a glance. He continued to walk until he arrived at the general board area. Ruvian stopped in front of it, not because he was interested in anything it had to offer, but because his legs had brought him there. He stared blankly at the sea of overlapping paper requests for sparring partners, part-time assistants for alchemy experiments, and even a few passive-aggressive roommate complaints. Somewhere near the bottom corner, someone had pinned what looked suspiciously like a love confession, but none of it mattered to him. His thoughts were elsewhere. His fingers clenched as his gaze drifted upward. She didn't even finish the damn story, and now I'm stuck in the fallout of her half-written mess. He ran a hand through his hair, letting the weight of it settle on his shoulders. Then, just as he was about to turn away from the board entirely, something caught his eye. A simple flyer. A small square of parchment pinned neatly in the center among all the clutter, easy to miss if one wasn't paying attention. Freshman tutoring basic combat, theory, and mana flow. Just a small fee required. Beginner's welcome mentor, Leon Ferrick Year 3, Class E. The flyer held his gaze like an unanswered question. Leon Ferrick, a name that rang with familiarity. Ruvian's thoughts slowed, then accelerated all at once, a floodgate cracking open inside his mind. In the original manuscript, Zion Herga had been mentored briefly by an unimportant upperclassman who had taught him how to channel mana properly for the first time. It had been a fleeting mention in early chapters, nothing more than a few sentences in passing. The author had never expanded on it, never revisited. Leon Ferrick, his brows furrowed as the implications sank in. So this was how it happened. The detail had been skipped, one of many abandoned threads left to rot in the author's unfinished manuscript. The connection had formed through this simple, unremarkable piece of paper. I suppose Zion made contact with him through this flyer. Ruvian's gaze drifted downward. The ink had faded slightly from the sun, the edges curled and brittle. This wasn't freshly posted. It had been there for days, maybe longer. Leon Ferrick had always been one of those background characters with too much potential and too little recognition. Born with talent but shackled by the chains of reality. His family, according to the lore, had been burdened by an enormous debt. A failed business venture, a betrayal from a close relative you hate for the case, the Ferrick name had sunk into disgrace. And so Leon, once considered a top-tier magic student in his cohort, had plummeted through the ranks not because of incompetence, but because he spent every spare hour working menial jobs scattered across the academy just to send coins back home. He was in Class E because the system didn't reward his sacrifice. Ruvian's eyes narrowed, a cold clarity settling in behind them. No one had taken up the offer. Of course they hadn't. Who would trust someone ranked at the very bottom to teach them anything? Even among the failures of Class E, hierarchy still ruled. Reputation mattered more than truth, and potential was worthless if it came wrapped in poverty. This is why I hated this academy. If Leon Ferrick had once helped the protagonist become a master of magic in secret, perhaps it was time someone else borrowed that wisdom. His fingers reached forward and peeled the flyer off the board, the edges crinkling as he held it. He wasn't supposed to do this. He was supposed to let the story unfold and keep himself out of the line of fire. But that plan had burned to ash the moment Zion disappeared. Now the only path forward was the one he needed to carve himself. Well, the protagonist is no longer in sight. I need to take drastic measures. He folded the flyer and slipped it into his coat pocket and turned away from the board. With that, he walked back toward the dormitory he had come from, the sun dipping low behind the academy's spires, casting dark shadows across the stone paths. The next day, the 1st January of the 472nd year of Necra's calendar. Located in the eastern region of the Avarenthia Kingdom, Velthia Academy stood as a monumental institution dedicated to nurturing scholars of unparalleled skill. The sheer scale of its grounds was staggering, vast enough to be mistaken for a small city. The academy spans several square kilometers, its towering buildings interconnected by sprawling courtyards, enchanted walkways, and training fields designed to push students beyond their limits. With approximately 2,000 scholars, the academy ensured a formidable faculty to uphold its reputation. Around 250 professors oversaw their education, each an expert in their respective fields but combat, magic, alchemy, or theory. Beyond the faculty, the academy functioned as a self-sustaining ecosystem, employing a multitude of staff. Medical staff, groundskeepers, security personnel, cleaners, and other workers. In total, the academy housed nearly 10,000 individuals, a thriving entity within itself. Ruvian stood before the door of Class E, exhaling sharply before stepping inside. The classroom was as unremarkable as he had expected. Class E's lowest-ranked division was reserved for those at the bottom of the entrance exam results. No distinguished figures would be found here, just commoners. His gaze swept the room, seeking a suitable seat. He settled at the farthest edge. At the front of the room stood a large monoboard, its embedded magic circuits. Once activated, it could project illusionary holograms, one of the many tools Velthia employed to enhance its lectures. The semester had yet to begin, scheduled to commence in the next 3 days. Outside, the cold of winter still lingered, the morning cold breeze visible on the glass panes. The clock marked 800 a.m. Ruvian took in the gathered students with measured indifference. At a glance, the conclusion was obvious. Everyone here was a commoner. He was prepared to dismiss them all, to relegate them to the background of his mind as nameless figures with no bearing on his path. Actually, not everyone. A thread of memory, faint yet insistent, pulled at the edges of his thoughts. 2 faces, unremarkable but familiar. The first, a former noblewoman, Vanessa Eldrian, her lineage stripped away, her title reduced to dust. She had once stood among the aristocracy, but fate had cast her aside, leaving her to navigate a world that no longer recognized her worth. She enrolled in this academy without her family name and with a false identity known as Violet. Ruvian recalled a brief passage, an early chapter in the novel, where she had become the prey of Julian Rosenberg's cruelty, a minor antagonist exerting his power over the week during the first day joint session with Class A, and of course, Zion Herga intervened to help her. A hero's hand, reaching out, halting the cycle of torment before it could take root. But she is not entirely weak, just pretending to be one. I guess, however, after Zion was kicked out of the academy. She also went missing. It was theorized that she had followed Zion but stumbled upon something else, or the author just forgot about her entirely. Secondly, an unknown scholar, a complete oddity. His presence held little significance in the overarching narrative, save for a single event. He managed to craft healing potions for Zion during an expedition beyond ordinary speed. That was it. It was then the door creaked open, and the idle chatter in the classroom fell into a hush. The door creaked open, and the idle chatter in the classroom fell into a hush. A man entered with his posture relaxed, his gait unhurried. He barely spared a glance at the gathered scholars as he strode toward the front of the room. His long, dark coat billowed slightly behind him, revealing the simple yet refined attire of a Velthia Academy professor. Though he carried himself with the dignity of an educator, there was an undeniable air of disinterest in his movements. He reached the podium and exhaled out of the sheer lack of expectations. He twisted his wrist. The monoboard beeped to life, its circuits glowing faintly. But instead of displaying anything grand, the professor simply leaned against the podium, crossing his arms as he surveyed the room. "Morning, I assume all of you can hear me." His voice was smooth but flat, as though he had long grown tired of this routine. He gave the class a long, unreadable stare before continuing. "My name is Syrian Edvas. You may refer to me as Professor Edvas, Prof Ed, or simply Professor, whatever suits your liking. I'm responsible for overseeing your academic progress in this class, though I highly doubt I'll need to do much." His gray eyes swept over the students with vague amusement. "Since today is the first gathering, you won't be learning anything. My job right now is to make sure you understand how this academy operates, what's expected of you, and why most of you will likely fall behind if you don't start taking things seriously. Let's start with the basics. Velthia Academy functions on a meritocratic system. What does that mean? Simple. Your status outside these walls, noble, commoner, merchant, beggar, means nothing. The only thing that matters here is your ability." He tapped the monoboard, and a series of floating texts materialized behind him. Key system. Scholar ranking class system. Scholars are divided into 5 classes, A, B, C, D, and E. Class A houses the highest ranking students, Class E houses the lowest. Promotion between classes is possible, but requires exceptional performance. Point system. Every scholar accumulates merit points and demerit points based on their academic and practical achievements. Merit points are earned through exams, combat trials, missions, and contributions to the academy. Demerit points are given for rule violations, failures, or underperformance. Your overall standing in the academy is influenced by this system. Examinations, evaluations. Scholars are tested through both written exams and practical assessments. Performance in combat, magic, strategy, and academics determines promotions or demotions. Major evaluations occur at the end of every semester, with minor assessments happening monthly. Dormitory living conditions. Dormitories are assigned based on class ranking. Higher-ranked scholars receive better accommodations. Personal training areas, study halls, and dining privileges vary depending on rank. Equal. Professor Edvas gestured vaguely at the list. "In summary, your life here revolves around points. Earn enough and you rise. Lose too many and, well, I'm sure you can figure out the rest. You should also know that historically, Class E has the lowest graduation success rate in the academy." The statement lingered ominously in the air, so adjust your expectations accordingly. His words carried no malice, only blunt realism. Then Professor Edvas exhaled sharply, as if moving on from a tiresome routine. "Since today isn't an actual lesson, we won't be wasting time sitting here. Instead, we'll head to the armory for your weapon selection. Velthia Academy does not enforce a singular combat style. Magic, swordsmanship, archery, or whatever else you choose, what suits you best. The academy provides the initial tools, but from there it's up to you to refine your skills." He glanced across the room, eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces. "That said, let me remind you of something. Not all of you will make it to graduation. Some will fail to accumulate enough merit points. However, knowledge is never wasted. Even if you fail to become a graduate of Velthia, what you learn here will still be valuable. Some of you might end up as mercenaries, selling your skills to the highest bidder. Others might get scouted by an adventurers guild, settling for an average but livable career. That's assuming, of course, you survive long enough to reach that point. So learn as much as you can. Even if you end up as nothing more than an average sellsword, it's still better than dying ignorant." The cold logic in his voice left little room for optimism. With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward the door. The doors to the armory swung open. From the moment Class E stepped inside, the sheer variety of weapons became apparent: swords, spears, daggers, bows, staffs, crossbows, whips, glaives, halberds, warhammers, throwing knives, chains, tonfas, scythes, and more. Velthia Academy spared no expense when it came to its facilities, and even though these were only training weapons, the sheer variety was overwhelming. Professor Edvas stepped forward, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat. "Any weapon you like should be here. These are for training purposes only, so don't expect anything too special. Still, they'll be sufficient for learning the fundamentals. Most of the students had already started moving, scanning the vast selection. Some eyed the sharp glimmer of swords, while others tested the weight of bows and crossbows. A few inspected the complex enchantments on staffs, sensing the faint traces of magic embedded within. But for certain individuals, especially in the higher classes, this selection meant nothing. Many of the notable figures in the academy already had their own weapons artifacts, heirlooms, and custom-forged arms that far surpassed what the academy could offer. Born into wealth, their families had long since provided them with treasured blades, enchanted relics, and rare weapons crafted by master artisans. For them, they wouldn't need these standard-issue weapons when they already possessed equipment that could define their legacy. But for someone like Ruvian, this choice was everything. He had thought about this for a long time, even before stepping foot in the academy. What weapons suited him? What path would he take? Although Ruvian had honed his swordsmanship in his previous life before transmigration, he felt that his body was still weak for that. Weapons can be changed every semester, but it's rarely done by the scholars. So as for now, he thought he needed a weapon that doesn't require any strength or skills, for a temporary until he builds enough strength. Professor Edvas crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he spoke once more. Choose wisely. Once you pick a weapon, you won't be allowed to change it until the semester ends. Ruvian's steps were deliberate as he moved through the armory, weaving past students who were testing the weight of swords, adjusting the grip of spears, or drawing the strings of bows. None of those weapons mattered to him. His destination was clear. At the far end of the room, in a less crowded section, stood a simple wooden rack lined with wands. Unlike the extravagant weapons some students examined, these wands looked unassuming plain, slender lengths, devoid of carvings or embedded gemstones. Ruvian reached out and wrapped his fingers around one. The moment he lifted it, he noted the weight, or rather, the lack of it. It was light, almost too light. It wasn't as if a mage truly needed a weapon. Spells could still be cast without one. However, a wand or a staff served as more than just an accessory. They acted as focuses, stabilizing mana flow, refining control, and in some cases, enhancing spell effects. Certain wands or staffs carried enchantments that could amplify magic, reduce casting time, or even bolster the wielder's stamina. A staff could offer stronger enchantments, but it was cumbersome, long, unwieldy, and impractical for quick movement. Carrying one everywhere would be a hassle. A wand, on the other hand, was compact, easy to carry, easy to hide, and of course easy to move with. That was why he had no doubts. Ruvian gripped tightly onto his wand. Now I feel more like a mage. You have been rewarded, plus 10 plot points. That evening, after a quiet meal in the cafeteria, Ruvian returned to his dormitory, his thoughts already unraveling into careful calculations. With Zion absent, the story's course had shifted. The weight of his absence left a void at the top, which meant Ruvian's plans were no longer viable. For the past 2 days he had searched. He had scoured the enrollment lists, watched the new scholars, traced every whisper of names and rankings, all to confirm what his instincts had already told him. Zion was nowhere to be found, not in Class A, where he was meant to be, or in any of the other classes, where fate might have misplaced him. Not a single trace of his existence remained. It was as if he had never set foot in Velthia Academy at all. He's really not here. He did not know why. He did not know what had shifted to erase Zion from this place where he so clearly belonged, but there was no use dwelling on the unexplained. What mattered now were the things still within his grasp, the moving pieces that had yet to fall into place. Because if Zion was no longer here to take the role of the protagonist, someone else needs to step up. Even the system had suddenly given him a weird quest, due to the absence of the protagonist. Please suggest a character to replace him. The system will accommodate the flow of the story with your selection. You can even volunteer yourself, B. No, I will not. However, Ruvian needed more time to think this thoroughly, so he decided to give his answer later. The deadline is also further away after the end of the Vazran Isle arc, so he still has a lot of time to think about it. The training hall reeked of scorched steel, dried blood that had never been shed, and the stale, burning tang of raw mana. The floor was littered with corpses in shape only, their bodies flickering at the edges, sometimes vanishing entirely for the span of a breath before glitching back into place. They were called lesser beasts, but summoned ones, shaped from compressed mana, an illusion spell used to train combat mages. All thought they were illusions. The pain they dealt and the strength they demanded to defeat were real to the mental. In the center of that eerie battlefield, Julian Rosenberg stood motionless among the fallen beasts. Sweat ran in thin rivulets down his back, trailing past bruises that were already starting to purple, and a series of shallow cuts tracing his ribs and shoulders. His shirt was folded neatly behind him on a weapon rack, untouched by ash or effort, while he remained half-naked in the haze, steam curling faintly from his skin. His body was efficient rather than aesthetic, compact, honed, and battle-worn. a physique that is born noble but molded by something sterner than birthright. Two of the summoned illusions was circling him from opposite ends of the hall, their movements smooth and animalistic, like wolves made of glass and shadow. Julian did not raise his sword yet. Then the first beast pounced, claws like sickles stretched forward. Julian simply slid to the side, his foot gliding across the stone just far enough to change the angle. His demonic longsword moved with him, effortlessly swung, carving a vicious upward arc that met the creature mid-air. Red-black flame surged from the edge like a living thing, coiling up the beast's body before it had time to react. Frame disintegrated without a sound, scattered into flickering particles that vanished before they hit the ground. The second came faster, more cautious. It struck low, jaws aimed for his legs, trying to drag him off balance. Julian dropped to one knee in response, not stumbling but choosing his ground. His free hand moved in a sharp gesture, tracing a short glyph in the air. Flame burst from his palm and wrapped around the length of his sword. He rose in a smooth pivot and drove the sword forward, impaling the second beast through the skull. The illusion convulsed once before the blade erupted with mana, sending a pulse through the specter's core that shattered it from within. The light dimmed as the room grew silent. Julian exhaled, then wiped a line of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and flicked it to the ground. The marble beneath his feet still radiated heat. "This won't be enough to make him kneel," he muttered under his breath, not angrily, but with the dry resignation of someone who had expected more from himself. He slid the sword back into its sheath with a single, efficient motion. The summoning pillars around him hummed and gleamed. Ether lines crawled across the walls like veins of blue fire, connecting the illusion array to a control console shaped like a stained glass altar. He had just defeated two lesser beasts alone. Training simulation terminated. Evaluation: all targets eliminated. Mana efficiency 94. Cooldown recovery 87. Spell control excellent. You have exceeded recommended solo parameters for the first-year scholars. Julian rolled his neck, ignoring the notifications. Just two, is this really all the illusion array has to offer me? He turned sharply toward the control altar. Restart the sequence, he ordered, voice sharp as drawn steel. Add one more. The summoning array hesitated. A hum trembled across the room as the illusion field shone back to life. Override acknowledged. Initiating custom training protocol. Spawn count 3 lesser beast illusions. Threat variance mixed. The stone pillars surged with light. One by one, mana gathered into ghostly forms. Some quadrupedal, others slithering, some shrieking in human war cries that echoed like broken horns. The illusions materialized not as pale copies, but as fully rendered beasts with simulated textures, simulated shadows, and simulated hunger. All of them turned their hollow gazes to the lone figure standing unarmed at the chamber's center. Julian's expression remained unchanged. With one smooth motion, he drew the demonic sword once more. It reacted to his grip, a starving predator sensing prey. Flames burst across its jagged edge. Then the beasts growled in unison, but Julian merely rotated the blade once, letting the firelight dance across his sweat-drenched frame, his silver hair falling across his crimson eyes. He grinned. "Come, I'll show you how my name will be carved into the world record, and make no one dare speak of greatness without first thinking of me." The flames in his heart flared upon the world as he made his vow. The next day, that morning, an unfamiliar sensation settled over Ruvian. His body moved with ease, his thoughts sharp and unclouded. It was not merely the result of restful sleep, but improvement. Progress. For the past 16 days, every spare moment had been dedicated to refining his mana control, attuning himself to the flow of his spell core, and improving his physical attributes. Runeheart. Name: Ruvian Casteller. Age: 16. Spell core: Tier 1. Relevance tier: Stage I. Footnote of Fate. Plot points: 2400 pp's. Current arc: Arc 1, the prologue. Mana resonance 0-100. General attributes equal. Strength F. Agility F. Endurance F+. Vitality F+. Perception E == Mage attributes equal. Mana control F+. Casting speed F. Magic power F. Mana sensitivity E. Mana essence 175. Innate blessings equal. Enna equal. Magic affinity equal. Len A. After he learned about the system, Ruvian managed to accumulate plus 2400 plot points until now. He also managed to increase his mana essence to 175 with the help of Systems Quest. However, it was a bit harder to improve other physical and magic stats. Only endurance has increased from FF+. The difference was subtle yet undeniable. With quiet purpose, he moved through his morning routine, the motions effortless. Dressing in his academy uniform, he gathered his materials, shouldered his preparations, and stepped out into the halls of Velthia. Today was important, the elemental affinitas evaluation. By the time Ruvian arrived at Class E, a few scholars were already inside, either chatting amongst themselves or idly waiting. The room gradually filled over the next few minutes, the usual morning chatter spreading through the air. Then, click, the door at the front of the classroom swung open, and the conversation died down almost immediately. Professor Edvas stepped inside. Behind him, his assistant struggled to carry a large contraption, carefully placing it at the front of the room. It was a magic device, its polished surface embedded with crystallized circuits, its function as a tool of magical assessment. Professor Edvas gave his assistant a nod of acknowledgement before turning to the class. Good. You're all here, then let's get started. As you all know, today's session will be your elemental affinitas evaluation. This invention here is a mana resonance calibrator device designed to analyze the unique composition of your mana and determine which elemental attributes are most compatible with you. A few murmurs rippled through the room as the scholars examined the device with curious eyes. Professor Edvas ignored them and continued. The importance of elemental affinitas should already be obvious. Each spell is inherently tied to a specific element. While it's possible to cast magic outside of your affinitas, the effectiveness will be drastically lower. This is why the evaluation is necessary. He crossed his arms and leaned slightly against his desk. Now, let's not waste any more time. We'll begin the evaluation immediately. One by one, you'll come forward and place your hand on the calibrator. His gaze narrowed toward the first row. Let's start with you. 60 scholars had stepped forward out of 80, their fates measured in fleeting moments. The results unfolded as expected. 3 scholars possessed more than one affinitas. 54 had at least one, and the remaining 5 had none. There were 20 scholars of Class E yet to be measured. Ruvian watched their reactions unfold, each one a silent echo of triumph, relief, or silent despair. The girl near the front was the sole scholar blessed with 2 affinities. She was alight with exhilaration, her hands trembling as she stared at the results. Around her, hushed murmurs filled the room, admiration intertwined with envy in her peers' gazes. Those with a single affinitas exhaled in relief. Some clenched their fists, quiet victories written in their posture. Others nodded to themselves, as if affirming what they had always believed to be true. Few wore thinly veiled disappointment, their hopes for rarer or stronger elements left unmet, but even they could not deny the fortune of having an affinitas at all. And then there were the 5. A silent pressure pressed upon them, heavier than any spoken words. Their faces were rigid, their eyes distant, staring at the calibrator as if willing it to yield a different answer. Some set their jaws, hands tightening at their sides. Others merely stood there, unmoving, lost in the hollow ache of realization. But no second attempt would rewrite fate. And then Ruvian heard it, overlapping with the murmurs of hushed conversations. A fragile voice, quivering in fear. Ruvian's gaze drawn to the source. Slightly in front of his seat, a boy sat hunched over, fingers gripping the edge of his seat as though it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. His uniform was neatly worn, but did little to conceal the frailty of his frame. Thick-rimmed glasses perched uneasily on the bridge of his nose, tilted slightly. His hair was a mix of black and white. Ruvian didn't need to ask what plagued him. For an aspiring mage, the elemental affinitas test was more than a mere evaluation. It was a verdict, a moment that could mark the path to greatness or shatter dreams before they could even take shape. Fear was natural, but something about this boy made Ruvian pause. He studied him, eyes narrowing, as the faint stirrings of recognition scraped at the edges of his memory. A long silence stretched between them before he finally spoke. What's your name?" The boy flinched, as if caught off guard. Hesitation in his expression before he answered, voice barely above a whisper. "I am Corwin Dunley." "Why, you're Ruvian Casteller." A brief exchange, simple in words, but the moment he heard that name, Ruvian's mind reeled. That name, his expression remained still, but doubt coiled in the recesses of his thoughts. Could it truly be him, an unremarkable figure in the original storyline, a mere shadow that had barely appeared even once? Yet if his memory served him right, this boy was probably the one who unknowingly saved Zion's life in the original narrative. Ruvian narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Magic was not this boy's strength. His talent lay elsewhere. Then, one by one, students continued stepping forward. Their names were called and their fates were measured, and then it was finally his turn. The moment Professor Edvas spoke his name, Ruvian exhaled slowly. He rose to his feet. A peculiar silence settled over the classroom as he approached the calibrator. His own footsteps echoed softly in his ears, a soft rhythm against the hushed room. Was it his own nerves, or were the others simply waiting, watching to see how yet another would fare? Not that it mattered. He already knew the likelihood of his results. Low expectations meant no disappointment. Reaching out, he placed his hand upon the mana resonance calibrator. The surface was cool against his fingertips, thrumming faintly, as if the artifact itself had drawn in a breath. Ruvian remained still, watching as the calibrator shimmered, the patterns flaring with gentle energy, decoding the composition of his spell core. For several moments, nothing happened. Then a shift. The air around his palm lightened, a delicate ripple of change. As if something was subtly moving, like a breeze passing through the edges of his consciousness. And then the calibrator flashed before he could fully register the sensation. A green glow lighted from its surface, swirling like mist before dispersing into the air. It wasn't a strong glow, not nearly as vibrant as some of the others before him, but it was there. Professor Edvas glanced at the result and spoke, his tone calm and collected. Wind affinitas. Ruvian returned to his seat, his mind still processing the result. He hadn't expected much from this evaluation. Unlike those who harbored grand expectations of awakening a powerful element, he had prepared himself for the worst. No affinitas at all, or at best, something ordinary. But now, as he turned the thought over in his mind, a quiet sense of satisfaction settled in. It wasn't the flashiest of elements, nor the most destructive. Compared to fire's raw power, earth's stubborn resilience, or water's adaptability, wind often seemed subtle, overlooked. But to Ruvian, that subtlety was its greatest strength. Wind is freedom. It could howl like a storm or slip through the cracks, a force without form, yet limitless in its reach. He had not dared to hope for it, but the truth was undeniable. This was the element that resonated with him. With wind, I can use it more as a utility. On the other hand, Zayan Herga was a scholar unlike any before him, the first to command all elements, to shatter the very limits of magic itself. But now, in the shifting currents of fate, the elements do not call his name. The one meant to stand at the center of it all is nowhere to be found. Then, the moment Corwin's name was called, the air in the classroom tightened. Right, it's his turn now. I wonder if the results would remain the same. Flinched, as if the syllables of his own name had struck him, his fingers curling into trembling fists before he forced himself to rise. His steps were dragging against the floor like a prisoner walking toward his sentence. The closer he drew, the smaller he seemed, bracing for an outcome he already feared. From his seat, Ruvian watched. If his memory served him right, if this was the same boy who had once saved Zayan Herga's life in the story he knew, then there was no suspense in what would come next. Corwin had no elemental affinitas, that's for sure. There was something brittle in the way he moved, like spoke of years spent cradling a dream too delicate for reality. As if he had clung to it, nurtured his very being around it, only to stand now on the precipice of its collapse. The device beat faintly under his touch. Then nothing. The glow faded. A silence deeper than mere quiet settled over the room, and when Professor Edvas finally spoke, his voice carried only a practiced neutrality. No affinitas. Corwin couldn't move his fingers from the device, and did not even breathe for a moment. It was as if those words had broken a life within him, something that had been holding him together for far too long. His lips parted slightly as if to protest, as if to grasp for something, anything, but no sound came. The world around him blurred at the edges, the murmurs of his peers dissolving into a distant. He could still feel the warmth of the device against his fingertips, still hoped for it to flash, to grant him even the vaguest glow. Just a glimmer enough to prove he wasn't nothing, but there was nothing. Slowly, as if moving through a dream, he withdrew his hand, turned away and walked back to his seat. His steps were stiff, hollow like a marionette with its strings half severed. The light in his eyes had gone out, snuffed. He sank into the chair beside Ruvian, dead-eyed. Ruvian barely spared him a glance. He had seen this before, people who had poured their entire being into a singular dream, only to learn that the world had no place for them in it. How foolish. To think that magic was the only path forward, to believe that a single rejection was the end of everything. Well, I guess it makes sense to him. The thought wasn't just meant for the boy beside him, but also for himself, his past. For the version of him that once existed in another life, a boy sculpted by pressure and expectation, taught that success was identity and that failure was death. That boy had lived not to grow, but to perform. That past self, Ruvian loathed him more than anyone, not because he had failed, but because he had never once dared to ask what he wanted. He had lived chasing an illusion, one that was never his to begin with, and now, sitting beside him, Corwin wore the same expression. The same empty, shattered eyes, that didn't know how to grieve the future they never chose. Ruvian turned away. His face was calm, his thoughts sharp and cold. He despised that kind of person, but he also understood them better than anyone. Talent is never given to those who deserve it. It is given to those who take it, and Corwin, he had yet to realize what was his. Corwin's POV. Corwin sat alone on the stone staircase, his back pressed against the cold wall behind him, the chill seeping through the fabric of his uniform. He was tired emotionally, most of it because he was disappointed with how the evaluation turned out to be. Beyond the stairwell, past the high-arched hallway and thick academy doors, laughter echoed from the cafeteria, bright, distant, and untouched by his presence. It sounded like a world he could see but never quite enter, and perhaps he preferred it this way. When no one was around to glance at him, it became easier to pretend he belonged here. In his hands rested a single piece of stale bread, rough at the edges, slightly hardened from sitting too long, but it was enough to dull the ache in his stomach, at least for a little while. It was all he could afford and all he ever had. Bread for lunch, soup for dinner, that was the pattern. His family had sacrificed everything, scraped together coins, skipped meals, sold heirlooms they couldn't afford to lose, just to give him this chance of enrolling into this academy. It had been his choice. Corwin didn't come here to escape the life he was born into, but to repay it, because while he had known hardship, it was his mother and his father who bore the weight of it every day, who had swallowed pride and poverty in silence, and trading their last coin for Corwin's futura for their future. And then there were his younger siblings, who still went to sleep hungry some nights so he could chase something better. Corwin closed his eyes. Back then, the day his mana core awakened had been a miracle. He remembered the way his father had laughed at a rare, rumbling sound so full of joy it almost didn't feel real, and the way his mother had wept, holding his hands with such trembling relief. And for that single moment, all of them had believed the impossible, that maybe this was the start of a different life for them. But belief, he would come to learn, was fragile. Being awakened wasn't enough. Because while others arrived with family tutors and bloodlines, with polished spells and guidance passed down through generations, he had came with nothing but hope and borrowed robes. He had no mentor, no ancestral teachings or secret techniques written in hidden scrolls. Only a determination to learn, a quiet desperation to prove he wasn't just a lucky peasant with a spark of mana. He read alone, stayed up late, listened at the edges of information not meant for ears like his. He tried to mimic their gestures, their chants, the way their mana moved, but imitation could only carry him so far when he didn't even understand the language they were using. And then came the Affinitas test. He had dreaded it long before that day arrived, and had felt the heaviness of it in every heartbeat. He had prayed, pleaded, bargained with gods he didn't even know if he believed in for just one affinity. Just one. It didn't have to be powerful. It didn't have to be impressive. It just had to be something. But when Professor Edvas had called his name, standing at the center of the ritual chamber with eyes cold as glass, the words that followed were like frost cracking across his chest. No Affinitas. 2 words that shattered the floor beneath his feet and let the whole world fall through. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Why am I not born talented? Why am I born as a commoner? The question itself is pitiful in its simplicity. Some people open their eyes into the world already marked by brilliance. Their hands curve naturally toward the sword's hilt, their lips to incantations smoother than butter. They do not wonder whether they belong, because belonging was a birthright. And then there are the rest of the others. Why not me? Why am I the one who must claw upward from mud while others have the easy way? Why? His voice slips into the silence, hoarse and cracked, speaking to no one but the walls. Tell me, is this what fairness looks like? Is this balance? Is this justice? To ask why he was not born talented is to interrogate fate, for why distributes gifts and burdens with no regard for justice. It is less a question of fact, but an attempt to reconcile the unbearable truth that ability, like beauty, is unevenly dealt with, and that one's life may be defined less by effort than by the absence of innate brilliance. Talent, after all, is not merely a skill, it is a kind of preordained permission. Those born with it are permitted entry into worlds that others can only stand outside of looking in. Corwin knew that better. To be talented is to begin life already closer to the summit. To be untalented is to begin in the valley, where even the highest climb might never reach the foothills of another's effortless ascent. It is a disparity that cannot be corrected by fairness, because fairness is not in the structure of the world, it is only in our yearning. So if talent is denied, what then defines a life? If brilliance is absent, must one settle for endurance as the highest form of dignity? And if so, is endurance enough? Then the silence of his thoughts returned. It neither comforts nor explains, but only confirms what was already known, that life is uneven, that gifts are not earned but given, and that some are condemned to live in the shadows of others' effortless light. Although there were other paths, fields like mana engineering, magical research, or enchantment, all roads carved out for those without natural aptitude, but they were steep, brutal, and ruthless. And while the academy claimed it welcomed all who worked hard enough, the truth was simpler. It welcomed those who could survive the climb without slipping. He didn't know if someone like him would be accepted in such paths, or if the doors would shut the moment he tried to knock. But he knew that he couldn't go back. He couldn't face the look in his mother's eyes if he failed. He couldn't let his siblings grow up believing that magic belonged only to those born lucky. And he couldn't make his father's sacrifice meaningless, and the tuition fees. The thought alone was enough to break something loose in his chest. He lowered his head, eyes unfocused, and the world began to blur. A warm dampness, unbidden and unwanted, slipped from the corners of his eyes and carved its quiet path down his cheeks. His hands were shaking. The piece of bread crumbled under the pressure of his fists. His throat tightened. The knot that had taken root somewhere deep inside his chest, swelling upward until it pressed against his windpipe. He wasn't supposed to break here. Not now and where anyone could see. Not when he'd made it this far just by holding it all in. But his body didn't care. It shuddered beneath the weight of the unsaid, and then suddenly a violent cough ripped through his throat. His hand shot to his neck in panic, fingers scrabbling for purchase against nothing, instinctively trying to pry the air back into his lungs. His body lurching as another coughing fit seized him. Damn it, he had forgotten that he hadn't bought any water. The coughing worsened his vision and spinning with heat. His cheeks reddened not just from the lack of air, but from the sheer, suffocating humiliation of it all. And then, just as the edges of his vision began to darken, a shadow fell over him. Not an overwhelming one, but deliberate and still. A pale hand entered his blurred line of sight, extended toward him with a water bottle held in steady fingers. Then came the voice, cool like calm water. Here, drink. Corwin's gaze, still fogged by tears, lifted hesitantly. And through the haze, he saw the outline of a boy now standing in front of him, dark-haired, sharp-eyed, composed in a way that made the moment feel even more surreal. Ruvian, the dark-haired boy, watched him without judgment, as though waiting for Corwin to stop falling apart and take his offer. Corwin immediately reached out with shaking fingers and took the bottle, feeling the cool plastic against his skin, and without a word, brought it to his lips. Water was cold. It slipped down his throat and carved away the pain, the roughness and the tightness, leaving behind only the ache that had nowhere else to go. Thank goodness, I almost died there, Corwin thought. Lowering the bottle, he froze, torn between wanting to apologize, to express some broken version of gratitude, or to pretend this never happened at all. But Ruvian spoke again before he could decide. His tone hadn't changed. Still calm, still dispassionate, but this time there was something more to it. Don't waste your time feeling sorry for yourself, Ruvian said. A brief pause followed, as if he were deciding whether to continue. Then, the world won't care or slow down for you. And if you sit here, sulking and clinging to a path that was never yours to begin with, you'll be trampled underfoot, Corwin. Corwin's hands clenched tightly in his lap, the sting of the words cutting sharper than anything cruel ever could, because they weren't cruel. They were honest, not spoken to wound him, but to strip away the lies he had been feeding himself. Ruvian's gaze remained impassive, unreadable, but his next words were sharper. So what if you didn't have any affinitas? The word struck Corwin harder than he expected, with a force that came without hesitation. Let it go, Ruvian said. Corwin's eyes lifted, searching Ruvian's face for scorn, for pity, but he found neither. Only a burning certainty that refused to waver in his dark eyes. And in those unnerving eyes, Corwin understood what Ruvian was trying to tell him by letting it go. It was simple, but at the same time contrary to what it sounds like. Let go of the path that was never meant for him and walk forward anyway. Release the weight of what he wasn't, so he could finally rise as what he could be. In other words, don't give up, and get up. That was what the messages behind Ruvian's harsh words were. His gaze bore into him, piercing, as if seeing straight through the fragile walls of hope Corwin had built around himself. Corwin's throat tightened. Part of him wanted to argue, to say that being a mage was all he had ever wanted, all he had ever known. But another part whispered that Ruvian was right, because no matter how desperately he wished otherwise, he wasn't a mage and no amount of wishing would change that. Ruvian turned away, ascending the stairs. But before disappearing, he left behind one final thought. Calm your mind first. Then decide, will you keep chasing a dead dream, or will you actually do something with your life? If you have no answer, seek guidance. Then, without a backward glance, he was gone, leaving Corwin alone with his thoughts, alone with a choice he wasn't ready to make. A bitter laugh caught in his throat, barely more than a whisper. That's easy for you to say. The words tasted like rust on his tongue, thick with resentment. At least you have an affinitas. His fingers curled into a fist, nails pressing into his palm as if the pain could anchor him, could hold back the tide of helplessness threatening to swallow him whole. Ruvian's words still echoed in his mind. Even so, Corwin wanted to reject them, wanted to throw them aside and bury himself in the comfort of denial. He wanted to hate Ruvian for saying them so easily, so carelessly, like it was as simple as exhaling a breath. He's right, but deep down, beneath the anger and the hurt, he wanted to believe that Ruvian wasn't just tearing him down, but giving him something to grasp onto. Evening had settled quietly over Velthia Academy, washing the marble halls in a soft orange hue as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the arched windows. Somehow, lecturing Corwin during the morning break rewarded him plus 50 plot points. Well, it's not like I'm complaining. The more plot points, the better. It could also mean I did the right thing. Who knows, Corwin might grow into someone better later. The chatter and bustle from the day's orientation had finally faded, replaced by a calm that only came when the schedules were done, and most students had scattered back to their dormitories or study halls. For Ruvian, this was the first real breath of the day. He stepped through the archway leading into the third-year public training wing, the paper slip still folded neatly in his pocket. The note wasn't ordinary parchment. It was laced with mana-sensitive runes, allowing the sender and holder to communicate with a mere touch of mana essence. The sender, Leon Ferrick. Third year, Class E. As he made his way into the training facility, the air became cooler, drier, laced with the scent of dust and faint smoke. The Year 3 training public hall was wide and tall, with ceilings high enough to allow for vertical movement spells and flight practice. Lightstone sconces lined the walls, shone softly to life as the natural daylight faded. There were still a few upper-year students scattered around, most in small groups or alone, each focused on their own training. A pair of robed mages practiced sustained enchantments near the corner section. Further down, a student channeled flame through a reinforced control ring, carefully adjusting intensity. Like how it was described, the facility wasn't just a flat field. It was structured and segmented, designed to accommodate a wide variety of magical disciplines. One corner was reserved for casting stabilization drills, where new or unstable spells could be safely tested behind magic-sealed glass barriers. Another section hosted a kinetic dummy field, row after row of reinforced training constructs that could simulate movement, impact, and even return fire. There was also a meditative core chamber, built for deep channeling and mental attunement. But Ruvian wasn't here for any of that. He was looking for the combat grounds. Specifically, the shared magic dueling space near the rear of the facility. His boots echoed against the polished stone floor as he passed through the central arch dividing the training zones. The further he went, the quieter it got. The combat area was less crowded than the others, and for good reason, third years who could afford private rooms usually didn't linger here. These were communal grounds, open space, split by gleaming partitions that marked individual lanes. The dueling field itself was spacious. An open floor marked by interlocking plates of dulled silverstone. This was where most of the Academy's scholars trained, the ones without noble backing, who didn't own a private booth in the upper tower wings. Ruvian stepped into the third lane where the paper had glowed stronger. He glanced down at it, pressing 2 fingers against the rune-inked sentence. The paper gleamed faintly, and new words were written on the paper. "You're on time." Ruvian looked up. Across the lane, standing at ease with a form-fitting training suit clinging to his frame, was Leon Ferrick. Their eyes met. Oh, so this is what he looked like. I should have lowered my expectations. Ruvian nodded once, stepping fully into the lane. Leon Ferrick didn't walk so much as he strolled. "You actually came. I'm glad most first years tend to back out once they realize I'm from Class E." He grinned, not boastful, but amused. Ruvian offered a small nod in return, the same one he'd given the dorm warden and the dining hall staff earlier that day. Controlled, polite, and just enough to keep things from becoming social. Of course, I figured I'd rather learn a few things than keep pretending I already know it. Leon blinked at that, then gave a short laugh. "Oh, you're honest. That's rare. You're going to survive here just fine. Did this guy just raise my death flag?" Leon stepped forward into the lane, circling once before stopping across from him. "So what's your name again? Ruvian, right?" "Yes, Ruvian Casteller." "Leon Ferrick," the upperclassman replied, offering a hand with a casual gesture. Ruvian stared at it for a second too long, then took it. The handshake was firm, not overly so. "I never realized he was this friendly and open. No subtle pressure, too. He seems good with hiding his intentions, or he genuinely means this. Whatever." Leon, still smiling, released the handshake and gave a short exhale. "Glad you reached out. Really, I don't get many requests outside my department, and definitely not from new admits." Leon's expression shifted into something more focused as he stepped back toward the center of the lane. The easy air was still there, but undercut now with a purpose. "I'll be blunt," he said. "We've only got limited time. My slots are tight, so I'm going to keep things simple. I'll train you based on how you move, how you think, and how you handle pressure. We'll work on foundation, first mana control, movement casting, spell shaping, the real basics that this place expects you to already know." He held up a hand, ticking off fingers. "No fancy theory, no mana history, no meditation circles, just straight-up practical casting." Ruvian didn't interrupt. He absorbed the information, mentally sorting each category. "Second, I'll be tailoring spells based on your casting rhythm and mana flow. Every Awakened has a natural style, even if you don't see it yet. We find that style, build around it, and make sure you can cast something under pressure that won't light your robes on fire." He paused. "Do you wear robes?" And no. Ruvian replied, "Smart, you'll live longer." Leon tilted his head. "Any questions so far? Did he try to crack a joke just now?" Ruvian opened his mouth to respond, then stopped, because something suddenly came up in his view. System alert. Due to the protagonist being out of your range and you haven't selected the replacement, your narrative relevance has dropped. A new quest will be issued, maintain narrative relevance. Failure to do so will accelerate the onset of the calamity. He exhaled slowly through his nose. Somehow I had seen this coming. The moment the message faded, another bloomed in its place, this time more elaborate. New main quest generated. Quest thread of relevance. Objective, maintain narrative relevance. Requirement, unknown. Your actions must contribute meaningfully to the progression of the story's central thread. Reward, plus 300 plot points. Failure penalty, calamity acceleration. Note current relevance level, low. Ruvian's jaw remained steady, but the corners of his mind frayed. Maintain narrative relevance. That was the entire instruction. The system didn't provide any guidance, no direction, not even a vague hint about what threat it meant. What does that even mean? The narrative is no longer relevant due to the absence of the protagonist. He willed the system to elaborate, mentally focusing on the message, but the result was the same: nothing. So doing nothing gets me killed. Doing the wrong thing accelerates a calamity, and doing the right thing, whatever that is, rewards me with arbitrary points. Great, you all right? Leon's voice snapped him out. Leon had tilted his head slightly, expression mild, not yet concerned but definitely watching. You spaced out for a second there. Ruvian's face didn't shift, but he gave a low exhale, grounding himself. I was thinking about tuition hikes, he said flatly. Leon stared. That's what distracted you. Ah, damn it, why did I come up with that excuse? Well, they mentioned reallocating funding toward the arts course during orientation. It seemed like a misstep. Magic theory's underfunded as it is. There was a long quiet. Then Leon burst into laughter. You're seriously something else, you know that, he said, shaking his head. Everyone else is freaking out over combat rankings or trying to buy good artifacts, and you're here worrying about administrative budgeting. Damn it, I mean, it's surely better than explaining I've been issued a vague death sentence by a sentient book interface. Leon stretched his arms slightly and then clapped his hands once lightly. All right, let's get to business. First question, what's your affinity? Wind, Ruvian answered without hesitation. Leon gave a nod. Nice. Not common but versatile. Good movement potential, tricky for precision, but great with speed-based casting. Mine's lightning, so we're not totally aligned, but the basics of mana shaping apply either way. He stepped closer to the center of the lane and gestured for Ruvian to follow. All right, let me walk you through how spells actually work around here. The practical side, not the overcomplicated nonsense you get from first-year syllabus. Ruvian moved to stand opposite him, mind still tracking half a dozen spiraling thoughts in the background, but outwardly composed. Leon raised one finger. Spells are divided into tiers. Most people think tiers are about power. They're not. They're more than just that. Clarity. Control how refined your casting is, how well your core responds to what you're trying to do, and how cleanly your intent becomes reality. But first, you need to know that there are 7 tiers of spell core. Plot points equal 2450. The partitioned lanes shimmered with containment wards, faint color glows in quiet intervals. Distant footsteps and occasional spells echoed beyond their zone, but here, inside the warded circle Leon had claimed, time slowed to a quieter rhythm. Ruvian stood where he'd been told, boots set precisely on the etched guideline at the edge of the dueling platform. He kept his hands relaxed at his sides. Across from him, Leon Ferrick rolled his shoulders, sweeping his eyes around the empty training lane. He moved around with casual ease. Most people think magic starts in the hands, Leon continued, beginning to pace a slow arc around the platform. They imagine spells being shaped out here in motion, in gesture. But that's like saying a sword swing begins at the wrist. It doesn't, it starts deeper. In the spine, in the decision to move at all. Spellcore sits beneath all that, beneath technique, beneath talent. It's your innermost reservoir, crystallized and condensed. A nexus of raw mana and conscious will. Leon stopped, turning to face him, tapping a knuckle gently against his own chest. It lives here. Behind the sternum, closer to the diaphragm. You don't feel it at first. Most people mistake it for nerves or hunger or nothing at all. It doesn't produce mana, Leon went on, voice a little quieter now. Your body does that. Breath, blood, motion, all of it pulls in ambient essence, but the spellcore refines it, stores it. Packs it so densely that it stops being just mana and starts becoming yours. He traced a circle into the air with a fingertip, leaving behind a faint trail of purple light that faded a breath later. And once it's inside the core, it doesn't stay neutral. That's when affinity steps in. That's when it starts to shift. Ruvian tilted his head slightly, just enough to signal attention that he was listening. Your affinity, Wind, Leon said, nodding. In its rawest state, mana essence exists as undirected energy, omnipresent in the world, they're ambient and formless. This primal mana, often referred to by scholars as source mana, and it cannot be used directly for elemental magic. Attempting to use pure mana without filtering it first would make it disperse before form ever settles in. This is where the spellcore comes in. He explained further, the spellcore is not just a battery or a reservoir, it is a living, responsive engine that interprets and restructures mana essence according to the will and internal makeup of its bearer. Ruvian knew that pretty much. Each person's spellcore passively filters and converts source mana into a form that reflects their elemental affinity, a phenomenon shaped by their soul's resonance. If someone's resonance aligns with the wind element, their spellcore naturally processes the ability to turn raw mana into wind-aspected mana. This filtration is neither mechanical nor instantaneous. It is a process that draws on the mage's emotional blueprint, subconscious instincts, and refined intent. Ruvian tilted his head, pretending to ask even though he already knew it, just to confirm how deep his mentor's knowledge was. So if someone wants to use a spell that doesn't match their affinity, Leon nodded a little too eagerly. That's where it gets tricky. See, your spell core as well, it's your personal thing. So if you try to use an element your core isn't naturally aligned to, say, fire when you're wind, you'll need to push against what your own mana engine wants to do. He gave a small laugh, hands gesturing again, more animated now, like asking a flute to sound like a drum. It's not impossible. But it takes more control, more effort, more mental clarity. Your core doesn't reject the new element outright, but it doesn't help you either, which means you have to do the conversion piece by piece. Some people even learn how to preload their core with multiple elemental types, but that's like juggling knives while blindfolded. Leon continued, now settling down slightly, almost thoughtful. That's why early on we stick to our own element. It builds resonance, gives the core a stronger identity. Later, once you're familiar with your own current, then you can start bending it in new directions. So far, any questions? Leon asked. No, go on. All right, Spellcore has 7 tiers, 7 stages of development. In the structured chaos of modern sorcery, Spellcore tiers form the only real scaffolding between the fumbling of the beginner and the devastation wrought by an archmage. No mage begins with mastery. They begin with sensing the trembling awareness that mana exists. Ruvian had edited this power system before, so he was familiar with it. The Spellcore, a metaphysical construct within the soul, doesn't simply store mana. It shapes it, governs it, limits it. And most importantly, evolves with the one who wields it. But it does not evolve on its own. Tier 1 is the spark of awareness, Leon said. Most scholars spend their first year here. At this stage, the Spellcore is untrained and unstable, capable only of processing chanting spells. At Tier 2, mages can begin modifying conceptual spells, manipulate the elements freely, adjusting range, size, or duration. Passive mana regeneration is unlocked here as well. At Tier 3, mages now allowed access to more complexity in form, intent, and effect. You should strive for Tier 3 first before you're moving to the second year. Then, as if flipping a page, his tone changed. But reaching a new tier doesn't mean you've mastered a spell. That's another road entirely. Mastery that comes from you, of course. Ruvian acknowledged that there are 3 stages to mastering a spell. In the study of magic, spellcasting is not a singular skill, but rather a layered process that deepens through familiarity, insight, and bodily instinct. A mage's proficiency with a particular spell progresses through distinct stages, each one signifying a shift in how intimately the caster understands the nature of the spell itself. The chant stage is the stage where most beginners begin their magical journey. At this point, the caster relies heavily on verbal incantations and external frameworks, usually taught word for word from textbooks or instructors. These chants serve as cognitive scaffolding, a stabilizing set of instructions that walk the mind through the process of shaping raw mana into a coherent effect. Chanting is not merely theatrical. It slows the caster down, which is necessary when they have yet to grasp the abstract logic of the spell. Every word and syllable acts as a switch, nudging the spellcore to process and refine mana in specific patterns. But because this stage depends on memorization rather than true comprehension, the spell remains fragile, rigid, and vulnerable to interruption. A mispronounced word or lapse in focus often leads to failed results. Leon continued. The next stage is conceptual. Here, the caster has internalized the theory behind the spell's architecture, its shape, flow, and purpose. Instead of relying on spoken commands, they engage with the spell through visualization, mental modeling, and willpower. The conceptual stage signifies understanding. The mage has in essence reconstructed the spell inside their mind. Through repeated practice and familiarity, they learn what the spell wants to be and how to guide it there. It is in this stage that the spell becomes more fluid. Mana efficiency improves, cast times shorten. Variations in form or function become possible, allowing for personal modifications. However, concentration is still required, and spells can still fail if the visualization collapses or is disrupted. And finally, the chantless stage, the pinnacle of mastery, a state of instinctive execution where the spell no longer needs to be remembered, imagined, or constructed. It simply happens, like drawing breath or blinking an eye. This level of mastery emerges when the spell has been ingrained into muscle memory and subconscious thought. The caster does not think about the spell, they only feel it. The flow of mana, the concept, the transformation, they all occur in unison. Most mages only achieve this with basic or frequently used spells, and only after countless hours of disciplined training. But once reached, it allows for effortless reflexive casting even in high-stress or life-threatening conditions. Spells at this stage no longer need a reason to exist, they simply answer their caster's intent. Leon stretched his arms. I've got a couple of wind spells I can teach you. Simple stuff. One for burst movement, one for low force deflection, and a wind projectile. We'll start there and see how your core responds. Ruvian stood, joints complaining quietly as he did, and rolled one shoulder. Let's see, this will be my first time casting some magic. Kinda nervous. PP equal 2450. Me equal 172. Ruvian stood barefoot on the lightly dusted flooring. A Across from him, Leon rolled his shoulders with ease, warming up his body. All right, before I toss spells at your head, Leon said with a lopsided grin, we need to see how your core handles elemental conversion. Ruvian heed his guide and closed his eyes. The world dimmed into silence. He reached inward with no effort, because reaching inward was something he had done every day of his life, long before magic ever became real. Then Mana answered his call, rising along the invisible channels within him, trailing his breath and his blood. And then he thought of the wind. He did not imagine it in symbols or abstract theory, only visualized the way it moved through branches, the way it swept along rooftops at night, searching for loose shutters to rattle. His spellcore pulsed once gently, almost like recognition, and then it changed, the mana taking on the faint hue of green-tinted light. He opened his eyes. Leon, who had been halfway through forming a basic chant with his right hand, froze mid-gesture. You already converted it? Leon asked. Ruvian looked down at his palm. There was a sensation of mana humming in alignment with his thoughts. Yes, he said finally. Leon's expression folded into something more difficult to describe, somewhere between cautious admiration and a sudden awareness. So your spellcore just listened. Amazing. Ruvian nodded his head. Leon exhaled and gave a short, helpless laugh. You're not supposed to be able to do that. I mean, not this early. Most people spend days trying to convince their core they even have an affinity, let alone getting it to obey. Ruvian said nothing, but his thoughts curled around the words. The silence stretched for another few seconds before Leon turned fully toward him again. Well, that saves me a lecture. You're converting already, so I'm skipping the basic theory. We'll go straight to spellcasting. He cracked his knuckles, clearly invigorated now. Leon moved slower this time. Maybe it was caution, maybe it was respect, or maybe he just wanted to make sure Ruvian would listen, despite how fast he had already skipped ahead. Either way, his voice took on a different rhythm now. First one's called Wind Burst. He began, raising a hand. A directional push, focused through the soles or back to move the body. You don't aim it at the enemy. You use it to move yourself. He crouched low, fingertips brushing the floor in a runner's stance. O breath unbound, unshackle form, break tether and bear me forth. As the last words left his lips, the air behind him compressed with a low whumph, and he surged forward in a short, sudden dash. He turned back, smiling faintly. You'll stumble a bit the first time. Most people do. But you've got a sharp instinct for balance. I can tell that you'll get used to it in no time. Next is Gale Veil. It's defensive, but barely. Think of it as a shrug. A soft outward swirl that can nudge projectiles and some attack off course. He exhaled, raising both hands now in front of his chest. The chant was more melodic this time. Winds of unseen, gather round and veil my form, shape shield from sky's breath. The air moved and compressed into a thin crescent-shaped shield. Leon broke the veil with a breath, flexing his fingers to clear the lingering mana. It's subtle because I'm not that attuned with wind elements. He laughed slightly. Ruvian's eyes followed the disappearing shimmer, absorbing the chant. Last one. Gale Burst, simple offensive spell. Fast, clean, low force, but it pushes, made for speed and impact to push the enemy away. He stepped to the side and with a practiced motion flicked his hand outward. O fleeting wind, sharpen and surge, strike swift and scatter the foe. A sliver of compressed wind shot out from his palm. It had been aimed at nothing, but even the floor seemed to be affected. Now your turn. After a few long hours of practice, Ruvian returned to his dorm, dragging himself through the narrow hallway with a tired posture. The door clicked shut behind him with a muted finality, and he stood there for a moment in his room, letting the silence press against his ears. I'm so worked out. He hadn't thought it would be this exhausting. Magic always seemed so clean in stories. Elegant hand motions, a flicker of power, and reality bent like paper. But what those stories didn't show was the mental attrition, the endless precision required to coax raw mana into something coherent. His arms were sore from holding postures, his head ached faintly from the strain of sustained focus, and his mana channels still felt raw, as if overused muscle could extend into the soul. I'm starting to get used to it, he thought as he peeled off his outer uniform and crossed to the bathing room. How to convert neutral mana into wind-aligned essence. The taste of it is different now, not as coarse. That session alone lasted his whole evening, tracing the invisible pathways of ambient energy and learning the rhythm of his core's filtration, then nudging the alignment slightly until the mana no longer resisted his intentions. Crazy, that was only the first wall on a very long climb. From what he learned today, conversion and chant alone meant nothing. They were just the fundamentals, a deep internal blueprint of what the spell was meant to be. Otherwise, the mana just sat there, inert and confused, waiting for orders that never arrived. Technically, one could use chanting to force the issue, old-fashioned verbal incantations that carried pre-encoded structures, but it was slow, rigid, and almost obsolete now. Conceptual-based casting was faster, cleaner, and infinitely more adaptive, because it would not wait for mages to recite poetry mid-duel. By the time he finished his shower, the fatigue had reached a pleasant numbness. He changed into his sleepwear and ran a towel through his damp hair before dropping into the edge of his bed with a long exhale that emptied both his lungs and his thoughts. He would need to get used to the constant repetition of conversion exercises, the foundational work that no one praised but everyone built on. Wind magic relied on subtlety, on shaping and flow. If he couldn't convert essence effortlessly, everything else would crumble, turning into inefficiency. But that wasn't the only thing gnawing at the edges of his focus tonight. There was still the matter of that skill, editorial pen. He hadn't touched it since he earned it, mostly out of caution and, to be honest, was forgotten in the back of his mind. But now that the chaos of the day had finally quieted, curiosity crawled its way back into his mind. Right, let's at least check it out. He summoned it. The pen appeared, hanging lazily in the air in front of him, gleaming with an odd luster like an abstract made visible. Ruvian reached out to grasp it, and it twitched away from him. The heck, he frowned and tried again. It danced just out of reach like it was mocking him. His brow lowered. What the fuck is this supposed to be? He muttered. Then the system responded instantly, its familiar mental interface blooming into view. What item description and detail do you wish to inspect? Ruvian blinked. He hadn't expected that. Wait, so this pen could inspect things as well. That means I can use the editorial pen to inspect any item all this time. He asked aloud, his voice low, more curious than incredulous. The system, as usual, answered, somehow sounding a bit disappointed. Of course, how are you going to edit the details without knowing one? He paused, then let out a soft breath that was half amusement, half admiration. Ruvian sighed. Damn it, if only she told me earlier. I could have used it in the Evermere Plaza. Still, he wasn't about to complain. What was done was done. He stood up and moved toward his desk. The drawers were cleanly arranged with empty papers, ink pens, and his insignia. He rummaged calmly, putting aside the irrelevant objects, and reached a small, plain notebook leather made, something he'd bought weeks ago for theoretical notes but hadn't touched since orientation week. He held it in his hand, glanced down at the editorial pen, which was now orbiting just behind his shoulder like a smug ghost, and spoke clearly. Inspect this. Do you wish to use the editorial pen to inspect this item? Yes. The system's prompt faded, replaced with new text, and as he looked at the floating window in front of him, the skill's true potential began to take shape in his mind. PP equal 2450. Me equal 172. Editorial pen inspection. Item name standard notebook. Enchantment none detected. Grade nuns. Item description, a small hand-sized notebook containing 84 blank pages, designed for note-taking. The paper fibers are too porous. The editorial pen floated beside him, somehow waiting for his master's next decision. Then came the question, hanging in the air as plainly as if whispered beside his ear. What attribute or detail would you like to edit? Ruvian pondered about it for a while. He remained still in his room, one hand resting on the notebook, the other gently drumming fingers across the edge of the desk in an absent rhythm. He tilted his head, watching the pen's lazy orbit, its red glint catching the lamplight in a way that made it look more like a scalpel than a writing instrument. Does this thing have limits? He murmured softly, more to himself than to the system. Or am I supposed to believe I can scribble any miracles into existence now? The system replied, as always, without emotion and without delay. Yes, not an ounce of ambiguity came from the system's confident reply. He leaned back slowly, spine easing into the chair as he exhaled through his nose. Ruvian wasn't sure what he was supposed to feel with that. All right, he said, adjusting his posture and resting his elbow on the desk. Let's test the water. His voice remained calm level, but underneath the words was a current of deliberate provocation. I want to give this notebook a unique ability, he continued, letting the words roll out like the start of a gamble he already intended to win. Like something that can kill a person by writing their name inside it, calculating cost of proposed modification. The pen glowed once, the red light sharpening, focused now. The room's atmosphere seemed more attentive to any sound now. Then pages of glowing letters began to appear in front of him. Custom modification request, name of death ability. Function allows the user to write a target's full, true name into the notebook. Upon completion of the inscription, the target's life function will cease instantly. Targeting condition must possess the complete and accurate name of the individual. Nicknames, aliases, or incomplete identifiers will render the effect null. Mana cost per use, 50,000 essence units. Cooldown penalty, immediate physical paralysis of the user for a duration of 3 continuous hours after activation. Cost to apply modification, 1,440,000 pp. Whoa, pricey. As expected, he read the final line again just to make sure he hadn't imagined the number. 1,440,000. That wasn't just high, it was borderline absurdity. He wasn't even sure if a human being could accumulate that much without toppling a kingdom to earn the plot points. He leaned forward, elbows on the desk now, hands steepled beneath his chin. The pen hovered quietly nearby. This is such a cheat skill to have, the skill could do it. It could actually imbue a mundane object with a power so grotesquely efficient that it bordered on divine, as long as I could stomach the price. 50,000 units of mana per use. That alone was outrageous. Most students couldn't channel 500 without fainting, and even advanced mages needed focus and preparation to break the 1,000-mark threshold. Oh well, this wasn't something you could use mid-fight. This was almost like a death ritual disguised as a scribble, a damnable skill for sure, and 3 hours of full paralysis. Nope. Still his lips tugged slightly at the corner. Not quite a smirk, but more like the early stages of one. Ha. Anyway, it's possible, he said aloud softly, like testing the shape of the words. The cost was ridiculous. The flaw was devastating. But the fact that the system allowed it, that was what caught him. This wasn't just a tool that filtered out balance-breaking edits anymore, but more like welcoming ambition, so long as he was willing to pay. And that, more than anything, told him what the editorial pen truly was. Ruvian stared at the plain notebook resting on his desk, its surface unassuming, the leather frayed slightly at the corners. A minute ago, it had been nothing, a scrap of Academy-issue stationery. But now, having already inspected it and seen the absurdity of what the editorial pen could do, it felt wasteful to leave it unchanged. I've already opened the door, I may as well step through it. He didn't need something absurd like the death writing trick. What he needed was something practical, something constant and useful. I want this notebook to store infinitely any thought or word I choose, nothing erased unless I will it. And when I need the information, I want it to enter my mind as if I had just thought it clear, precise mind, memory, phrasing, tone, everything. There was a moment of quiet before the editorial pen reacted to the command. The system responded immediately, calculating cost of modification. Proposed skill, infinite spell and knowledge recall. Function, user may store any casted spells, written or verbal thoughts, ideas, or recorded data within this object. Contents are preserved permanently unless erased by the user. Stored content can be mentally recalled at any time as if freshly remembered. Spells can also be summoned without casting or conceptual practicing. Memory layering supports infinite entries. Cognitive sync, instant mental retrieval. Mana cost per transfer, variable, depends on information essence units per memory slot. Plot point cost, 5,000. Ruvian's eyes narrowed slightly, though not out of disappointment. He'd expected the cost. The price was harsh, but not unreasonable considering what it offered. With this thing, I can easily remember all types of wind spells chant. Still, the mana drain was significant, and the point cost, while not as comical as the Death Note proposal, would still leave him gasping. He glanced at the interface and then at the pen again. Can I shape the downside too? He asked it plainly, voice soft but edged with curiosity. Can I also modify the flaw to reduce the cost? The system's answer came without fanfare. Yes. Whoa. Hearing that, Ruvian felt relieved. His gaze drifted slightly. He was trying to figure out a way to cheat his way to make this unique ability available in his disposal now. A slow breath escaped him, and behind his still eyes, plans began to shift. No, there are ways to make this efficient. Ways to trade weaknesses for smarter restrictions, or attach flaws that wouldn't matter under the right conditions. And now he had a pen sharp enough to write reality with. All that remained was choosing what suitable chain to put into that reality, because he wasn't about to spend over 1,000 plot points on a utility skill, not when he had less than 3,000 left. He wasn't some story protagonist idiot with unlimited luck and a death wish. If the system permitted negotiation through flaw manipulation, then there had to be a way to trim the fat. The gears in his head began to turn as he leaned in his chair. Then, a thin smile curved at the edge of his lips. All right then, let's begin by giving it 5 flaws. PP equal 2450. Me equal 172. The price of the skill infinite spells and knowledge recall stood like a wall in front of him. 5,000 plot points, a very solid price tag, but Ruvian didn't flinch and he also didn't accept it. He had learned early on that anything made by a system, no matter how advanced or divine in appearance, was built upon rules. And where there were rules, there were always ways to take advantage of it. Think of them as the doors. Locked ones, hidden ones, badly painted over ones. It was never a matter of whether they existed. It was only a matter of looking long enough to see through them. Ruvian did not begin with excuses or moral limitations. He began with practicality. First flaw, he said, his tone flat but deliberate. All entries must be written by hand. No mental transcription or spoken activation. If I want the notebook to remember, I'll have to do the work myself. The system acknowledged his request instantly. The numbers began to shift. The glowing total, once unmoving, dropped ever so slightly. Plot point cost, 5,042. So the system rewarded effort, or more accurately, it penalized ease. That was a good sign. Next, he said, letting the syllables carry a rhythm now, a cadence shaped by control. I want the retrieval process tied to proximity, specifically skin contact. The notebook must be touching my hand, wrist, or arm and no sleeve, no pocket, no remote linking. If I touch it, I will remember it. If I let it go, I would lose connection with it. Again, the system adjusted without hesitation. Plot point cost, 40, 200, 30, 500. His fingers tapped the wood of the desk, soft and slow, not impatient but thoughtful. Let's add a cooldown, he continued, voice almost conversational now. Limit it to 2 retrieves every 15 minutes. If I try to pull more than that, scramble me. Give me a headache, dizziness, loss of coherence for a while. Make it unpleasant and enough to deter me. The interface beamed again, and this time the cost reduction was more generous. The system clearly liked punishment more than limits. Plot point cost, 3,500, 2,900. Ruvian nodded slightly, leaning back against the wooden frame of the chair, one hand tracing his jawline absently while he watched the numbers continue their descent. Shit. Now, what else can I add the flaw without putting a lot of handicap on me? He was nearly there. Make it soul-bound, he said next. If someone else touches the notebook, the ability locks. They can't see the entries, can't hear what I stored, can't use it, just a blank book to them. Which means this book couldn't be shared by others, only for a specific person, and when the owner dies, the book dies with him as well. The cost dipped further. Plot point cost, 2,900, 2,500. His eyes dropped to the notebook itself. If the notebook is destroyed, he said slowly, carefully, all stored information vanishes, no backups or transfer. If it burns, I lose everything, make it fragile. The glow of the interface pulsed brighter for a moment, then faded into calm as the number recalibrated one final time. Plot point cost, 2,500, 2,200. He smiled with satisfaction as though he had been offered a riddle and found it laughably solvable. Ruvian managed to lower it from 5,000 to 2,200 plot points without compromising the soul of the skill. He hadn't taken away the function. He had simply added boundaries, a leash on a beast that would still bite when commanded. The system awaited confirmation, its presence quiet now, expectant. Ruvian sat a moment longer, gazed distant, his thoughts running parallel tracks behind his eyes. Every weakness he had written into the skill was one he could live with or, if necessary, work around. When you understand how to carry your flaws, even your limits could become leverage. He raised his hand and, without flourishing, confirmed the modification. Then, a light passed over the cover, catching glimmers of red and gold in the lamplight. The edges of the pages trembled faintly, as if they were suddenly aware of their own existence. Confirmation completed. Remaining plot points after deduction, 250 pp. Then the editorial pen, which had until now hovered beside him with docile patience, suddenly froze mid-air. Slowly it turned toward the notebook and began to drift downward, its movements guided by a purpose that belonged neither to Ruvian nor to any ordinary tool. It paused above the book's cover, spun once its red ink glowing with restrained heat, and then pierced downward in a single stroke. The tip never actually touched the leather, but the surface responded nonetheless. Glowing crimson letters etched themselves into the cover, spiraling outward in a language that Ruvian didn't recognize but understood instinctively. They were runes bound, alive in their purpose. He watched silently as the ink bled into the material and vanished, as if consumed. A single sound echoed through the room, low and final. The notebook was no longer a notebook. It was now a vessel, a bound archive, anchored in parchment. Do you wish to assign this item a name? Ruvian scratched his head lazily. Whatever, just make it sound close to what it is. Awaiting input. Ruvian sighed. Fine, just call it. Write that down. Are you absolutely certain? This designation will be permanent. It's a notebook. What else am I supposed to call it? Book of Destiny. Then after a dramatic pause, the screen lit up with confirmation. You have officially named the item. Write that down. Was my naming sense that bad? It's just a book anyway. No need for it to be so grandiose. The editorial pen floated upward again, its glow already fading. Whatever power it had expended in the process had clearly taken its toll, because a new message emerged before Ruvian could even reach for it. The editorial pen is now entering a recovery state. Next available activation, 24 hours. He sat back slightly, studying the notebook without reaching for it. It still looked as unimpressive and mundane as before, but he could tell something was different about it. That is fine. I don't need any dramatic aesthetics. He didn't want glowing runes or black flames or any other sign that would draw the wrong kind of attention. Power was best hidden beneath the ordinary. Let the world see it as a scholar's notebook. No one would think to open it, and if they did, they would find nothing. Because that's the skill of the editorial pen, only he could see the changes. Meanwhile, others will only just see this as an ordinary notebook. The pages were still blank, but the potential within them stretched wide. He gave a small nod that didn't signify pride but acceptance. This would serve me well. Knowledge was permanent if you protected it, and now so was the memory. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, Ruvian felt like he had something secure to stand on. He stood, stretching slowly, the stiffness in his shoulders reminding him that today had not been kind to his body either. He pulled the blanket aside and sat on the edge of the bed, letting himself breathe in the calm. His thoughts drifted, not toward victory yet. Tomorrow he will wake up, and the work would begin again. That was the cost of survival, and he intended to pay it in full. With this notebook, he can easily cast the chanting spell without having any difficulty remembering the chants. I should sleep now. Tomorrow is gonna be a long training session with Leon since it's still orientation day, so the academic hour will end early, and I will have a lot of time to train after that. PP equal 250. Me equal 172. The next 2 days, the 4th of January, arrived anticlimactically. A film of mist pressed gently against the dormitory windows, dulling the view and making everything look farther away than it really was. The air was chilly, closer to warm now with the bite of morning, but beyond that cold lay an enormous anticipation. The semester had officially begun. Ruvian sat at his desk, fully dressed after he finished sticking the notebook to his body with a tape. Since the flaw is that it needs skin contact, then might as well just stick it to my body for efficiency. I already transferred 2 useful chanting spells in the notebook. It took a lot of my mana essence too. This is one of the purposes why he decided to give this enchantment to the notebook. The steam rising from the cup in his hand was already beginning to fade. He had woken before the bell, as he always did, but this time there was no urgency in his movements. Today was the first true academic day of the term, the day when the academy would, in theory, resume its full function. And yet, he had little illusion that anything meaningful would happen. The novel had been brutally clear. Class E was a dead end. The lecturers, all of whom were supposed to be scholars of the highest tier, considered it a trash bin, a place where students who lacked noble backing and talents were sent to waste away. According to the source material, most professors either skipped the class entirely or sent aides to deliver vague notes and pre-written lectures, assuming they bothered at all. He stood, collected his belongings, and made his way to the lecture hall. Well, let's see how it goes. The corridor leading to Class E's assigned building was half empty, students trickling in at a pace that suggested they, too, did not expect much. The others shared that blank-eyed fatigue of people walking toward obligation, not opportunity. Some chatted lazily, others walked alone with sleep still in their posture. No one looked hopeful. That, Ruvian noted, was a kind of clarity in itself. He entered the hall. It was a wide space, cleaner than expected, though clearly not maintained the same as the upper floors. Rows of long desks stretched across the chamber in a semicircular arc. The mana projector at the front sat dormant. The atmosphere was heavy with expectation's absence. He took a seat near the middle, close enough to observe, far enough to avoid attention. The clock ticked on. 10 minutes in, a few students began whispering. 15 minutes in, one of them got up and peeked into the hallway, then returned with a shrug. At 20 minutes, someone stood and laughed softly. Well, that confirms it. No one's coming, they muttered. There was a ripple of cynical chuckles. One student in the back pulled out a snack. Another began sketching mana circles in their notes for amusement. But Ruvian remained refining his mana, unmoved by the predictable apathy that unfolded around him. He sometimes watched them all, quietly measuring. The door at the far end of the room creaked open with slowness that felt almost accidental. Every idle conversation stopped. The sound of a mana stylus clattering to a desk echoed as the students turned toward the entrance, their attention snapping into place. A woman stepped through. She didn't demand authority, but assumed it would be recognized all the same. Her dark hair swayed gently as she walked with confidence in her step and the sharp clarity in her eyes. Dalila Victoria, assistant lecturer of Combat Rhetoric and Magical Integration Class A Division. One of the scholars whispered. She was known, at least by reputation, for being part of the teaching rotation for Class A, the most elite of the Academy's divisions. But why is she here? She had no business being in our class. Her gaze swept the hall slowly, assessing. Then she spoke. Professor Halton, the one assigned to Class E, has once again chosen to forego his responsibilities. Her voice was clear, there was no apology in her tone. She paused briefly, allowing the implications to land before continuing. In light of that, I've decided to take responsibility, temporarily by the order of Professor Veliana. You all will be wasting time in this room for years if this keeps going on. Dalila tilted her head slightly. Today, you'll be joining Class A for joint instruction. You will observe, participate, and please attempt not to embarrass yourselves during my teaching. A beat of stunned silence. Then murmurs broke loose across the room, loud enough to echo against the old walls. Some scholars leaned forward, whispering something about a dream come true. A few of the more idealistic types were already halfway to excitement minds drifting to images of collaboration, recognition, maybe even promotion. The more cautious ones stiffened. Their expressions darkened. Ruvian didn't need to read their thoughts to know what they were thinking. It was too sudden. Too generous and too perfect. Ruvian remained quiet, his expression composed. Although this did happen in the original narrative, she shouldn't be involved with Class E. Well, whatever. He sat on his back slightly, gaze narrowed with calculation. The others might see this as a gift. He saw it as an intersection, a moment where paths were meant to cross. He had been meaning to meet the relevant side characters of this world eventually. Now he could do so without constructing a plan. An opportunity for him to get closer to them came to him first. He allowed himself a small, contained smile. There is no need to rush forward if the story was now willing to carry him into its higher layers, so long as he remembered his role. He rose when the others did and blended with the motion of the class. The command to change was given without fuss or debate. Delilah ushered them from the lecture hall and toward the changing rooms beside the training wing. Her tone left no room for interpretation. The joint lecture was not an offer, but it was an obligation now. Ruvian moved with the others, blending into the sea of dark robes and uncertain footsteps. Class E shuffled like a scattered flock trying not to look lost. Not a single scholar spoke with confidence or laughed. The moment the word combat gear was uttered, the reality of the situation began to press down with pressure that was neither metaphorical nor subtle. Inside the changing room, the issued attire waited for them in clean, organized bundles. The Academy's standard training uniform, a tight black shirt woven from monoconductive fibers, designed to hug close to the skin for minimal interference. The trousers were similarly designadark, sleek, and reinforced at the joints, cut for agility rather than strength. Light armor plates could be clipped to specific runic ports along the sides, but none were provided here, because this wasn't real combat. By the time they emerged into the corridor again, Class E looked uniform at least on the surface, but the nervous energy hadn't vanished. It had only been pressed tighter with the black fabric and synthetic enchantments. Delilah led without glancing back, walking briskly down the corridor that linked the eastern dormitories to the southern training complex. They passed beneath high arches before arriving at the hall, B Hall Class Training Section. Since there are 80 scholars from each class, they need to be divided into two groups. Ruvian was in Group B. They entered together, a mass of dark uniforms and wary eyes, stepping into a space that seemed too large for a simple training session. The walls were tall, reinforced with layered stone and spell-laced steel. The floors were smooth, slightly textured for footwork. Above, a skylight of reinforced crystal glass let in the soft morning light, and across them, Class A was already there. 40 students stood gathered in clean, organized lines. Their posture was straight and their presence was oppressive. Each one of them exuded the pressure that comes from the certainty of superiority. Their uniforms matched Class E's, but somehow looked sharper, better fitted. The moment Class E entered, the room was suffocating. Many Class E scholars slowed their steps. Some hesitated at the doorway, blinking, as if trying to confirm whether they had entered the wrong chamber. Eyes dropped to the floor, shoulders lowered. Even the more confident among them found their breath caged by the force of comparison. Well, inferiority is a silent curse to them. Ruvian, however, did not look down. His eyes scanned the hall with scrutiny, absorbing the posture of every Class A scholar. PP equal 250. Me equal 180. Class E had arrived early, but the way they acted was the same as latecomers usually do, half stumbling in with hurried steps and guilty faces. The doors hadn't even fully shut behind them before the mood in the hall shifted with the simple, unspoken awareness of gravity. So these are all Class A scholars. Each one of them gives out a confident stance unlike in my class. Ruvian let his gaze linger on several of them, minutes longer than necessary, burning with curiosity. Then 3 familiar figures slipped into his view, the narrative's chosen ornaments, the ones who would orbit the protagonist when the time came. The 3 of them are here: Kalira, Rosalind, and Sylvina. There's nothing much changed. Then I guess Julian and Loden would be in the other hall. Before his thoughts could deepen, a sharp clap sliced through the hall like a clean cut. Delilah stood at the front now, eyes scanning both groups with professional ease, hands folded behind her back as she shifted into a straight stance. "Welcome, scholars," she said. Her voice was pleasant, almost kind, with just enough warmth to pass for sincerity if one wasn't listening too closely. Today's lesson is something special, a unique opportunity for both Class A and Class E to learn from one another in a live environment. Mutual growth, shared experience, a cross-class cooperation. The words floated across the room, soft and inoffensive on the surface, but Ruvian heard them for what they were. Her words were scented lies, polished phrases meant to dull the edge of a very blunt knife. Delilah continued, her tone never once losing its luster. Every word felt like it had been pre-approved by the Academy's image department. This morning's session will consist of rotational mock duels. Each match will feature a structured format. 3 scholars from Class E will face 1 scholar from Class A this way. The experience remains challenging for both sides, while keeping the duels within reasonable parameters. Several heads in the Class E cluster turned slightly, the shift in posture betraying a sliver of relief, a quiet exhale as if 3 against 1 sounded, at the very least, survivable. Some of the more naive ones even perked up at the phrasing, as if it were generous. However, Ruvian did not. 3 against 1, they think that makes it fair. Idiots. Numbers don't mean anything if all they do is dilute the fight. The numbers look kinder on paper, but only if one ignored the math behind magical efficiency, core density, and the countless variables between raw talent and refined skill. Combat isn't arithmetic. Even 3 opponents can't synchronize if their foundations are weak. If anything, 3 against 1 just means triple the cracks to slip a blade through. Ruvian thought about it with a bit of realism, because he knew that strength was not numerical only. One properly trained Tier 2 spellcaster with a mastered affinity could dismantle 3 barely formed cores like flicking dust off a sleeve. Still, Delilah smiled as if she had done them a favor. There will be a sign-up board projected behind me, she went on, as a faint blue light beamed to life in the air. A light screen hovered quietly near her shoulder, listing empty brackets and placeholder names waiting to be filled. Those who wish to volunteer may come forward. If the numbers are not balanced, we will complete the rotation with random selection. We want full rounds. Simple words, but the implication was loud. I see. She's really not giving any of Class E the luxury of choice here. If there are 5 Class A scholars who want to participate, then there should be 15 Class scholars as well to balance it. A few students near the back of Class E shifted uneasily. Whispers began to circulate, as they were trying to figure out who would step forward or silently praying someone else would volunteer first. Ruvian already knew the pattern. It's very predictable how this will turn out to be. The brave would leap in out of misplaced optimism. The proud would enter because their pride couldn't afford to stay silent, and the unlucky would follow, dragged into the spotlight by the statistical cruelty of randomness. Ruvian kept still listening to his classmates' aimless discussion. There was no need to act yet, no need to expose intent. This wasn't the time for stepping forward, not until he had gauged the Class A roster properly. Besides, this wicked woman isn't doing this for our growth. She's doing it to reinforce a hierarchy. Dress it in training, frame it as collaboration, but Ruvian had seen the narrative spine underneath. This was about putting Class E in their place and polishing Class A's confidence while they stood over broken opponents. It was efficient and terribly hideous. His stomach tightened, in resistance to the thought that someone with real influence had orchestrated this, knowing full well the imbalance, and choosing to frame it as learning. Call it whatever it is, but this isn't training. It's a damn stage play. That wicked clown up there isn't teaching anyone. She's just feeding her ego, tossing scraps and calling it wisdom. Pathetic, if I must say. Or if anything, the only thing worth learning here is how much of a fraud she really is. Ruvian scoffed inwardly with a crooked grin only he could feel, contempt folded neatly behind his calm exterior. The light screen hovered in place behind Delilah, lines of empty brackets gleaming faintly, waiting to be filled by names that, for the moment, no one from Class E was willing to give. Not a single hand rose, not even a nervous half-step forward or the feigned motion of someone considering bravery. The entire side of the hall where Class E stood remained heavy and unmoving, their silence not rebellious but shaped by primal fear, but also the hidden understanding that walking forward would mean walking into a losing game. Because no one wanted to be the first piece sacrificed just to make the board look occupied. Ruvian didn't blame them. Then the movement came, but not from Class E. One by one. 8 members of Class A stepped forward, placing their names onto the list. Their expressions remained composed, untouched by anxiety. These were not volunteers in the noble sense. They were participants in a formality. This exercise, for them, would not be a test of survival, but an hour of sharpening already polished blades. Delilah watched them with approval blooming in her expression, the corners of her lips lifting. Her gaze swept back toward the rest of Class A, who remained silent and still. 40 students divided cleanly now between those willing to step forward and those who hadn't. But again, her words were not aimed at the mass. I do wonder, why are the rest of you holding back? Don't you all want to get better and make good use of every opportunity provided? She said gently, tone light as if making polite conversation. The question floated across the space, soft enough to sound rhetorical, but angled carefully, aimed at a single person instead of the mass. Kalira Arcani stood untouched. She neither blinked nor flinched, her gaze unfocused in the manner of someone who had long since stopped bothering with the details around her. She didn't answer, well, more accurately, she didn't even pretend the question was meant for her. And that, Ruvian thought, was the answer. He watched her silently with pride, Kalira Arcani's. One of the heroines that will accompany Zion in the future. One of the named characters with a huge potential that is close to the highest height of magic. Ruvian shifted his eyes to the fraud instructor. Delilah's eyes narrowed, not enough to be impolite, but enough to confirm that the silence had struck her. Luckily, a voice cut in. A boy from Class A stepped forward, offering something forgettable about strategy and observation. We don't mean it in that way, Instructor Delilah. Some of us prefer to learn from the bystanders, and I think some of Class E as well. If all of us from Class A participated, I don't think there would be enough numbers for Class E to balance the match. His words were tidy, respectable, and entirely on the point. I guess that's a valid point. Delilah nodded anyway, smoothing the wrinkle in her expression with calm ease, but everyone knew the truth of it. It's not because of that reason, but they were simply waiting on Kalira. And Kalira had chosen not to move. Where she stood, others stood. Her presence carried the influence of legacy, the House of Arcanis. To move without her was to move alone, and no one here wanted to walk against that current. Delilah's smile wavered before turning again, this time toward another edge of the hall, toward the girl lounging with deliberate elegance near the rear column, emerald hair framing her face in soft waves. "Sylvina Delvoir," she said, voice carefully warm, tone dipped in false curiosity. "You usually have sharper instincts than this. Surely you don't intend to miss an opportunity to demonstrate to them what you can do." The question sharpened by irritation, but wrapped in silk. Sylvina's response was not immediate as she took her sweet time as though still deciding whether the conversation deserved her attention. "This is why I don't like any assistant taking charge of a lecture." When she spoke, her voice was as smooth as a poured potion, yet with a curl of amusement. "What?" A thin laugh slipped past Delilah's lips, brittle at the edges, hinted at the sting of the remark. "An opportunity, you said," she echoed, brushing an invisible speck from her sleeve, as if the question itself was a little dusty. "Sorry, Instructor Delilah, but I must admit it doesn't quite feel like one." She stepped forward, tilting her head as if studying Delilah's face with interest. "I've always believed the point of combat practice was refinement, but if one already knows how to win, where exactly is the refinement in overwhelming the inexperienced? This joint training session is just plain stupidity dressed up as discipline. Since this is voluntary, I'll observe if it pleases you. I find the asymmetry more interesting from this angle." Sylvina's playful smile widened by a fraction. "PP equal 250. Me equal 180. Sylvina returned to her place beside the pillar, resting one shoulder against the cold stone. The entire exchange had been nothing more than an idle conversation to her. Ruvian watched her with a smirk, studying the angles of her words more than her movements. Sylvina, she hadn't just refused but even stolen authority from Delilah and exposed the scaffolding behind the stage. "She's better than I thought." The quietness that followed Delilah's question hung there, pressing lightly against the backs of the Class E scholars as they stood rigid and uncertain. Delilah's expression, though technically unchanged, began to shimmer beneath the surface of professional courtesy. A sharper tense crept in behind her smile, the muscles in her jaw setting into the shape of a woman trying very hard not to appear annoyed in front of the scholars. Her voice, when it came, was bright and airy again. "I believe we've waited long enough," she said sweetly. A few Class E scholars flinched. Some leaned back or glanced toward their peers in terror and desperation. No one wanted to be the first to volunteer for humiliation dressed in the language of opportunity, and still no one moved, until a single voice, clear and poised, sliced neatly through the silence. "I'll participate." It wasn't a loud voice, and it didn't need to be. Heads turned almost all at once. From the opposite end of the hall, where the Class A scholars stood in varying degrees of disinterest, a girl stepped forward with grace, not nervousness or bravado, but with conviction. Her red hair was tied in a high, disciplined ponytail that swayed gently as she walked, each step placed with a soldier's purpose. Without hesitation, she simply moved, as if the choice had always been inevitable, and her decision required no one's permission. Delilah's entire demeanor shifted the moment she recognized her. The tension in her shoulders melted as if the entire moment had been worth enduring just to arrive at this result. She allowed a triumphant smile. "Oh, Lady Rosalind, of course. I should have guessed. At least someone among your peers understands what pride and responsibility look like." It wasn't a compliment so much as a finely crafted blade aimed sideways at the rest of Class A, especially at those who had remained silent from Kalira and Sylvina's passive command. Delilah didn't look at them when she said it, but her words landed all the same. Rosalind made no comment. She simply placed her name onto the projection with calm assurance and then stepped back without a glance at anyone. Ruvian's eyes followed her movement. I had expected that she would step forward. Rosalind Varian is many things. Obedient to her house's rigid standards, built from discipline more than charm, but above all, she is incapable of wasting an opportunity to prove her competence in public view. That's very like her. With her addition, the number on the board shifted again, blinking softly as it adjusted itself. 9 participants from Class A, which means 27 scholars are needed from Class E. Ruvian watched the screen settle with disinterest, even as a murmur began to spread down his side of the hall, the panic sinking deeper now. 27 out of 40. And with no one stepping forward, the pressure would soon stop being gentle. Still, Ruvian decided not to make his move yet. There were too many unknowns. The volunteers from Class A weren't just strong, they were trained, connected, sharpened by years of private instruction and familial expectation. These were not scholars simply seeking improvement. They were heirs of bloodlines that prided themselves on excellence. To go against them wasn't just a simple challenge. Some scholars around him were already whispering, as they tried to determine how many names would need to be forced before the random selection began. Then the system arrived with a new light sapphire page. The faint glow of familiar runes unfurled at the periphery of his vision. New quest triggered. Quest name: participate in the joint session. Classification: relevance integration subtask. Objective: step into the active plotline by participating in the cross-class combat session. Make your name known. Requirement: join the Class E volunteer group. Reward: plus 250 plot points. The letters faded slowly, as if giving him time to think, though the command beneath them was clear enough. The system had dropped its usual ambiguity this time. Ruvian didn't react outwardly, but the system was maneuvering him into the space left vacant by the protagonist's absence. This is not the first time the system urged him to be relevant. He casually sighed. Well, I suppose this is my cue, he murmured with a mocking edge in his tone, reserved for the author who had embedded all of this. Finally, across the hall, Class E had begun to move. They marched reluctantly, submitting their names. The logic of survival overrode the fear of embarrassment, and so one by one they stepped forward. Ruvian watched them with his usual calmness, tracking each expression. Each one of his classmates wore fear differently. He waited for another beat, as if measuring the cadence of the air, then shifted his body forward, ready to blend in the crowd. You have received plus 250 plot points. But then he stopped, a half-step halted, a slow pivot of thought mid-motion. But in the low humming silence of the hall, his action stood out clearly. Everyone noticed it. Even Delilah, who had already returned to her console, looked up sharply at the interruption. A slight frown ghosted her lips, and for a moment she seemed more curious than annoyed. The moment stretched longer than it should have. Is there a problem, scholar? She asked Ruvian, her tone clipped with impatience masquerading as concern. Ruvian lips curled faintly, then let the thought slip, as though amused by his own lateness in arriving at it. Haha, why didn't I think of it? The other scholars, who had already submitted their names, glanced back toward him, confused. Delilah's brow twitched. Please submit your name if you intend to participate, she said, voice firmer now. Instructor, before I do that. Ruvian began, his voice even and controlled. May I ask something first? You have received plus 30 plot points. Delilah's fingers paused above the console. If it is relevant. Yes, you may. Ruvian tilted his head. Any training session at the academy, especially one involving practical combat, should have outlined parameters, merits and demerits structures. Am I correct? The hall became quieter. Class E, previously too absorbed in anxiety to notice anything beyond their own place in line, had started to lift their heads at the question. Even some from Class A turned slightly, the rhythm of tension bending toward the dark-haired boy. Ruvian's gaze remained on Delilah. I just find it strange, he continued calmly, that we've been asked to volunteer for a live combat trial, but no mention has been made of what's actually at stake. Surely there must be some form of reward for participation, some tangible benefit. Am I right, instructor? Delilah's smile did not return, but her gaze was piercing deep at Ruvian with blazing irritation. Yes, you're correct. There will be merit points for participating, she said briskly, as though that ought to be enough. And for a moment the room relaxed. Some even looked relieved, but Ruvian watched her closely, eyes narrowing. His voice dropped more. And is that all you have to say? What about the outcome? Delilah blinked again. Outcome, she echoed. Yes, Ruvian said. Participation is one thing, but in a duel someone wins, someone loses. What happens to those who lose? That's when all the attention moved to him. Everyone knew the Velthia Academy was built on a meritocratic system. Points were everything. Currency, power, status. Gaining them advanced you. Losing them, well, that depended on how many you could afford to lose. Delilah's lips tightened. Then she offered a measured, polished shrug. There may be minor deductions based on performance, but that is a standard part of the curriculum. Nothing unexpected. Ruvian pushed further. So you mean to say that those selected from Class E, many of whom have never even cast a proper spell in live conditions, will not only be pitted against seasoned Class A combatants, but also risk losing merit points if they fail. You have received plus 30 plot points. The air in the room pulled tighter. Someone in Class E muttered something under their breath. Another straightened up, suddenly pale. From the edge of the room, Kalira tilted her head. She was calm as ever, neither impressed nor disapproving, but her attention at least had turned. Rosalind, arms crossed behind her back, gave the barest flick of an eyebrow and widened her eyes, while Sylvina only smiled, slightly amused. Delilah's composure fractured for a second, barely visible, but Ruvian saw it. These decisions, she finally said, voice weakened than before, are part of the broader curriculum structure, which you, as a first year, do not have clearance to question. It was a clean deflection, but not a good one. A quiet chuckle escaped him, low and humorless, as if amused by the absurdity of her answer. No, Instructor Delilah. Finally, Ruvian's voice broke through the tension, heavy with concreted certainty. I believe we do. You have been rewarded plus 150 plot points. Because it contradicted itself. If the rules were fair, she could state them plainly. Hiding behind curriculum clearance revealed fragility, not authority. No one wants to enter a battlefield blindly. Survival demands clarity of risk. Calling for transparency isn't rebellion, but it's an instinct. And minor deductions are no small thing, especially in Velthia Academy, where points are life. PP equals 710. Me equal 180. If the students are expected to risk performance scores in a combat scenario, then transparency ceases to be optional, Ruvian said with clarity. A murmur passed through the back of Class E. Even the Class A scholars, half expecting a dull exercise, were now tilting their heads toward the confrontation. Delila's smile remained in place, polished and professional, but her fingers pressed slightly behind her back. Ruvian added some more, and as for declining, I seem to recall that the Academy's Rule Codex in Section 13 allows students to abstain from sessions that lack instructional equity, particularly when the risk of long-term assessment penalties is involved. Don't you think the Chancellor's Council would find it interesting if one class were penalized for a session arranged primarily as a morale exercise for the other? He didn't even care if he remembered it wrongly, which section was it, but it was really there. After all, he was the one who edited the Academy's Rule Codex for the author. You have received plus 30 plot points. Could you tone down the notifications? Sure, notifications have been made to a more subtle level. Now the silence was no longer polite between the two of them. Delilah exhaled slowly. You all have already been granted a concession, 3 of your classmates for every one of mine. That is no small advantage. Her voice grew fiercer now. Ruvian gave a small nod of contemplative. Yes, and I acknowledge the gesture, but if fairness is what you intended, then allow me to offer a refinement, plus 20 pp. He glanced back at the hall for a brief second, not seeking approval but surveying it, then returned his eyes to her. There are 9 duels scheduled, yes, he asked, already knowing the answer. If Class E wins 3, we accept a demerit for each of our losses. However, if we win fewer than 3, then no demerits will be distributed, because at that point, it becomes a question of whether your so-called advantage was ever an advantage at all. Plus 20 pp. Delilah's eyes sharpened. She inhaled, about to speak, but she was cornered. If she accepted the offer, she would be confirming the imbalance, and she would have to watch her prized class possibly lose more than prestige. And if she rejected the offer, she would be confirming, in full view of both classes, that the match was never meant to be fair, that her so-called concession had been nothing more than a calculated leash. And once that was clear, the outcome of the duels would no longer matter. Class E could lose every match and still walk away with the sympathy of those who saw the strings. Worse, her own scholars might begin to see them too. In a game built on prestige, perception was worth more than points, and Ruvian had just cornered her so that backing out now would be the same as flinching. That, she said carefully, is not how fairness works. Ruvian tilted his head slightly. His smile appeared more devious, as if he had waited for her to say that. Oh really, he said. But neither is your version, instructor, plus 20 pp. So perhaps let us meet in the middle of 2 unfair things and call it balance. Delilah clicked her tongue behind closed teeth but said nothing. Her pride had been nicked. Unless you would prefer we file a formal petition instead, I'm sure the faculty would be willing to evaluate the fairness of first-year combat assessments, especially one arranged with no prior notice and no oversight. Plus 20 pp. Control and uneasiness spread across the hall. Sylvina, lounging with both arms behind her back, offered no words, but her smirk had deepened. The little verbal sparring between the instructor and the nameless scholar from Class E was far too entertaining. Kalira stood quietly, as still as frost. If she had any thoughts on Ruvian's display, she didn't voice them, but her gaze stayed on him longer than it should have. Meanwhile, Rosalind's eyes were wide in awe, her arms crossed over her chest. Very well, Delilah said. Finally, she turned her gaze away, her voice clipped and professional. I'll accept your proposal, plus 30 pp. Kalira's POV. By the time the names had been drawn and shuffled, the hall had settled into a silence that was no longer merely passive but expectant. Kalira remained where she was, a little apart from the others, one gloved hand loosely resting on the curve of her waist while the other hung at her side. Her blue eyes, cold and devoid of warmth, scanned the rearranged names on the screen. The light streaming in from the upper windows glinted faintly on her hair, painting it with the fragile blue of midwinter sky. Sylvina appeared beside her without introduction. She leaned against the balustrade with casual ease, her gaze following the shuffling of Class E scholars with a playful amusement. So you didn't volunteer either, she said with a teasing voice. Neither did you. Why? Kalira replied casually. I don't think I'd like to be anyone's pawn. Even if the prize is tempting, it hardly feels worth crawling for. She chimed, her voice sweet but edged with mischief. How odd. I thought pawns for hire was your specialty. I was certain you'd be the first to kneel if the payoff was good enough. She spoke coolly, as if stating facts rather than insulting her best friend. My careful love facts can sound so cruel in your mouth. Should I be flattered that you know me so well? Kalira turned, gave Sylvina an unimpressed side eye of a marble statue, then said nothing. Sylvina gasped lightly, covering her mouth in mock surprise. Was that emotion? From you, your breaking character, darling, cute. Kalira looked at Sylvina again, but this time with a predatory glare as if about to bite her face off. Sylvina's grin only widened and lifted her hands in mock surrender. All right, no need to bite me, she purred, then leaned back with a self-satisfied smirk. By the way, I know you're thinking about it too, that it was a perfect trap, right? One that would have played out exactly as intended if that scholar hadn't opened his mouth. Kalira allowed herself a glance toward the one in question, the dark-haired scholar from Class E who had so cleanly appended the rhythm Delilah had been composing. He stood now in the formation, quiet and composed, giving no indication that he had just rewritten the rules before the session even began. You know him, Kalira said, not as a question, but as an observation. Plus 10 pp. Sylvina shrugged. I don't know, I'm more interested in results than his name. Let's just see how this will go. Kalira said nothing more. She understood what Sylvina meant by that. Delilah's voice suddenly broke through the quiet, louder than necessary, as if eager to reclaim command of the room. First match, Rosalind Varian of Class A. The announcement rang out like a polished bell, and Kalira finally turned her gaze away from Ruvian, watching as Rosalind stepped forward with unhurried grace, the crimson arc of her ponytail swaying behind her. They say she's the Knight of Varian's daughter. I wonder how much of that title she's earned. Ruvian's POV. Ruvian stood quietly among the sea of Class E bodies, eyes steady as three of their own stepped forward, their movements cautious. Delilah's voice rang out, clipped and clear. Garen Elswick, Mikkel Dorn, and Linnea Cal of Class E, the syllables dropped one by one, as if she were calling out inventory rather than names. Ruvian's gaze narrowed, shifting from the stage to the trio, now stepping into position. The taller boy Garen strengthened his grip around the hilt of a sparring blade. Mikkel stood beside him, broader, sturdier, but already shifting from foot to foot in restless anticipation. Linnea, smallest of the three, moved with sharper intent, but her fingers tapped twice along the length of her staff. Across from them, another set of steps broke the stillness. Only one, Rosalind Varian. Somewhere to the side, Delilah stepped back. Meanwhile, Ruvian's attention had already withdrawn inward, the holographic pages looming within the corner of his vision. Skill activated, character sheets. He had tested this ability before on Dane, and once out of sheer curiosity on his own family. Dane had yielded several insights, hints of emotion and potential layered beneath statistics. His family, in contrast, had returned barely anything. Character sheet. Name, Rosalind Varian. Age 16. Occupation, Velthia's scholar, heir to House Varian. Temperament, steadfast, disciplined, fiercely honest. Current mood, calm, measured focus. Status, healthy. Relationship status, unknown, pending interaction. Traits, daughter of the Knight of Varian. Trained since childhood. Value, strength, earned, not given. Keeps personal honor above house politics. Quietly competitive with fellow nobility. His eyes skimmed the floating sheet. Ruvian almost smirked. Daughter of the Knight of Varian, trained since childhood. Competitive, she always did feel too polished for a side character. He remembered writing half of that into her backstory himself. Then Ruvian slid the next page with his mental thoughts, and the next details of her attributes were revealed. PP equal 860. Me equal 180. RUNEHEART. Name, Rosalind Varian. Age 16. Spellcore tier III. Mono resonance 10-1000. Equal. General attributes equal. Strength C. Agility C+. Endurance C. Vitality C. Perception C equal. Mage attributes equal. Mana control D. Casting speed D. Magic power D. Mana sensitivity D. Mana essence 1500. Equal. Innate blessings equal. Blessing of war gods incarnation equal. Magic affinity equal. Fire, light. Rosalind Varian's character sheet still floated in front of him. Strength, agility, endurance, everything about her is rated at the upper end of the first-year spectrum, and not simply from training alone. Her spellcore have matured into Tier 3 already. That alone put her ahead of 90% of the Academy's first years. She was what the Academy would call a combat archetype, but what Ruvian would more honestly call a monster dressed in discipline. However, what truly drew his attention wasn't the raw stats. It was the blessing etched into her very name. blessing of war gods incarnation. That kind of blessing wasn't something you stumbled into, a monster in the most knightly sense of the word. It made sense, of course. She was the daughter of the Knight of Varian, the heir not only to noble blood but to expectation itself. That kind of upbringing didn't allow for shortcuts or sentimentality. Every scar was earned, every muscle tempered, every moment on the battlefield a prayer answered through the blade. Ruvian's gaze moved from her glowing sheet to the three Class E volunteers now standing opposite her. Their names Garen, Mikkel, and Linnea rested in his mind without weight. However, they were less a scripture and more of a footnote compared to her. Their profiles, summoned through his character sheet skill, yielded only the basics. Their mana capacity barely exceeded his own. Their cores were late Tier 1 at best, with no notable blessings. Ruvian exhaled silently, gaze sharpening as he watched the four figures spread out across the training ring. This match is already decided. Rosalind unsheathed the Academy's longsword with fluid grace. She held it in one hand, the tip angled just low enough not to intimidate and just high enough to remind them of who they were facing. There was no mockery in her posture, only focus. Delilah's voice rang through the hall, clear and ceremonial. Begin. What followed wasn't a charge. The three scholars from Class E moved forward in what could generously be called a formation, Garen at the front with a training blade clutched in both hands, Mikkel flanking to the right, muttering a water incantation under his breath, and Linnea at the rear, already channeling her spell into a basic wind projectile. Rosalind didn't move and let them come. Garen swung first, the blade slicing diagonally, hoping perhaps to force a reaction. Rosalind stepped aside with just a shift of weight. Behind him, Mikkel's palm ignited with a thick burst of water mana, shaped into a concentrated jet that screamed toward her side. She lifted her blade not to block it, but to redirect its path mid-air. It hissed past her and splashed harmlessly against the enchanted floor. Linnea's wind spell fired a breath later, but it was too soon. The projectile veered, wobbling in flight, and dispersed before it even touched her. The casting was rushed, and the aim was poor. Ruvian narrowed his eyes, tracking every motion. Rosalind could end this at any moment if she wanted to. In fact, she could probably do it blindfolded. A single spell chain, a dash forward, 3 strikes. The difference in ability was chasmic, but instead of crushing them with that gap, she gave them the one thing that all early fighters needed most, a chance to see themselves fail with dignity. The 3 scholars regrouped, panting lightly. Minute would pass before their spells were ready again, and a minute was a long time in a duel. Ruvian caught the faint shift of Rosalind's stance, the smallest change in grip, and in that moment he understood. Oh, has she finally decided to attack? Then Rosalind moved. There was no weighty footfall to signal her advance, only the sound of a single foot gliding against the training floor. And just like that, she closed the gap. She's fast, Ruvian admitted, surprised as well. Garen barely saw her coming. His stance, meant to be solid and braced, had been thrown off by a single breath of hesitation. Her blade met his ribs, not with an edge, but with the flat, and tapped him squarely. He stumbled, grunted, then went down to one knee. The force was so strong that it gave him difficulty to breathe. The duel had started only moments ago, and yet the floor was already calling his name. Mikkel reacted fast, perhaps the fastest of the 3, but not fast enough. He had managed to raise his mana, the words of his water spell already half-shaped, lips moving in a rhythm born of desperation more than mastery. Rosalind turned her body with perfect balance and stepped across the line of his spell before it fully left his hand. Her sword dipped low, its hilt clipping Mikkel's wrist with just enough force to make him flinch and drop the casting mid-flow. The water sputtered, lost cohesion, and fell to the floor in a harmless splash. Mikkel stepped back, then caught himself. His fists clenched, but the second he looked into her golden amber eyes he exhaled and dropped his arms. There was no need to fight a battle he had already lost. Only Linnea was left. She stood behind them, still gripping her staff, knuckles pale beneath her gloves. Her wind spell crackled faintly at the tip, ready to fire. Her eyes darted between her fallen teammates and the red-haired girl who now approached with unhurried steps. Rosalind didn't raise her blade, only simply walked forward, steady and upright. Linnea didn't cast her spell. She couldn't and she didn't dare. The spell faltered and she stepped back without realizing it, and that was the end of it. Rosalind lowered her sword completely, the tip resting against the floor with a faint metallic note. Her expression neither carries triumph or pride, but a soft look of acknowledgement. There is no shame in this defeat. You all did well, she said softly. Linnea, eyes wide, bowed her head. That was all she could do. Silence followed, then the crowd erupted. The applause came in waves. Class A students clapped first, but soon Class E followed. Even the most jaded of them could not deny what they had just witnessed. In the stands, Delilah's arms were crossed neatly in front of her, her lips drawn into a polite smile, but the muscles along her jaw told a different story. Her gaze flicked toward Rosalind, then to the 3 from Class E, now seated off the platform, heads low but eyes open. They had been spared humiliation. That wasn't part of the plan. Why is she holding back? Delilah growled in her thoughts. She had hoped for something cleaner, a crushing defeat that could be cited in faculty memos. something that would let her slash points from Class E's score without question and quietly bolster her own top scholars in the report that followed. But this became an exhibition of skill instead of dominance. The spectators were too impressed, too moved, so there would be no morale collapse from Class E from this fight. Ruvian stood with arms loosely folded. His eyes were fixed on Delilah. He caught the slight falter in her fabricated expression. He exhaled quietly but satisfied. So her first card had been played, and even that one had slipped through her fingers. Good. 1 down. 8 matches to go. As the applause slowly faded into murmurs, Rosalind Varian stepped down from the dueling stage. She did not bask in the crowd's approval nor acknowledge the ripple of admiration in the eyes of those she passed. Her expression, still calm and composed, remained untouched by pride. Then, for a brief moment, her gaze caught on someone standing near the edge of the ring. Kalira. Rosalind's golden amber eyes lingered a bit longer than needed on her. She held her chin just a degree higher, the faintest tension rising beneath the collarbone, invisible to most though not to Ruvian, who watched from afar. Rosalind still has her eyes on her. That's a positive thing to know. I'm glad. If Rosalind had been forged through expectation and discipline, then Kalira was carved from potential that was caged. She was already known by some across the academy as the youngest, strongest mage of her generation. Rosalind turned away without a word and stepped into the line of Class A scholars who stood at ease near the platform's edge. She hoped that one day she would get the chance to test the so-called youngest, strongest mage in her generation with her own blade. Their fight happened quite late in the story, actually, but I guess she didn't have to wait any longer. That day will come sooner than she thought. I can rearrange their fight earlier. It's good for both development as well, cause I need them to start hitting the work and be motivated to get stronger. Ruvian softly grinned with a nod of approval. Anyway, it's time for me to discuss a few things with my teammates first and learn a bit about their stats and fighting experience. Then, Ruvian walked towards the two of them who stood among the sea of Class E scholars, still watching the stage. PP equal 860. Me equal 180. After Rosalind's match, whatever polite illusion had once veiled this session as a joint training exercise dissolved completely. Whatever civility remained now rang hollow. Trampled by the boots of Class A, the matches that followed could no longer be mistaken for lessons. Each round unfolded with a kind of cold inevitability, less like competition and more like a ritualistic display of power. If this stage had once been designed as a platform for mutual growth, then Class A had redrawn its purpose entirely, turning it into a tribunal of dominance where mercy held no jurisdiction. 7 matches in total. 7 trios of Class E scholars marched forward, walking into something they could not win. And waiting for them, sharpened and polished, stood the next carefully chosen blade from Class A's armory. There were no bows exchanged before battle, no subtle nods of respect. No encouragement passed from one side to another. Only Delilah's detached voice, echoing across the arena like a verdict, followed by the sound of worn boots stepping onto the platform. The silence before each match was a living thing, dense and pressurized, wrapped around the room. It hung in the air until movement or violence finally gave it form. The second match was over before any of the Class E scholars could finish their chants. The third match saw fire a sheet of flame, drawn like a curtain across the ground. It swept forward with calculated reach, forcing the Class E trio to scatter backward and leap from the platform altogether. And from the upper seats, the laughter that followed was sharp, brittle, and cruel in its delight. Then came the fourth match. This time the opponent was no mage, but a brawler and unarmed specialist who moved with confidence. There were no incantations or dramatic gestures. Only fists struck, fast, brutal with the methodical of a craftsman. The 3 scholars from Class E never had a chance to breathe, let alone respond. They were dismantled, their bodies folded in on themselves from sheer exhaustion or pain. When the medics came, the scholars were lifted and carried off the stage like broken tools. By the time the 5th match concluded, the gallery reserved for Class E had fallen into a silence that didn't resemble attentiveness anymore, only resignation. The flicker of awe that had briefly ignited during Rosalind's match, born from a rare sense of respect and recognition, had long since been extinguished. Smothered by the merciless grind of one-sided combat, that same quiet dread lingered through the 6th and 7th matches. Each ended within the span of 2 minute swift, efficient, without room for resistance or learning. Not a single student from Class A had bothered to pull their punches. There was no feint of holding back or illusion of parity. Polite applause followed each round, but it rang false, mechanical, as though emerging from mouths detached from the hands that clapped. Only the faint rustle of formal approval, as if etiquette demanded it. Ruvian watched his classmates more closely than he watched the matches themselves. The platform, after all, no longer surprised him. He saw how the earlier energy in their eyes had begun to fade, replaced by disorientation. Uncertainty clung to their expressions like fog. Some blinked too slowly, caught in the attempt to swallow down the tears pressing behind their eyes. Others stared straight ahead, their gazes unfocused, as if trying to find themselves somewhere in the broken shape of the battlefield. Ruvian did not blame them. They had never been written to win. This is to be expected. They were not protagonists destined for greatness. They were the extras conscripted into a tale that had never intended to remember their names. Every one of them had been placed here with intention carefully outlined, meant to be forgotten. And yet, Ruvian felt no compulsion to accept that truth as final. It's still too early to give up yet. One chance is all it needs to ignite them back. His gaze lingered on the stage, just for a moment, before shifting to the woman who had constructed this entire theater of humiliation. Delilah had remained silent through each match, offering no commentary. After every result, she simply gave a single nod, restrained and composed. But Ruvian had seen the flicker behind her eyes, the satisfaction barely concealed beneath her practiced restraint. She did not wear her pride openly, but it was there, nestled in the small, silent triumphs of a task well executed. She must have believed she had done her part, played her role as instructed by the above to maintain the hierarchy. This must have been ordered by her senior, and I can already tell who it was. And perhaps Delilah had done her job well. However, that didn't mean she would go unchallenged. She must be feeling satisfied now. Ruvian sighed, steadying his thoughts. She accomplished precisely what she was told to do. A performance of superiority disguised as an exercise in cooperation. And yet, for all her control, the script had not played out exactly as she intended, because Ruvian had already altered the board. She might have thrown the strikes, but she would not be the one to define the aftermath. The demerits, the quiet, bureaucratic penalties that could quietly sink a student's future without notice had already been removed. That safety net did not come from mercy. It had not been born out of sympathy or compassion. Ruvian had built it as an act of refusal, not to protect his classmates, but to deny her the authority to wound them in ways that lasted. Still playing defense left a bitter taste in his mouth. Minimizing the damage was not satisfying to him. Ruvian was the type of man who would strive for a total victory, but for now, this was all he could do. His fingers brushed the wand hidden beneath the sleeve of his uniform, the motion instinctive, grounding. His thoughts narrowed, sharpening into colder than rage. A promise whispered so silently that the next match would not follow the same pattern. I won't let you have your way. His eyes flicked to Delilah once more, just enough to let the curve of his mouth rise. Ruvian had not spent the last hour merely watching. He had not sat idle, letting his mind drift while his classmates were paraded across the ring. No, he had been studying. Every movement, every pulse of mana, every stutter of breath from Class A's golden candidatish had taken it all in, layered it like thread into a lattice of rhythm and repetition. Their patterns, their choices, even their subtle arrogance, he had memorized it all, not just stored, but internalized. And beyond observation, he had already taken steps. Before Delilah could announce the final match with that same sterile poise, he had found the two classmates chosen to stand beside him and spoken with them. He had activated character sheets on each of them, one after the other, not with the intention of pointing out their flaws or measuring their worth, but with the silent hope of understanding and planning. Are you sure you want to be the tanker? I mean, I never heard any mage act as one before. Jareth, his teammates, said. Trust me, I'll be fine. Ruvian replied with a calm smile. And now, as Delilah's voice rang out across the arena, Ruvian let his hand fall from his sleeve at last. The smooth leather of his glove brushed softly against the dark fabric of his combat attire. The ninth and final match, she announced, her voice slicing cleanly through the stagnant hush. Ruvian Casteller, Noel Dorn, and Jareth Wynn of Class S stepped forward. She let their names linger in the air, as though daring someone to laugh, but instead. His name rippled through the upper rows almost immediately. Whispers spread in hushed waves, slithering from mouth to mouth. The boy who had questioned authority, who had challenged the instructor, was finally stepping onto the stage. All eyes followed him now with a different kind of attention. Plus 20 pp. Ruvian moved first. Every step suggested a complete lack of hesitation. To his left, Jareth Wynn followed at a slower pace. He was broader, heavier. His footsteps resonated faintly through the platform beneath them. He tried to appear deferential, perhaps even mildly reserved. His spear tapped against the ground. He did not bother to smile. The expression on his face was enough to make it clear that fear had not taken root in him. Noel Dorn came next. She moved gracefully, barely stirring the air as she advanced behind them. Her twin daggers, curved and gleaming with a subtle edge, hung easily from her fingers. Her stance was light, almost delicate. The look in her eyes was calm, as if she had already begun mapping the space, cataloging angles and trajectories a few steps ahead. And then came Arden Renhart. He emerged onto the platform with a poise, polished into the bone through years of careful grooming and entitlement. His posture radiated confidence, but it was the kind that needed no proving. The light caught in his gold-dusted hair and his broadsword rested against his back. In one fluid motion, he drew it. The blade moved as though it weighed nothing, sliding free with ease. He did not bother to look at his opponents. He had already made his judgment long before the match began. The contrast between the two sides could not have been more stark. It was a clash of what each side had come to represent in the eyes of the watching crowd. On one end stood a trio bound not by natural synergy, but makeshift of desperate pragmatism. There was no illusion of perfection in the way they stood, only resolve and the slow-burning strength that comes from refusing to fold. And across from them, alone and unbothered, stood a boy who had never needed to struggle for the light to find him. Arden Reinhardt was not just a combatant. He was a pedigree made flesh. Every movement, every careless tilt of the chin, bore the polish of someone raised to believe that victory was the natural conclusion of his presence. What the audience now witnessed was, at least on paper, a mercy kill dressed in formality. And yet Ruvian smiled confidently. It was a small thing, barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth. But inside, something else tightened his resolve. It lived in a space where confidence met spite and refused to bow to anyone. Because for all he cared, Ruvian had no intention of playing the victim in any hunt. Let's see how much I have learned and progressed from previous 2-day training sessions with Leon. PP equal 880. Me equal 180. Ruvian's eyes drifted to Noel first, and in the half-second of eye contact they shared, he caught the soft, almost imperceptible nod she gave. He shifted his attention to Jareth next, who answered with a faint roll of his shoulders, the shifting of his weight from one foot to the other betraying the tension winding through him. All three of them shared the same hope. None of them wanted to be the first to hit the ground. Their stance barely resembled a formation of broken triangle at best, stitched together by shared necessity. Whatever unity they managed to muster was more wish than strategy, more stubbornness than synergy, and Ruvian knew better than to pretend otherwise. His breath escaped through his nose in a slow stream as he turned his head away from Delilah, refusing her the dignity of a second glance. She remained where she always did, standing with immaculate posture and with that condescending familiarity looking past them as if the outcome had been decided. He smiled too, one that was born from a place far less forgiving. That smile of yours won't last long. Then Arden Reinhardt moved. He simply stepped forward, and with that the entire floor seemed to tilt around him. His face held no emotion, just the polite mask most duelists wore. He was dead serious about toying with them. His broadsword dragged lightly from his hand. The blade caught the light with a hungry gleam, the muted tap of boots on stone echoing as if to remind everyone that he was not rushing. Delilah's voice cut through the air. Begin. Ruvian's eyes didn't leave him. His focus trailed Arden's every movement, even the non-movements. Ruvian didn't plan to dodge it because it was his job to know when it would hit. Mana spiraled in his ribs, humming inside the cavity of his spell core, coiling in readiness. He took a deep breath, just like how you had practiced yesterday, and just like how you're close to mastering it. Ruvian gripped his wand. Then without a word, Arden stopped moving altogether. He stood still, broadsword relaxed at his side and looked straight at them, deciding where to make the first cut. Ruvian had taken notes that Arden was quick using his character sheet skill. That much was obvious too even without using it. His speed was the average speed of Class A, but even then his speed wasn't the reason Ruvian kept both feet grounded. It was his strength. In the next instance, without warning or tension to foreshadow it, the broadsword surged into motion, carving through the air in a blur of silver and force. Arden's entire body launched with it, a vicious strike that moved with all of his weight. The arc of the blade was wide and merciless, aimed squarely at the center of their loose triangle, the space between their formation. He was trying to scatter them, to crack the ground they stood on. This brute fucker, but Ruvian had already seen it coming. He had known from the moment Arden stepped onto the platform that there would be no warming up, so he did what he always did in situations like this. He planned a counter before the move even existed. His wand was already in hand, raised in a motion that seemed slow only because everything else was happening so quickly, and chanted an incantation of a spell that was taught by Leon. The air snapped outward in a sharp crescent-shaped, thin membrane of pressured wind forming, just in time to intercept the descending blade. The steel collided with the wind. For the past 2 days, Ruvian had been perfecting this one particular spell rather than the offensive spell. He believed that defensive spell was much more important since he was still weak and lacked mana capacity. Ruvian felt the impact roll through his bones. His stance buckled, boots dragging a fraction across the stone, but he didn't fall. He knew that Arden wasn't giving all of his best into the attack. How cocky that inch of lost ground was the price of contact. The blade skidded off, deflected just enough to spare him. Nice, that barely worked. He stepped back in the aftermath with caution. The others were already moving, reacting in their own ways. Noel immediately disappeared. One breath she was beside them, and the next she blurred into motion, her boots barely brushing the stone floor as her form melted from sight, cloaked in the unnatural shadow spell. To the untrained eye, she might have simply vanished, but Ruvian tracked the faint distortions in the air and the ghost of her movement curving around Arden's periphery. In less than 2 seconds, she had repositioned behind Arden, crouched low, the blades in her hands glinting as they carved toward the narrow gap beneath his left shoulder. And then within the same fleeting moment before Noel could strike true and vanish again, Jareth let out a guttural roar. The ground below him responded with violent obedience. A rough stone wall surged upward at his heels. It gave him the leverage he wanted. Jareth used it to leap, gaining momentum from the fall. His spear spun in a low, predatory arc, carving through the air. But Ruvian's mind winced before his body did. You fool, why would you give him time? The sudden rise of terrain slowed the rhythm, interrupted the fluid tempo of the pincer. If they had landed that hit together, if Noel's attack had clipped the tendon and Jareth's spear followed through the gap, it might have ended the fight here and now. But the timing was off, by half a heartbeat. Noel's daggers struck first, too soon, metal catching metal with a high skipping screech as they raked across Arden's shoulder plate. Arden had read her attack and dodged it effortlessly. The hit lacked the angle, lacked the depth. All it did was sting. Arden didn't flinch. He turned quickly by dipping his weight, and the retaliatory backhand came fluid and cruel, a plated fist slamming into Noel's ribs hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs. She gritted her teeth and let the momentum carry her, tumbling backward across the platform, blades skittering beside her as she slid toward the edge. The strike wasn't fatal, but it was enough to take her out of rotation. Jareth was still in the air while that happened, with no way to stop and too little control to redirect. His spear came down like a hammer, aimed with all the fury he could muster, but Arden had already moved. He stepped to the side, his broadsword rose with a single smooth sweep. The steel met the shaft with a crack that rang across the platform, sparks flying like angry insects. Jareth's trajectory shattered. He crashed down behind Arden in a graceless roll, shoulder first, breath catching from the shock. The entire sequence had unfolded in under 3 seconds. Ruvian's gaze snapped left, caught the blur of Noel trying to rise, then right, saw Jareth bracing his fall. Ruvian tried to sort out his thoughts. One flanked, one grounded. Lovely. I should have expected that it's not that easy for them to follow the plan without any rehearsals. Arden clicked his tongue. He turned to face them fully. His mouth curved in a grin. It wasn't a genuine one, and he tilted his head slightly as if to add mockery to the sound. I thought you three had a strategy. Perhaps I misjudged it. Or are you just taking turns being brave? Come on, do better. Noel wished to answer, but she didn't have the breath for it yet. She was already halfway upright again, one knee planted on the ground and both daggers trembling faintly in her grip. She was having a hard time staying vertical. Not a good sign. Ruvian thought, as Arden didn't even mind showing his back to Ruvian was a few meters from him. Jareth, beside Nola, grunted as he rose fully, jaw clenched. He spat onto the floor with all the flair of a man pretending to still have the upper hand, then leveled his spear again. Ruvian said nothing, but his thoughts ticked on, faster than his pulse, measuring, assessing, judging not just their position but the rhythm of the match. They hadn't synchronized, while Arden, on the other hand, had seen enough. Arden moved forward again, sword raised with deceptive ease. The weight in his steps wasn't just physical, it was psychological, a deliberate act of pressure designed to squeeze them into panic before the blade even landed. Ruvian adjusted his grip on the wand, as if that tiny motion might coax some miracle out of it. He sighed and then questioned himself. So it's plan B then? Hey, aren't you a lively one? Ruvian called. Arden slowly turned his head towards the voice. Oh, I have completely forgotten about you. Arden's blade gleamed as he rolled his shoulders, calm and unbothered, the posture of a man who already believed the fight was his. Ruvian tilted his head, eyes narrowing with a lazy curiosity. By the way, care to enlighten me? Why the broadsword? He said, loud enough for the platform and the crowd beyond. Arden smirked. Because it kills faster than your toothpick wand. The crowd from Class A gave a ripple of laughter. Ruvian only smiled thinly. Speed, you call it. Don't make me laugh. I know for sure that you drag around that oversized cleaver just to look mighty. I guess even a swine ape knows when to stop compensating for his own slowness. Plus 40 pp. The murmurs in the stands grew. Arden's jaw tightened, but his voice came calm. Ha, a real man earns fear with strength, not with his tongue. You talk too much. Ruvian laughed low and cutting. Strength? Does strength need to be drowned in theatrics? I don't know, but... Arden's nostrils flared, the grip on his sword whitening. Do tell me, when was the last time you fought without witnesses? Or does your so-called courage shrivel the moment there's no one left to clap for you? Face it, you swine ape. You don't fight for victory, you fight for validation. Ruvian scoffed with a contentious smirk. Like a gladiator clown that is desperate for eyes. PP equal 920. Me equal 180. Arden's composure cracked, the grin was gone, replaced by the raw edge of a pride that had been clawed open for all to see. His voice came rough, furious. I'll shut that mouth of yours. Finally, now you sound honest. Ruvian cut him, almost gently, lowering his wand into a ready grip. Arden's roar ripped through the air as he lunged. The broadsword came with unrestrained violence. His stride thundered across the platform, each step eating the distance like a predator finally released from its leash. For all his fury, he was faster than before. The weight of the blade did slow him, and yet it seemed to drag him forward. Ruvian felt it in the marrow of his bones. The speed, the precision, Arden wasn't holding back anymore. The blade came down fast. Ruvian hissed the incantation, wand snapping sideways, a coil of wind blasting him off the line of attack by a breath's margin. Steel screamed against the stone where he'd stood. The impact left a scar across the platform, sparks and dust bursting into the air. But Arden was already moving, eyes locked on Ruvian with frightening clarity. His sword twisted with deceptive ease, and he chased the gap like a shadow, forcing himself inside the breath Ruvian had stolen. He was on him again before the crowd could even blink. Ruvian's lips pulled into a tight smile, half grimace, half satisfaction. Arden had already charged again, as if predicted Ruvian would evade it and to prevent him from chanting the next spell. Of course he would do that, but Ruvian had also foreseen that Arden would try that. That's why his tongue had already shaped the syllables the moment his body was blown sideways. The spell was waiting, ready to use, as Arden's blade screamed down again. The spell incantation burst out as Arden's sword whistled past, a fresh gust ripping Ruvian out of reach again, sliding him along the platform in a rush of displaced air. Steel split only dust and echoes. With that last evasion, he reached the others. Noel had already steadied herself. Her posture radiated composure, but her hands still trembled faintly around the hilts of her daggers. Jareth stood beside her, less composed and significantly more frustrated, his expression pulled tight with guilt as he gave Ruvian a sheepish glance. "Sorry," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "That was on me. I shouldn't have leapt. It's my bad habit." Ruvian blinked in surprise. "This is not the time yet for that, but oh well." Noel, ever the more analytical of the two, tilted her head just enough to signal suspicion as she kept her eyes on Arden's unmoving figure. "Why did you enrage him?" she asked, her tone neither fearful nor casual, "So that he would swing his weapon harder at us." Jareth puzzled. Wah. "Nothing, we're going with the same plan." Ruvian cut in, voice calm but firm, slicing cleanly through the beginnings of Jareth's words. "They don't have much time to communicate." Jareth blinked, his brow furrowed. "What? That didn't work, right?" Ruvian didn't sigh he wanted to, but instead he stared flatly at Jareth, his silence heavy with implication. "It didn't work because you flung yourself into the sky like an idiot. We strike in the exact same pattern, but all at once and with different approaches. I'll intercept the sword, you both follow through, but we go with plan B this time. But won't he see it coming that you will intercept his sword like before?" Noel asked. Jareth also agreed with her. She had a point because Arden had already read that pattern once and he'd likely already prepared a counter. "Yes, he might, that's the point," Ruvian admitted, glancing at her, "but trust me, it will work and I need both of your help. But if it doesn't work, we will move to Jareth's plan." Jareth straightened a little. "All right, I'm in." Ruvian didn't share the enthusiasm, not even a sliver of it. Instead, he simply adjusted his grip on the wand again. He managed to use character sheet skill on Arden during their first clash. Arden's stats hadn't surprised him. His speed was monstrous, his strength undeniable. He was twice Ruvian's weight and power, and yet he wasn't landing a single blow. Arden's raw speed was listed as nearly double their own baseline, a discrepancy wide enough to make any attempt at outmaneuvering him seem laughable. But raw values didn't always translate cleanly into practice. Arden's true strength lay not in his speed, but in how he chose to use it, and therein Ruvian found his opening. Because for all his fluid footwork and uncanny reflexes, Arden favored heavy, dominant swings, telegraphed by full body motion. He wanted his blows to land, not just threaten, and heavy strikes, no matter how fast they began, always gave room for evasion. Now they stood across from him again, forming that same formation, armed with the same spells, stepping once more into the same pattern he had already seen. But this time Ruvian at the front, Jareth and Noel just behind, keeping to his flanks, which of course was their second pattern of attack. Arden gave his broadsword a tightened grip. His lips curled into wrath. "Come," he said, inviting them. Arden had already noted their rhythm and structure, but that was fine because Ruvian was counting on it. The three of them launched forward at once, moving in unison. The slight gap of their formation between Ruvian and the others was intentional. Arden's gaze narrowed, watching only Ruvian. And then, when Ruvian crossed the invisible line, the range where Arden's blade could reach him, Arden didn't waste any time. The broadsword came down with brutal force, purple lightning cracking across its length like veins made of fury. It cleaved toward Ruvian with enough momentum to tear through the air in a loud, shuddering arc. But somehow the blade didn't strike Ruvian. It struck a stone wall. From beneath the floor, a wall of earth surged upward in a sudden vertical bloom, not just intercepting the blade, but cutting off Arden's line of sight entirely. Still, the impact didn't stop him. He howled through it, forced the blade straight through the wall, chunks of stone flying as he swung, carving into the very floor beneath him, splitting it with the sheer violence of his advance. However, Ruvian was no longer there. Arden's swing hit only air and stone, and even though it was only for a second, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. "What?" The sound tore from him more in disbelief than rage, because something felt wrong. And then the sensation came, a cold brush of movement behind him, rising not from open space, but from the shadow appearing on the floor itself. Ruvian emerged, rising from the melted shadow beneath Arden's feet. His form distorted onto smoke, then flesh, and by the time Arden twisted with a retaliatory strike, Ruvian had already closed the gap. He had cast Wind Burst without chanting, a sharp horizontal push compressed into a wind, exploding him outward in a straightforward dash. The blade missed him by inches, whistling through the space he had just left behind. Ruvian's wand met Arden's torso, and in that instant the air between them shrieked. Another chantless spell in a gale detonated from point blank. The spell compressed a column of air into a concentrated pulse, and at this range there was nowhere for it to go except through its target. Arden's chest buckled. His broadsword slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground as his body shot backward like a cannonball. He was still midair, twisting helplessly, when Jareth and Noel caught him on the other end, and they did not hesitate. Noel's daggers sank low into his left knee, slipping between plates. Jareth's spear snapped toward his shoulder, aiming for the joint where armor no longer moved. The coordination wasn't perfect, but it didn't have to be. Both blades found their mark before Arden's body even touched the ground. The strikes weren't elegant, but they were fast, brutal, and placed with enough precision. One blow sinking into the joint at the knee, the other snapping toward the shoulder socket just beneath the armor's curve. By the time Arden crashed into the stone, skidding with the ugly friction of body against the floor, the momentum had already shifted. Ruvian stood a few paces back, wand still raised, its tip faintly glowing with the residual charge of overused mana. His fingers twitched from the raw nerve throb that came from his spell core due to spending more than he had. He let out a slow exhale and resisted the urge to drop the wand altogether. It works. His mana reserve was nearly dry, and he had known this would happen the moment he triggered the second spell, not because it was particularly extravagant, but because of how he had cast it. It was beyond his capabilities to cast two spells at the same time without incantation, but he managed to find a way to make it happen. He had drawn both of the spells into written chants earlier that morning, scrawled into his enchanted notebook right that downed one currently affixed to his chest with 2 strips of reinforced tape, and when the system recognized a pre-written incantation released into his head, it treated it as a more precise chant. The mana cost doubled as per the flaw of the enchantment. For the first time, the hall went incredibly quiet. No one knew how to respond to what they had witnessed, plus 20 pp. Even Delilah's smile, so carefully composed and elegantly worn until now, began to slip. PP equal 940. Me equal 180. Arden's POV. Arden's breathing came in short, too shallow to carry anything but disbelief. Each breath required more effort from him. The humiliation settled across his shoulders. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, where the cracked stone bore the aftermath of the last few seconds. His blood was spattered near the fractures. The sight of it didn't make any sense to him. Pain rippled through his limbs as all he could do was stand there, disoriented and bleeding, trying to claw back the scene of how this had gone so wrong so quickly. What the hell was that? Did he move? No, I didn't see him move. We were just I had him. I thought I had him for sure. They had come at him in the same formation, the same rhythm, the same steps. He remembered noting it as they moved, already preparing the counter in his head. He had seen it before, memorized it, read it like a book, predictable enough to insult him, and yet somehow it had worked. Noel's twin daggers had struck low, just under the joint, sliding into the gap behind the knee plate where his footwork relied on flexibility, enough to slow him and stain the ground red. Jareth's spear had arrived next, less refined but brutally timed. It slammed into the space beneath his shoulder guard, crushing the joint rather than piercing it, and now he couldn't lift that arm without pain crawling up his neck. He was still upright, technically, though even that felt tenuous. Had they aimed an inch to the side of the vital parts, he would be face down, unconscious and publicly broken. It wasn't mercy that spared him, but the Academy's policy. He lifted his head with effort, and the light caught the edge of his vision. Dust still lingered in the air, hovered by the earlier impact. His eyes scanned the space ahead. They had regrouped again, and in the middle between them stood him. That black-haired boy. Arden didn't care to recall his name, and it no longer mattered, because what mattered was that he had been the one to pull the trigger on that coordinated attack. He was the one who had orchestrated it, laid the bait, and watched Arden walk straight into it like a fool. Then came the soft whispers, wrapped with disbelief and judgment. It wasn't awe but disappointment, and Arden didn't need to hear the word to know what they were whispering about. He fumbled against Class E. Wow, he really got hit. Did you see how his body went flying just now? Even my grandma can dodge that. Can't believe he lost his ground to Class E out of 8 matches so far. Not once had Class A ever been pushed back, let alone struck in a way that demanded recovery. Arden could feel their gazes on him. They no longer looked at him as a standard, but as a cautionary tale. Slowly, he straightened his back. Each vertebra felt like a protest, but he ignored it. He let the pain settle into his body like armor, something to wear, something to remind himself of what had been taken. He didn't spare his sword a glance. It lay between him and them now, closer to the hands that had knocked it loose than to his own. But it wasn't the blade he wanted anymore. That little bastard, the thought surfaced like smoke, deepened, spread, and caught fire. I'll kill him for sure. He could taste the fury behind his teeth. How dare he, that damn nobody, from Class E no less. How dare he look at me like that? How dare he make me look this way? His fingers twitched, the phantom weight of the sword still imprinted in his palm. He would break the boy with his bare hands if that was what it took. I swear that I'll tear him apart, shatter every piece of him, and feed it back to him one breath at a time. Arden's mouth curled into something meaner, unshaped by charm or pride. His eyes never left the boy. You're dead. And then he moved. Lightning gathered in his palm, crackling faintly at first before it coalesced into something more volatile. There was not a single thought in his mind except for only the sharp clarity of rage. His foot struck the ground, and then again, faster now, momentum building as he dashed forward with the unmistakable intention of ending the fight. Consequences be damned. The spell in his hand surged brighter, casting sparks that lit his face in flickers of purple-white, and yet he never reached them. Mid-dash, just as his body leaned into the movement with total commitment, something invisible caught him. His eyes rolled back in an instant, white overtaking the iris, and all the tension in his muscles vanished as though his strings had been severed. His momentum carried him forward a heartbeat longer before he crashed face first into the stone floor with a brutal thud. The impact sent his body sliding across the arena in an awkward sprawl like a marionette flung aside. He came to a stop several feet away, utterly still. A stunned silence followed the arena. Noel's daggers remained in her hands, halfway lifted. Jareth took an unconscious step forward, confusion etched across his face. Even Ruvian frowned not in triumph, but in perplexity. Ruvian's POV, what the hell just happened? Ruvian's eyes moved quickly, searching for the variable. A scan of the battlefield confirmed that none of them had struck the blow. His gaze flicked toward Delilah, who had remained composed through the entire duel, but now her expression had fractured. Her smile was gone, replaced by a feeling far more jarring. She looked stunned, but not at Arden. She was not watching him at all. Her gaze had shifted forward, toward the front of the hall, where the heavy doors had been left half open. Then came the footsteps entering the hall, a woman dressed in the silver and black of a senior instructor's attire. Even without the uniform, no one could have mistaken her for anything but authority made flesh. Ruvian recognized her vividly. Class A Chief Instructor, the woman that was assigned to Hall A. Meanwhile her assistant, Delilah was assigned by her to monitor Hall B Instructor Veliana Kareth. Her gaze swept the room with a narrowed disapproval, eyes like polished glass that reflected only irritation and a distinct lack of patience. She paused, letting the silence settle fully in her presence before she spoke. Still at it here. Honestly, she said, her voice cool and clipped. I completed the full sparring course from my side and reviewed their post-duel assessments, and yet I still find this room active. Her eyes landed on Delilah at last. Delilah, still stunned, had the expression of someone who had both forgotten the time and known deep down that this was coming. Her composure faltered further beneath that gaze. Instructor Veliana exhaled quietly. The allotted session time has passed its limit. End the match. Retrieve your wounded. Prepare your class for transition to the next subject block, she said. Then, without softening her glare, she added, and you, Delilah, did I not instruct you to trace your time boundaries precisely? This is an academic institution, not an amateur arena. When I say 1 hour, it's 1 hour. She turned away before Delilah could answer. So, end the session now. PP equal 940. Me equal 180. Veliana's POV. The door clicked shut behind her. Above, a lone orb hovered near the ceiling, exhaled a cold, bluish light that swept across polished wood and fine lacquer. The illumination carved soft shadows into the creases of bookshelves that stood disciplined against the walls. Every grimoire sat aligned with obsessive care. Veliana stepped in, her pace as fluid as the confidence that radiated from her. She peeled off her gloves, then tossed them onto the desk. On the wall, framed behind enchanted glass, were her personal records, certificates of achievement and letters penned in formal ink by heads of division. And above it all, portraits, dozens of it. In each one, she was draped in ceremonial white, her gaze always angled forward. Veliana's hand moved absently, brushing away a thin layer of dust that had dared to settle on her desk. With a soft sigh, she sank into the high-backed chair. How many little fires do I have to put out today? She didn't close her eyes. She couldn't afford that kind of luxury. Even resting, her thoughts moved in sharp lines, already circling back to the joint session. A dozen things she had to manage, 100 she couldn't allow to go wrong. Then came the knock. Come in, she said, her voice smooth. The door opened, and Delilah stepped through, her entrance as stiff as her posture. The woman's jaw expression wavered, tension barely stitched together by the last threads of protocol. Delilah gave a rushed, shallow bow, her head dipping just far enough to satisfy her peers before snapping up again too quickly. Her gaze lingered just below Veliana's chin. She hadn't yet looked her in the eyes. Veliana watched her carefully. "I assume you've come to explain," she said, her tone almost curious. Delilah flinched, almost imperceptibly, and her eyes flicked downward to the desk. And then they rose and met the crimson gaze that had been waiting for her. Her blonde hair was tied into a bun. "Instructor Delilah," Veliana said, and this time her voice thinned. "At what minute did you lose control of your class?" The silence that followed was instant. Delilah's lips parted, but her reply hesitated. "There was a bit resistance," she said finally, the words dry, compacted by tension. "The scholars it escalated before." "Resistance?" Veliana echoed. She leaned back, the shift in posture subtle but unmistakably final, folding her hands across her lap as if making time for something unpleasant. Her eyes did not leave Delilah's. "You couldn't manage the resistance of Class E scholars, and yet you campaigned to oversee Class A." The air collapsed between them. "This is the standard. If she can't hold the reins on a stage like this, she has no business near the spotlight." Delilah's throat moved as she swallowed. Her hands curled at her side, then unclenched. "Leave, I don't want to hear any excuses. Send me the report, everything that happened in your hall." Delilah hesitated, just for a breath. Then came the bow, sharper this time, that reeked of retreat rather than respect. "I understand. I'll prepare the report for Hall B," she said, her voice scraping together the last remnants of formality before she turned and exited through the door. Veliana allowed herself a breath, then her fingers drifted toward the mana crystal embedded at the edge of her desk. The crystal responded with low thrum, and the wall to her left came alive with a shimmer of static. Then clarity and unfolding projection, a composite of visual recordings from the joint session. Angled feeds hovered midair, each marked with timestamps, segments, and layers of analysis. Her gaze moved past the chaos. She found Rosalind's match in seconds. Watch the initial stance, the first clash of blade and spell, and the ripples it caused in the room. But her eyes weren't on Rosalind. They slid to the side of the screen. There, seated quietly, almost forgettably, was a boy. Dark hair, pale skin that caught the glow of the overhead orb. His training attire was the same standard black, but something about him felt out of step with the rest. "Is this the scholar that Delilah mentioned who had challenged my sessions?" In the second match, he walked over to two other teammates, presumably, and said something low, quiet, unrecorded. Veliana's eyes narrowed further. "How come Delilah can't handle even a single scholar from Class E? I have to take a look at the video of their argument later." Veliana murmured. Her hand moved again. She slid open the bottom drawer of her desk, revealing a neat stack of cream-colored dossiers she had organized earlier in the week, files she had no intention of showing to anyone else. Fingers drifted across their edges until they landed on the one she had prepared with meticulous care. She pulled the document free. "Violetta Scholar from Class E." The name was printed in clean, serif type, formal and anonymous. The contents, though those were another matter entirely. She flipped the file open and ran her thumb across the top page, eyes briefly skimming the lines of recorded aptitude, falsified transfer histories, and a note she herself had added in fine slanted penmanship, background unverifiable. "Investigate further under restricted clearance." I set this entire session to watch her, to know more about her. She's also an unshaken one. I was surprised to see she stood up to Julian Rosenberg. I wondered if it was because of that. Veliana leaned back, letting the edges of the file fan open across her desk. Anyway, if she is who the whispers say she is, then this truth could have shocked the whole empire. And yet. Her eyes drifted back to the hovering display, to the soft glow of the projection flickering on the wall. The boy was still there, moving now, crossing the arena floor with the same quiet certainty as before. The focus zoomed in slightly, drawing him into clarity. Veliana tapped her fingers lightly against the mana crystal. The feed shimmered briefly, a quiet pulse confirming that the footage had been saved. Then softly, she whispered to herself. "I created this session to test Violet, and yet who would have thought that I was distracted by something else entirely? I wonder what the boy had said to make Delilah back away." Her lips curved, just slightly. "Bonus: participate in the joint session completed. You have successfully made your name known. Bonus rewards: plus 400 plot points plus 10 maximum mana essence. Updated status: mana essence 100-190. Oh, the bonus was even better than I expected. It's worth the chaos." Class E scholars walked down the corridor on their way back to their class. Not all of them were here, as some were still in the infirmary, and they were surprisingly loud, like a pack of stunned fools trying to laugh their way through disbelief. Ruvian walked a few paces behind them. "Jareth, that stone spike, where the hell did that come from?" one of the boys called, half laughing, half scolding. "I thought he'd cut you in two, but you didn't flinch at all. Are you insane?" another voice added, full of breathless admiration. Jareth unsurprisingly basked in it. He puffed up like a rooster who just discovered he had wings. Ruvian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Wow, look at him go. Noel walked with more restraint. Her steps were light and composed. Two girls from their class gravitated toward her, speaking in excited bursts. That shadow spell you did, it was beautiful. You literally vanished. I also didn't know that you can also apply it to your teammate. Noel replied, I can, but that spell is only limited to a single person for now. But that was freaking smart. That guy from Class A didn't expect Ruvian to vanish with your shadow spell. Noel's gaze flicked toward the back. She didn't turn her head, but her voice carried just enough for the next words to be heard clearly. Plus 20 pipe B. As if on cue, the girls turned slightly, half curious, half hesitant. Their gazes drifted backward toward the boy who had walked alone this entire time. Ah, Ruvian. Their voices lower into a whisper now, so Ruvian couldn't hear much of what they're talking about, but judging from the mood and their expressions, Ruvian could tell it was probably about him and what he did to Instructor Delilah. Challenging an instructor's authority is no small feat in Velthia Academy after all. Ruvian wanted to sigh. But then the moment passed quickly. Their attention snapped back and the corridor stretched on. The laughter continued in fits and bursts. Finally, they reached the bend where the stone darkened slightly and the light grew more sparse. Their classroom was just ahead, and as they were about to enter, the noise died. Not all at once and not abruptly, like the sound had touched a wall it wasn't allowed to pass through. A hush fell as the group saw the other half of their class who had been sent to Hall A. Instead of B, they were already inside. Some sat in silence, others standing by the wall with arms folded, eyes downcast. They didn't move when the door opened. Some of them had bruises on their faces, barely covered by half-dried salves. The energy that had carried them this far seemed to drain out of the room. The Class E from Hall B hesitated, caught mid-step between pride and guilt. However, Ruvian ignored them all and stepped in first. PP equal 1360. Me equal 190. As soon as Ruvian stepped into the lecture hall, a shift rippled through the steep rows above him. Eyes turned, dozens of them, some curious, others indifferent, a few unreadable. Their stares pressed faintly on his shoulders, but he didn't care. He moved with the same natural pace. His eyes swept the hall, looking for a person. Corwin. There he is near the back, partially slouched in his seat like someone trying to blend into the shadows. Ruvian's boots brushed softly against the floor as he moved toward him. He slipped into the row quietly and took the empty seat beside him. In front of him, the rest of Class E from Hall B filtered in from the main entrance, drawn along by instinct or habit, perhaps unsure if they were following his lead or just looking for a place to sit. The room became even more quiet, but Ruvian's thoughts had already moved elsewhere. He thought about Hall A, about the other side of the hall, where the narrative had likely unraveled in a way no one present was prepared for. It didn't take a genius to know who the catalyst would have been. Julian. That alone made the fallout inevitable. Ruvian thought, a little worried. In the original manuscript, Zion Herga had been present in that same hall. He was meant to be the scholar who cut into Julian's match when it turned into a prolonged punishment. Back then, Julian had taken things too far, hammering Class E students even after their spells had dried up and their knees gave up. Zion had stopped him. That small act, unremarkable at first glance, had become the turning point. Ruvian recollected his memories. From that moment on, Julian had fixed his attention on Zion like a beast scenting a rival. But now, Zion wasn't here. He hadn't shown up on day one, nor any day after. He wasn't in the seating chart, wasn't even etched into the system's narrative. It was as if the story itself had folded him up and removed him neatly. That was what bothered Ruvian, not the absence itself, but what filled the gap it left behind. The plot had always been malleable. He knew that. Characters slipped in and out, scenes twisted and reformed. But Zion's role wasn't something minor. His interference had been a point of divergence. Without him, the story would have had to pick a different pressure valve. And that was what Ruvian truly wanted to know. What had taken Zion's place? What had the narrative offered instead? What new consequence had it conjured for this branching timeline where the protagonist is missing? Our Ruvian H. High, the voice came out small. Corwin sat stiffly, shoulders raised a little too high, eyes flicking forward but never quite meeting his. Ruvian turned his head slightly, glanced at him, then gave a simple nod. He leaned back in his seat and then he spoke in that usual calm tone. What happened on your side, Corwin? Ruvian waited in silence, not pressing but not looking away either. Corwin sat beside him, unnaturally straight. His body was too tense to relax. I don't know where to start, Corwin muttered, not looking at him. I'm also trying to make sense of it, to be honest. He rubbed the edge of his sleeve. His voice was quiet, as the memory itself hadn't quite settled yet. Ruvian could tell. It was less hesitation and more like someone staring at the pieces of something shattered, unsure which part to pick up first. Still, Corwin straightened his shoulders a little and he tried. There were 6 matches. Only 6 and all of them went to Class A. They dominated all of the matches. Most of the participants from our side didn't last a minute. Before anyone realized what was happening, they were already down. Almost all of them had to be carried to the infirmary. Corwin laughed, but it was short and hollow. It was shocking. terrifying, even the difference between us and them. It's not small. It's not something that hard work will fix in a few months. It's huge, Corwin sighed. Ruvian didn't say anything as he absorbed the words carefully. The image painted itself easily enough in his head. No wonder the room felt thinner than usual. He hadn't counted the bodies when he came in, but now, thinking back, there were fewer. Not drastically so, but enough. Few quiet absences, only to be noticed once you started paying attention. No one had made a fuss, but the missing seats spoke louder. Behind them, he could hear quiet murmurs. The rest of Hall B, now seated and settling in, had begun to whisper across rows, trading questions and fragments of what had happened in their respective hall. Ruvian glanced toward the front. The lectern remained empty. No one had stepped up. The same haze of disinterest from faculty clung to the space. The wall clock ticked steadily, and the minute hand now sat 15 past the hour. The time for the next lecture had already passed. As expected, no one had come. Ruvian thought sourly. Ruvian turned his eyes back to Corwin. By the way, he said quietly, as if asking about something mundane, what exactly happened during Julian's match. Then, the question made Corwin freeze. The question hit like a crack in glass. His face lost color in that unmistakable way where the blood seemed to pull back from his skin. Even without turning around, Ruvian could feel it. A few students behind them had gone quiet as well. One or two stopped mid-conversation. Others lowered their voices instinctively, glancing their way without saying a word. Why are they always overreacting? He sighed. Corwin's mouth opened, then closed again. He looked down at his knees like the answer was scrawled there. When he spoke, the words came slowly. Julian didn't show any mercy. From the moment the match began, he was. Corwin stopped, swallowed, tried again. It wasn't even a fight. It was brutal. Our classmate was already down. Everyone could see he couldn't go on, but Julian just kept going. Spell after spell, strikes without pause. It's crazy. He rubbed the back of his neck. I don't understand why Instructor Veliana didn't stop him. She was right there, just standing. Well, I was questioning the same thing as I read this part of the novel. I mean, she was the one who planned this. Why would she want to stop it? But even crazier, someone did stop him. What? Then Corwin suddenly said something that contradicted what Ruvian thought wouldn't happen in this narrative timeline. That made Ruvian stunned. His chest tightened just slightly. His curiosity now leaned forward. Someone had stepped in. That shouldn't have been possible. Only named side characters dare to go toe-to-toe with Julian. But Sylvina, Kalira, and Rosalind were all with me. I know that for certain, so none of them were in Hall A. That left few options. Loden, no, it didn't fit. Ruvian narrowed his eyes slightly. He doesn't interfere with things that bring him trouble. He wouldn't step into something like that, not unless he had something to gain. And right now, he doesn't. So then who? Don't tell me an unnamed side character. Someone the story never even gave a proper introduction to. That's ridiculous. That would mean. Before he could form the question aloud, the answer arrived. Literally, the classroom door opened, and a girl stepped through. She moved without hesitation, as if unaware of the eyes that followed her. Her uniform was the same as theirs, but entirely indifferent to appearance. Her beautiful hair was long, almost black at first glance, but in the light, a muted violet sheen traced the edges, catching the color just barely, like ink watered down until it almost disappeared. Ruvian turned slightly in his seat, his gaze sharp. Corwin spoke again. There she is, he said quietly, as if pointing toward something uncertain and significant at once. She's the one who stood up to Julian. Then, with a strange edge to his voice, like he wasn't sure if he was impressed or still shaken by it. Violet, that's her name. Suddenly, as the girl scanned the rows above her for an empty seat, her gaze caught Ruvian staring at her calmly. For a few suspended seconds, her eyes locked with Ruvian's. They were amethyst, vivid and luminous, like polished gems catching the light. Flecks of violet shimmered in their depths, delicate yet arresting. Those enchanting amethyst eyes. I've read them once before, written in the margins of a story. Ruvian had been trying to uncover which of the scholars in Class E was Violet, the forgotten named character, who vanished from the story after chasing Zionever since the first day of orientation. Still, he hadn't pressed the matter. There had been little urgency then, and far more immediate concerns to occupy him. All in all, it seemed his speculation had been right. She was Violet. He knew it for sure due to her eyes. Yet one question crawled on him. Why would she risk herself by standing against Ju? What is she trying to gain from that? What an unexpected turnaround. As I thought, there are more to Violet's story. Interesting. PP equal 13 60. Me equal 190. Ruvian watched as Violet composedly entered the hall. Her steps were strangely quiet for someone drawing so much attention. The scholars seated in the sloping rows above subtly trailed her movement. She walked straight to the front, settling into a seat beside the tall window that framed the soft gray light outside. Without a word, she leaned forward, rested her arms on the long, connected desk, and tilted her head toward the glass, eyes drawn to the bare trees beyond. The last breath of winter still hovered in the air, and it swirled the brittle branches on the other side of the glass. Ruvian studied her expressionless profile. Her eyes didn't blink often, just quietly absorbing the world outside as if it offered something better than what was in here. Violet, that wasn't her real name, Ruvian silently said in his thoughts. He didn't expect she would be standing against Julian. It took more than just a temper to do that, and it required a reason too. And that was the part that unsettled him most. He didn't know what that reason was. Her background had always been a mystery. The author had barely touched on her in the novel. A former noble, discarded halfway through the draft. No proper arc or personal story. She had been forgotten even before the world remembered her. Ruvian's eyes flicked upward, tracing the few stairs still clinging to her. Most didn't know what to make of her. They only saw a quiet girl who suddenly dared to speak when no one else would. Not a single scholar here knows who she really is. That's for sure. They probably thought of her as the same as them, merely a commoner. Ruvian knew just a little, from the scattered author notes and one lazy exposition dumped somewhere deep in a discarded chapter. Her real name was Vanessa Eldrian. If my memory serves, she was the last daughter of a noble house stripped of title and executed under royal decree treason. Ruvian contemplated. That's what they called it when you crossed the crown. Her family was erased, their estates burned, records sealed or rewritten. Only she survived because she was too young to be considered a threat, so they dumped her in an orphanage and called it Mercy. Surprisingly, a week later, the orphanage caught fire, and somehow she survived that too. Now she was here wearing a new name. Why come back? Why this academy? Why now? No. The right question is what exactly happened to the Eldrian family. Ruvian pondered. Ruvian didn't know the full story. He doubted anyone did, but there had to be a reason. No one lived through that much and returned by accident. Maybe she was after something else like revenge, answers, closure. Or maybe she didn't even know what she was searching for yet. It was then, without warning, that the door creaked open again. A figure stumbled in, an assistant, clearly not used to being the center of attention. He adjusted his glasses twice before reaching the center of the room, clutching a stack of loose pages. "A good morning, everyone," he began. "Today's instructor won't be joining today's session. He's occupied with faculty matters." He paused as if trying to recall the rest, then looked down at the pages in his grip. "So he left these notes for you. They cover the required readings and theory basics for the week. Please review them thoroughly." Without waiting for acknowledgement, he began shuffling from row to row, handing out the printed lecture notes. By the time he left, the room had returned to its earlier silence. A few scholars glanced through the material, but most didn't bother. It was only the first day, and expectations were already being managed downward. Eventually, the class thinned out. One by one, they filed out without speaking. Violet didn't move from her spot, and neither did Ruvian. She looked kind of lonely. The thought accidentally slipped out of him. It wasn't until the sun had dropped a little lower that he finally stood with a sigh and left the hall behind. Ruvian replayed the recent match in his mind, not out of sentiment, but out of necessity. "Yeah, I would have lost if Veliana hadn't stepped in," he muttered. "But that mental attack of her is really insane, especially from that distance." Veliana's sudden interference had saved him from a clean defeat. He also didn't know why she did that. Still, I wasn't strong enough, he thought. Everything about the fight pointed to that one truth. If this was what Tier 1 Spellcore looked like in real combat, then he needed to move past it. He needed to climb to Tier 2 faster, and there was only one way to cross it quickly. Plot points and quests. Ruvian knew what he had to do. I need more of them. The next day arrived. A gray mist hovered over the rooftops of Velthia Academy, softening the sharp lines of the towers and walkways. In the morning, the academy was already alive. Ruvian stood among the scattered rows of Class E. The room somehow felt colder than usual due to the man standing at the front. Instructor Edvas entered precisely on time. His coat, a muted gray with worn cuffs, looked nearly as tired as some of the students, but the eyes beneath his brow held none of that fatigue. They were cold, focused, and unforgiving. "All right, listen carefully," he said, voice flat but clear. "At Velthia Academy, education is a foundation, that's all. It is not glory, it is not safety, and obviously it is not power that you're chasing. It is the floor below your feet. And if you think that's enough to keep you alive out there," he gestured vaguely toward the window, toward the world waiting beyond these walls, "then I suggest you start digging your own grave now. At Velthia, education was a foundation, but mastery remained a personal decision. You will study 5 mandatory subjects this semester. That is what it was supposed to be," he continued, walking slowly between the aisles of desks. "Basic magic theory, magicule beast studies, history, basic runes, dungeon layouts. These are the minimum for you first-year scholars." Every first-year scholar, regardless of status or background, was bound to study 5 mandatory subjects. Edvas's eyes scanned the room. These were the pillars, unchanging and universal, assigned with the belief that no one could stand in this world without knowing them. "But the minimum is never enough," he said with a harsh tone. Ruvian leaned forward in his seat, arms crossed, eyes focused on the instructor up front, but his thoughts were already ahead of the lecture. The fundamentals were essential, but survival demanded more than foundation. Flexibility, specialization, creativity. Those were the things that filled the gaps when a textbook failed to prepare you for, which is why electives exist. And Velthia offered a staggering array of them, far more than any scholar could ever feasibly take, he surmised. From specialized spellcasting techniques to alchemical theory, from monster dissection labs to field reconnaissance, each elective carved out a specific path that diverged from the standard mold. Yeah, unlike the mandatory subjects, which follow a fixed weekly schedule and are repeated with rigid regularity, electives are more and more chaotic. They're scattered throughout the week, sometimes overlapping, sometimes vanishing for days at a time. They move with the availability and whim of the instructors who teach them. Some teachers are consistent, and PFF others simply are not. He returned his focus back to instructor Edvas. Some classes clash against each other in timing, laid out in overlapping slots that make it impossible to attend everything. So it forces you to think ahead, to prioritize the value of one path against another. At Velthia Academy, there are no limits on how many electives you can take. The freedom is generous to generous, but it is not without its cost. Edvas's voice carried evenly across the rows without the need to raise it. You could enroll in as many electives as you wish. The academy wouldn't stop you, but every choice takes a piece of your time and energy. More electives mean more exams, more lectures to attend, more reports to turn in, more risk of collisions in the schedule. His expression remained austere. Listen well, you unpolished gems. This part is very important. The structure was simple enough on paper. Each of the 5 mandatory subjects carried a maximum of 100 points. A perfect score across the 5 subjects granted 500 points. That is the baseline, the foundation of the ranking system that every scholar is measured against. With electives, it will add another layer, 30 points each. And while they offer less than the core subjects, they made up for it with flexibility. He said with a stern voice, "It's pretty simple. A scholar who took 3 electives and mastered all of them could push their total score to 590 points. That extra 90 points is no small thing in a meritocracy where even a single rank could change everything. However, the more subjects you take, the heavier the burden becomes. It isn't uncommon for bright scholars to fall behind because they misjudged the weight of what they carried. So beware, Velthia Academy rewarded excellence, but it did not forgive overreach. Yeah, that is why most scholars play it safe. 2 electives, maybe 3, enough to widen their margins without burning out. I also need to consider my electives thoroughly. However, he did not have the luxury of moderation. Ruvian couldn't afford to pace himself, not when time was already moving against him. If he was going to stand a chance at shifting the fate that had already begun to tighten around him, he needed to learn more, absorb faster, push harder. Rest would have to wait. The lecture ended with murmurs spreading through the hall. Instructor Edvas had passed through the rows moments before, leaving behind a single sheet of parchment for each scholar. It was a parchment to decide what elective they should go for. PP equal 1360. Me equal 190. Ruvian let his eyes drifted over the parchment, absorbing the list of each choice. Magical Studies 1 Intermediate Magic Theory 2 Intermediate Runes Studies 3 Illusion Magic 4 Enchantment 5 Runic Inscriptions 6 Elemental Magic. Crafting Arts 7 Artifacts Crafting 8 Smithing 9 Calligraphy Sigil Design 10 Cooking Alchemical Cuisine 11 Noble Etiquette 12 Leatherworking Tailoring. Academical 13 Mathematics 14 Science 15 Cultural Racial Studies 16 Linguistic Studies 17 Engineering 18 Trade Economies 19 Wilderness Survival 20 Beast Taming 21 Navigation Cartography 22 Astronomy Studies 23 Archaeology 24 Herbology 25 Agricultural 26 Alchemy. Combat Training 27 Magic Combat 28 Swordsmanship 29 Spearsmanship 30 Archery 31 Stealth 32 Martial Arts. For a fleeting moment, Ruvian entertained the reckless thought of signing up for all 32 electives, a full course buffet of academic masochism. Who in their right mind would even attempt such a thing? What kind of lunatic looked at that number and thought, they're manageable? Thankfully, sanity returned before he could seriously entertain the idea. Even for him, such a feat was absolutely madness. By the time the sun began its slow crawl down the windows of the academy's western wing, the lecture hall had transformed into a hive of noisy indecision. Groups formed and reformed and friends bartered for matching schedules. Some students spoke with bright, overconfident grins as they declared they could handle advanced alchemy and magical beast taming at the same time. Others kept their voices low, discussing which professors were likely to actually show up and which classes were notorious for quietly wrecking academic points. Ruvian remained where he was, seated near the edge of the hall where the noise washed over him without asking anything in return. He had to be meticulous as there was no room for impulse. Ruvian remembered every choice of all the named characters in this story. He had read it enough times to recall each choice without effort. In the original storyline, Zion Herga had chosen swordsmanship to refine the way he wielded his blade, elemental magic to expand his options in battle, and wilderness survival to sharpen his instincts against the unknown. Julian Rosenberg had made his selections with the arrogance of someone born into a bloodline that had never seen the bottom of a ladder. He had opted for noble etiquette to secure easy points, but aware of his weaknesses, he had also taken elemental magic, swordsmanship, and stealth to cover his shortcomings. Loden had picked spearmanship, martial arts, and magic combat, forging himself into a fighter through and through. Kalara had chosen the path of scholars, buried herself into complexity, delving into intermediate rune studies, enchantment, runic inscriptions, and astronomy studies. Rosalind had built her electives around balance. Swordsmanship, noble etiquette, cooking alchemical cuisine, and wilderness survival, seeking refinement in both combat and craft. She wanted to be capable in every sense. And then there was Sylvina, ever pragmatic, her choices forming a foundation of knowledge, mathematics, archery, trade economics, cultural racial studies, and agriculture. As the daughter of a merchant guild that handled more wealth than some nations, she wasn't here to play at being a hero or chase fleeting glory in the academy halls. She was studying for the real world. Each of them had their reasons, he muttered slowly. Ruvian exhaled as his fingers brushed the parchment before him. The list of electives waited in silent demand, while his mind moved elsewhere. One thing was certain, needed to avoid Julian until the Vazrun Island arc. Fewer ties between them, the better, but at the same time he had to track the progress of the other named characters to understand where their paths were leading. If he didn't, he'd be left behind, or worse, caught by surprise. As he lingered in thought, a shadow stretched over his desk, obscuring the parchment list before him. Someone had approached him. Ruvian looked up without speaking. Corwin Dunley stood there, shoulders slightly hunched, the paper in his hand bent where his fingers gripped too tightly. His voice came quiet, almost apologetic. Now what did I do this time? Ruvian nodded once, as if to acknowledge it, though his gaze drifted back to his own form. Corwin lingered in front of Ruvian. I was thinking of choosing intermediate magic theory, he said slowly, the words awkward in his mouth as if he were unsure of them even as he spoke. And runic inscriptions. Yes, no, wait. Why would you come here just to tell me that? Ruvian tilted his head slightly. Is this about striving to become a mage? So he still hasn't let go. He breathed out through his nose, already reaching for a few non-committal words, something vague and polite to send Corwin on his way, a generic wish of good luck. It was his decision after all, but before he could speak, Corwin spoke first. There was a visible tremble in the paper he held, not from fear but from a feeling more conflicted. The boy's voice cracked slightly as he continued. That was my first thought, he said, a dry, self-mocking laugh slipping from him before he caught it. But now I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. Corwin hesitated, then looked at Ruvian. What do you think I should do? Ruvian's face became pensive, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Corwin to waver, much less ask him for guidance. Then he leaned back in his chair. His gaze landed thoughtfully back on Corwin. Why not alchemy? He said, voice calm with certainty. Plus 30 pi p. Corwin blinked, surprised. Alchemy. Ruvian nodded, his expression calm. Maybe it's time you try creating something different. Corwin didn't respond at first. He lowered his gaze, repeating the word under his breath, testing its shape as if unsure it belonged to him. Alchemy, eh? His voice was softer this time, less uncertain, though still unsure. I will think about it. He looked back at Ruvian after a pause with curiosity. What about you, Ruvian? Have you decided? Ruvian glanced down at his list, then back up without much change in expression. There was a slight shrug of his shoulders, almost imperceptible. If you take alchemy, then I will too. Plus 20 pp. Corwin stiffened, his posture snapping upright. Ruvian's words had landed unexpectedly. His eyes widened, then narrowed. That's not fair, he blurted out, voice climbing higher than intended. Ruvian leaned back, one arm resting loosely against the side of his chair, his face wearing the faintest echo of amusement. I'm joking, he said simply, offering a shrug that dismissed the tension casually. But I was already planning to take it, either way. Corwin was unsure if he was supposed to be relieved or suspicious. He tried to piece together the sequence of logic, only to find it refusing to line up. Wait, so you suggested alchemy to me and now you're telling me you're taking it too? He looked directly at Ruvian now. Do you actually have an interest in alchemy? Corwin asked. Ruvian tilted his head slightly, pretending to consider a question that had already been dismissed long ago. Interest in alchemy, he repeated. Nope, not even a bit. But there's always something good to learn regarding alchemy. Oh. Corwin's mouth opened, then closed again. He glanced down at his elective sheet as if expecting it to provide some kind of answer, then looked back at Ruvian, baffled. Ruvian, of course, offered no further explanation. He stood up and went to submit his elective class form. Edvas's POV. The soft knock at the door broke the silence of the room. Instructor Edvas didn't lift his gaze right away. The steady scratch of his quill against parchment carried on as usual. Whoever stood outside the door didn't knock again. They knew better that they had the permission to enter. A second later, the door opened just wide enough to admit a single figure. He came with a soft shuffle of footsteps and a clean stack of papers being placed squarely at the center of the desk. Class E elective selections, Professor, the voice said. Edvas passively looked up. His eyes found the face of his assistant and gave him a nod, almost imperceptible, and the young man turned without waiting for a response. The door shut behind him, leaving him all alone again. Edvas leaned back slightly as he brought the stack closer. His hands moved, fingers flipping through each sheet. One by one, the selections passed before him. Some were predictable, almost rehearsed. Cooking, tailoring, agriculture. Cultural and racial studies. The words left his lips in a flat murmur, more thought than speech. He wasn't disappointed, just unsurprised. These were the average electives chosen by those already bowing to the weight of reality Class E scholars. He didn't care much, at least they knew to always opt for survival over risk. Then he stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his hand held still over the next sheet. Violet. The name sat there, inked in calm strokes, but something about it refused to sit quietly. Oh, it's the girl who stood up to Julian, the commoner who dared raise her voice where others looked away. Bravery, they called it. Foolishness, others said. He had seen it himself and had stood nearby when it happened. If he hadn't been there, well, things might have taken a turn for the worse. That part didn't surprise him, not really. He had expected things like this to bubble up in his class sooner or later. But what he couldn't shake, what pulled at the edge of his mind like a splinter beneath skin, was Veliana. Her sudden fixation on Violet had no strategic sense. It wasn't about Class A's performance or prestige, that was just the mask. He had known Veliana long enough to see through her first layer. So why Violet? Did Veliana know something I didn't? His eyes dropped back to the parchment. He read through Violet's selected electives. Intermediate magic theory, noble etiquette, magic combat. Herbology, a murmur slipped past his lips. She chose more than 3, noble etiquette. A commoner choosing that class is unusual but not impossible or entirely foolish, just strange. He let out a breath through his nose and kept reading. Oh, she took magic combat as well. With the unique affinities she carried, she would have been steered toward it eventually. But it was not his concern. He moved on, flipping through the stack, eyes skimming over more names until his fingers stilled once more. His hand stopped. The next sheet didn't pass as easily. There was a brief pause, just a second or two longer than the others, before he brought it closer and read the name, Ruvian Casteller. His brows furrowed then, his gaze dropped to the elective choices scrawled across the paper. Navigation cartography. Wilderness survival. Mathematics. Herbology. Alchemy. Magic combat. A sharp, incredulous breath escaped him. 6 electives, plus 100 pp. The words barely escaped him, caught between disbelief and dangerously close to exasperation. His hand lifted to the bridge of his nose, fingers pressing as the silence pressed in again. This wasn't what he had expected. Not from someone in Class E. He had seen scholars try to prove something before. Most of them burned out quietly. Is this reckless pursuit born of ignorance or defiance? Ambition had its place. But this was not ambition. This was recklessness. Does he think the world will halt its turning for his ambition? That mastery may be easily seized and not earned. I should stop bothering about it. He had expected desperation from Class E, had expected caution, resignation, and quiet acceptance of reality. But this was a boy standing at the bottom of a mountain, staring at the peak as if sheer will alone could carry him to the top. Edvas let the sheet slip from his fingers, drumming against the desk's surface in contemplation. Whom either he is a fool or someone who refuses to accept his place. pp equal 1510. Me equal 192. Recess time came and Ruvian decided to use it to go to the library. The corridors weren't crowded yet, and those who passed by him barely noticed his presence. The library sat near the east wing of Velthia Academy, a monolithic structure of polished white stone and tall glass panes. From a distance, it seemed to radiate invitation. Anyone could walk in. Anyone could use it. That was the promise printed on the Academy's brochures, at least. Open to all scholars, regardless of year or class. It sounded fair. It was supposed to be fair. Knowledge should be. Right. But like everything else in Velthia, well, I would say fairness only lived in the wording, not the experience. Ruvian stepped through the arching entrance, brushing past a pair of second-year uniforms and ignoring their side glances. Inside, the first thing that hit him was the silence. The lowest-ranked scholars still had access to the entire facility. They could walk in, browse the shelves, and sit where space permitted. But that was where the equality ended. The central atrium, a vast open floor layered with mezzanines and spiraling staircases, was lined with study pods, soundproofed glass chambers, and enchantments that automatically adjusted lighting and temperature to the comfort of the occupant. And those were always reserved. A marble plaque near the entrance made it clear. Priority seating, rank of scholars and faculty. Ruvian's feet carried him toward the west wing, where long communal tables stretched beneath older, flickering chandeliers. Crazy, even the chairs here didn't match. Ruvian wanted to laugh, but he was in no mood for that. I guess this is where the open-to-all policy deposits people like me. What do I expect? This academy's rule is a piece of shit, he muttered dejectedly. Even borrowing privileges followed a similar pattern as well. High-ranking scholars could check out grimoires, restricted materials, even personalized copies of certain tomes. But what about the low rank? For Class E students, the list of available books was thinner than a pamphlet. So yes, the library welcomed all, but it never treated them equally. Still, Ruvian came. His boots clicked against the marble floor as he moved. If he let that fact weigh too heavily, he'd never move forward at all. As he reached the inner shelves, his eyes drifted upward, tracing the curve of the vaulted ceiling. Towering bookshelves stretched so high that they needed a flying ladder to reach the uppermost volumes. For a moment, his mind pulled up a memoir photographs from an old world, ones he had seen in passing while scouring research. The Trinity College Library in Dublin, or the Bodleian in Oxford, and maybe, perhaps, the long echoing halls of the Library of Congress. This place seems like it dwarfs them all. His fingers brushed against the spines of books older than empires. His eyes scanned the faded lettering, letting instinct pull his attention. One by one, the names passed him by treatises on word theory, glossaries of planar distortion until he finally saw it. Delavar inscriptions, decoding the runes of lost civilizations. He pulled it free. The leather was worn but solid. He knew about this book. Among the three great texts that define the field of runic studies, this was the one people avoided. Yeah, according to the author, I remember that this book didn't teach as much, more like tested the reader. Where the other two books offered steps, gentle ones, structured and progressive, while this one offered a wall. Its chapters were riddles and theories folded inside contradictions. This is definitely not a book that would help you pass exams right. I almost forgot that this was also the text Kalira's master had once studied, years before her name settled into the annals of the academy. Ruvian contemplated as he stared at the book in his hand. His gaze slid back to the shelf. After a few minutes of searching, he found another familiar one, Runic Fundamentals, an introduction to ancient script. This one he pulled out more carefully. Its cover was soft and the edges were smooth. It was everything the first book was not: clear, structured, and meant to teach. Its pages were filled with clean translations, grammar guides, symbol categorization, and annotated examples. This was the safer book, the standard path. Ruvian took them both. Then, steadily, with no expectation of comfort, Ruvian found his seating place. The light here was barely reaching the page, leaving the corners of the parchment soaked in gray. He placed both books on the table, the heavier one first, letting its weight settle like a decision made. Delavar inscriptions, decoding the runes of lost civilizations. The first page stared back at him, its structure unfamiliar. He narrowed his eyes, reading and rereading the same opening line until the shapes started to blur. His quill hovered just above the page of his enchanted notebook. Write that down. Then, with a breath pulled slowly through his teeth, he let a thin mana curl from his fingertips. It ran down through the wooden shaft until the tip of the quill glowed faintly with stored intent. For a while he hasn't started writing yet, just patiently reading. His gaze flickered back and forth between the two books, complex and the simple, the one meant to guide and the one meant to challenge. He didn't read them passively. He picked apart their sentences, looked not for answers but for differences. Find what is known first, he murmured, eyes scanning a cluster of overlapping symbols. That one is fire. The next one means stone. But here, in this sentence, they weren't isolated. Structure of the text didn't function like a normal language. Symbols shifted depending on placement, tone, proximity. Therefore, context changed everything. Ruvian approached learning the runic language like a puzzle. When he found a rune in the difficult text that meant nothing to him, he hunted for its fragments in Runic Fundamentals. Sometimes he got lucky. Sometimes the beginner's guide offered a clean translation, a simple explanation with arrows and charts, but more often it failed him. If he couldn't understand them yet, then he would memorize them. If not their meanings, then at least their shapes. When recognition comes first, mastery would follow. Still, he was far from finished. He had found the starting line, and it wasn't where others said it would be. Now, he just had to tear the rest of the book apart, one layer at a time. Learning how to read the runic languages was supposed to be crucial. At least that's what every dusty tome and pretentious scholar loved to parrot, because apparently, this whole world was shaped by them. Before the old gods shaped the world, they shaped the runes first. Yes, that was the line the author had underlined. Ruvian had noted that it was for foreshadowing of a certain context. Maybe it was. Maybe it was just another flourish of myth to make the ignorant bow their heads. Who could tell anymore? But Ruvian didn't study it just because of some half-baked prophecy disguised as world lore. Actually, there were other reasons. Because, like it or not, magic itself bent around these markings. The so-called Nama of civilization was also obsessed over them. They even dared to call it the first language of the gods. Even the chants of mages, the very incantations they held on to, were still shackled to these symbols. In this world, practitioners split themselves into categories to sound grander than they were. Mages who cast by speaking incantations are called mantramancers. Those who shape magic through reason, theory, and careful thought are known as idiomancers. And those who need neither words nor theory, relying only on instinct and practice, are called silentmancers. It's better to learn them all. Mastery of each will be a great help for what's to come. Especially for the future Calamity arcs, which by mastering this language will definitely have a huge role to play. Although the arc was still so far ahead, Ruvian knew it better to be prepared rather than sorry. pp equal 15. Me equal 192. Kalira's POV. Kalira set the book down with a soft thump, the noise quickly absorbed by the quiet atmosphere of the library. Her expression stayed composed, maintaining that familiar porcelain serenity, as if finishing yet another book held no more importance than shutting a door. Under her seemingly indifferent demeanor, a hint of satisfaction emerged. The book. Glacialese Volume 7, The Legacy of the Iceborne Magus, lay on her lap. After that, she stood up from her chair, which let out a noise as its legs dragged across the floor. Delicate strands of hair, reminiscent of the sky, fell over her shoulder, capturing stray rays of light from the library. She moved past lines of scholars bent over their tables and stacks of books that soared high to the ceiling. She traced her hands along the aisles she had committed the roots in this maze to her memory. Her fingers lightly touched the spine of one book as she walked by, then another, stopping momentarily at a slender title wedged between more contemporary books. Intermediate of spatium manipulation, she murmured quietly. She tilted her head slightly, pondering the book before moving on. Suddenly, from the periphery of her vision, she sensed a presence strong enough to divert her attention. Across the room, near the shelves filled with ancient theories, stood a solitary figure. Kalira recognized him, the dark-haired boy from Class E, the one who had defied Instructor Dalila and triumphed over Arden, plus 30 pp. Her gaze dropped slightly. However, what captivated her the most was the book he held, a volume that her master had once used to teach her the art of reading runes, that, Dilavar Inscriptions, Decoding the Runes of Lost Civilizations. That particular book isn't one that most people touch. She remarked it without any emotion. Why though? Kalira raised her hand, her mana responding immediately with obedience. Tendrils of perception altered the space around her, bending light and direction until her vision reached across the distance. She uttered no incantation, yet the spell took hold as effortlessly as breathing. Through her clairvoyant spell, the shelves blurred and parted. Her sight steadied just above his shoulder, revealing every detail of his study. Kalira noticed another book beside him, Runic Fundamentals, an Introduction to Ancient Script. He has taken both of them. She sharpened her focus, now a tad intrigued by the boy. His movements exuded confidence, as if he anticipated confusion but chose not to shy away from it. He lingered on a single phrase, reread it. Then he referenced the companion book. Kalira observed him with interest and curiosity, maintaining her separate view as she returned to her seat. He chooses to begin with the runes in that way, from nothing and with no guidance. Does he truly intend to teach himself? Kalira was puzzled because such a path was unheard of. Runes were not a craft one grasped alone. They were layered in meaning, guarded by lost history, and by rules only passed down through long study and instruction. To attempt them without a teacher was nearly impossible. She found it compelling how he began documenting the untranslatables. He was allowing it to resist him, and in doing so, he was starting to earn its respect. Her spell lingered for a moment longer. But then her vision shattered into fragments. Aha, found you. The sound burst through her senses like a sudden release of pressure. The second sight collapsed, yanking her back into the reality of the moment. Kalira blinked slowly a few times, as if struggling to reacquaint herself with the present. Sylvina stood in front of her, her smile overly bright, her voice excessively loud. The interruption had severed her connected vision. Well, I knew you would be here. Guess we. Then silence fell heavily for a time. Kalira shot her a sharp glance, adorably irritated. Wait, why do you look mad? Sylvina's voice softened and her grin faded. Kalira sighed, her annoyance dissipating before it could take form. You're bothersome. Sylvina blinked, recoiling as if stung. Hey, what did I do? But Kalira had already turned back to her next reading. Whatever she had been observing was now lost, and she had no intention of pursuing it again for now. Anyway, what is his name, I wonder? Plus 20 pp. Ruvian's POV. Ruvian entered his room and quietly closed the door behind him. He lingered in the dim silence for a moment, then released a heavy sigh and shook off the tension in his shoulders. Fatigue clung to him, but the feeling of progress made it bearable. He walked over to his small desk and settled into his chair. He placed down the two new books. The Art of Wind Weaving and Study of Alchemical Transmutations, which he had managed to borrow from the library. Exhaustion washed over him after spending several hours buried in that damn library. He even skipped a few classes, though he doubted any lecturer actually showed up to teach. His back throbbed and his eyelids felt heavy, but it hadn't been in vain. He was starting to grasp the rune concepts. At least there's progress. A devious grin rose up across his lips. But tonight, Ruvian was planning to learn a few basic wind spells before the night surrendered to dawn. He realized he needed to expand his collection of wind spells. Having just 3 was insufficient. With this thought, he opened the book and began transcribing the incantations into his notebook and also tried to memorize it a bit. He will test them whenever he had time for it. Spell name, Edge Shear. Spell name, Windbind Circle. Spell name, Cyclone Leap. He successfully recorded 3 new incantations for wind spells in his. Write that down. Ruvian was fairly certain that after writing down these 3 spells, his mana essence was nearly depleted. Mana essence, 25,192. Pleased with having saved the incantations, he moved on to examine his rune heart. Runeheart. Name Ruvian Casteller. Age 16. Spellcore Tier 1. Relevance Tier, Stage I Footnote of Fate. Plot Points 1560 pp's. Current Arc 2, Beneath the Banner of Enrollment. Mana Resonance 0-100. General Attributes equal. Strength F. Agility F. Endurance F+. Vitality F+. Perception equal. Mage Attributes equal. Mana Control Ease. Casting Speed F. Magic Power F. Mana Sensitivity E. Mana Essence 25,192. Innate Blessings equal. Enna equal. Magic Affinity equal. Wind, not much improvement yet. Ruvian felt somewhat let down by the sluggish pace of his advancement. His mana essence had only grown by +2 each day after finishing his daily session of mana control training. Strangely, his mana resonance has not improved during this time at all. Aside from that, the only noteworthy change was that his mana control had progressed from F+ to E, not exactly the kind of breakthrough that would shake the heavens. Still, he kept at it. Because what else was he supposed to do? Spit at the system and hope it took offense. Putting in effort alone won't suffice for me to become stronger in a shorter period. Is there truly no alternative for me to gain strength more quickly before Vazran Island Arc? This is going to be difficult. And how can I improve my mana resonance? He kept it to himself, not vocalizing it to anyone else. It was merely a soft whisper meant for his own ears, an unusual confession that inadvertently escaped his mouth. But this idea had been eating away at him for some time. It was exasperating. No, more like maddening, in fact. If he couldn't become more powerful before that, then his strategy would fall apart. Then, as though he was contemplating a solution, the system responded with the answer he sought. Just so you know. There is a way for you to increase your stats easily without breaking a sweat. The voice was different from what he was accustomed to. It wasn't the monotonous, robotic sound of the system. This one carried a cunning tone now, teasing, nearly vicious. It's her, that damnable author. Now, what does she want to say this time? He exhaled slowly. Whatever. Then his voice emerged, devoid of emotion. Well, go on, tell me how. PP equal 1560. Me equal 192. As I mentioned before, it was a present from me, and I thought my messenger had passed on my messages to you. Ruvian felt slightly taken aback or puzzled regardless. He quickly delved into his recollections of meeting the blind songstress. From what he could remember, the gift referred to was the editor system, so he assured her of what he recalled. Yes, I did get the gift. While altering the enchantment of a regular item is indeed beneficial, I seriously question whether it will assist someone who is extremely weak. The voice chuckled mischievously. Did you overlook the fact that my messenger suggested you make yourself more significant to the story? Have you forgotten about the reward associated with it? Ruvian reflected on it, as he recalled it fairly well. However, he's uncertain about the benefits apart from the system creating additional quests and enhancing plot point rewards. I do recall it, but it would be helpful if you could explain what other editor skills are available as my narrative relevancy tier rises. I see. Well, I suppose I can reveal it to you. At that moment, a vision filled his consciousness, allowing him to perceive what the upcoming editor skill could achieve if he advanced to the next level. Ruvian felt a wave of shock and surprise wash over him. It was indeed accurate what she had mentioned. He wouldn't have to exert himself with this ability to boost his stats. The skill's name floated before him, accompanied by a symbol of a lock beside it. Skill, customization of character stats. Ruvian needed a moment to fully comprehend what was before him. The skill's name floated in the middle of his sight, plain and unremarkable, yet the significance of it weighed heavily on his chest. Next to it, a faint silver lock glimmered. He gazed at it for some time, then a long, slow breath escaped him. You've got to be kidding me. This wasn't just a basic buff hidden behind a complicated spell tree or a potion for increasing stats. It was far more ridiculous. The design displayed in that fleeting vision was straightforward. He grasped the ramifications instantly, as clear as daylight. If this ability were ever unlocked, if that mechanism ever released, he would acquire the power to alter the numbers directly. He could modify his own attributes. It was the sort of power that made one feel a bit nauseous just contemplating it. For a moment, it caused Ruvian to chuckle not out of humor, but due to the unsettling and harsh timing. And it wasn't limited to just his own attributes. With sufficient narrative significance behind him, he would access more than just himself. He could delve into the framework of allies and companions and rework them. Strength, mana resonance, perception, agility, affinity modifiers. Everything was on the table. It was akin to adjusting a slider in a character customization menu. And naturally there was a catch. Plot points, he whispered, his tone devoid of emotion. Of course it costs plot points, because nothing could ever be straightforward. The system never offered power without a cost, and the author always seized the opportunity to tighten control. True, she provided him with tools, but they were always bound by the same stipulation. Be relevant, advance the plot, or disappear into obscurity. And now, even this power to alter himself and those around him was chained to that same resource. What about the mana resonance? I know that the only way to earn that is to kill Voidspawn or master a spell. Is there no other way than that? You can also earn that through completing a certain quest, but you can also trade it with plot points with the customization of character stats skill. I see. He gazed at the locked skill once more. Real subtle, he muttered, his voice laced with sarcasm. You're really pushing the narrative agenda now, aren't you? Nevertheless, he couldn't dismiss its potential value. All right, he said quietly, almost as if to himself. At least the rewards are worth it. It is, becoming stronger before arc III, before the Vazran Island arc. Now that seemed feasible. Since you insist, I'll be a little bit more wild. The next morning arrived with little grace. Ruvian strolled down the stone pathway that ran through the academy's southern wing, his stride steady, but his mind anything but settled. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. However, none of that could compensate for the ordeal he had just faced. He grumbled softly to himself. So now they do want to teach us. After days filled with silence, disregard, and barely concealed disdain, a lecturer had finally arrived to address their so-called mandatory core subject. The instructor didn't even take the time to introduce himself properly. He simply walked into the classroom, dropped a pile of dusty texts onto the desk, and began speaking. The class focused on the foundations of mana and magical theory, which initially seemed promising, until the instructor spent 2 hours reciting concepts that could have easily been summarized in 10 minutes if he possessed even a hint of respect for efficiency. Then he even gave an assignment about a detailed comparative report on at least 5 mana refining techniques, complete with historical context and practical implications, which was due next weekend. That alone would have been enough to sour his mood for the day, but it wasn't the worst part. Nope, that came next. His next class will be his first elective class, which was in the mathematics hall, located in one of the older buildings near the west courtyard, and Ruvian could already sense its burden weighing on him as he climbed the steps. He sighed in disbelief. He realized immediately that his last lecture had run over time. This was the ploy used to give Class E a demerit for arriving late to their elective class. Furthermore, none of his classmates chose math. I guess nobody likes math, even in a fantasy world, he remarked sarcastically. In his previous world, math and science were essential components of any serious education. You couldn't complete school without them. They were foundational, indispensable. However, in this place, they were just electives, an extra course nobody opted for. Although the basics were covered in general lectures, but anything more, it's up to the individual, optional and apparently solitary. He mumbled with a deadpan expression. Ruvian had 3 key reasons for choosing this elective. Firstly, Sylvina Delvoir, a figure too significant to overlook, particularly now that the plot had begun to stray from its original trajectory. If he wished to grasp the direction this new path would take, he had to observe her closely. Being in Class E made it more challenging for him to monitor their progress, so attending this elective would give him the chance for that. Secondly, Professor Matthias Orlin. The man was not merely a mathematician fixated on calculations. This professor had invaluable lessons to impart, and learning from him was essential, even if it meant tolerating his notorious temperament. Lastly, promotion points. Advancing through the ranks of Velthia required more than just proficiency in combat or magic. Academic performance played a crucial role. Although mathematics may not carry the same honor as spellcasting in this context, it nonetheless contributed to his academic progression. If anything, math can be a great subject for boosting one's scores. If someone understands how it functions, it's merely just a matter of pretending. Not that hard since I have a good foundation, though, he whispered, mostly to himself. He wasn't being boastful, and there was no trace of arrogance in his voice. He simply described with clarity that the equation adhered to specific rules and logic. He had been raised with this mindset. In his previous world, achieving high marks in mathematics was never a matter of difficulty. It was never a problem to him at all. At last, he reached the hall. Ha, crap, I'm really late. The heavy wooden door to the hall stood just a few paces ahead, shut tight, which meant the class had started a while ago. Which also meant that every single person inside would notice when he pushed it open. With a resigned breath, he dragged a hand through his hair and stepped forward, mumbling under his breath as he reached for the door handle. I hope I get out with all my limbs intact. PP equal 1460. Me equal 195. As Ruvian entered the hall, a profound and instantaneous silence enveloped the surroundings. A myriad of gazes shifted towards him simultaneously, plus 40 pp. He hesitated at the threshold before taking a decisive step inside, allowing himself a moment to fully appreciate the significance of his entrance. The scholars sitting on the other side of the room remained silent, but their faces revealed a variety of emotions, from surprise to amusement to annoyance. A couple of them seemed to be anticipating a negative reaction, as if they were expecting him to face criticism immediately. In that moment, he felt a sense of amusement bubbling up inside him, almost causing him to laugh. This feels familiar, just like that underground investigation back in Sector 10. It reminded him of a case he'd handled back in the old world, back when things were a little messier. He vividly recalled the details for people deceased, one person missing, and a trail of blood leading him to a cave full of dead bodies, and 3 suspects armed with a grin and a machete. This particular case didn't physically harm him, as he somehow managed to get out of it unscratched, but the memory of facing death stayed with him for weeks. In comparison, the current situation seemed minor. He proceeded forward with composure and ease, unaffected by the stares directed towards him. He had become accustomed to being scrutinized and regarded with skepticism. In his perception, these gazes held no significance. They were merely fleeting impressions, devoid of influence if not acknowledged. He allowed the gazes to wash over him without reaction. Subsequently, his attention was drawn to the individual at the forefront of the chamber. Professor Mathias was positioned next to a towering slate board, his silhouette distinct against the illumination emanating from the grand arched windows. He was adorned in a somber academic attire fastened up to his neckline. He wore glasses perched perfectly on the bridge of his nose, with his eyes looking focused and cold behind them, seemingly lacking annoyance but somehow exuding it. Mathias had zero tolerance for incompetence, making no room for excuses or tardiness. Rumors had it that his lectures were more daunting than the magical exams, resulting in students failing to meet his standards being removed from the class roster without any prior notice. Ruvian Casteller. He spoke his name calmly and clearly, causing heads to turn in the room. Ruvian sensed the students' attention shifting towards Mathias and him. He maintained direct eye contact with the professor. There was no sign of uncertainty in Ruvian's demeanor. If Mathias was looking for any doubts, he did not find any. Whispers began at the rear, then quickly spread to the front, soft murmurs, half-hearted jokes, exchanged looks between friends. Classy can't even figure out how to read a timetable. He's done, toast, totally done. Entering Mathias's class late, does he want to die or is he just dumb? Who the hell does he think he is? And from the center of the second row, Sylvina crossed one leg over the other, fingers resting lightly on her chin as she tilted her head. Her eyes glinted, her lips curved slightly as she studied him. She hadn't noticed him on the roster. Hadn't known someone from Class E was even enrolled in this elective, much less had the gall to walk in long after the lecture began without a trace of shame. It's him again, and the audacity to stroll in like this is absurd. The corners of her mouth curled higher, a sly smirk finding its way across her face, but she liked absurd things. Professor Mathias stood motionless at the front of the classroom, observing Ruvian for an extended period of time. When he finally spoke, his tone was steady and authoritative. The atmosphere in the room felt more intense due to the subtle but strong presence of his voice. You dare stand there as if you have committed no error, as if arriving late to my class is permissible. Tell me, Ruvian Casteller, what manner of thought leads a student from Class E to carry himself with such confidence in this hall? Without turning his body, Mathias raised one hand. Mana rearranged themselves into a glowing arc of script and figures, and in seconds, a full equation stretched across the mana board behind him. However, I don't want to hear any excuses. If you wish to stay in this class, Mathias said calmly, then solve this. A shimmering web of numbers and symbols began to spin across the mana board. The mathematical question curved inward, forming a spiral of logic that grew more complex the longer one looked at it. Sylvina recognized the structure instantly. It was a refined equation built around high-level magic theory, specifically involving mana compression ratios and efficiency thresholds. Even before the professor had finished projecting the final variable, she could already see where the trap lay. The equation required a working knowledge of advanced spellcasting infrastructure, how mana condensed under pressure, how its flow rate changed in elemental conditions, and how internal systems stabilized volatile currents during mid-cast transitions. It wasn't something a first year should be seeing, much less solving. And definitely not someone from Class E. For anyone who hadn't been raised in a household that taught magical theory before they learned to read, this would be the equivalent of tossing a child into the deep end of a river. Even with preparation, the question was brutal. Some of the better scholars in the room might solve it if they were given time and space to think, maybe access to a formula sheet or a reference book. But even then, it would take focus and experience. Sylvina folded her arms lightly over her chest and leaned back in her seat. If you cannot solve this, Matthias said, voice level and unbothered, you will be barred from attending this elective for the remainder of the semester. You will receive a 0, and the matter will not be revisited. The words carried no heat, but they struck with finality. Then, like a slow knife, the professor read out the full problem. Given a spell with a mana compression ratio centimeters of 32 and an efficiency threshold F of 75, determine the optimal stabilization coefficient SC if the internal conversion coefficient IK is influenced by wind resistance RW, where RW equals 0, 8 IK. Assume standard mana density D equal 1.2 and no external amplification. The silence that came after was unlike the previous one. Earlier, the room was anticipating to see if Ruvian would be reprimanded. Now it was anticipating a different thing. It could be a breakdown, or perhaps an uncomfortable silence. It could even be a look of disbelief. Sylvina let out a breath and resisted the urge to sigh outright. Earlier she had been curious, genuinely, but it was difficult, a gate locked with a key no one gave him. Yeah, there's no way, she thought, eyes focused toward the front with a sly smile. This is impossible for a commoner like him. Even a talented person requires a solid base which can take years to build. Unfortunately, commoners lacked this foundation, as did all the students in Class E. Ruvian looked at the monoboard with intense concentration, his expression calm and calculating. He hesitated for a moment. Some people thought he would struggle at this point, possibly messing up his words and guessing clumsily before being rejected. It would have been understandable. Even predictable. After all, the equation was designed to be a wall, tall, cold, and impassable to anyone without years of training. But instead of retreating, Ruvian spoke. Professor, he said, voice calm, is the internal conversion coefficient always linear in relation to wind resistance, plus 20 pp. A few heads turned at him. Matthias narrowed his eyes. His voice came quieter now, more guarded. Ruvian nodded slightly, then asked again, wouldn't the stabilization ratio change depending on the spell's rune sequence, plus 20 pp? There was a longer pause this time. Then the professor gave a reluctant reply. Yes, but only if the mana density remains constant. Ruvian didn't stop there. And does this assume standard density, he asked, tilting his head slightly, or does it fluctuate based on the caster's affinitas, plus 30 pp? That was when Sylvina straightened in her seat. Her back came away from the chair as her eyes sharpened, tracking the conversation now with a different kind of interest. What had started as a quiet line of questioning was beginning to feel like another matter entirely. He wasn't just clarifying the question. Was he trying to lead the professor? Each inquiry chipped away at the ambiguity, reshaping the problem in real time. Sylvina had seen it before, merchants who never named a price, but somehow always walked away with the better end of the deal, a negotiation disguised as ignorance, and this was exactly that. It took Professor Matthias a few more seconds to realize it too, but by the time the thought settled, it was already too late. Ruvian's hand lifted as he began answering the question. First, he broke the values down. Centimeters equal 3.2. F equals 0.75. D equal 1.2. RW equals 0, 8 IK. Then, as if adjusting for something unseen, he made a note. Since mana density fluctuates based on affinitas, he murmured under his breath, almost as if reminding himself. IK equal F centimeters D. Sylvina's lips opened slightly. Is he modifying the standard assumption during the process? Her colleague stayed still in silence while he replaced the values, his fingers moving quickly and decisively across the monoboard. IK equals 0.75, 1.5, 1.2. IK equals 0.6. RW equals 0.8, 0.6. RW equals 0.48. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he set up the final ratio. The instructor never gave him the formula for this equation, but Ruvian managed to easily create one by just asking a few questions at the professor. Of course, having said that, this was not an easy feat everyone can do, especially for first-year scholars with no backing background, and yet to him, all of this was just a child's pretend. SC equal 1.50.480.751.2. Ruvian let out a wistful smile as the numbers aligned. The equation shrank into something simpler, and before anyone could react. SC equals 0.720.9. Sylvina watched as he wrote down the correct answer cleanly. Answer SC equals 0.8. Professor Marthias studied the answer, and in the end, correct, he admitted. You have received plus 300 plot points. PP equal 1970. Me equal 195. Some of the scholars couldn't hide their expressions. A few openly gaped, mouths parted in disbelief. Others leaned toward one another, exchanging glances, trying to piece together how someone from the lowest class had just dismantled a question the whole room had quietly given up on. Sylvina, only then realizing she had been holding her breath. The sound was quiet, almost inaudible, but it marked her incredulity. Plenty of scholars had solved that problem before. Plenty had memorized formulas, drilled patterns into their heads until they could recite them backward. But this wasn't that. Ruvian hadn't solved the equation in the traditional sense. He had taken it apart piece by piece, restructured it mid-process. The room started to change. The quiet snorts and dismissive scoffs that were previously heard whenever Class E was brought up were no longer present. Then, without waiting for permission, Ruvian spoke. Professor. The words came out naturally. I apologize for my tardiness, plus 20 pp. He said it plainly, like the words were simply a formality. Professor Marthias folded his arms, studying the boy with a cautious gaze. Is that all you have to say? The professor asked. Ruvian tilted his head by the smallest degree. I believe it is only fair to clarify the circumstances of my delay, Ruvian said courteously, plus 20 pp. The class I attended before this extended beyond its scheduled time, he said, each word clear and measured. The professor held us back for additional instruction. I did not have the authority to refuse, and as I am the only Class E scholar enrolled in this elective, I have no fellow classmates who can corroborate my explanation, plus 20 pp. Sylvina noticed he wasn't asking for leniency. There was no plea in his voice, no hint of desperation. Professor Marthias finally broke the silence. Very well. There was no apology or acknowledgement that his earlier judgment had been hasty or unfair. That was not a luxury a man like him ever offered. His pride was tightly bound in years of discipline. He turned away from Ruvian, his robe sweeping slightly as he faced the rest of the hall with a clipped precision. Take your seats. We are already behind schedule. The command came clean, without emphasis, but it cut off all remaining whispers. And just like that, the moment dissolved. Ruvian gave a slight nod, then walked quietly toward the nearest empty bench. He sat down with the same measured ease he had shown from the moment he entered, unaffected by the lingering stares that trailed him. He sighed. Almost got me there. If not for him giving the hints, I would have gotten kicked out of this elective forever. Ruvian wanted to complain, but all in all, he managed to overcome the question, so he didn't want to dwell on it too much. Apart from that, I was planning to reap the plot points from the start anyway. There's no better way than proving the doubters wrong to engrave a deeper impression. Before entering the hall, he had already weighed the good and consequences. Knowing how Marthias usually behaved, he had expected way ahead of time that he needed to answer a question to get out of the scenario. So Ruvian was mentally prepared. The room hadn't forgotten what just happened, but he acted like none of it mattered. Sylvina's eyes followed him. Ruvian looked neither proud nor relieved on his face. A Class E scholar had walked into Matthias's den, dismantled the trap he had been fed, and defended himself without sounding arrogant or pitiful. This is something, really something, she thought to herself. That alone would have been enough to leave an impression. Professor Marthias made no effort to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he turned back to the monoboard and lifted his hand, inscribing another sequence of symbols across the surface. Letters and mathematical structures bloomed in pale blue light, dancing with rigid clarity. The lesson resumed as usual, but the eyes that occasionally flicked toward Ruvian suggested the memory would not be forgotten quite so easily. Ruvian's eyes stayed fixed on the monoboard, watching every stroke of mana coiled and shaped itself into glowing structures. This was what he had come for, not the merit points, although they would serve as a useful buffer later on, but this, the opportunity to observe Professor Marthias's methods in action, to understand how someone so precise could manipulate raw mana into logic-bound frameworks, and above all, to keep a quiet watch on Sylvina Delvoir. Mathematics by itself had never been an obstacle for him. It was nothing more than a game of patterns, a system built on rules and consistency. But magical mathematics, that was an entirely different battlefield. His fingers tapped against the wood of the desk, slow and idle. The earlier moment still played back in his mind. The truth was that he barely understood what he had answered. His knowledge was patchwork, stitched together from scattered texts and distant concepts. Some borrowed from ruthless logical sequences, some from the basic principles of mana flow, and others taken from gut feeling. Well, none of it had been enough on its own. The rest he filled in on instinct. He had no interest in bluffing for its own sake, but survival often demanded the same tools as deception. Getting removed from the elective would have been more than inconvenient. The demerit points would have put a dent in my record, but the real problem wasn't administrative. He contemplated silently. It was Marthia's. The man had a reputation for calculating spell matrices so accurately that even failure bowed to his designs. To someone like Ruvian, who lacked even the basics of formal magical computation, that kind of precision was a goldmine. The trick was simple: stay close and keep learning before his door shut. He cast a glance around the room. Eyes met his from several directions. By the way, what's wrong with this girl? I mean, why is she still staring at me? Focus on the damn lecture in the front. Sylvina didn't bother with subtlety. Her gaze was menacing, steady, and utterly unashamed of its focus on him. He didn't need to check twice to know she was still staring. He didn't return the look. Is she planning to watch me for the entire lecture? What a twisted kind of person. Whatever. He had no time to think about that. The professor had shifted subjects, moving on to the theoretical core behind advanced teleportation. The hall filled again with movement, the scrape of pens, and the occasional cough or shuffle of fabric. Ruvian leaned forward and began to write, carefully, transcribing every word he understood and sketching out diagrams for those he didn't. Time slipped past unnoticed, until at last Marthias closed the monoboard with a flick of his fingers. The lecture was over. Students began to rise and flood toward the exits. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. Casteller, plus 20 pp. The room was enveloped by silence once again. Half-turned heads paused in motion. Ruvian looked down, eyes falling to the front where Marthias stood, his expression as unreadable as ever. If you're the last person through that door again, you won't be coming back. Do you understand me? Ruvian met the professor's gaze and gave a single nod. Understood. Ruvian stood, gathered his things, and walked toward the exit without once looking back. The corridor beyond was alive with motion, students flooding out of lecture halls, their chatter echoing through the high stone arches. He moved through them like smoke slipping past flame, his thoughts already shifting to the next elective class. Herbology, pp equal 2050. Me equal 195. Ruvian drifted down the corridor, the noise of the academy fading into a low, indistinct hum. His thoughts were already ahead of him, turning toward the next elective on his schedule, herbology. He wasn't particularly fond of plants, and there was no sentimental reason behind his choice, but the subject held a kind of practical utility he couldn't ignore. Poisons, antidotes, field salves, ingredients for alchemical mixtures. It was the kind of knowledge that could easily be repurposed into something far more interesting. Before the idea could unfold any further in his mind, a voice called out from behind. Where are you heading? Corwin caught up and fell into step beside him. Ruvian didn't look over and gave a shrug, loose and almost careless, just a leisurely walk. Corwin gave him a sideways glance, already suspicious. Leisurely to where? Herbology. Ruvian said. Corwin made a strangled noise, bringing a hand to his face. I keep forgetting you have a completely twisted definition of what's leisurely. He walked a little while in silence, clearly weighing something. Then with a sigh, Corwin added, you know what, maybe I'll try it. Herbology and alchemy aren't bad electives. Yeah, a smart choice, Ruvian replied without inflection. Corwin continued, undeterred. I picked enchantment too. Not bad, really. Definitely not as painful as I thought it'd be. Oh, Corwin hesitated, then asked, what about you? How was yours? At first, it seemed like Ruvian wasn't going to answer. His expression didn't shift, his eyes stayed forward, and his pace didn't slow. What should I say then? As though he was recounting something mildly inconvenient, he said, I fought with Professor Marthias and survived. Plus 20 pp. I see you fought with Yawut. Corwin nearly tripped over his own feet. Ruvian kept walking. You fought with I'm sorry, you what? Corwin blinked rapidly as though trying to physically reset his brain. That's not something you just throw out and then ignore me. Are you serious? Are you seriously telling me you fought with Professor Marthias? Yes, I'm not joking. Corwin stared at him, desperate for clarification. You're messing with me. You have to be, right? A smirk crept onto Ruvian's face, slow and entirely unjustified. Corwin let out a strangled groan. Oh, come on, Ruvian, say something. That's something I'll explain to you another time. Plus 20 pp. But Ruvian had already turned his gaze forward again, as calm and composed as if nothing had happened. By the time they reached the herbology classroom, Corwin looked like he was on the verge of grabbing him by the collar and shaking the truth out. Ruvian, of course, didn't say a word. He simply met his friend's stare with that same quiet, infuriating look before stepping through the door. The herbology lecture hall smelled like a garden left out too long in the sun, faintly bitter. Beneath it all was the sharper scent of crushed bark and freshly ground stems. Rows of wooden desks curved around a central platform in a half circle, giving every student a clear view of the man standing at the front. Professor Howard, draped in robes the color of pine needles, blended into the towering wall of hand-painted botanical charts behind him. Ruvian sat somewhere in the middle, posture relaxed, arms sprawled across the desk. Corwin, by contrast, was sitting up perfectly straight, both hands poised to scribble notes, his eyes sharp and fixed on the professor as if this were some kind of entrance exam. It was a bit ridiculous, but also oddly admirable. Good, if you want to change your life, you should at least do this much. Ruvian glanced at him and allowed himself the faintest smirk, then turned his attention back to the front as Professor Howard reached for the display table. Several glass containers sat neatly arranged, each one housing a different herb, some brittle and gray, others floating. The classification of medicinal flora follows three fundamental categories. The professor began, his voice smooth but clipped: restorative, neutral, reactive. He plucked a sprig of silver-green leaves from the first jar and held it up for everyone to see. This is Lionthea. It is used as a base ingredient in most low-grade healing elixirs. When boiled at moderate temperature in distilled water, it accelerates clotting and promotes cellular regeneration. Then he picked up a second vial, same herb and same leaves, but these had a faint rust hue curling at the edges like dried blood. However, when Lionthea is oversteeped or introduced to a sulfur-rich environment, it undergoes a volatile transformation. The regenerative enzymes degrade, and the plant begins producing hemotoxic agents instead. What once healed can now kill. There was a quiet hum of interest as the room absorbed his words. Most scholars knew some herbs had poisonous variants, but the clarity and precision with which he laid out the shift made even the inattentive ones sit a little straighter. Ruvian's eyes drifted down to his notebook. His fingers tapped the page once before he resumed writing, this time not just copying but reworking the information, stitching it together with fragments of older alchemical theory. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing in thought. The boundary between remedy and toxin was thinner than people liked to admit. Sometimes all it took was a shift in temperature. Sometimes the wrong timing. They were the interplay between natural compounds and external catalysts. Surprisingly, Corwin raised his hand, plus 30 pp. Professor, if the same herb can both heal and harm depending on exposure, then wouldn't it be possible to manipulate its properties intentionally? Say, if someone ingested an unaltered dose of Lionthea, could a second substance be introduced after consumption to change its effect mid-process? The question hung in the air like something too sharp to touch. Even the quietest scribblers froze mid-sentence. Professor Howard turned to Corwin, his sharp eyes glinting with interest. A compelling question, he said, slowly setting down the vials with care. You propose a post-ingestion reversal, an internal shift of effect, a living responsive transformation, what advanced alchemical theorists refer to as in vivo reversal. The term echoed faintly across the room, unfamiliar to most, but strong enough to pull everyone's focus into place. He stepped down from the platform and approached the semicircle, his steps quiet but measured. Tell me, Mr. Corwin, he continued, his voice lower now. Are you asking purely out of curiosity, or do you intend to try it yourself? Curiosity, he replied with an unshaken expression. A thin smile crept onto Professor Howard's face. The professor returned to the table, fingers brushing once again across the line of vials until they found the oxidized Lionthea. A fascinating proposition, he said, lifting it gently into the light. Your logic holds. Theoretically, yes, an herb's reactive transformation can be delayed and then redirected if you understand both the primary compound and its catalysts. But intention alone is not enough. What you suggest requires mastery over timing, internal conditions, and chemical layering, all within the closed system of the human body. He reached for another container, this one filled with a viscous blue liquid that shimmered faintly beneath the glow of the mana lamps, like oil suspended in water. Most antidotes function passively. They bind to toxins, they neutralize gradually, they do not act with precision but persistence. What you are describing, Mr. Corwin, is an immediate response, a trigger, something that rewrites the active effect in real time, not over hours but seconds. Without turning, he extended his hand toward the monoboard. In the next moment, threads of blue and gold drew themselves into the air and began forming lines of reaction pathways, formulas, and symbol-laced diagrams. This is where theory begins to crack under the pressure of application, he said finally, gesturing toward the shifting web of alchemical notes. The diagrams spun slowly, a dizzying maze of transmutation lines and reactive triggers. And this is where it becomes difficult. pp equal 2120. Me equal 195. This is where it becomes difficult. Lines of text displayed across the monoboard, laying bare the transformation sequence of Lionthea. One moment it served as a restorative compound mild and stable in its effect. Then, with prolonged exposure to sulfur or the slow burn of oxidation, it shifted into a far more treacherous reaction. a hemotoxin, not immediately fatal, but enough to ruin a bloodstream if left unchecked. Below that, neat columns listed possible neutralizers: goldroot extract, white essence, and diluted ether sap. All common names, but the way they were presented made them feel like keys to more intricate things. The greatest obstacle for this is not knowledge, it's time, Professor Howard said, not needing to raise his voice now that the room had gone completely still. He turned back toward the table, rolling a potted Lionthea plant across the surface calmly. The plant looked unremarkable. Its silver-green leaves shimmered faintly under the alchemical lamps, slender and soft, curling slightly at the tips. He plucked one with deliberate care, holding it aloft for all to see. In its untouched form, Lionthea is inert, harmless. You could eat it raw and feel nothing more than a bitter aftertaste. He dipped the leaf into a dish of water, and the liquid remained still and colorless, but when it exceeds its activation point. He reached for another vial and unscrewed the top slowly. The liquid inside was cloudy, slightly viscous, with a scent that even from a distance seemed wrong somehow. He let a few careful drops fall onto the submerged leaf. At first, it looked like nothing changed. Then the edges of the leaf began to wither. A red hue crept along its veins, almost like blood diffusing through capillaries. Within seconds, it looked nothing like the leaf he had first plucked. It becomes a mild hemotoxin, slows the blood. Shuts down smaller vessels. In larger doses, internal hemorrhaging. Painless if that's any comfort. The students shifted. Some leaned in, trying to catch every detail. Others sat rigid, their earlier boredom stripped away. Those who never cared for plants were paying attention now. Ruvian tapped a finger against his chin, watching the change without much surprise. He had seen worse reactions in alchemical tests. Still, it was fascinating how little it took something meant to heal could flip into something that killed. Meanwhile, Corwin's attention was absolute, eyes narrowed with analysis. Plus 20 pp. Professor Howard didn't waste time. He reached for a second flask, filled with a golden solution that shimmered softly under the light. This is an experimental stabilizer, still in trial stages, designed not to prevent the transformation, but to reverse it after the fact, he said, raising the vial slightly. He laid a strip of parchment across a clean glass plate. The fibers were treated for reaction sensitivity, already faintly glowing from previous use. He dripped the altered Lionthea onto it. The result was immediate. An ugly dark stain blossomed across the surface like ink spilled in a hurry, spreading with sharp, invasive fingers. Now, he said almost quietly, we test the counteragent. He made one drop of the golden liquid. The golden liquid struck the stain, and within a heartbeat, the parchment began to bright. The blot retracted, pulling inward as though being reeled back through time. It didn't vanish entirely, but the light returned. The parchment, once marked, now sat clean again. Silence followed as they'd just seen something they didn't expect. Professor Howard let the moment linger as he slowly set the vials down. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and looked over the class. However, what succeeds on parchment, or under the measured calm of a laboratory, does not always carry over so neatly into the unpredictable depths of a living body. The body is not a passive vessel. Digestion, metabolism, and the countless trace elements floating unseen in one system, each of these can warp or stall an alchemical reaction in ways even seasoned scholars fail to anticipate. You may have the perfect antidote, the correct stabilizer, the cleanest catalyst, but if the timing falters by a breath or the dose differs by a grain, then the intended cure turns back on itself, twisting into a slower, more insidious toxin. Ruvian shifted slightly in his seat, resting his elbow on the table and glancing toward Corwin without turning his head. The boy didn't look shaken. He wasn't wearing the mask of someone impressed by spectacle or stung by reprimand. If anything, he looked like someone who hadn't heard enough and wanted to know more. Eyes narrowed just slightly, brow faintly furrowed. He was still thinking about his own question through the professor's answer. Ruvian's lips curved just faintly at the corners. Curiosity like that was difficult to come by, and dangerous too in the right hands. But if Corwin keeps following those ways, bold enough to ask, sharp enough to understand, and steady enough to try again after the first failure, then in time he wouldn't just be a decent alchemist, he'd be a terrifying one. As the lecture came to an end, scholars leaned over desks to exchange notes. Others clustered near the door, already speculating about practical uses for the lesson's final demonstration. Even those who typically treated herbology like an afterthought now carried their notebooks with more appreciation. Corwin was among them. He walked beside Ruvian through the wide, torch-lit corridors of the academy. His hands moved animatedly as he recapped the lecture, his words tumbling over each other in barely contained excitement. Plus 20 pp. That was incredible. The idea that a single herb could act as both remedy and toxin depending on the sequence and timing, it makes me wonder how many others are like that. What else have we misunderstood? And the counteragents, if we could isolate the reactions and reproduce them reliably, it wouldn't just change medicine, it could reshape entire combat doctrines. Midway through his rambling, Corwin suddenly caught himself. His excitement faded into embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, lowering his gaze. I must sound ridiculous, he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Ruvian, who had been listening with an amused smirk, simply reached out and patted Corwin's shoulder. The touch was firm, closer to approval. I told you, alchemy and herbology suit you. You just didn't believe me back then. Plus 10 peep. Ruvian said, his voice tinged with dry satisfaction. Corwin let out a small, sheepish laugh. He stared ahead for a moment, letting the hallway stretch in front of him, then exhaled slowly, as if letting go of something unspoken. Yeah, I guess I was being stubborn. It was fun, he admitted. His voice softened on the last word, and for a second he looked younger somehow, like someone seeing the shape of their future for the first time. Then his gaze sharpened. He drew in a breath, steadied himself, and said the words aloud. I think I want to pursue alchemy seriously. Plus 50 pp. Ruvian stopped walking. He turned, watching Corwin in full now, his expression devoid of its usual dry amusement, just an appraising look, serious yet thoughtful. After a beat, Ruvian exhaled. Then be prepared, it won't be easy. Corwin blinked at the sudden shift in tone. The world doesn't hand out rewards just because you care. The thing is, passion fades and skill isn't always enough. You'll be doubted, probably ignored, maybe even mocked. There will be setbacks, some worse than others. And there will be days when you'll want to give up. Corwin absorbed the words without questioning. He looked down for a moment as though weighing them. Then slowly he looked back up again, his eyes burning with resolve. And before he could say anything else, Ruvian spoke once more. But if it's you, Corwin, he said, not smiling, not joking. I think you'll make it. Plus 50 pp. Corwin found himself puzzled, but he said nothing. He just nodded, and the smile that followed wasn't sheepish anymore. Well, you don't have to thank me yet, Ruvian said as he turned toward the staircase. Do that after you prove me right. pp equal 2270. Me equal 195. Ruvian walked down the quiet hallway toward his room. The hour was late, and most of the dormitory had already fallen into silence. He was only a few steps away from the bend that led to his room when a murmur, hushed but lively, slipped through the wall. Then he stopped walking. The voices came from beyond the corner, loud enough to carry far but not nearly careful enough to be private. There was laughter in them, smug and indulgent. Did you see how she looked when they kicked her out? A chuckle followed. I can't believe it. She sat in noble etiquette like it was her birthright. Truly, the delusion of commoners knows no bounds. How it is almost endearing. Ruvian's eyes narrowed slightly. He remained hidden, listening. Oh, I think Julian handled it well. He absolutely tore her apart, I swear. I thought she was going to cry when he asked her why she was even bothering. He wasn't wrong, though. She has no title or status. Why would she apply for this elective? That's beyond foolish. She really thought the professor would defend her. But of course, even she sided with Julian. What noble would want to associate with a beggar commoner? She should know her place. I think that poor thing's name is Violet. She's from Class E. She also stupidly tried to stand against Julian the other day during Class A and Class E joint sessions. They spoke as if they had witnessed an entertainment circus. Ruvian didn't move until their presence was completely gone. When he finally stepped around the corner, his gaze was calm, almost absent, as though the entire exchange had left no impression. But there was a subtle tension in his hand, briefly curled into a fist at his side. He said nothing to the empty hallway, offered no closing words, and walked the rest of the way to his room. But in his mind, the thought remained. So it has begun. Rosalind's POV. The plush fabric of the rabbit doll was soft against Rosalind's palm. She sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the golden glow of the bedside lamp, and somehow her mind was elsewhere, trapped in the events of today's noble etiquette class. She had seen it coming the moment Violet opened her mouth. The memory replayed in her head without permission. Girl had risen from her seat with firmness, defiance. Your name. The girl had not hesitated. Violet, from Class E. There was a pause from the professor. But her expression didn't change, but Rosalind knew the moment she glanced at the roster that something was wrong. There is no registration under that name. The room was silent. Rosalind, seated near the middle of the class, had kept her gaze carefully neutral. Even without looking directly, she could feel the unspoken reactions of the other students. Some were confused, others amused. The professor's voice was cold. I do not teach those who are not registered for my class. Leave, she commanded. What's going on here? There's no way she would come into this elective if she hadn't applied for one. Rosalind had seen many dismissals before, but this one felt particularly cruel in its indifference. Violet did not move, but her amethyst eyes burned with frustration. That's a mistake. I registered for this elective. If you check with the higher administration, you'll see. The professor did not even let her finish. I will not be questioning the system for your sake, Miss Violet. She didn't even give her the chance, just an outright refusal. Rosalind's thought. She exhaled slowly, sensing what was coming before it even happened. The moment she heard that low, amused chuckle, she knew he was about to cut someone down. Look what we have here. It's not every day you get to witness such audacity firsthand. Julian spoke clearly, never raising his voice, but every word was pressuring. Rosalind glanced at Violet, who had stiffened from a quiet laugh from one of the students. Again, how bold of you, demanding an exception when you have no place here to begin with. The words sliced deeper than any outright insult could. Rosalind felt the atmosphere of the classroom's judgment settle in the air, a mixture of amusement, condescension, and detachment. No one openly sneered, but their silence was just as damning. What should I do? What can I say here? Rosalind was never good with words. She wished she could defend for that girl's sake, but she didn't have the ability to do so. All she was good at was how to fight with blades. But what surprised Rosalind the most was Violet's reaction. She did not snap back in anger, nor did she make a scene. Instead, her fingers clenched against the fabric of her uniform, her knuckles white. Voices rose like a wave, one after another, crashing against the lone figure standing at the center of ridicule. Just leave already. You're holding up the class. This isn't your place, don't you get it? Get lost now. Know your place, you commoner. Rosalind remained seated, her grip tightening on the edge of her sleeve, watching as the scholars spoke with ease as though it was their right to cast her out. Why? Was it wrong for a commoner to attend a noble etiquette class? Was there really a need for such distinction? Somehow she was furious with this. The moment Julian made his stance clear, the rest followed. Violet stood still in the face of their hostility, her posture sinking lower. Her dark hair fell over her face, veiling what lay beneath, but Rosalind saw the faint tremor in her shoulders, the slight gleaming and shaken in her eyes. Julian tilted his head as though considering something. Then, with that same polished cruelty, he delivered the final blow. Are you deaf? He said with effortless authority, the room hanging on his words. Get out, or shall I be the one to escort you? A hush swept through the scholars. They wanted her to break, but Violet did not lash out until the end. Instead, she lowered her head then in a voice that was stripped of its former defiance. She sighed and then spoke. My apologies, Professor. I've caused an unnecessary scene. She bowed not to Julian, not to the scholars, but to the professor, the one whose decision was absolute. Without another word, she turned and walked away. The doors closed behind her, and with that, Violet ceased to exist in that hall. The professor, as though none of it mattered, simply said she should have done that sooner. Then, with a flick of her hand, she resumed the lecture, the class moving on as if nothing had happened. Rosalind turned her gaze to Julian, and at that moment he met her eyes. For a moment, neither spoke. But instead of looking away, Rosalind held his gaze. So this is the so-called Julian Rosenberg. Rosalind clenched her rabbit doll against her chest, her fingers digging into the soft fabric. Anger burned inside her, not just at Julian, but at everyone who had laughed, jeered, remained silent. She wanted to speak, to rebut, to say something, anything, but she knew there was no place for opposition, not when even the professor had turned against her. Not when everyone had stood behind Julian, and that realization, that helplessness infuriated her. She hated the feeling of not being able to do anything. In the end, I'm not strong enough yet. It seems like I couldn't master my courage in terms of speaking for what's right and what's wrong. Then suddenly she remembered the previous event during the joint session with Class E, a dark-haired boy who stood up confidently and challenged the instructor head-on and alone. Rosalind had admired him deeply. In her eyes, he radiated a strength far beyond brute or title. And when she learned he was from Class E, of all places, it had struck her even harder. Plus 50 pp. That moment and today's event carved a lesson into her heart. True strength was not born from power or status. It came from beliefs, the will to stand for what was right and what was wrong even when you stood alone. That was the strength she longed for, the strength she vowed to seek, to learn, and one day to embody. Conviction, pp equal 2320. Me equal 195. Over the course of the first 2 weeks of January, the Academy had successfully transformed the majority of the first-year scholars into something that could be considered students. This was accomplished in a relatively short period of time. Names had been memorized, a few lectures had been taught, and the tight framework of mandatory subjects had begun to wrap around them. Some adapted immediately, while others took longer. In any case, they had fallen into the semester's rhythm. And now they were all imprisoned in the vast lecture hall, like livestock confined into quiet. The space was enormous, almost erratically so. Tiered rows soaring in concentric arcs, tall enough to seat 400 first-year students without ever feeling crowded. Ruvian sat near the edge, third row from the back straight and expression relaxed. Not many knew what this was about, but as the editor of this novel, Ruvian did. They're about to give details about the Vazran Island test. That name had not been spoken in official channels yet. However, the timing was too good. The abrupt call for a general assembly, as well as the large number of instructors present, were most likely related to the announcement being dropped. That much was certain. And as Ruvian leaned forward slightly, he was already turning over the possibilities and recollection of what happened in the next arc in his mind. The idle murmurs faded the moment the doors opened. Conversations died immediately. Even the yawners straightened in their seats. An academy instructor has entered. Instructor Veliana Kareth. She moved with striking grace. Her white uniform was pristine and strict. Blonde hair, tightly secured, outlined a pale face defined by the chilling assurance in her demeanor. But it was her gaze that captivated the room, deep red, as transparent as glass, and utterly inscrutable. She approached the podium without hesitation, her hands instinctively clasping behind her back in a formal posture. When she spoke, her voice sliced through the hall. 2 weeks have flown by in the blink of an eye. I've been watching you, your actions, your setbacks, and your decisions. Time slips by faster than anticipated, and before you know it, the semester will come to an end. She let the silence stretch for a breath, then continued. Time, as some of you may now be learning, is not as generous as you assumed it to be. You all are now approaching the 3rd week of your first year. That means the time for your test has arrived. In precisely 3 weeks, your initial significant assessment will commence. As she spoke, the massive monoboard behind her began to glow with a soft hum. Pale blue light crawled across the surface before pulling together into a large, rotating projection of an island. The holographic terrain shimmered into viewcliffs, ridges, dense forest patterns, elevation readings, glowing leyline currents. And at the center, bright and unmistakable, the name rose above it all, the Vazran Island. A ripple ran through the room as everyone was starting to pay attention to the holographic projection. Vazran Isle is one of several uninhabited islands under Velthia Academy's jurisdiction. It serves as a controlled environment for practical assessments, ranging from survival training to live combat evaluations. Your upcoming expedition will take place here. A few chatters broke out, quickly silenced when the professor raised a hand. The purpose of this expedition is simple: to assess your practical survival skills, combat abilities, adaptability, and teamwork under real-world conditions. Up until now, your training has been conducted in controlled environments within the safety of the Academy's walls, and that will no longer be the case. Ruvian watched as some students exchanged glances, some with excitement, others with apprehension. Professor Veliana pressed her fingers against the monoboard, and the display shifted again. To ensure fairness, you will not be participating alone. The Academy has already organized your expedition parties, each composed of 5 scholars, and each party will include 1 scholar from each class A, B, C, D, and E. The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted. It was subtle, but Ruvian could sense it, the slight tension across the faces of those in the upper classes. Class A and B scholars, the top-ranked students, visibly stiffened as realization settled in. They wouldn't be paired only with their own elite peers. They would have to work alongside the lower classes. Professor Veliana continued as if she hadn't noticed the shift in energy. These parties have been carefully structured by the Academy's higher administration. Each group is balanced according to combat ability, personal strengths, and potential synergy. The decision is final. You do not get to choose your teammates. Yup, there it is, the unspoken rule of Velthia Academy. It did not matter whether one is a noble or commoner. The Academy would forge its students into anything by force if necessary. Ruvian remained still, his expression thoughtful. This structure forced cooperation. It meant that even those at the bottom had a role to play. Ruvian exhaled quietly, tilting his head as he considered the implications. He already knew how most of the higher-ranked students would react. There would be resentment from those in Class A, who would see this as a burden. The same for Class B, perhaps even Class C to them. Working with lower-ranked students meant carrying dead weight. His expression deepened. He could already hear it in his mind. The dismissive sneers, the subtle irritation of his future teammates when they realized they had been saddled with a Class E scholar. I hope I get a tolerable ally. Veliana raised a hand and the monoboard shifted, unveiling the first list. Let's move on now. I will announce your teams. Her voice rang clear, each name delivered with unshakable precision. Squad 1. Julian Rosenberg, Class A. Elias Vetronal, Class B. Dorian Lester, Class C. Marwin Theos, Class D. Seth Holloway, Class E. Squad 2. Carlo Arcanis, Class A. Lade Drexler, Class B. Zoran Faustus, Class C. Garrick Fenholt, Class D. Odion Koss, Class E. Squad 3. Loden Armand, Class A. Rhett Varmana, Class B. Endrick Bylock, Class C. Whale Rhymes, Class D. Violet, Class E. Squad 4. Rosalind Varian, Class A. Erin Orello, Class B. Talon Ryder, Class C. Freya, Class D. Argus Rank, Class E. Squad 5. Sylvina Delvoir, Class A. Naila Curanum, Class B. Dial Thorg, Class C. Owen Sparrow, Class D. Corwin Dunley, Class E. Squad 69. Yaren Sauter, Class A. Arlok Karnum, Class B. Shima Lesla, Class C. Horenvolk Class D. Ruvian Casteller Class E. Finally, his name came out. There were 80 squads in total. The revelation of the expedition had caused a stir among the scholars, excitement and apprehension mixing in equal measure. Her gaze swept across the gathered scholars, ensuring their attention before she continued. A list of permitted, recommended, and mandatory supplies will be provided to you shortly. You will be responsible for gathering your own equipment, so choose wisely. Any unauthorized items will be confiscated before departure. No doubt wondering what restrictions might be in place. Those from noble houses likely had entire arsenals at their disposal, but it seemed the Academy intended to regulate what they could bring, which is a good thing they did. Veliana continued, voice composed. The full briefing regarding the expedition will not take place here. Instead, it will be given during the voyage to Vazran Isle. Until then, you are expected to continue attending your regular classes as scheduled. There were audible sighs, some relieved, some frustrated. A few scholars had likely hoped that preparations for the test would override their usual coursework. For those taking electives, be sure to check the first-year daily board for your schedules. Adjustments have been made to accommodate this expedition. With that, she concluded, offering a final glance at the scholars before nodding. That's all. You are dismissed. Ruvian pushed himself up from the bench and joined the slow tide of students funneling out of the hall, drifting back toward their assigned classes as if nothing had changed. The Vazran Island arc had always been known as the starting point of chaos, and Ruvian planned to take full advantage of that. He didn't want to play the hero. That role was already vacant. The story no longer had a clear leading actor to drag everyone toward salvation, which meant someone else had to take the reins. If chaos was coming either way, then he might as well be the one to shape it. Since the world no longer had a protagonist to follow, then maybe it was his turn to step into the spotlight and go wild. I'll make sure the role fits him, he said, barely amused. PP equal 2400. Me equal 210. After the morning assembly, where the announcement of the Vazran Island expedition was finally made, the students drifted back into routine. Morning classes resumed like always, the scholars of Class E returning to their classroom for a lecture on Voidspawn, the void creatures. Most of them had expected another dreary session of copied notes until an actual professor thundered into the class. The man who entered was tall and bony, his black robes frayed at the hem. His eyes gleamed with a wild spark, and he carried a long wooden staff. His smile was feverish. Have a seat, I'll be in charge of your lecture today. I am Professor Drain Gork, and you may forget every dull record your scribes have handed you, so you will hear it from my lips. The truth of the abyssal progenithe voidspawn, creations of the abyss beyond worlds. He slammed his staff against the floor, the sound echoing through the chamber. The class sat straighter. Now, he said, turning sharply, the mana board already displaying as he inserted a certain scroll inside the device. I'll talk about their classification, one lesser rank. Mindless beast. Common 2 wretched rank. Some formed of intelligence. Unique ability. Slightly rare 3 malice rank. Very intelligence. More than 1 unique ability. Rare 4 reaper rank. Possess unnatural power. Fully intelligent. Super rare 5 exile rank. Can control lesser armies. Closer to myth. Only in forbidden regions. Ultimate rare. Do not be deceived, this classification the Magus Association made is not for you scholars to feel clever and just for examination. No, it is for your survival. Survival. His eyes darted around the room like a hawk searching prey. A nervous hand rose. Professor, I have some questions. Why do the voidspawn vary in size, even if they are of the same rank? Professor Drain wheeled around, eyes blazing. Ah, an excellent question. A student who thinks all the time. Hap listened carefully. Their size is irrelevant. No. A lesser rank beast can be larger than a house, while a wretched rank may also be no bigger than your arm. Why? Because it is not the flesh that determines danger. It is their essence. He jabbed his staff against the desk in front, startling the poor scholar who had asked. Essence governs the resonance of their mana. Do you understand? Another student raised her voice. And what of mana resonance, Professor? You said they give it when killed. What is it, truly? Professor Drain froze, then gritted teeth bared, almost feral. I forgot that most of you lack foundation knowledge. Mana resonance, now we touch divinity. When a voidspawn dies, its essence collapses violently into this world. For a brief moment, the abyss itself breathes upon you. That breath becomes power. That is why hunters risk their lives. That is why empires fund expeditions to hunt them. Every voidspawn is not only a threat, it is a treasure chest of the abyss as well. His eyes gleamed like a mad priest preaching his gospel. And void shards, what about them, Professor? Another scholar asked the obvious for clarification. Drain lifted the jagged shard on his staff, holding it high for all to see. Look here, this is void made solid, a shard torn from their very marrow. pure condensed mana, endlessly hungry, endlessly potent. You could say an entire city has been lit for decades with but these shards, but we won't talk about that for today. I have something else to do. So back to the ranks, let me finish today's syllabus first. He scrawled the word lesser rank again and underlined it. Mindless beasts sometimes would come in droves, no more thinking than a rabid hound. Even so, don't you ever underestimate them. That is the cause of death for many green adventurers. He spun suddenly. Does anyone here think they could survive an encounter with one? No one answered. Drain smirked, pleased. Good, fear is wisdom. Even a lesser rank is difficult to hunt for you lots. Well, maybe not to most veterans, but to beginners, adventurers, or hunters, it's still a suicidal. He moved on to wretched rank. Now, for this category, you need to be more careful. They possess some form of intelligence. Not much, but enough to trick the arrogant. They possess unique abilities, be it fire-spitting, flesh-melting acid, or illusions. A boy raised his hand timidly. Professor, how do we know what ability it has before it kills someone? The professor leaned forward, eyes wide. No. You don't, unless you remembered all types of voidspawn exist in the data. But there are also some of them which haven't been recorded, especially from the Forbidden region. The boy swallowed hard. Then he moved to the malice rank. Okay, here begins the true nightmare. Multiple abilities and a greater cunning. They're rare, but one malice rank can slaughter a battalion if unprepared. I have seen Ido, yes, I haven't survived. The students shifted uncomfortably. Only Ruvian sat still, listening. His expression gave nothing away, but his mind churned with each word. All right, that's all for today's classification. Only 3 will be the main focuses for your year syllabus. The rest you can learn on your own for additional knowledge. Also, since your Vazaran Island test has been announced, I suggest you to remember and learn the encyclopedia of them. My advice to you all during the test is to never ever take it lightly. Always be prepared. And the best way to be prepared is to learn more about them. He stood there, staring at them, grin manic, eyes wild. For a second, he looked less like a professor and more like a zealot, a prophet of the void, and Class E would not forget this lecture. The lesson came and went smoothly. Then the door opened. An academy assistant stepped inside. In their arms was a stack of envelopes, sealed and arranged with care. They moved between the rows, handing them out one by one, offering no explanation and expecting no response. When they reached him, Ruvian took his letter without saying anything. The wax seal pressed into the fold Velthia's emblem, clean and sharp, stamped into red. Round him, scholars were already tearing theirs open with clumsy excitement, others stretching their necks to sneak glances at their neighbors' pages. The rustle of parchment filled the room, scattered and overlapping like soft rainfall. Ruvian broke the seal with the edge of his thumb and unfolded the letter in a single smooth motion, letting his eyes run across the lines without missing a word. The handwriting was strict and formal. Rules, regulations, assigned duties, nothing surprising, but nothing to ignore either. His gaze moved down the list. Item rules guidelines for Vazaran Isle test. Basic rules for allowed items, 1 backpack standard size. No storage artifacts, no spatial rings, no inventory magic. Weapons must be academy provided. Healing potions, stamina boosters, and energy recovery items max 6 per person. Magic scrolls, traps, and talismans are restricted. He had expected this restriction. Must bring survival kit, knife, rope, flint, bandages, etc. Academy issued compass. Should bring hunting tools. Lightweight tents or cloaks. Camping essentials. Ruvian tapped a finger lightly against the parchment. The letter included a set of recommended supplies, but the final decisions were left to the scholars themselves. It wasn't a test of obedience, but a test of insight. The novel made that point very clear. The protagonist, back then, had understood what the real trial was. It had never been just about fighting voidspawn. It was about attrition, the slow bleed of strength over time. Way hunger crept in when food ran low. The way sleep-deprived minds started to make mistakes they wouldn't have made otherwise. Ruvian folded the letter with care, smoothing the edges before slipping it into his notebook. If there was a time to shift the weight of the first-year hierarchy, it would be during the expedition. If I want to pull Julian from the top, it would have to happen there, of course. Back then, I wouldn't have the confidence to do so. But now is a different matter, he firmly decided. PP equal 2400. Me equal 210. For the upcoming island test, I need to understand wind spells on a deeper level. The textbook chant has carried me far enough, and I won't deny it's helped build a solid base. But I can't keep relying on borrowed words every time I cast. There's a ceiling to that kind of magic, he calmly thought. If he wanted control, he needed to move past the incantations and start learning the theory behind them. He needed to know how wind behaves, how mana takes its shape, how intent twists the flow and changes the result. Chanting is slow and very much predictable. It stupidly locks the spell into a fixed form, and while you can adjust things like shape, strength, or size, it's still bound to the structure the chant demands. That kind of rigidity doesn't belong in real combat, not when instinct needs to move faster than your mouth. Ruvian mumbled. They're meant to sharpen your foundation, that's all. But once the ground is solid, you're supposed to start climbing, which means I'm already behind. If I want to stay ahead of what's coming, then being an idiomancer is necessary, and he needs to start now. The theory made sense, or at least, it followed the logic he already understood. Wind existed not in isolation, but as a reaction to everything around it. It moved because pressure demanded it. It stirred because something else changed first. Influence and response, cause and effect. The same principles applied here, just dressed in different words. With the knowledge he carried from his old world and the way his mind worked, Ruvian should have been more than capable of pushing through to the conceptual stage. By logic alone, it should have been simple, but he wasn't arrogant enough to treat it that way. Preparation mattered, and it never hurt to be ready for more than what was required. He sat alone at a plain wooden table tucked near the back of the library, in the corner reserved for the low-ranked students no one paid attention to. His fingers brushed the edge of the open textbook, tracing along the title The Wind Elements Theory. Ruvian tapped his fingers lightly against the table, reading, learning, and considering the theory. He inspected his mana resonance. Mana resonance, 0-100. Still 0, he still needed 100 points before he could break through to Spelk or Tier 2. That number sat in his mind like a reminder of how far he still had to go. And until he reached it, his grasp on conceptual casting would remain shaky, unrefined at best, unstable at worst. Ruvian drawed his focus inward as he let his attention settle on the air around him. He could feel brushing against his skin, and the subtler patterns beyond reach, a thread of wind at the edge of perception. It wasn't much, the sensing was crude, scattered, and incomplete. He stayed still, letting the sensation pass, not trying to force it into clarity. The theory had never been the issue for him at the moment. It was always his spellcore that demanded more, and like everything else it would take time, of course. Ruvian barely reacted when suddenly, a presence settled behind him, elegant and composed. A cool voice followed. Your dedication to wind spells is commendable. Ruvian turned his head to look at the owner of the voice. His eyes had landed on someone who made silence feel heavier. She settled next to him with a tranquil grace, not directing her attention towards him. Ruvian stared at her long, pale blue hair, almost silver in the filtered library light that fell past her shoulders. Her complexion radiated the purity of fine porcelain, free from any imperfections or signs of wear, consistently soothing. Her sea-colored eyes pierced through him profoundly. There seemed to be a distinct air around her, seemingly pulling something from deep within Ruvian. He wasn't even sure why he felt it that way. Before he could reflect on it too deeply, he realized he was observing Kalira's beauty for a moment longer than intended. After a short silence, he replied, "You are dedicated as well, Lady Kalira, plus 50 pp." Kalira blinked in confusion upon hearing those words, more like a pause in processing something. Ruvian hadn't meant anything by it. It was an honest observation of her character from his knowledge, but even as the words left his mouth, he could already sense it. Something about the tone, maybe the phrasing, or even the timing, whatever it was, it didn't come across right. Kalira, who rarely showed more than necessary, simply stared at him. Ruvian glanced at her face again, noticed the slight narrowing of her eyes in deep confusion. Was that really a strange thing to say? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. He replayed his words in his head, searching for whatever might have come off wrong. It wasn't meant to flatter her. It was just an honest statement, thrown out in a moment. But maybe that was exactly why it landed flat. Maybe to someone like her, blunt honesty sounded no different from something rehearsed. He exhaled as if to clear the static in his head. He stole a glance at her again. I can now understand why the novel stated that every man would chase after her for a hand in marriage. I guess beauty is the softest form of cruelty after all, a crime you want to be a victim of again and again. Then he spoke, the question slipping out as naturally as the breath before it. Why are you sitting here? Kalira turned her head, her cool blue eyes locking onto his. Why, she said, tilting her head slightly. Can't I? The way she said it wasn't confrontational. It was calm, as if genuinely questioning his perspective rather than challenging it. Ruvian met her gaze for exactly 2 seconds before looking back at his book. No, you can. Do whatever you want. Plus 20 pp. Then Kalira smiled, but for some reason it scared Ruvian more than he cared to admit. Kalira Arcanis, why is she suddenly approaching me? Was it because of the joint session with Class A before? Even so, she's not the type to be interested in a Class E performance. What makes her suddenly come here to sit in the lower rank section? Ruvian contemplated but couldn't reach an answer. Then Kalira lifted a hand. In that still moment, without a word spoken, a book appeared where nothing had been before. It settled in her palm, summoned effortlessly. Ruvian watched her from the corner of his eyes. Internally, he noted the significance. Spatium magic, a branch of spellwork rarely touched by those outside the upper ranks, difficult to execute and harder still to control. Most would need a focus, an anchor, a carefully drawn array, or a channeling device just to bridge the gap between dimensions. But Kalira had bypassed that easily. Ruvian glanced toward the book she had just retrieved. Then he saw the title, The Art of Swindling, a masterclass in scamming people. An awkward silence stretched between them. Kalira's expression remained a poker face. She stared at the book like it had personally betrayed her. Ruvian blinked first, cleared his throat, and slowly looking away, giving her the courtesy of pretending he hadn't read the title in full bold font. Plus 30 pp, that's definitely Sylvina's book, he thought flatly. She must have shoved it into Kalira's dimensional storage again. It wasn't even the first time. Kalira's entire spatial inventory had become some kind of cursed library curated by Sylvina's most questionable tastes. Yeah, she must have accidentally brought out Sylvina's reading. Ruvian had no doubt about it. Then, without a word or the faintest hint of shame, Kalira slipped the incriminating book back into her dimensional storage. A heartbeat later, she summoned a different book into her hand. This one was titled Intermediate Aqua Spells and Fluid Manipulation Techniques. Neither of them spoke. Ruvian slowly turned his attention back to his own book, but deep within his soul, he quietly screamed with second-hand embarrassment. Let's not mention anything about it. Ruvian made a conscious effort not to smile. Kalira, too, acted as though nothing unusual had happened. Both of them continued to read in silence. Then, after a while, Ruvian decided to inspect her character sheet. Skill-activated character sheets. The holographic pages looming within the corner of his vision. Character sheet. Name Kalira Arcanis. Age 17. Occupation Velthia's scholar scion of House Arcanis. Temperament aloof, emotionless, perceptive. Current mood mildly embarrassed, maintaining grace under fire. Status stable. Relationship status subtly acknowledged. Traits prodigy of spellweaving. Emotionally distant, intellectually sharp. Has a tendency to crack dry jokes with a straight face. Likes rating. Once passionate about magic, now merely going through motions. Ruvian pretended that he didn't read her current mood, but he was more surprised that their relationship status subtly improved. Who would have thought that the first-named side character I became close to is Kalira? Then, he continued to read her Runeheart status. Runeheart. Name Kalira Arcanis. Age 17. Spellcore tier III. Mana resonance 51,000. Equal. General attributes equal. Strength E. Agility E. Endurance D. Vitality D. Perception C equal. Mage attributes equal. Mana control B+. Casting speed B+. Magic power C. Mana sensitivity B+. Mana essence 5,000. Equal. Innate blessings equal. Blessing of Nayara's reserve equal. Magic affinity equal. Eyes. Spartial. Water. His eyes skimmed the runes hovering faintly around her presence, the system displaying her profile. 5,000 of mana essences, that kind of number wasn't normal for her age. It wasn't even normal for the higher-ranked students unless they were juiced up on blessings, family resources, or divine favoritism. Well, Kalira apparently had all three. Blessing of Nayara's reserve, some high-level covenant blessings that granted a bottomless mana pool and extended casting endurance. The kind of blessing you didn't just get, but bonded by the spirit that favored her. His eyes dropped lower on the sheet. Mana sensitivity B+. Magic power C. Casting speed B+. Mana control B+. Ruvian leaned back slightly in his seat and returned to his book. He wasn't the type to be impressed, but if he had to rank the people in this academy, he'd at least want to fight in a one-on-one duel. Kalira Arcanis had just quietly moved to the top of that list, even above Julian and Rosalind. Damn, she's too op, and will grow stronger even more as the story goes. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Kalira spoke. Why do you study so much? You don't strike me as the ambitious type. That was a strangely blunt way to phrase it. More importantly, had she been watching me this whole time? That was a concerning thought. She definitely had a spell for long-range observation. He knew it for sure, as he was the one who suggested the author to put that spell in her arsenal. Had she seriously been peeking into the library every time he showed up? He almost asked, but then imagined the conversation might spiral into an even weirder territory. Instead of asking the obvious question, Ruvian gave the safer reply. I just don't like being unprepared. Plus 30 pp. Kalira stared at him for a while, as if she was mentally highlighting that line for future reference. Don't like being unprepared, she murmured the phrase quietly. Ruvian heard it perfectly but decided not to question her. Then, with a slow nod, she turned back to her book. Ruvian thought that was the end of it because Ruvian believed that he didn't give any room for the conversation to continue. However, Kalira hasn't fully retreated yet. By the way, I like books. Ruvian inhaled sharply. Then exhaled even sharper. It took everything in him not to fold his soul in half. Yes, I like books too. Plus 50 pp. Gods above, this is painful. Ruvian finally recalled a certain footnote details about Kalira. Despite being a magical prodigy and heir to an ancient house, she had the conversational range of a wet sponge. Luckily, after that, she finally retreated. As for Ruvian, he was wondering what great sin he'd committed in a past life to deserve this awkward moment. In the end, he couldn't finish his reading peacefully. pp equal 2580. Me equal 210. Kalira's POV. After the evening reading session, Kalira returned to her private room. The bathtub water was neither warm nor cold as Kalira sat within it, her back straight, submerged until the water reached her collarbones. Then she sighed and willed the water to freeze. The temperature plummeted immediately, the once languid water turning brittle, its surface cracking as ice spread from her touch. Kalira closed her eyes as she listened to the soft, crystalline chime of water turning to ice. Most people acted strange around her. It wasn't always immediate. Some held their composure for a few moments, pretending not to notice the status she carried. But it never lasted. Sooner or later, they watched their words too closely, smiled too wide, or stumbled over pleasantries she hadn't asked for. They didn't speak to her but spoke to the idea of her, as if judgment was all she knew how to give. The only person in the academy that treated her for who she was Sylvanor, childhood friend. She blinked slowly, then stared ahead at the drifting ice crystals in her tub, and her fingers trailed across the frozen surface, thoughtful. The same when he stood up to Instructor Delilah. It didn't matter who they were or where they came from, as if what mattered to him was not who held power, but whether that power was rightfully used. There's no arrogance in him either. She found herself curious. There was something about him she didn't understand. And in that gap of understanding, something gentle had begun to grow. She wanted to know what lay behind those calm eyes, what beliefs shaped those words spoken without fear, and what kind of path he walked that allowed him to stand courageously. Her voice grew quieter, almost shy. I forgot to ask for his name. She closed her eyes again and leaned back slightly, letting the frost gently embrace her shoulders. I think I'd like to talk to him again, not because she had to, but simply because she wanted to. Plus 50 pp. Ruvian's POV. The next day, the morning break had just begun when Ruvian noticed a figure approaching his classroom, waiting just beyond the doors. She stood with an easy confidence, her posture straight but relaxed. Her long ash-brown hair, tied in a high ponytail, touched the morning light. Her soft hazel eyes scanned the row of students leaving the class. The moment she spotted him, a subtle, courteous smile appeared on her face. Excuse me. Ruvian didn't need to look up to know she was addressing him, but he did anyway. Yes, I hope I'm not disturbing your break, Ruvian, right? Ruvian nodded and simply waited for her to continue, knowing she would get to the point. My name is Yeren. I wanted to invite you to join us in the dining hall. The rest of our team will be there. I figured it's a good opportunity to get to know each other before the test. Yeren continued, watching his reaction. I've already reserved a table for us. If you're free, I'd appreciate it if you could join. Yeren Sauter, a student from Class A, who will be one of his future teammates for the Vazran Al test. Ruvian was not surprised because he had anticipated this. In the novel, before the departure, each team would naturally start forming bonds. Whether out of necessity or genuine camaraderie, team members would seek to understand one another. One of the simplest ways to do so was through shared meals. Ruvian studied her briefly. It was a simple offer and there was no reason to refuse. Yeren's smile widened slightly, as if checking off a step in her plan. Great, we're heading there now. You can come whenever you're ready. With that, she turned, her movements composed and measured, disappearing into the hallway. By the way, how much longer is the progress for me to break through to the next stage of narrative relevancy, relevance to narrative thread? I footnote of fate, you are here. I wandering annotation. I drafted catalyst. IV pivotal rewrite. V core canon. Progress toward next stage, 69. All right, good. Then, the chaos in the dining hall should be enough to push me to the next stage. The dining hall was huge, a vast area intended to serve the entire first-year student population. Expansive arched windows above him allowed sunlight to flood in, brightening the neatly organized tables lined up in rows. The aroma of newly prepared dishes wafted through into him, blending with soft chatter and the sporadic noise of trays. Ruvian usually sat among the scholars from his class, keeping to his own space, but today he had a different destination. Scanning the room, he spotted Yeren near the far end of the hall, waving a hand toward him. She had already gathered the rest of their team. 3 unfamiliar faces sat with her Arlok, Shima, and Horan. Ruvian gave a slight nod in their direction before making his way toward the food counters. The dining hall featured an impressive selection of meals, accommodating various backgrounds and tastes. Ruvian's eyes scanned the offerings before homing in on a reasonable, choicey, and nicely proportioned dish, not overly lavish nor too simple. It included a portion of roasted chicken, seasoned vegetables, and a serving of robust grain, sufficient to maintain his energy without going overboard on spending. As he handed over the appropriate amount of coins, a mental note formed in his mind. I need to make money fast after the Vazran Isle test. His funds weren't depleted yet, but they also weren't infinite. Practicing thriftiness now was essential. His prospects at Velthia required resources, and he was determined not to let money become a constraint. Balancing his tray, Ruvian made his way toward the reserved table. Yeren gestured toward an empty seat. Arlok, a robust young man with intense brown eyes, glanced in his direction but remained silent. Shima, a girl sporting short silver hair with violet eyes and small figures, gave a brief nod in acknowledgement. Horan, the most towering of the group, displayed a hint of curiosity but refrained from starting a discussion. He nodded at them before setting down his tray. No one spoke immediately, the importance of first impressions lingering between them. Velthia Academy took great pride in its meritocratic system, yet it was impossible to ignore the unacknowledged divides between the different classes. Scholars in Class A seldom socialized with those in Class E. Class B had little motivation to engage with Class C. There was no animosity, but rather a deeply rooted separation. Maybe that was why they decided to make this kind of joint test. Sounds a bit hypocritical in itself. Yeren, aware of this, took the initiative. I hope you didn't have a hard time finding us. Ruvian merely shook his head. Not at all. Arlok leaned back, arms crossed. This is weird, huh? Eating with scholars outside our class. Feels like we're breaking some rules. I don't think so, Horan offered, rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, we're in the same academy. Shima, who had been quiet until now, exhaled. It's not that bad, it's just rarely done. Arlok's gaze landed on Ruvian. So you're from Class E, huh? It must be tough. No, it's quite manageable, Ruvian replied. Plus 10 pp. Horan chuckled. 80 people in one class sounds chaotic. Shima shot him a look. Are you dense? Every class has 80 students. Oh right, Horan said, backtracking. I just meant the environment's probably different. He turned to Ruvian again. So how's the teaching there? Any good? Arlok sighed, cutting in. You stop asking him pointless questions. Ruvian took a sip of his drink before responding. It's not actually that bad. Plus 10 pp. Arlok pinched the bridge of his nose. And you don't encourage him. Yeren, noticing the conversation drifting toward a divide, smoothly redirected it. Well, I think we should use this as a chance to at least know each other a little. We don't have to be best friends, but we'll be teammates soon. It makes sense to understand each other a little, right? Horan, eager to break the tension, nodded. Yeah, like routines or training schedules. What does your usual day look like? That, at least, was neutral ground. The conversation gradually softened as they spoke about their schedules, their professors, and small daily occurrences. The tension hadn't entirely faded, but it was no longer suffocating. Ruvian glanced at Horan. His easygoing nature and tendency to speak before thinking reminded him of someone Shindo, one of his former co-workers in his past life. Their mannerisms were identical. Horan, oblivious to the comparison, continued talking animatedly. I swear my instructor called me Hojin for a whole week before I corrected him. Shima smirked. Maybe you look like a Hojin. Do I? No, wait. What is Hojin anyway? Horan turned to Ruvian as if he would have the answer. Ruvian merely took another sip of his drink. No idea. Arlok sighed. This talk is ridiculous. The tension had eased, if only slightly. The invisible wall between them wasn't gone, but cracks were beginning to form. Then clank. A soft clatter and the quiet shuffle of a tray hitting the floor. Ruvian didn't have to glance over. As soon as the dining hall became quiet, he was aware. This marked one of the earliest intense moments in the story. His teammates' reactions confirmed it before his eyes ever did. Yeren's fingers had paused around her cup, grip tightening ever so slightly. Horan, normally carefree, had gone rigid, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. Arlok sat unnervingly still, his usual sharp-edged bravado dulled by the weight of the moment. And Shima, always the most indifferent, had narrowed her eyes, a heavy tension settling in her shoulders. Ruvian exhaled softly, putting his drink back on the table. I guess it's time now. PP equal 2660. Me equal 215. Julian's POV. A tray clattered against the marble, the sharp sound echoing like a sentence passed. Food scattered in disgrace across the polished floor, staining the academy's pristine elegance. The boy responsible stood paralyzed, fingers trembling as if to undo what had already been witnessed. Panic surged in him, not from his fall, but from what he had done. The scholar's robes bore the faded insignia of an obscure household whose name barely left memory, let alone respect, within Velthia's exalted halls. Here lineage was currency and he had none to offer. Meanwhile, before him was none other than Julian Rosenberg. His mere presence, unmarred by emotion, was judgment enough. The tension grew heavy with a scorn colder than words. Julian remained motionless, still as a blade. His eyes, cold and unblinking rubies, lingered on the blot of spillage that had dared mar the purity of his uniform. He said nothing and did nothing, but that made it even worse. Dining hall froze, suspended in a silence so quiet that it could snap the whole hall into collapsing. Then Julian slowly lifted his gaze. A single breath escaped him as if the act of exhaling itself required royal restraint. With the poise of one long accustomed to power, he reached to the side and retrieved a napkin. He dabbed at the stain with a composed elegance that felt far more terrifying than fury ever could. The boy stammered, hands trembling as if even they sought to flee. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to, Julian echoed the words with quiet contempt. He folded the napkin and set it aside. The boy's breath quickened. The silence stretched, coiling tighter. Then a calm voice rang out. I'll take responsibility. A female scholar rose from the nearby table, her bearing steady, her tone devoid of hesitation. Her amethyst eyes bowed into his. This girl again. Julian's gaze sharply snapped toward her. He recognized her instantly, how could he not? The very same girl who had dared to oppose him during the joint session with Class E, the same common-born scholar who, with deliberate audacity, had enrolled in noble etiquette. Violet. A feeling of unease coursed through the crowd as whispers bloomed. Is she insane? What is she thinking? Another spectacle from Class E pathetic. Julian allowed the murmurs to fester, his silence giving them space to breed. He studied Violet with a dissecting interest, as though deciphering the purpose of a stray insect that dared crawl across porcelain. What the hell does she want this time? Then slowly he stepped forward. Responsibility, he repeated, the word rolling off his tongue with amused disdain. His lips curled into something that might have been a smile, if it weren't so void of warmth. And how exactly, he asked calmly, do you intend to take responsibility? Across the hall, Class E fidgeted in growing unrest. Their eyes flicked between her and the lion before her, unsure if they should intervene or simply pray. Class A, on the other hand, observed with idle curiosity, as though watching the prelude to an inevitable downfall. But not all. The scions of Class A, Kalira, Rosalind, Sylvina, and Loden sat in still, watchful silence. Loden, in particular, felt tension coil within him. Violet was his teammate, and she had just placed herself directly beneath the lion's shadow. Julian tilted his head slightly. His next words came soft, casual, almost like a suggestion. No answer, he shrugged, the gesture elegant in its apathy. Then allow me to offer one for you. He met her gaze, and without raising his voice, he issued his decree, kneel. You as well. He looked at the boy again. Loden rose, the scrape of his chair sharp against the floor. His voice cut through the tension. Enough, Julian. The command was firm. Julian didn't so much as flinch. He shifted only slightly, just enough to glance over his shoulder. The tilt of his chin was subtle, a gesture of dismissal. Commoners like them should know their place, Loden, he said, his tone light. Or have you also started to believe you could stand against me too? Loden's jaw clenched. His fists tightened at his sides. Every instinct he had screamed to step in, to intercept, to put an end to this performance before it could escalate. But in the end, he didn't, because he knew how this would unfold. Challenge Julian here in front of everyone, and the consequences would stretch far beyond this moment. He wouldn't just drag Violet down, he would drag the entire squad with her. Only a fool would stand up against Julian in this circumstance. Loden cursed under his breath, bitter and helpless. Julian hummed softly, the sound low and satisfied, as he watched Loden forced himself to swallow his pride and sat down again. Then Julian turned his attention back to Violet. The weight of countless eyes bore down on her. She understood that if she didn't kneel, he wouldn't stop. So Violet lowered herself to one knee. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Julian tilted his head slightly. He seemed almost thoughtful, as though weighing the aesthetic value of her submission. You're quite eager to protect your little companions, he said, but I wonder he let the words trail. You want to enroll in noble etiquette, don't you? His smile returned. Good. Consider this your first lesson, Scholar Violet. His voice dipped lower. Watch closely. This is how a noble repays disrespect from those beneath them. Violet's nails dug into her palms, crescents of resistance buried into skin. Julian lowered himself slightly, crouching like a predator toying with its prey. First, he murmured, they make them kneel, just like this. His eyes drifted past her toward the boy who had dropped the tray, who now stood frozen in place, pale and breathless. You caused this, right? Shouldn't you take responsibility as well? Or are you planning to cower behind a girl's back? The boy flinched, shame crashing over him. Julian's gaze returned to Violet, now onto the second part of the lesson. He rose just enough to let the words settle. You punish them. His tone never wavered. Do it. Strike him as you see fit. The boy's eyes went wide. Julian leaned closer, his voice soft, cloyingly sweet. Go on, Violet. Isn't this what you wanted? A noble education, proper etiquette. His lips curved. Or would you rather I show you how it's done? Then, almost as if summoned by the weight of his words, a chair scraped back. Then another and another. 3 figures rose. Kalira, Sylvina, and Rosalind. Their movements were fluid, unhurried, taken with the quiet precision of those who did not act on impulse. They said nothing, but their atmosphere did. Mana flared like a tremor, shaking the earth. Then it surged, threads of colorful essence licked at the space around them, casting pressure that rolled through the cafeteria like a coming storm. Julian's eyes flicked toward them. And he simply smiled with the faintest trace of genuine amusement. So this is how they want to play it. His weight shifted, barely perceptible. His posture adjusted, shoulders angling, one foot repositioning itself across the marble, a swordsman's instinct, and the tension climbed, mana thickening, sparks gathering like a breath before lightning. It was a moment on the cusp, the pause before chaos. But just as the tension reached its peak, a voice rang out, clear and sharp. How noble, plus 100 pp. The whole dining hall went silent, searching for the voice. The illustrious heir of House Rosenberg, Velthia's finest, or so they claim, reduced to a mere spectacle, throwing a fit before the crowd. Hey Julian, is this what passes for dignity these days among the Rosenbergs? Plus 200 pp. Julian's mana did not waver, but his expression did. His gaze snapped toward a dark-haired boy who sat 2 tables from him. The fuck did he just said? And who is this fucker? The dark-haired scholar didn't even turn his back to look at him. One hand idly cradled a glass, its contents swirling in a lazy spiral, catching the cafeteria light. Then, as if the moment were just another idle minute in his day, he lifted the drink to his lips. Plus 100 pp. Why so quiet now, Julian? He murmured. I was under the impression all that barking never tires you. Plus 100 pp. The silence that followed was violent. A sharp inhale came from somewhere nearby, because no one, absolutely no one, spoke to Julian Rosenberg like that. This brat crossed the damn line. Julian's fingers twitched, his amusement vanished. So too did the mask of idle superiority. What replaced it was colder. Julian had turned fully, unmistakably toward a new target, and at last the dark-haired boy rose and put his drink down on the table. His teammates were surprised as they watched him stand up. Plus 100 pp. Then his voice dropped as he sighed. So this is the grand measure of your pride. A crusade over spilled broth? Seriously. He stepped forward with an unshakable calm. Crushing the helpless beneath you, is that it? For what? Tell me. Perhaps is it a performance to distract from your own fragility? His words did not rise as much. Every syllable landed with confident truth spoken bravely. Plus 200 pp. His onyx gaze locked with Julian's, burning with cold rage. If this is the sum of your worth. The faint trace of mockery faded from his voice, replaced by something fierce. Then the esteemed heir of Rosenberg is nothing but a spineless cur. The watchers of good ending were shaken by the development of the story. You have received plus 2,500 plot points. PP equal 5960. Me equal 215. The dining hall, already silent, now felt utterly hollow, like the very air had been sucked from the room, leaving only empty shells where people once stood. It was as if every soul had momentarily fled, leaving behind a space devoid of breath. The shift in the room was immediate. The casual arrogance drained from his face, leaving behind something far colder. Julian's entire attention turned, fully and dangerously, to Ruvian, who dared to mock him so openly. And amidst it all, Sylvina, Kalira, Rosalind, and Loden stood and looked at him too. Ruvian Casteller. Sylvina barely shifted, but her sharp eyes moved toward him. A slight smirk played at the corner of her lips. Her mana didn't fade, but it steadied. Kalira inhaled softly, barely audible amidst the stifling silence. Her grip on her sleeve tightened, out of restraint. The atmosphere between them had shifted, no longer a mere exchange of words, but a delicate clash of wills. And as Ruvian spoke with an unshakable certainty, she felt a reluctance of admiration, sharp in its clarity and unwelcome in its timing, but undeniably present. Rosalind was the first to move, though it felt less like action and more like the natural rhythm long accustomed to a fight. And though Julian stood across from her, it wasn't him she watched. Her gaze found Ruvian instead. The way he shaped his words, not to impress but to pierce, reminded her of knights who fought for justice. She respected it, and for that afternoon an unexpected satisfaction settled in her chest. Loden exhaled, but it did little to ease the tension in his skin. This had gone beyond sparks of mana or the barely restrained provocations that danced so close to violence. His eyes shifted first to Julian, whose silence now, then to Ruvian, who stood as though he had been born to bear scrutiny. Loden's jaw tensed, a grind of pressure behind clenched teeth. There was always one or the other brash fool who mistook silence for safety, or the rare kind who understood the game and chose to walk the blade's edge anyway. He wasn't yet sure which one Ruvian was, but either way, the boy had just stepped into the lion's den. Julian's POV. Mockery and defiance of such trifles, hardly worth a second thought. They were little more than fleeting amusements, the sort one might expect from those who lived in ignorance of their own insignificance. At worst, they were minor inconveniences, easily swatted away with the elegance reserved for matters of no true consequence. But to be dismissed, to have one's honor so casually stripped, not in private, but before an audience that now dared to breathe in the wake of his humiliation. That was an affront, a transgression of the highest order. It was, in his mind, unforgivable. His fingers twitched at his side. Beneath his skin, the currents of mana stirred, waiting for the command to strike. The air around him thickened, swelling like an invisible force pushing against the room. The weak would bend, perhaps even break, and those with the wisdom to understand their place, they would kneel no less, no more, and the boy before him did neither. He did not cower, nor bow, nor show the slightest tremor of deference. Julian's gaze narrowed, the cold amusement that had once danced at the edges of his expression now hollowed out, replaced by a dull focus. The boy's stance was too relaxed to be careless, too still to be untrained. Ruvian had drawn the lines, placed the pieces, and made his play, but the board was Julian's to command. The pace, the rhythm, the consequence of that would be his to dictate. His lips parted. "You dare, beggars." 3 words spoken softly, handing down judgment. The very air reacted, trembling as arcs of violet static curled and danced at his fingertips, eager to be loosed. His mana did not crackle or roar. Julian had no interest in theatrics. His strength was not the kind that clamored for attention, but to remind his foe it was there. Ruvian's expression, relaxed as ever, held firm under the mounting pressure. Those dark eyes met Julian's without hesitation. Julian stepped forward slow, studying the anomaly of the boy's defiance. And then he stopped. Now only a breath separated them. Julian's eyes glance a cut, dissecting his posture, his eerie calm that refuses to break. I have not seen him before. This was not the arrogance of a fool who didn't know better. No, this was intention. Someone who knew exactly what they were risking and did it anyway. How amusing. Julian's smirk returned, faint and without warmth. You speak bold words for someone so insignificant. Now my turn to ask, do you think your words carry weight simply because you dared to say them? He took another step closer, the violet hum of his mana flickering like a phantom around his fingertips. Or is it that you believe I won't break you for daring to speak as you did? Ruvian tilted his head, just slightly, and copied Julian's smile. Break me. He echoed, his voice carrying none of the arrogance Julian so often heard in challengers, nor the hesitation of those who feared him. Plus 30 pp. Ruvian asked, with threats, plus 50 pp. His tone remained unhurried, almost indifferent. I expected more from you, plus 20 pp. Murmurs surged, tension crashing like a wave. You misunderstand something, Julian said softly. This is no threat. His mana pulsed again, a violet gleam intensifying at his palm. It is a certainty. The pressure in the room deepened. Onlookers, even those with little sensitivity to mana, felt it in their bones, felt the inevitability of what was coming. And yet. Then act on it, Ruvian said, his voice untouched by fear. Plus 250 pp. The words had barely left his lips, but Julian already moved. There was no warning, no moment of transition. One instant he was still, the next, lightning crackled around his arm, striking without mercy. A crack split the silenced roar of mana made manifest. Violet arcs burst forth like the snarl of a storm, jagged and alive, painting the air with their violence. Julian struck, his arm lashing forward with brutal speed, a direct blow meant for the boy's throat, fast. A strike meant to end it all, but Ruvian neither flinched nor shifted his footing. He stood unmoved, as though the violence bearing down on him were just a passing wind. Then 4 bursts of mana erupted across the hall, bright and desperate. Sylvina, Kalira, Rosalind, Loden. They moved without thinking, without speaking, an instinctive reaction that came too late to matter. A wall of earth tore up from the ground. A lattice of crackling vines surged forward. Winds twisted and space distorted, each spell colliding in a chaotic dance between fury and panic. But it was all futile, too slow, and too far. Julian's lightning had already reached its mark, or so it should have. That's enough. The words were firm and they cut through the air, absolute and impossible to ignore. Boom, a force, silent until now, crashed into Julian's spell with terrifying finality. The lightning shattered mid-flight, purple arcs scattering like broken glass, vanishing into the air with a hiss of displaced power. The sheer pressure of the collision warped the room, and all other mana recoiled. Then, from amidst the fading sparks, a white-gloved hand held Julian's wrist, fingers closed, not in control, effortless. As if the lightning had been nothing more than a tantrum swatted from a child's hand. The strike had not missed, it had been stopped. Out of all the time, Julian's gaze snapped to the hand that held his wrist, then slowly rose to the figure now standing between him and Ruvian. White, immaculate and unwrinkled, the coat gleamed faintly under the dim light, its gold embroidery shining with authority. 3 crests, each etched with painstaking precision, the insignias of the Scholar Council, symbols not of power earned through battle, but of power enshrined by doctrine, tradition, and absolute rule. Not one representative, but 3 of them. 3 voices of Velthia Academy's highest echelon now stood in full view. Their timing were exact. Their presence alone silenced the hall and extinguishing even the thought. The dining hall, moments ago electric with tension, now held a quiet that was not empty but watching. PP equals 6310. Me equal 215. Ruvian's POV. Three representatives of Velthia Academy's highest authority stood before them, their mere presence silencing the dining hall. Nereus Callian, Osiris Malvin, and Parisa Philaris, Velthia's strongest scholar of all batches, the Scholar Council. Ruvian hadn't expected them to emit this much aura. Nereus, who had intercepted Julian's attack, a scholar with dark navy hair and cold blue eyes, still held Julian's wrist in an iron grip. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, edged with an authority that left no room for rebelliousness. "You seem to have forgotten yourself, Rosenberg." At Julian's side, a young woman stepped forward. Her striking gold eyes gleamed with restrained amusement. Her high-collared scholar uniform bore the weight of rank and pedigree without the need for ornament. At her fingertips, golden light still flickered, the remnants of the intervention that had unraveled Julian's spell effortlessly. Parisa regarded the two of them, Julian, simmering behind a veil of pride, and Ruvian, impassive as usual. An altercation within academy grounds, she said while staring at both of them. "How foolish. Have the two of you already forgotten the gravity of where you stand? HMPH, scholars these days." Then her gaze drifted to Ruvian, and something playful danced behind her golden eyes. "And you, did you think provoking a noble in public would end in anything less than a spectacle? What kind of foolishness is that?" The third figure, Osiris, a tall scholar, adjusted his glasses and studied them both before speaking, his voice smooth and strict. "Velthia Academy is built on order, not personal feuds. Whether it's a noble flaunting his power or a commoner with a reckless tongue, neither will be excused." The weight in the room shifted. Julian stiffened, the storm in his eyes tempered by frustration. But Ruvian, he only exhaled, his clenched fists loosening. Good, they're on time. He had already expected this. Ruvian had orchestrated it all from the start. The provocation, the timing, even the setting. Every piece had been placed deliberately. He needed to pull Julian into action, and he had. The Scholar Council always passed through these halls at this hour. Getting caught wasn't a misstep, but was part of the plan. Julian, for his part, stood unfazed. He understood the game well enough to know where the lines were drawn and, more importantly, how far he could push. Parisa exhaled, arms folding with a rustle of fine fabric. Her golden eyes narrowed. "Since you provoked him first, do you understand your situation now?" she asked, voice dry with only the faintest edge of reproach. Her sharp gaze landed on Ruvian. "You really think that wouldn't be addressed?" And then three figures stepped forward. Kalira, Rosalind, and Loden. Sylvina didn't participate this time. Their movement was simultaneous but not impulsive. They carried a silent declaration louder than any speech. "We'll give testimony." Rosalind said first, then the rest followed. Murmurs from other scholars rippled across the hall. From the sidelines, Sylvina's eyes widened. Even she hadn't predicted this, especially not from Kalira. Her friend had always been quiet, reluctant to raise her voice in a world that rarely listened. Rosalind continued, her tone firm. "The fight didn't start without reason." Loden stepped beside her. Julian threw the first attack. Then Kalira, with that cold certainty only she could carry, added, and the classy scholar only defended. "That's all." Nereus' voice cut clean through the rising hum of voices. "Enough. Your testimonies will be recorded," he said, calm as ever. But the Academy's stance remains unchanged. Both parties are responsible, but Ruvian wasn't concerned with verdicts. He had never expected justice. That wasn't why he'd done this. As the crowd shifted and attention turned toward the council, he slipped into the moment he'd been waiting for all along, the chance to stand this close, to measure Julian from within arm's reach. And that was when he reached inward. Skill activation, character sheets. Information flowed in, clean and precise, because knowledge was the real battlefield, and this was his way of drawing the first cut on Julian, character sheet. Name: Julian Rosenberg. Age: 17. Occupation: Velthia's scholar, heir of House Rosenberg. Temperament: regal, calculated, prideful. Current mood: slightly off balance, masking frustration beneath composure. Status: stable. Relationship status: viewing Ruvian as a puzzle threat to authority. Traits: exudes command without needing to raise his voice. Maintains royal demeanor, even in conflict. Believes in hierarchy and order. Deeply afraid of being perceived as weak. Views any challenge to his authority as a threat to his identity. Ruvian studied the profile in silence, his thoughts steady and detached. Out of all the named characters in the novel, Julian Rosenberg was the one he understood most intimate, second only to the protagonist himself. He had read the boy's arc, parsed every line of dialogue, smoothed out every inconsistency during the old proofreading days. He had seen Julian's rise, his unraveling, and the monstrous return that would one day shake the story's foundation. Julian wasn't the strongest, not yet. His magic didn't reach Kalira's raw precision, and his swordsmanship lacked the sheer, bone-breaking weight like Rosalind's strikes. But that didn't matter. Julian was the balance. He didn't shine in one discipline because he walked both. A fighter who knew when to press and when to pull, who took hits others couldn't and kept standing from sheer tenacity and ruthless drive. And that was what made him dangerous. Not now, of course. Now Julian was still incomplete. Beneath the calm exterior, there were cracks. His power was shallow. His arrogance, a mask stretched too thin over desperation. But he was still stronger than him, for sure. A mountain for Ruvian to climb. Ruvian had seen the version that came later, Julian, who returned possessed by the great defiler, who tore through the Academy's strongest without blinking. The same boy who once stood in Rosalind's shadow would one day stand over the broken bodies of both her and Kalira combined. Ruvian said nothing as the silence served him better. Julian, for his part, wore the expression of someone who'd never felt threatened in his life. The council's judgment was nothing more than a mild inconvenience, and perhaps it was for him, because the Academy would never truly punish him. They'd acknowledge the testimonies, of course, go through the motions, offer the illusion of fairness, but nothing beyond that, not when the boy standing here bore the name Rosenberg. Julian's eyes lingered on Ruvian, then he adjusted the cuff of his coat. "This isn't over between us," he said, quiet enough to be personal, clear enough for everyone to hear. "You better watch your back during the island test." Ruvian simply replied, calm and slow. "Then I suggest you do the same, plus 100 pp. Julian's face shifted, a mix of irritation and hesitation that briefly cracked his composure. A flicker of disbelief, maybe, that someone from Class E had the gall to speak back again and again. "Oh, he's mad." Ruvian smiled in satisfaction. Nereus stepped between them with a disappointed sigh. He was tired of seeing the same pattern repeat. "I said enough." And just like that, the tension broke. The undercurrent was still there. But the Scholar Council had drawn their line, and for now, that was as far as things would go. PP equals 6410. Me equal 215. The Scholar Council formally reprimanded both parties but did not issue severe punishment, as no real damage was done. The confrontation ended, but the underlying hostility remained. The dining hall's rhythm limped back into place. Ruvian heard it first, cutlery clinking again, voices rising in uneven bursts. They sounded like they were trying to fake confidence. Ruvian returned to his table without a word, shoulders relaxed but mind still turning. Julian left soon after. Unbothered, as if none of it truly mattered to him, but he sure remembered to pay the debt later. His eyes swept the hall, noting laughter bubbling up against it at first, then loosening. The tension hadn't fully disappeared, it had only buried itself for a while. Ruvian felt their eyes linger more than he saw them, prickling against the back of his neck. He set his glass down with deliberate care, letting the scrape of glass on wood say what he wouldn't. When he finally glanced up, he found their gazes not on him, but on the three who had stepped in earlier. Their presence cut through the room like frost on a window, clarity and cold authority both. He almost smiled, dry and humorless. People always claimed they wanted justice. What they really wanted was spectacle. The Scholar Council. He let the words roll in his head, sour and metallic. Third years, technically, though titles meant little when they walked like executioners. His ears caught the subtle shift of voices when the trio moved, tones bending lower, respectful, fearful. They weren't elected, no. They were chosen, handpicked by the Chancellor himself, branded with Velthia's doctrine. In the Scholar's little kingdom, those three weren't merely senior students. They were gods in cheap uniforms. Gods who dined in the same building, breathing the same stale air, but still managed to stand a head higher than anyone else. Ruvian smirked faintly into his glass, the sweet drink fitting the thought. Gods among the flawed. Even the other academies across the Dominion recognized them. Especially Nereus Calionth, one known as the primordial son of the sea. The three of them didn't just represent the Academy's highest student body. They were the body, mind, voice, and will. The editorial system has updated your narrative thread. Relevance to the story has shifted. You have stepped beyond the margins of obscurity. Threads once frayed now begin to bind. Narrative relevancy has advanced. Footnote of fate. Wandering annotation, you are here. Drafted catalyst. IV pivotal rewrite. V core canon. The editorial system hums soft lippages turning on their own. Congratulations, your deepening relevance has granted you access to a hidden editorial privilege. New skill unlocked, character stat customization. Oh great, now that's worth causing a scene. Ruvian returned to his seat without haste, his steps unburdened by the weight of dozens of eyes still fastened on his back. The storm had passed, at least on the surface, but the air had not softened. He sat down quietly. Around him, his group was still trying to catch up to what had just happened. Horan leaned forward first. Why did you do that, Ruvian? He muttered with concern. His eyes scanned the hall, as if expecting retaliation to be waiting in the shadows. And yet, beneath the tension in his voice, there was something quieter too. Respect. Or maybe disbelief that someone like Ruvian would be the one to draw the line. Arlok let out a dry, incredulous scoff, arms folding across his chest. Didn't think you had it in you, he said, still staring at the space where Julian had stood as if trying to make sense of what he'd just seen. However, standing your ground like that's not just guts, but also putting a target on all our backs, you know that. Arlok didn't say it like an accusation, just the truth. Ruvian leaned back and let the words hang. His eyes drifted across the table's Shima, lips pressed thin, her silence louder than most people's shouting. The light caught the edge of her silver hair. Eventually, she spoke quietly, but firm enough to cut through the thick air. You didn't have to provoke him like that, Shima said, eyes still on the table. You might have won the moment, but you've stirred the whole board. Your actions have affected us as well, and we're not ready if things escalate. The scrape of her spoon against the bowl punctuated the words, irritation masked as composure. Ruvian sipped from his glass, grape juice thick on his tongue. Well, that's the most expected response. Before he could bother with a reply, Yaren leaned forward. Fingers steepled under her chin, her gaze softened. The faint scent of citrus soap drifted off her. She's right, Yaren said calmly. That move, it won't just fall on your shoulders, Ruvian. There was no malice in her tone, just clarity and a bit of respect. But her voice shifted, softer now, carrying warmth into the cracks left by Shima's cold. If we keep flinching every time someone steps on us, we'll never change where we stand. She smiled faintly toward Shima, the kind of smile that said, I understand without conceding. Then her eyes met Ruvian's, steady, serious. Just next time let us know before you swing at a hornet's nest. It wasn't a rebuke, but a reminder that he didn't have to fight alone. That part, more than anything, surprised him. And this time no one disagreed. Horan's hand went to his hair again, third time in as many minutes. Dark strands stuck up like a storm cloud as his eyes darted toward the edges of the hall. Boy looked like he expected Julian's thugs to crawl out from under the tables, fists swinging. His voice cracked low, tight as a frayed rope. Why, you do know he's not letting this slide, right? And he'll come for the rest of us too, one way or another. The words trembled, but the fear behind them was solid enough. Ruvian caught the faint rasp in Horan's throat like the taste of swallowed nerves. Across the table, Yaren stayed silent. Her gaze was steady, unreadable, and somehow heavier than Horan's panic. She understood, maybe better than Horan did. Ruvian didn't flinch under their stares. Why would he? He met their eyes with the same calm he'd wear while confronting Julian. His fingers tapped once against the rim of his glass, the ringing softly like a bell. I know, Ruvian said, but don't worry. He won't do a thing until the Vazran Island test. As long as Julian wasn't cornered, he wouldn't resort to cheap tricks. Ruvian knew because he'd already read the man's script, edited it even. His next words carried no apology, no pride, just the blunt weight of awareness. I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't already weighed the cost. He leaned forward, arms resting on the table, the wood cool beneath his skin. If my actions drag any of you into danger, then I'll take responsibility. I didn't make that choice lightly. But whatever happens between now and the island test, I'll make sure none of it disrupts our chances. That much, I promise. Yaren studied him for a long moment, her hazel eyes narrowing as though trying to peel him open. You have a plan. Ruvian held her gaze, let the silence press for just a heartbeat too long. Then he exhaled through his nose. Maybe, but not one I can share. Not yet. I'll share it when the time comes. The table hushed. Even the dining hall noise seemed distant for a moment. They exchanged glances, measuring him, and in the end they didn't argue. Trust wasn't firm yet, more like thin roots probing shallow soil, but roots all the same. Even Horan, still jittering in his seat like he'd rather bolt, kept his mouth shut. Ruvian's recklessness hadn't gone anywhere, but resolve had a gravity of its own, and for now it held them. They would have to trust him, for now. Then two figures drifted toward his table, dragging their steps. Violet led, though the sharp edge she normally carried in her stride had dulled. Careful steps that almost apologized for existing. The boy trailed beside her, the same one who'd practically folded under Julian's glare earlier. He stuck close to her shadow, chin dipped, fists locked so tight his knuckles paled, like that would hold his shame in place. Ruvian didn't bother lifting his eyes. His gaze stayed on the tabletop, tracing the faint scratches carved by generations of restless hands. Still, he could feel them there, nervous. Only then did Ruvian lift his gaze. His eyes caught theirs, steady, reading all the things they didn't say. Gratitude pressed tight in their shoulders, guilt twitching in the boy's clenched jaw, fear shadowing both, and beneath it all the confusion of people who couldn't quite grasp why he of all people had interfered. Ruvian sighed. Don't apologize, he said, tone flat as ever. It was always going to come to this. Violet's brows creased, lips parting, her protest loading on her tongue. Ruvian spared her the effort. He cut the rope clean. I didn't do it for you. The words didn't strike loud, but they landed heavy. The boy flinched, guilt written clear in the stiff angle of his shoulders. Before another half-formed apology could crawl out, Ruvian's voice slid in again, smoother, sir. I did it for me, so go, it's fine. I don't like being in anyone's debt. His gaze slipped back to the glass at his elbow, empty. His throat felt dry, scratchy, as if to remind him he'd been talking too much already. Ah, I'm still thirsty. Violet lingered, eyes on him, searching for some crack in his dispassion. Whatever she hoped to find, she didn't. His mask stayed in place, both steel and silent. And yet she smiled. the kind of smile that shows acceptance. Then we won't bring it up again. With that, she turned, the boy glued to her side. PP equals 6510. Me equal 215. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of the math elective classroom. The lesson crept toward its end, though no one in the room showed the faintest sign of easing their shoulders. Strange, isn't it, how a man at the front can hold 30 people hostage with nothing more than his posture and a few clipped words. Matthias didn't even need to raise his voice. And yet, everyone sat stiff as if one wrong breath might be noticed, tallied, and used against them. His lectures were less about instruction and more like battle, a barrage of rapid-fire questions designed to corner, prod, and expose. Most scholars approached his sessions as if walking a tightrope over broken glass. And yet, for the second time since the semester began, Ruvian found himself answering all the questions, good enough to halt Matthias's advanced barrage of questions, which in itself was something close to a miracle, plus 100 pp. As the final minute slipped by, Matthias's knuckles struck the podium with a thud, slicing through the classroom's murmur like a blade. Every head turned. "I will conduct a quiz after your island test," he said, voice clipped and dry. A groan rippled across the seats, resigned, unified, and suffering. His gaze drifted once more, pausing on Ruvian. "So study well," he said, the barest edge of amusement or perhaps challenge lurking behind the monotone. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "and Castellar." The room fell quiet. "Keep up your good work, plus 300 pp." A few students blinked in surprise. It wasn't the quiz that left the students stunned into silence. No, that was expected. Inevitable, even. Matthias's quizzes were as certain as death, taxes, and his contempt for mediocrity. What truly left mouths slightly agape and eyes darting across the rows in disbelief was the fact that the notoriously ruthless professor had just praised someone, and not just anyone, Ruvian Castellar. The name passed between students like contraband, carried in hushed, incredulous tones. Some squinted as if they'd misheard. Others wore the same look one might give a wild beast seen calmly sipping tea. Praises coming from instructor Matthias were practically a standing ovation. Ruvian, for his part, returned the gesture with a simple nod, more formality than gratitude. The bell rang not long after. Chairs scraped, bags rustled, the room filling with the clamor of bodies desperate to flee. He let the noise pass around him, standing, adjusting his cloak. The path to the door was open, and he was halfway there before someone called him. "Ruvian Castellar." His steps halted. "Wow, my name's getting dragged around far too often today." He turned slow enough to make it clear he hadn't been eager. The playful voice belonged to Sylvina, of course. It would. The afternoon light played across her emerald hair, catching in the edges of its layered cut. Her eyes matched, glinting the same way as a jewel. Her face, he supposed it fit any fool's definition of beauty. Symmetrical, clean lines, a softness at odds with the bite in her gaze. But every time he looked at her, there was that other edge, a slyness. The sort of face that told you it knew more than you did, and enjoyed the fact. A breeze crept in from the open windows and passed between them. "What is it?" Ruvian asked. Sylvina smiled, a trace of amusement playing at the corner of her lips, but her eyes held something keener. "I just want to know," she began, her tone casual. "Why did you stand against Julian in the dining hall this morning? You had nothing to gain from except making enemies." A fair question, though hardly innocent. Ruvian knew it was meant less as curiosity than as a test. Lying would not hold she had the sort of gaze that would peel through falsehoods without effort. Dodging her would only invite further questions, each sharper than the last. But the truth itself, his truth, was not something he could give freely. Still, he weighed the air, the way her words pressed against him, the memory of Julian's laughter clashing with the sudden silence of that hall. Better not to answer at all, perhaps. But better still to let the truth work for him, in a shape of his choosing. So after a pause that seemed deliberate rather than hesitant, he said, "Suppose I told you my aim is not merely to oppose him, but to challenge him. Node-throne him as first-year representative. What would you make of that? Plus 100 pp." The words struck the space between them like an outlandish declaration. They were absurd, even reckless, but deliberate in their weight. Sylvina regarded him in silence, eyes narrowing not with disbelief but with a kind of fascination, as though she hadn't expected candor yet but was curious enough to lean into it. At last she exhaled, her voice softer now, the edge of amusement shading into something close to admiration. "I knew it. You're insane. Did I just get called out insane by an insane person?" Sylvina's eyes sharpened as she stepped closer, her voice deceptively light. "Anyway, is that all to it? There must be more, right? Why, is it a grudge, pride?" Ruvian didn't flinch. He didn't need time to think. "No," he said evenly, "nothing like that." He raised his gaze then, meeting the green in her eyes without wavering. "It's simple," he continued. "What if I told you I intend to tear down everything this academy has built? The hollow meritocracy, the favoritism they parade as fairness. The narrative they cling to, broken at its core. I want to burn it all down." So his voice dropped. "What would you do if I told you that?" Plus 100 pp. Silence weighed heavily after Ruvian's words. Sylvina's sharp expression shifted, not much, just a shade softer. Then she leaned in, the curve of her smile a little crooked, eyes glittering with mischief. And then what if I say I'll strike the match with you? If this place burns, I'll be the one pouring oil over it. Ruvian was surprised to hear that, but not much, as he already knew Sylvina despised the Academy's twisted order, but the confidence in her voice still rattled him. As I thought, she's got a few screws loose. Sylvina let out a laugh, sharp and dry, startling even herself with how genuine it was. Her grin curled into a playful, dangerous expression. Gods, I think I might like you even more now, she murmured, eyes glinting. Damn it. This is exactly why I avoid women like her, but this might be the only chance for me. Ruvian's gaze flicked to the side, then back to her. By the way, while we're on that, he began, his voice light but edged with intent. I believe there's room for an understanding between us, one that might serve both our interests. Sylvina's eyes sharpened. Stillness passed over her. She was reflecting what Ruvian meant by that. An understanding, she asked. Ruvian offered a small shrug, as if to say this wasn't important, though the way he framed it said otherwise. Let's just say I've come across an opportunity, one I suspect might interest you more than most. Plus 200 pp. He let the words linger, inviting her to fill in the blanks with her own ambition. He knew better than to spell things out, especially to someone like Sylvina. People like her responded to possibilities more, and sure enough, her expression changed. Sylvina was no longer skeptical or curious. In fact, she was intrigued by what Ruvian seemed ready to offer. Later that night, Ruvian returned to his private dorm. After a long, arduous period of lectures and personal spells training, finally it was time for him to inspect his new unlocked skill. Skill activation, character stat customization. These past few days, he had been regularly training, improving his general and mage attributes with the help of the system quest and rewards. Finally, all of those stats increased by +1 stage. Mana sensitivity from E to E, strength from F to F+. However, this was not enough to help him win against Julian or any of the Class A scholars. Heck, he might have died on Vazaran Island if careless, so he needed to get stronger. Skill activated, character stat customization. A message unfolded before him, its voice as clinical as it was precise. Plot points may now be exchanged to enhance the bearer's attributes, magical capacity, and narrative trajectory. Higher levels require greater investment. Choose wisely. And then it appeared, rows and rows of numbers, grades, names. The anatomy of his strength dissected into clean little boxes. General attributes, strength F plus E 200 pp's. Agility F plus E 200 pp's. Endurance E A 300 pp's. Vitality E 300 pp's. Perception E plus 500 pp's. Mage attributes, mana control E plus 500 pp's. Casting speed F plus E 200 pp's. Magic power FF plus 150 pp's. Mana sensitivity EE plus 500 pp's. Mana essence 215, 265, 250 pp's. Special traits Mana resonance plus 130 pp's. Affinity slot locked 20,000 pp's. Innate blessing slot locked 20,000 pp's. Total available plot points 7310. Ruvian stared at the screen, silent. Then, are you kidding me? 200 points to move from F plus to E, that's not even a full tier. That's what, a half step out of pathetic. The system did not respond. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. Truthfully, he should have expected this. The system never gave him anything for free. But somehow, watching his stats line up like malnourished orphans begging for food and being told each meal cost hundreds of points still felt personal. He folded his arms, gaze still fixed on the glowing list of limitations. Guess I'll be playing the long game. PP equals 7310. Me equal 215. Ruvian fell into deep thought. He still had time. Roughly 2 weeks until the Vazaran Island test. Not much by most standards, but enough if he played this right. If he was careful and prioritized not just what made him strong, but also what kept him alive. Still, the price tag stared back at him like a bad offer told with a straight face. He sighed. Hey system, don't you think the exchange rates are a bit excessive? The reply came immediately. No, the values have been carefully calibrated. Your current narrative relevancy is stage II. As your relevance increases, plot point rewards will scale accordingly. You will receive more quests and more opportunities to earn them. Damn it, so in other words, I need to cause more scenes. He rubbed his forehead. Great, absolutely great. Ruvian didn't like it, but he understood it. Stage I had been slow, miserly. Now at stage II, the flow of rewards was loosening. Incremental, but noticeable. If he planned it right, he could squeeze a few hundred, maybe even 1,000 more points before the test. Ruvian evaluated the course of the story ahead before the Vazaran test. Yeah, there is no need to worry about such things. I still have a few more ways to collect them. Still, 7,000 points didn't go far, not when everything cost so much. So he did what he always did, strategized first. He sat still, eyes narrowing at the list, mentally sorting each stat by value and urgency. What do I need right now? There were still 2 weeks left before the Vazaran Island test, and those days wouldn't be quiet. Scattered across them were smaller events, subtle trials of their own. Currently, the narrative is following the original, he thought. Then what will happen if I force my way into a sub-narrative? The deal that he made with Sylvina was sort of opening that path. Well, that's for another matter, one thing at a time. Ruvian's eyes hovered over the faint glow of the interface, the numbers pulsing like a silent metronome. It was obvious where to start. Mana Resonance, 0-100. Available plot points, 7310. Cost per resonance, 30 pps. Let's raise the resonance and get my spellcore to tier II first, he murmured. Please input the number of resonance points to enhance. He didn't even blink. 100, Ruvian said. Confirm enhancement, plus 100 mana resonance, 3,000 plot points will be deducted. Proceed. Current, 0, new value, 100. Spellcore tier II upgrade available upon resonance threshold. Yes. The deduction hit instantly sharp, efficient, and without ceremony. And then a shift, not something the world would feel, but he felt it in the quiet place just beneath his skin where mana met will. His spellcore, once faint and sluggish, now pulsed with clarity. For the first time since arriving in this world, his magic felt clean, responsive, something had aligned. A single notification blinked in. Your mana resonance has reached 100-100. Your spellcore has increased from tier I to tier II. Mana Resonance, 0-250. Total available PPs, 4310. Ruvian exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. So I max out the resonance and all I get is a polite invitation, he muttered, disappointed with the system-lame message interface. Would you prefer a standing ovation? Ruvian remained silent. He was wondering if he said yes, how would the system grant that? But he decided not to entertain the system. I'd prefer a discount. And yet he still did. Your feedback has been discarded. Japanese letter. Ruvian ignored the jab with a click of his tongue. His eyes lingered instead on the new notification, Spellcore tier II. That changed things. Spell preparation, cast time flexibility, chaining options. It was the difference between swinging a wooden stick and drawing a real blade. Ruvian leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing. He still had 4180 plot points left. He stared at the floating panel for a long moment, one hand resting beneath his chin. So I'll skip strength, he muttered under his breath. System, queue upgrades for everything except strength, he said aloud, voice calm but precise. Calculating plot point expenditure. Agility, F plus E 200 pps. Endurance, EI 300 pps. Vitality, EE 300 pps. Perception, EE plus 500 pps. Mana control, EE plus 500 pps. Casting speed, F plus E 200 pps. Magic power, FF plus 150 pps. Mana sensitivity, EE plus 500 pps. Mana essence, 215, 265, 250 pps. Total, 2,900 plot points. Available, 4,310 plot points. Remaining, 1,410 plot points. He gave a slight nod. Proceed. Confirmed. Upgrading attributes. Ruvian had no intention of becoming a frontliner. Strength could wait. It wasn't that he dismissed its value entirely. Raw force had its place. But his role in the squad didn't call for brute confrontation. He'd already gone over the information exchanged during the formation briefing. Shima, Arlok, and Yeren were all close combat weapon users. Horan was an archer. Ruvian himself, he was a mage. When the confirmation flickered across the system's interface, the changes came almost too subtly to name. And yet he felt them. His breath drew in easier now. There was a quiet stability in his limbs. His footsteps no longer echoed with the same awkward weight. The threads of mana within him no longer tangled as much, they flowed smoother, a touch more obedient to his will. Let's spend another on casting speed and magic power. Calculating plot point expenditure. Casting speed, EI 300 pps. Magic power, F plus E 200 pps. Total 500 plot points. Available 1,410 plot points. Remaining 910 plot points. Ruvian decided to save the remaining plot points. Then, he inspected his Runeheart stat. Runeheart. Name Ruvian Casteller. Age 16. Spellcore tier II. Relevance tier, stage II wandering annotation. Plot points 910 pps. Current arc, Arc 2, beneath the banner of enrollment. Mono resonance, 0, 250. Equal. General attributes, equal. Strength F+. Agility, ease. Endurance, E. Vitality, ease. Perception, E+, equal. Mage attributes, equal. Mana control, E+. Casting speed, E. Magic power, Ease. Mana sensitivity, E+. Mana essence, 118, 265. Equal. Innate blessings, equal. Enna, equal. Magic affinity, equal. Wind. Now taken as a whole, his stats had finally crept into the territory of what one might call respectable, roughly on par with the average scholar from Class C. Ruvian knew better than to waste resources blindly. Power without understanding was just another kind of burden. He needed to test himself. Only then would the gaps reveal themselves, the subtle shortcomings, the flaws not even a system could quantify. There were still 2 weeks before the Vazran Island test. Enough time to sharpen what was dull, to mend what was missing. And if he was wise enough to spend accordingly, PP equal 910. Me equal 265.